Chapter 1. The first encounter of Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. In the grand realm of the great Xia, in the city of Tsangnan, at Tsangnan Second Middle School, the bell rang with a melodious chime, signaling the end of class, and the students' taut nerves relaxed at that very moment. The students in the front rows adeptly removed their glasses, resting their heads upon their desks to relish a brief interlude of slumber. A small group of girls, hand in hand, discreetly made their way to the restroom. In the penultimate corner of the classroom, a strikingly handsome youth slowly retrieved a martial arts novel from his desk. Observing this, a male classmate approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin Ze, are you indulging in your martial arts novel once more? Do you aspire to become a pair of legendary heroes? Such tales are mere fabrications. Our foremost concern should be to elevate our academic performance." The youth placed a ballpoint pen between the pages of his book and looked up, retorting, "You know nothing. Within the pages of a book lies a treasure trove. Are you unaware that those extraordinary masters attained enlightenment through literature? Moreover, is there truly any room for improvement in my grades?" Lin Ze's words left his classmate momentarily speechless. He pondered deeply how disparities among individuals could be so vast. This lad, Lin Ze, either slept during class or immersed himself in novels, occasionally receiving love letters from infatuated girls. Such behavior might seem characteristic of a slacker. Yet, Lin Ze was an anomaly. He consistently ranked first in his class, the top of his year. However, there were instances when, should the exam be less challenging, his ranking might dip by a few places. Viewed in this light, it appeared that there was indeed little room for ascent. Yet if one were to adopt the perspective of certain traditional parents, they might exclaim, "Why didn't you achieve first place in the entire school? You must have been careless focus on your studies." He initially contemplated responding in such a manner to salvage a shred of his dignity. However, he soon realized that Lin Ze's failure to secure the top spot was not due to a lack of capability, but rather a lack of desire. This lad consistently scored the same 666 out of 700, every time without fail. The significance of such controlled scoring is readily apparent to all. Thus, in terms of academics, even the teachers refrained from reprimanding Lin Ze. As long as he did not disrupt others, he was free to pursue his interests. The boy couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, I finally comprehend that saying." Lin Ze, intrigued, asked what saying. "They say that the disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between man and dog. How do you manage to learn? Could it truly be that you possess secret techniques from the novels?" Lin Ze chuckled softly. "I'm not quite sure. I simply glance at those things, and they imprint themselves in my memory. But you need not fret. Education is not the sole path to success." As he spoke, Lin Ze's gaze drifted anxiously through the window, casting his eyes upon the sky beyond. On the playground, a couple of classes buzzed with excitement for the upcoming physical education lesson. Students secretly in love huddled closely together. Everything appeared so idyllic. Yet Lin Ze understood that this fleeting beauty would not endure for long. Most individuals remain oblivious to the hidden truths of this world. They are unaware that in the shadowy corners of the city, ominous mysteries lurk, watching them intently. Deities from various nations also cast their gaze upon the vast land of the great Xia. Moreover, in the depths of night, there exists a group of guardians silently protecting these beauties, the Night Watchers. Indeed, Lin Ze is a traveler from another realm. 1 year ago, he arrived in Tsangnan City, initially believing himself to be the protagonist of a pure campus romance novel. However, through various clues and signs, Lin Ze ultimately realized he had traversed into a world rife with peril, a world of god-slaying. A realm so fraught with danger that one could unwittingly become a vessel for serpentine seeds while attending school. Yet, Lin Ze remained unfazed, for he knew that he was on the verge of awakening system. At the very least, becoming a divine agent would be acceptable. Alas, reality once again dashed Lin Ze's hopes. He did not awaken the divine void, nor did he even manifest a semblance of the forbidden void. Nevertheless, he possessed a remarkable talent and extraordinary memory and an exceptional capacity for comprehension. He could retain knowledge from a single reading of a text. Even the obscure and intricate techniques found in martial arts novels could be mastered after a few perusals. Lin Ze often pondered whether this was his true ability. If so, He might be walking the path of Nkinjiwon of intellect. Yet, Lin Ze firmly believed that his capabilities extended far beyond this. There was, however, a silver lining. He discerned that he was a transmigrant of the body, not a soul. This realization confirmed that he was indeed a living being. Lin Ze glanced at the vacant seat beside him, which had remained unoccupied since his arrival, as though awaiting a certain individual. He looked down at the egg in his hand and murmured, "I should encounter you soon. Zegu, what are you mumbling about? Let's go and release the water when we return. I shall study diligently as well," Lin Ze declared resolutely. "I won't go." After waiting for so long, he felt it would be unwise to miss this opportunity. "Father, let's go." The father and son were in perfect accord. However, as they approached the door, they were intercepted by their homeroom teacher. The female instructor stood at the podium, her expression stern as she announced, "Everyone, please pause your activities. I have an important matter to discuss." Below the podium, a boy muttered under his breath, "Darn it. Why did I call out? Why is the teacher arriving at this moment?" Lin Ze paid him no mind and instead focused on the door. The moment had finally arrived. "Today we have a new transfer student in our class, Lin Qiye. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding Qiye, I ask that everyone extend their care. Lin Qiye, please come in and greet your classmates." As the words fell, a youth shrouded in black satin entered the collective gaze of the class. After a brief self-introduction, Lin Qiye instinctively turned his gaze towards Lin Ze. The two locked eyes across a divide of black satin ate that moment. The female teacher suddenly remarked, "Lin Ze, it just so happens that you are not attending class. Let Lin Qiye be your deskmate. Please take good care of him." "Certainly, teacher." As Lin Ze gazed at the youth before him, shrouded in black satin, a sense of restlessness began to stir within him. Before him stood the divine being, designated as number 003, the Seraph Michael, agent of the divine, captain of the 5th Special Squad of the Night Watch, proprietor of the Asylum of the Gods, owner of numerous divine ruins, the 7th Commander-in-Chief, and the man destined to ascend to the pinnacle of divinity. His achievements were indeed numerous, yet among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Lin Ze was the rising star of the cowherd realm, Lin Qiye. Subsequently, under Lin Ze's guidance, Lin Qiye took a seat beside him. Out of politeness, Lin Qiye took the initiative to speak. "Thank you. Hello, Lin Ze. I am Lin Qiye." "Hello, Lin Qiye. I am Lin Ze." Once their introductions were complete, an eerie silence enveloped the room. It is a well-known fact that the first meeting between men is often awkward and filled with formality. However, it does not take long before they are vying to take on paternal roles. At this juncture, Lin Qiye, standing behind Lin Ze, kindly intervened to introduce Lin Qiye, stating, "Lin Qiye, you can ask Lin Ze any questions you might have. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He may not seem like a good student. In reality, he is the master of great control in our class." Lin Qiye, intrigued, responded, "Is Lin Ze really that impressive?" Then, in an effort to ease the atmosphere, Lin Qiye humbly inquired, "Could you share your study methods with me?" Lin Ze, with a hint of indifference, replied, "There's really nothing special about it. I simply look at it once and remember it." Lin Qiye, Li, the rest of the class, "Are you seriously saying this to a blind person? Isn't that somewhat of a dark joke?" In this delicate ambience, the two spent the afternoon together. Finally, the school bell rang, signifying the end of the day. It's here. Chapter 2, Two Seraphim. Anyone who has attended school knows the true purpose of their education, to await the sound of the dismissal bell. The students of Class 2 were no exception. The instant the bell rang, the dreary expressions that had plagued their faces vanished, replaced by beaming smiles. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye attracted the attention of several classmates. They were concerned that Lin Qiye, being blind, would find it inconvenient to return home alone. Thus, they conspired to accompany him. A small escort team of 3 to 5 individuals was formed. "Lin Qiye, you seem to have some difficulties. Let us escort you home. Indeed, we are merely fulfilling a request, so please don't refuse us." Lin Qiye, feeling a bit shy, replied, You really don't have to trouble yourselves. I can manage on my own." At that moment, Li suddenly wrapped his arms around Lin Qiye's shoulders and cheerfully declared, "No worries. We are all classmates. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Perhaps in the future, we may need to trouble you as well." With a resigned nod, Lin Qiye acquiesced. Little did they know, The blind individual before them possessed vision far superior to their own. At that moment, Lin Ze, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired, "Lin Qiye, where do you live?" The few classmates gazed at Lin Ze in astonishment. It was known that he typically eschewed social interactions, unless it was to escort his son to the restroom after class. He was usually a solitary figure. Why then the sudden inquiry? "I reside near the old town." "That's a bit far," Lin Qiye replied somewhat bashfully, not wishing to inconvenience anyone due to his circumstances. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Lin Ze responded, "Coincidentally, I live nearby as well. I'll accompany you home." Before Lin Qiye could respond, Lin Qiye exclaimed incredulously, "Ze, the sun must be rising in the west today. I never imagined you would be willing to escort Qiye home. This is truly unexpected." The other girls nodded in agreement. Lin Ze shot a glare at Lin Qiye. "You've misunderstood. I am merely accompanying Lin Qiye home. It just so happens that we are going the same way." With that, Lin Ze retrieved his heavy backpack from beneath the table. The weight of it alone suggested that it could hardly contain mere books. However, given Lin Ze's character, they felt too timid to inquire further. Strangely, Lin Qiye felt a warmth in his heart. The usually aloof Lin Ze seemed to hold a fondness for him, after all. It wasn't that Lin Ze was unwilling to engage with them, nor was he inherently introverted. Rather, he was simply fearful. Lin Qiye, the notorious troublemaker, was one reason. The rest of the classmates might have already caught the same affliction. Thus, Lin Ze severed ties with others, especially in less populated areas. This was also the reason behind his repeated refusals to confess his feelings. In letters, the girls would either imply, "I am home alone tonight and feel so scared," or invite him to secluded spots like the Grove. Suspicious indeed, far too suspicious. Lin Ze privately resolved that when the serpent demon reared its head, he would be the first to seek out those who had confessed their feelings to him. Once everything was prepared, the group set forth on the journey to escort Lin Qiye home. As they passed through a narrow alley, the flickering streetlights ahead and the distant sound of dripping water subtly accentuated the eerie atmosphere. Why does this ambience feel so off? If this were a horror film, it seems as though a ghost might appear at any moment. Two girls spoke with tremors in their voices. At that moment, Lin Qiye patted his chest. "Oh, you just mentioned a horror film plot. Surely, there are no ghosts in real life. Rest assured, we boys will protect you." Upon hearing these words, a girl who had long harbored a secret affection for Lin Ze quietly approached him. She softly inquired, "Lin Ze, I'm a bit afraid of the dark. May I stay close to you for a while?" "No," he replied succinctly. "Ah." The girl was taken aback by Lin Ze's abrupt refusal. He continued, "You can still see, but Lin Qiye cannot. Therefore, I believe he requires my assistance more." With that, Lin Ze took a swift step towards Lin Qiye. "Oomph, you cunning snake demon. Do you intend to ensnare me? Not a chance." Thus, the group boldly pressed onward. Suddenly, the streetlight ahead flickered violently, casting an eerie silhouette that was almost human yet grotesquely distorted. In that fleeting moment, only Lin Ze, who had been vigilant, noticed. He slowly unzipped his backpack, opening a small compartment to facilitate the retrieval of his belongings when the time came. His stance shifted from carrying the bag on his back to holding it in his hand. The group, undeterred, continued to inch closer to the impending danger. Lin Ze held his breath, his focus unwavering as he gazed ahead. In the next instant, a monstrous figure with a ghastly face emerged before them. The tension in the air was palpable, and upon sighting the creature, chaos ensued among the group. Lin Qiye, who had been surrounded by the others, lost his balance when someone inadvertently shoved him in the frenzy. Fortunately, Lin Ze was beside him, preventing him from falling. At that moment, the mysterious entity became aware of their presence and charged towards them. Lin Qiye sensed the impending threat and instinctively pushed Lin Ze aside, using his cane to fend off the creature's savage attack. Screams, cries, and the creature's sinister growls melded into a cacophony of terror. Yet, Lin Ze remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated the events of the day and was well prepared. Swiftly, he drew his weapon from his backpack and launched a fierce strike at the mysterious being, which had been locked in a struggle with Lin Qiye. The ghastly figure was sent hurtling several meters away by the sudden assault. Lin Ze promptly pulled Lin Qiye to his feet and produced another weapon from his backpack, handing it to him. Here, take this to protect yourself. Our only salvation lies with us. Lin Qiye, astonished, gazed at Lin Ze with disbelief. His shock was not due to the appearance of the monster, but rather at the weapon itself. Are you serious? You could at least have given me a stick. What am I supposed to do with a dictionary? This seems even less useful than my cane. He exclaimed. Lin Ze, I know this isn't an opportune moment, but could you explain why our weapon is a dictionary? Lin Ze shouted back, don't blame me. The school prohibits bringing knives or clubs. He urged, just make do with it. Knowledge is power. Lin Qiye retorted. Is this how that phrase is interpreted? However, upon recalling Lin Ze's earlier strike, he recognized that it did indeed possess a certain strength. Thus, Lin Qiye discarded the blind cane in his hand, and alongside Lin Ze, each grasped a dictionary, standing back to back. Before long, the ghoul-like figure that Lin Ze had just knocked unconscious rose once more. Simultaneously, an increasing number of these ghoul-like entities were rushing towards them from the alley ahead. Lin Qiye, you handle the one beside us. I will intercept them up front. Lin Ze, you. Lin Qiye attempted to express his concern, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ze's body shot forward like a cannonball, colliding with the monstrous beings. With the dictionary in hand, Lin Ze struck the leading ghoul with a swift blow. The remaining ghouls, witnessing this, became frenzied and rushed in like a swarm. However, Lin Ze remained unperturbed, skillfully sidestepping the ensuing attacks. Following this, he executed a series of evasive maneuvers, tilting his head, shifting his body, ducking, and taking small steps, deftly avoiding their strikes. Yet, Lin Ze did not merely rely on evasion. He seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut to the jaw of one ghoul. Although the impact was not particularly forceful, the fluidity of his movements was quite imposing. Observing Lin Ze's prowess, Lin Qiye gasped in astonishment. Holy, he's a boxing champion. This remarkable ability of Lin Ze was not derived from any supernatural power, but rather from his relentless efforts. Upon realizing his extraordinary capacity for learning, Lin Ze began to study various combat techniques. After mastering all available styles, he delved into the secrets of martial arts. With his exceptional abilities, he had thoroughly mastered these techniques and could integrate them seamlessly. He was proficient in a myriad of styles, including Tai Chi, boxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Wing Chun, among others. However, Lin Ze's attacks did not deter the ghouls. Instead, they incited their wrath. Nevertheless, they maintained a clear division of labor. The majority of the ghouls focused on Lin Ze, while a smaller faction turned their attention to Lin Qiye. Despite Lin Ze's valiant efforts to obstruct them, a few managed to slip past. When faced with a single ghoul, Lin Qiye could barely hold his ground, but against multiple foes, he faltered. In an instant, Lin Qiye was overwhelmed and brought to the ground by the ghouls. Lin Ze understood this was an essential trial for Lin Qiye, yet he could not bear to watch him suffer. He yearned to assist, but his own situation was dire. In a battle of skill, the ghouls could not match Lin Ze. Thus, they resorted to sheer numbers. Several ghouls clung to Lin Ze, rendering him immobile. No matter how advanced Lin Ze's techniques were, it was futile against overwhelming odds. Moreover, these were no ordinary adversaries. They possessed mutated claws far more than just 4 pairs. Just as the situation seemed most perilous, a faint golden light began to emanate beside Lin Qiye. Suddenly, a towering golden beam of light erupted forth. Lin Ze, mesmerized by the radiance, murmured, "Divine Entity number 003, Seraph Michael." As his words fell, he realized his own body was undergoing a transformation. Remarkably, he too was radiating golden light. Following this, a second golden beam descended. Lin Ze, astonished, lifted his gaze to the source of the light and discovered a divine being resembling a seraph smiling down at him from the heavens. 2 seraphim. What on earth was happening? Chapter 3. The divine actor takes the stage. The performance begins. Upon gazing into the eyes of the Seraph Michael, the environment surrounding Lin Ze underwent a sudden transformation. The ghostly figures that had ensnared him dissipated like wisps of smoke. As Lin Ze looked down at the ground beneath his feet, he was astonished to discover that the very earth seemed to dissolve away. Driven by instinct, Lin Ze sought to flee. Yet, no matter where he turned, He could not escape the inexorable rate of disintegration. In the next moment, a bottomless pit appeared beneath him, and Lin Ze's body plummeted rapidly, enveloped by a profound sensation of weightlessness. At that juncture, a kaleidoscope of images flashed through his mind. Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Ze exclaimed aloud, "What? Has it all ended before it even began?" Fueled by a desperate will to survive, he flailed his arms in the air, yearning to grasp at any semblance of salvation. But despite his fervent efforts, no miracle materialized. He felt as though he had tumbled into the abyss of nothingness. After several fruitless attempts, Lin Ze surrendered to the futility of his struggle. When he opened his eyes once more, he realized he had not perished. Instead, he found himself in an expansive arena. Before him loomed an immense crimson curtain, which led him to ponder whether he was, in fact, upon a stage. Just as he was about to embark on an exploration of this curious place, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "The actors are in position. The performance officially commences." As the voice faded, the great red curtain began to part, revealing the scene before him. Before Lin Ze lay an endless sea of seats occupied by an audience. He was, indeed, the performer upon the stage. As a brilliant spotlight focused on him, his earlier suspicions were solidified. A stage of performance, this was the divine actor. With this realization, the scattered fragments of information in Lin Ze's mind coalesced into a cohesive understanding. He had traversed into the realm of the Godslayer and had acquired a stage such as this. It was difficult not to ponder the implications further. In the next instant, the voice echoed once more. "The first audience member is in position. The performance begins. Audience satisfaction level, 1 audience?" Lin Ze glanced at the seemingly empty seats. Where were the spectators? Could it be that it was he himself? Slowly lifting his gaze, he perceived an eye of nothingness observing him from the heavens. Rather than a mere human, it was more akin to an embodiment of the void, devoid of any discernible features. This, he surmised, was his inaugural audience member. Though abstract, it was indeed an audience nonetheless. However, the unexpected soon transpired. The void in the sky began to transform. As Lin Ze scrutinized the figure, it gradually became familiar. This was the Seraph Michael. What was he doing here? Shouldn't he belong to Lin Qiye? Lin Ze recalled the events that had unfolded earlier. Lin Qiye had awakened the Seraphim, and he too had awakened the Seraphim. Without discussing whether the deity would select 2 agents, it is evident that there is only one deity. Just as Lin Ze pondered this, a book suddenly materialized before him, titled The Self-Cultivation of an Actor. Lin Ze opened the first page. "Congratulations. You have become the agent of the divine actor. Henceforth, you shall perform a magnificent drama alongside him. You can attain the satisfaction of other deities through imitation and other actions. In doing so, you shall receive their rewards, known in your vernacular as divine ruins." Upon reading the content of the first page, Lin Ze could not suppress a gulp. "I am the agent of a deity. Furthermore, my divine ability is to acquire the powers of other deities through performance." Lin Ze had envisioned his powers being formidable, yet he never imagined they would be this extraordinary. Divine ruins refer to the abilities of the deities. Mastering even one would bestow upon one the capacity to annihilate worlds. What if Lin Ze were to master a second or third? Ultimately, would he not evolve into a being imbued with the powers of multitude deities? Indeed, he certainly would. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Ze turned to the second page. A commendable actor performs not solely for the deities, rather for all beings. Your audience may consist of deities, enigmatic entities, or mortals. All are valid, though their rewards may not rival those of the deities. They possess a distinct advantage. They are easily satisfied. Through them, you may perhaps acquire rewards more swiftly. Drawing from his prior experience, Lin Ze swiftly comprehended the implications of the second page. He could not only gain divine ruins, but also the lesser forbidden ruins. Whether they be enigmatic entities or mortals, all were within his reach. Moreover, they could be obtained with greater ease than divine ruins. The shock imparted by this page was no less profound than that of the first. Forbidden ruins vary in strength due to their inherent design. However, if the combinations of forbidden ruins are skillfully aligned, they may yield extraordinary results. For instance, the weapon wielded by Wang Mian, the Yuan. Though ranked low among forbidden ruins, it exhibited astonishing capabilities in Wang Mian's hands. Lin Ze took a deep breath. As he attempted to turn to the third page, he discovered it was utterly blank. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the book in his hands vanished in an instant. Even the stage upon which he stood began to fade away. In the next moment, Lin Ze's body surged upward with great speed. Having experienced such phenomena before, Lin Ze realized he was being transported. After a prolonged wait, he found himself once again in that narrow alley. The ghostly figure that had ensnared him began to regain its form. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. At that moment, the orb of light surrounding Lin Qiye erupted. His aura was continuously ascending, and the black satin that had obscured his eyes was removed, revealing eyes that glimmered with golden light. The instant Lin Qiye regained his clarity, he directed his gaze toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze, I have come to rescue you. However, before Lin Qiye could make a move, the orb of light encasing Lin Ze also burst forth. Much like Lin Qiye, Lin Ze's eyes also shimmered with a golden light. I'm fine. Do not fret over me. Focus on yourself first, Qiye. The two stood back to back once more, each wielding their respective weapons, dictionaries in hand. Gazing at the ghostly figure before them, Lin Ze spoke with an unruffled tone. Now, the tides of offense and defense have shifted. Meanwhile, the enigmatic night watcher, handling the situation, glanced towards the source of the golden light and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear, this power! It must belong to a formidable being, at least of the fifth realm. Perhaps it has even reached the Klein realm. And there are two such forces." At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's earpiece crackled with the anxious voice of Hong Ying. "Old Zhao, over in the old city, two mysterious powers have been detected. Judging by the energy fluctuations, they should be divine agents. And there are two of them. You must hurry to their aid. We cannot afford for anything to go awry." Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath, gazing towards the old city as he declared, "Two divine agents. This is an incredible opportunity." With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the old city. Chapter 4. Youngster, do you wish to save the world? Zhao Kongqing hurriedly made his way towards the old city district. During this brief journey, his heart was a tempest of anxiety and exhilaration. The anxiety stemmed from a fear that the mysterious forces might harm the two divine agents, while the exhilaration arose from the vivid imagery he conjured in his mind of how he would subsequently recruit them into the ranks of the Night Watchers. It is only natural for a youth encountering the enigmatic to feel a twinge of fear. What the divine agents, lacking any experience and unable to proficiently wield the powers of the divine void, they possessed no combat strength in the face of such mysteries. At this moment, they must be enveloped in profound terror. Thus, all he needed to orchestrate was a heroic rescue scene. Zhao Kongqing's excitement surged as he gazed at the starry blade inscribed with the words Zhao Kongqing. In that moment, he imagined striking down the mysterious foe with a single blow, saving the youth from peril. A mere agent easily managed, Zhao Kongqing thought to himself. However, the discrepancy between plans and reality is often vast. Upon his arrival at the scene, the situation far exceeded his expectations. Before him stood a youth with golden light emanating from his eyes, breathless and wielding a bloodied weapon. Beside him lay another youth, seemingly lifeless, sprawled on the ground and in shape, gasping for breath. The standing figure was Lin Ze, while the one on the ground was Lin Qiye. Previously, Lin Qiye had not undergone any professional physical training, nor had he developed a habit of exercise. Coupled with the recent life and death struggle, it was entirely normal for him to be utterly exhausted. Lin Ze, who had been consistently active, was not in much better shape. I was careless. These mysterious entities are far tougher than anticipated. Mere combat skills cannot secure victory. Thankfully, I awakened the divine void at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been a disastrous failure. Lin Ze thought, taking a deep breath as he glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. Where are they? According to the timeline, they should have arrived by now, he pondered silently. Just then, a gruff voice echoed from behind them. Is this you're doing? Lin Ze whipped around to see Zhao Kongqing, his face a portrait of astonishment. Lin Qiye also turned his head to glance at Zhao Kongqing, but he was too fatigued to rise. Lin Ze approached Zhao Kongcheng slowly, uttering in a daze, "You're alive. You're not dead." As he spoke, Lin Ze reached out to confirm Zhao Kongcheng's tangible presence. Zhao Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, grasping Lin Ze's hand. "Kid, don't get all sentimental on me. Zhao, am just an ordinary person. And what do you mean I'm not dead? Why do you wish death upon others upon first meeting? Are all divine agents this peculiar?" Upon hearing Zhao's playful critique, Lin Ze's face broke into a satisfied smile. Initially, it was his remark, "This strike will be magnificent," that coaxed several tears from Lin Ze. This individual has indelibly etched himself into Lin Ze's heart. Now, witnessing him in the flesh, an involuntary surge of emotion arises within Lin Ze. However, the mere fact that he remains alive brings a sense of tranquility to Lin Ze's soul. "Did you slay all these enigmatic beings?" Zhao Kongcheng inquired, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses. Lin Ze nodded, gesturing towards Lin Qiye, and stated, "We accomplished this together." Lin Qiye hastily interjected, "I only took down 2 or 3. The majority were dispatched by him." Lin Qiye was uncertain whether this disclosure would benefit or hinder Lin Ze. All he could do was speak the truth. "What manner of individuals are you? And what is the nature of these monsters?" Lin Ze feigned ignorance, pondering whether to conceal his identity as a traveler from another realm. Zhao Kongcheng took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "This world is far more complex than you imagine. Do you wish to understand why you have suddenly grown stronger? Do you seek the truth of this world? Join us, and I shall reveal the truth to you. In time, you shall become the heroes who save the world." Zhao Kongcheng proclaimed with fervor, occasionally casting furtive glances at the 2 agents. At that moment, Lin Qiye struggled to lift his body step by painstaking step, approaching Lin Ze with a hint of concern. "Lin Ze, are you unhurt?" "I'm fine, how about you?" Lin Qiye responded, "I'm all right, but I must return home. My aunt awaits me. Today. Thank you." "No need for thanks." After exchanging a few brief words, Lin Qiye departed. The events of the day significantly strengthened their bond. His primary concern was Lin Ze's well-being, rather than the words of the bearded man. For he had no desire to save the world as suggested. His sole aspiration was to safeguard his own small family. Watching Lin Qiye's retreating figure, Zhao Kongcheng sighed in exasperation. What is wrong with today's youth? Do they not yearn to save the world? He then turned his gaze back to Lin Ze. "Young man, do you desire to save the world? I see great potential in you. You possess the rare talent for martial arts." Lin Ze hesitated, contemplating his path. His divine realm had awakened, and it was one that could grow without limits. If he granted himself a moment to develop, he would surely ascend to greatness. What route should he embark upon? After much deliberation, Lin Ze concluded one thing. The Night Watchers were an unavoidable aspect of his journey. I am somewhat intrigued. Let's discuss this further. Furthermore, I wish to know the truth of this world. Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily, clapping Lin Ze on the shoulder. "Excellent. I appreciate your forthrightness. Come, let us venture to a place." With that, Zhao Kongcheng led Lin Ze to their secret base, the Peace Affairs office. As Zhao Kongcheng burst through the door, he exclaimed with unrestrained exuberance, "Come quickly, see whom I have brought, a divine agent." Hong Ying gazed incredulously at the youth before her, uttering, "Oh, how is it you?" Lin Ze offered no response to her inquiry. "So, you are part of a unique organization," he mused. "That explains the peculiar atmosphere." Upon traversing to Changnan City, Lin Ze had been uncertain of his whereabouts, relying solely on the name of the place. It was only upon encountering the Peace Affairs office and its members that clarity dawned upon him. Zhao Kongcheng, puzzled, inquired the two, "What is this? Do you know each other?" Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively, stating, "That is of little consequence. Weren't there supposed to be 2 divine agents? Where is the other? He didn't come back. So, has he decided to join our Night Watch team?" "Something like that," Zhao Kongcheng replied somewhat awkwardly. In truth, Lin Ze had not officially agreed. However, from the moment Lin Ze had begun to articulate his conditions, Zhao Kongcheng had tacitly accepted that his agreement was implied. "Enough of this for now. I shall take him to meet the captain and discuss pertinent matters," Zhao Kongcheng declared, leading Lin Ze deeper into the Peace Affairs office. Before long, The members of Team 136 from Sunan City stood before Lin Ze, Captain Chun Mai, Deputy Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Zhao Kongcheng, and Haning among them. They promptly conveyed the information that Lin Ze needed to know, during which he was expected to display a fade of astonishment. Perhaps due to the influence of the divine ruins, Lin Ze's acting prowess was remarkably high. Not a single individual detected the slightest anomaly. In conclusion, Captain Chun Mai gravely posed a question. Is this the truth you seek? Are you willing to join our night watch team? Recognizing the weight of this revelation upon Lin Ze, he continued, there is no need for an immediate response. I will grant you 3 days. Yet, before Chun Mai could finish his sentence, Lin Ze clasped his hand firmly. Very well. I agree. Greetings, Captain Chun. My name is Lin Ze. Chapter 5. A startling revelation for Team 136. Lin Ze naturally grasped Chun Mai's hand. His resolute choice took everyone present by surprise. Joining the Night Watchers was no trifling matter. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze agreed. Could it be that he embodied the archetype of a youthful idealist, consumed by thoughts of saving the world? Such a response seemed perplexing. When they joined the Night Watchers, they too were filled with fervor, but their decision was born of careful contemplation. Chun Mai stared at Lin Ze, astonished. Are you truly not going to reconsider? Let me reiterate. This job is perilous. You face the imminent threat of death at any moment. He wished for the divine agent before him to join their ranks. Yet he did not want the youth to make a hasty decision that he might later regret. Every individual possesses the right to determine their own fate. Lin Ze, unconcerned, replied, I understand. One day, I will inevitably face death. I hope that my demise will hold some significance. His voice was soft, yet his words resonated with conviction, leaving the entire Team 136 momentarily speechless. They could hardly fathom that such wisdom came from a high school student. What had he endured to reach such enlightenment? It was no exaggeration to say that his awareness surpassed even theirs. After a brief silence, Zhao Kongcheng burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Lin Ze's shoulder. What fine lad. I knew I was right about you. I believe in you. You will accomplish great things. Lin Qiye replied languidly. You believe I will inevitably die? Zhao Kongcheng responded, No. Why do you fluctuate between seriousness and jest? Laughter erupted among the group. Once the merriment subsided, Chun Mai suddenly interjected, By the way, old Zhao, what is the story with the other divine agent? Upon mentioning Lin Qiye, Zhao Kongcheng's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. Don't mention it. That fellow shows no interest in us whatsoever. I shall seek him out later. Very well. That will have to suffice. For now, let us continue to discuss Lin Ze's situation. As Chun Mai's words settled, the focus of the group turned to Lin Ze. Unfazed, Lin Ze invited, Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Chun Mai inquired, Which deity do you represent? Surely you must already know the answer, Lin Ze responded. Withholding a direct reply, Chun Mai, somewhat perplexed, continued, Indeed, we have detected divine energy. However, we only identified the energy signature of the Seraphim, Michael, designated as 003. Yet, there are 2 divine agents. We deduce that Lin Qiye must be the representative of Seraphim Michael. Regarding your information, we remain in the dark. Once again, curious gazes were cast upon Lin Ze. Such a situation generally suggests but one possibility. Lin Ze has awakened an unknown deity. The existence of a divine agent is already a rarity, let alone that of an uncharted deity. My deity is a trickster. Before he could complete his thought, Lin Ze abruptly halted. A sudden realization struck him. The mechanism of the trickster deity might involve mimicking a divine being to acquire its powers. If imitation is required, then it must be pursued to the fullest extent. Ideally, he would convince even himself that the deity he represents is a seraph. This would facilitate swifter growth. Moreover, since they had not detected that his divine agent was a trickster, Lin Ze resolved to begin his imitation forthwith. In a calm tone, Lin Ze stated, Your detection results are not erroneous. There exists but one deity. For my deity is also the Seraph Michael. At these words, Chun Mai and Wen Qima sat upright, while the rest of the audience gazed at Lin Ze in astonishment. 2 divine agents. This was a scenario they had never encountered before. You too are a representative of a seraph. Indeed. How could this be? I do not know. What task has been assigned to you? To strive for growth. As Lin Ze articulated the task, the atmosphere of shock among the crowd began to ease. Zhanshen analyzed to strive for growth. This implies that the seraph perceives your current capabilities as insufficient, thus urging you to develop further. Viewed in this light, Lin Qiye's task should be akin to yours. This clarification renders the situation much more comprehensible. The Seraph's commission is undoubtedly challenging, hence the selection of 2 divine agents. With Zhannen's analysis, the group suddenly found a sense of rationale. Subsequently, amidst casual conversation, when Qima inquired, "By the way, Lao Zhao, how goes your mysterious affair? Is it manageable?" I trust it did not require much effort. Upon mentioning the mysterious, Zhao Kongcheng recalled the scene from that moment. He had not even swung a blade to conclude it. Zhao Kongcheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was rather easy. The mystery was dealt with entirely by the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, the crowd once again regarded Lin Ze with incredulity. Is it truly possible for a divine agent to be so formidable? To engage in battle upon their first encounter with the mysterious, and to vanquish it entirely? Amidst their astonishment, Zhao Kongcheng asked, "By the way, Lin Ze, I have yet to inquire. You have quite the skills. How so? Have you been practicing in secret?" "I have developed a keen interest in combat. Thus I learned some fighting techniques." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes sparkled. As the powerhouse of their team, he relied not on forbidden abilities, but purely on his own skills. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Ze's words, he was exceptionally thrilled. "Well then, let us practice together. Kulme, allow me to escort you to the training grounds." As Zhao Kongcheng spoke, he reached out to grasp Lin Ze's arm, but Lin Ze declined his invitation. "Let us postpone this for today. Tomorrow will suffice. It is quite late." Lin Ze cast a glance out the window. Indeed, the night had deepened significantly. Furthermore, there were numerous matters concerning the divine actor that he had yet to comprehend, prompting him to desire an early return for further study. "Just 10 minutes. It will be over in no time." Zhao Kongcheng persisted in his desire to spar with Lin Ze. However, at that moment, Chen Mai interjected, "Old Zhao, this matter can wait until tomorrow. The hour is indeed late, and it is time for Lin Ze to return." With the captain's words ringing in his ears, Zhao Kongcheng refrained from further protest. He merely patted Lin Ze on the shoulder and declared, "Very well, until we meet again tomorrow." Subsequently, Chen Mai encouraged the others to depart, while he himself accompanied Lin Ze. As they walked, Chen Mai expressed his concern. "Lin Ze, I am uncertain of the motivations that compel you to resolutely join the Night Watchman organization. For now, we still consider you a teammate. However, you have 3 days to reflect on your decision. Should you still uphold your choice after 3 days, consider my words as unspoken." Lin Ze nodded in response. "Thank you, Captain. I shall return now. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your transfer." Very well. Upon traversing into this world, Lin Ze's initial resources comprised merely a few articles of clothing and several thousand yuan. While this sum was modest, it sufficed for him to sustain himself for a while. When seeking accommodation, Lin Ze deliberately chose a residence in the old district. As he passed beneath the building of Lin Qiye's home, a small black dog inexplicably barked at him. Moments later, the voice of Yang Jin echoed from within, "Xiaohei, it is dark. Cease your barking." Before Yang Jin emerged, Lin Ze vanished into the shadows of the night. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze returned to his rented room. After a brief tidying up, he reclined on his bed, deep in contemplation. How shall I return to the stage? Must I invoke the system, as those novels suggest? But this is not a system, is it? Perhaps I should call out, "Stage." Nothing transpired. Lin Ze was taken aback. He had exited in good spirits, yet now found himself unable to return. This elicited a frustrated curse from Lin Ze. Damn it. Before he could finish his thought, a familiar sensation enveloped him once more. The other party retracted a gobi, and the feeling of weightlessness surrounded Lin Ze again. As he descended, the secret to accessing the stage became clear to him. It required a national treasure. Upon returning to the stage, Lin Ze noticed that the seating arrangement had shifted. The once desolate audience section now harbored several familiar figures. They were the masked specters he had slain. Instantly, Lin Ze prepared himself for battle, though this time, he lacked the lexicon. I'm sorry, but there seems to be no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you'd like me to work on. Chapter 6. Learning the forbidden void abilities from the mysterious? Lin Ze refrained from launching the first attack, for he was acutely aware that he stood upon the stage while the ghost-faced figures occupied the audience seats. It is a well-known principle that actors do not assault their spectators. Thus, Lin Ze merely assumed a defensive posture, awaiting the unfolding of events to see whether these specters would make a move against him. However, time slipped by, and the ghost-faced figures remained motionless, resembling statues ensconced in the audience. Gradually, Lin Ze's wariness began to dissipate. At that moment, the book reappeared before him, titled The Self-Cultivation of an Actor. He turned the first 2 pages, finding them identical to what he had previously encountered. Upon opening the 3rd page, he discovered that the contents were no longer blank. After slaying the mysterious or a human, they will transform into an audience member. Actors can learn the forbidden void abilities of their opponents. Actors can manipulate the slain audience members at will. The prospect of acquiring the forbidden void abilities of others. Upon reading the 3rd page, Lin Ze's mind involuntarily recalled the contents of the 2nd page. It became clear that by vanquishing the mysterious entities, he could transport them to the audience seats, thereby granting himself the ability to learn their forbidden void powers. This was not limited to the mysterious alone. It could also encompass humans. A bold thought suddenly surged through Lin Ze's mind. What if he could slay a god? Would that not imply that he could obtain divine void abilities? No, wait. Wouldn't that overlap with the content of the 1st page? He was already emulating the Seraph and beginning to acquire his abilities. Yet he had not slain that deity. Suddenly, Lin Ze contemplated the loophole present on the stage. This seemed somewhat illogical. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it further, for he knew that the stage was unlikely to err. It was merely that his understanding of this stage was insufficient. Resolutely, Lin Ze decided to set aside these musings. No need to fret about such matters. There would be ample time to comprehend them gradually. But of course, I now have several audience members. Let me conduct an experiment with them. Lin Ze turned his gaze toward the ghost-faced figures in the audience. He then shouted into the air above the stage. Learn the forbidden void abilities of the ghost-faced beings. No response. Learn the forbidden void abilities of the ghost-faced beings. Lin Ze called out once more. It still received no reply. At that moment, a thought struck him regarding the manner in which he had entered the stage. Could it be that he needed to utter a national essence before issuing any commands? It was worth a try. In. Before he could finish, an ethereal voice echoed back. The figure withdrew a horse, unable to learn the forbidden void abilities. Are you engaging in fraud here? Why can I not learn? Because the ghost-faced beings do not possess forbidden void abilities. He had forgotten this detail. However, Lin Ze did not let this discourage him. As he recalled, although the ghost-faced man lacked the ability to suppress the void, the ghost-faced king possessed it, and seemingly with commendable skill. Thus, Lin Ze ceased to contemplate the intricacies of void suppression. After all, he was currently in possession of a divine void, the mortal realm. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. It is prudent to master this before pursuing further endeavors. The 3rd page suggested that I could enlist the cooperation of these spectators. Might it be possible for these ghost-faced men to do the same? Contemplating this, Lin Ze called out to several ghost-faced men in the audience, "You there, come forth." To his astonishment, the previously motionless ghost-faced men moved, trudging stiffly towards the stage, forming a line before Lin Ze. Indeed, this was feasible. This would serve as an excellent opportunity for practice. Subsequently, Lin Ze issued his next command, "Attack me with all your might." Upon hearing this, the ghost-faced men, as if encountering Lin Ze for the first time, lunged at him with gaping maws. After acquiring the mortal realm, Lin Ze's perceptive capabilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to track the trajectory of objects with remarkable clarity. He could deduce the next move based on their previous actions, with a perceptive range of 10 meters. While this fell short of the 20 meters possessed by the authentic Lin Qiye, it was a growing ability. Moreover, this was merely the first divine void he had obtained, with more to come in the future. Empowered by the divine void, Lin Ze effortlessly dispatched the ghost-faced men. Upon their demise, they returned to the audience, yet they continued to follow Lin Ze's command to attack with full force. Consequently, the ghost-faced men in the audience surged back onto the stage to assault Lin Ze once more. However, this time, Lin Ze sensed an expansion in his perceptive range. It had increased from 10 to 11 meters. At that moment, a seraph above him smiled down with approval. First performance completed. Seraph's satisfaction. 3. Did a single battle yield a 2 increase? It appeared that the path to mastering divine voids lay in relentless practice. If that was the case, he was ready for more. Witnessing the rise in his metrics and the enhancement of his abilities invigorated Lin Ze. This time, he refrained from relying on his eyesight, instead depending solely on his heightened perception. Predictably, his capabilities improved once again. Thereafter, Lin Ze continually raised the difficulty to confront the ghost-faced men until he ultimately faltered, falling victim to their attack and returning to the real world. Lying on a small bed, Lin Ze gasped for breath. Though fatigued, he had reaped rewards. The Seraph's satisfaction had risen to 10. His perceptive range had now equaled that of Lin Qiye at 20 meters. Excellent. Next, it was time to confront the ghost-faced king and Lin Qiye, and to master both forms of void suppression. Indeed, the future holds great promise. Lin Ze envisioned his plans for the days to come, and as he pondered, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, basking in the gentle rays of the sun, Lin Ze indulged in a delightful stretch. After a night's rest, the weariness that had enveloped him had vanished entirely. Gazing out the window at the splendid scenery, he remarked with a sense of tranquility, "How lovely it is. If only I didn't have to attend school, it would be even better." Although Lin Ze had joined the night watch team the previous day, the necessary formalities were yet to be completed, such as the transfer procedures. Thus, he still needed to arrive at school punctually. Once again, he hoisted his heavy backpack, within which lay his unique weapon. Unfortunately, his celestial blade had yet to be delivered, so he had to rely on a dictionary as a makeshift weapon. After all, knowledge is power. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Ze encountered Lin Qiye, who had just emerged from his home. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Lin Qiye appeared somewhat surprised. However, recalling their shared experiences from the previous day, he felt a surge of reassurance. Turning to the woman beside him, he said, "Auntie, you may return now. This is my classmate, and we shall go to school together." Upon spotting Lin Ze, the aunt swiftly approached him, taking his hand and exclaiming, "Xiao Ze, I know you. Thank you for looking after Qiye." Lin Ze smiled and replied, "Auntie, you flatter me. It is only natural for classmates to support one another. Besides, I consider Qiye a friend, so there is no trouble at all." Hearing this, the aunt's face lit up with joy. Throughout his life, Lin Qiye had been regarded as an outlier, devoid of friends. Now, however, someone acknowledged him as a companion, which brought her immense happiness. After bidding farewell to the aunt, the two made their way to school together. Along the way, Lin Qiye took the initiative to speak. "Lin Ze, yes, are you going to ask about yesterday? You are my first friend." Lin Ze was taken aback. He had assumed Lin Qiye would inquire about the strange creatures from the previous day or the individuals who had followed. Instead, Lin Qiye's unexpected declaration left him momentarily speechless. After a pause, Lin Ze replied, "In time, you will have many more friends." "Perhaps," Lin Qiye mused, "but you will always be my first friend." The sudden outpouring of sentiment created a subtly charged atmosphere between them, leading to an extended silence. Eventually, Lin Ze could no longer contain himself. "Aren't you at all curious about what transpired yesterday?" "Curious," Lin Qiye answered without hesitation. "Then why haven't you asked me?" "Because I understand that this is not something I am meant to grasp. I do not wish to be drawn into this maelstrom. I have no aspirations of saving the world. I simply desire to be there for them." Lin Qiye added, "And what about you? Have you become one of them?" Lin Ze nodded yes. Subsequently, Lin Qiye, displaying a commendable sense of discretion, refrained from further inquiries. Thus, the two of them arrived at the school. They attended a full morning of classes as per their usual routine. Just when Lin Qiye believed that events would unfold in a predictable manner, an unexpected visitor shattered this tranquility. "Lin Ze, the teacher requests your presence in the office. It seems your father wishes to arrange your withdrawal from school," announced a student returning from the office. Lin Ze replied, "My father." Chapter 7. Lin Ze versus Zhao upon hearing those words. Lin Ze was taken aback. He could comprehend the notion of withdrawing from school. Presumably the night watchers had facilitated the necessary procedures. However, the latter part of the statement eluded his understanding. What did it mean that his father was the one orchestrating his withdrawal? He was utterly perplexed. Did he not possess a father? I can't believe you're leaving so soon. I thought we would have a bit more time together. Lin Qiye whispered from behind Lin Ze. Will we meet again? Perhaps, Lin Ze replied, gently patting Lin Qiye on the shoulder. With a meaningful gaze, he encouraged, bravely forge ahead, Lin Qiye. Your future is luminous. Follow the path your heart chooses. With that, Lin Ze departed, determined to discover the identity of this so-called father. As he approached the office door, a familiar voice reached his ears. Ah, teacher, I truly apologize for the trouble Lin Ze has caused you. I'm sincerely sorry. Lin Ze racked his brain, trying to place the voice. It was undeniably familiar, yet he could not recall its source. Such moments can be frustrating when a word or event dances on the tip of your tongue, yet remains elusive. Resolving to set aside his thoughts, Lin Ze entered the office. Upon catching sight of the figure within, his vision went momentarily dark. Was that not Zhao Kongsheng? Both the teacher and Zhao Kongsheng appeared delighted upon seeing Lin Ze. Lin Ze, come over here. Your father has requested your withdrawal. Why did you not inform your teacher of such a significant matter? Was this decision made with your consent? The homeroom teacher was particularly invested in Lin Ze's academic journey, appreciating the absence of hassle coupled with commendable grades. Perhaps, during the finals, Lin Ze's performance could bolster the teacher's own reputation. Before Lin Ze could respond, Zhao Kongsheng interjected. Teacher, there is no need for this little rascal's consent. He has been nothing but a troublemaker here, and his academic performance is subpar. I'll take him away myself. Zhao Kongsheng, based on Lin Ze's demeanor from the previous day, surmised that Lin Ze had little interest in studying, being more inclined towards brawls. Otherwise, his combat skills would not have been so formidable. The teacher was taken aback by Zhao Kongsheng's assertion. Did you just say Lin Ze's grades are poor? He has consistently ranked first in his class, and occasionally first in the entire school. Your expectations for the child seem exceedingly high. Zhao Kongsheng looked at Lin Ze in disbelief. Wait, you're actually doing that well in your studies? Sensing Zhao Kongsheng's discomfort, Lin Ze stepped in to clarify. Teacher, my decision to withdraw is entirely my own. I feel that I have learned all I can here at school, so I intend to return home for self-study. I kindly request your approval. In truth, the authority of the night watchers far surpassed that of the school. Thus, they could facilitate Lin Ze's transfer with a mere word. It was Zhao Kongsheng's idea to personally pick up Lin Ze from school. He had his own thoughts on the matter. All right, since this is your own decision, I wish you all the best, the teacher replied. Soon, all the formalities were completed, and after exiting the school gate, the two of them boarded a black sedan. In the car, Zhao Kongsheng, somewhat surprised, remarked, You young lad are quite impressive. I didn't expect you to be such a good student. Had you not joined the night watchers, you might have secured admission to a reputable university. Lin Ze nonchalantly responded, I merely learned a thing or two along the way. However, could you elucidate our relationship? He gazed at Zhao Kongsheng with an inquisitive expression, eager to hear what excuse he would concoct. Zhao Kongsheng awkwardly scratched his head. Well, this is a requirement from the organization. I have no choice. Moreover, it is also a form of responsibility towards you. All right, enough of that. I'll focus on driving now. He hastily diverted the conversation with a flimsy excuse. Lin Ze chose not to press further, instead organizing his thoughts on combat techniques in anticipation of a spar with Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng drove swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the team's base. The Peace Affairs office. Everything was in order. I brought Lin Ze back, he announced as they entered. Lin Ze was greeted by nearly all the members of the team, save for a couple who were occupied with assignments. Lin Ze, why don't you take a moment to rest? Once you've regained your strength, I'll introduce you to the place and the essential qualities a night watcher should possess, Hong Ying gently suggested. It was important to allow the new recruit to acclimate. They couldn't thrust him straight into rigorous training. What if he couldn't handle it and decided to leave? However, Lin Ze's response was unexpected. No need. I'm already prepared. The mystery's 1T grant us time to get ready. His words were sincere, for he understood that in a matter of days, the Ghost-Face King incident would unfold, and he needed to enhance his abilities before it was too late. The assembly was momentarily taken aback by his declaration. Lin Ze had already astonished them on more than one occasion. This child truly possessed remarkable awareness. They couldn't help but commend him internally. The innate body of a night watcher. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng threw an arm around Lin Ze's shoulders. Well done. Let me be the one to instruct you. I want to let you escape again today after allowing you to slip away yesterday. Hong Ying glanced at Chun Mai, awaiting his final decision, for she still believed that it was premature to subject Lin Ze to intense training. Yet, as Lin Ze had pointed out, the mysteries would not afford them the luxury of preparation. However, even if there exists an air of mystery, it is not for the newcomer Lin Ze to bear alone. Otherwise, what purpose would the rest of them serve? Chun Mai held a deep admiration for the young lad before him. Just as diamonds are forged under immense heat and pressure, he did not oppose the arrangement. Very well, let us proceed as planned. Once Lin Qiye returns, I shall have him familiarize you with firearms. Until then, you few shall be responsible for instructing Lin Ze. Lao Zhao, you shall commence the teachings. Chun Mai stated with an even tone. Understood. Rest assured, Captain, I will ensure Lin Ze receives proper guidance. Upon realizing that the course of events could not be halted, Hong Ying accepted the situation with composure. Soon, Lin Ze arrived at the training ground alongside Zhao Kongsheng. Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Shima, Hong Ying, and others observed from a nearby observation room. Their anticipation for the performance of this divine agent palpable, though overshadowed by concern. Captain, Si Xiaonan voiced her apprehension. Is it truly wise to have Lin Ze compete with Zhao Kongsheng? Despite being a divine agent, he is still merely a high school student. In response, Chun Mai remained unfazed. Do not worry, Lao Zhao knows his limits. Besides, how can a fledgling soar to the skies without weathering a storm? The group fell silent, their eyes fixed upon the two in the training arena. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongsheng, brimming with confidence, remarked, Kid, what do you wish to challenge me in? Feel free to choose. Lin Ze pondered briefly, contemplating the options available. Combat skills, he finally declared. We can either engage in hand-to-hand combat or wield weapons. If you prefer not to grapple, we could also test marksmanship. Firearms possess a degree of intimidation against lesser mysteries, Zhao Kongsheng elucidated. Let us start with hand-to-hand combat, followed by weaponry, Lin Ze suggested. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled, and not only he but the others present shared a light laugh. It seemed the divine agent had perhaps overestimated his own significance. Ha ha ha, kid. Your confidence is a bit excessive. Rest assured, after this bout, you shall not crave a second round. Lin Ze smiled faintly. Very well, let us see. With that, he slightly bent his knees, grounding himself more firmly. Zhao Kongsheng, as was his habit, casually lit a cigarette. Before Zhao Kongsheng could react, Lin Ze lunged forward with a swift step. When facing an opponent with a significant disparity in strength, the prudent approach is to strike first and gauge the adversary's capabilities. Zhao Kongsheng caught Lin Ze's punch with one hand and commented, Quick, but your strength is lacking. Barely had he finished speaking when Lin Ze unleashed a left hook aimed at Zhao Kongsheng's jaw. In that moment, Zhao Kongsheng, unperturbed by the situation, deftly evaded, creating distance between them. Impressive, remaining composed even when caught. You still found an opportunity to counter. Your psychological resilience has proven satisfactory. Lin Ze, disinterested in further dialogue, made no delay. He unleashed his entire repertoire of combat techniques. Zhao Kongsheng defended while offering commentary. This is the art of combat on the arena. Muay Thai, Ba-style boxing. Taekwondo. Is that Wing Chun? You can also perform this. After a series of blocks, Lin Ze identified a critical flaw. The disparity in physical prowess between him and Zhao Kongsheng was immense. The adage, a single strength can overcome 10 skills, is not mere rhetoric. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng grew somewhat impatient. You're merely showing off, aren't you? This needs to end. With that, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly advanced towards Lin Ze, his fist, as large as a sandbag, swinging menacingly towards Lin Ze's face. Lin Ze stepped back, raising his hands to shield against Zhao Kongsheng's punch. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback. Wait, this is using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Remarkable. Chapter 8. Has the entire team 136 fallen into silence? At the very moment Zhao Kongsheng encountered Lin Ze, he sensed something amiss. Yet, by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Under Lin Ze's guidance, Zhao Kongsheng's punch failed to strike its target, instead causing him to lose his balance. He teetered precariously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish with the slightest breath. Following this, Lin Ze simply gave him a gentle push, and Zhao Kongsheng's robust frame collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Zhao Kongsheng's downfall, the onlookers were left in disbelief, staring at the young lad in the training arena. They had not anticipated that a mere high school student could bring a seasoned night watchman to his knees. Although Zhao Kongsheng had not employed his forbidden powers, Lin Ze had refrained from using his own as well. Captain, I can't have seen that wrong. The spectators, momentarily at a loss for words, were astonished by Lin Ze's performance. Chimai looked on with a satisfied expression, thinking this kid, I knew my judgment would not fail me. However, at that moment, when Chima poured cold water on their enthusiasm, declaring that Zhao Kongsheng's defeat was merely due to a moment of carelessness, the disparity in their abilities was, indeed, monumental. Furthermore, this was an unregulated match. It would only conclude when one party conceded. Nevertheless, Lin Ze's achievement was already remarkable. When Chima's assertion held truth, the gap between them was vast. As the saying goes, I may err countless times, but you can afford only a single mistake. The crowd acknowledged this perspective. Yet, the subsequent events would once again challenge their understanding. After Zhao Kongsheng fell, Lin Ze immediately pursued him, seizing the chance without hesitation. If he could establish a rear-naked choke, victory would be inevitable. Both Lin Ze and Zhao Kongsheng were acutely aware of the stakes. Consequently, Zhao Kongsheng fought vehemently against Lin Ze, their battleground shifting to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Ze succeeded in locking in the rear-naked choke. It's over. Tap out if you concede, Lin Ze proclaimed with fervor. This was his first practical application of the theoretical knowledge he had previously studied, and it felt distinctly different. However, Zhao Kongsheng did not surrender. As a seasoned team member, how could he allow himself to be bested by a newcomer? With his rugged hands tightly gripping Lin Ze's arms, he found a sliver of hope and managed to escape. Coughing vigorously, Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, I truly did not expect to nearly falter today. You are quite impressive. I am growing fonder of you by the moment. After breaking free, he coughed a few more times, but his gaze towards Lin Ze was filled with admiration. We have promising talent in our ranks. He laughed heartily. Old Zhao, I never imagined you would be bested by a rookie. Under ordinary circumstances, only 2 captains could measure up to you. Now, however, we have added Lin Ze to the mix. The voice of Wen Qi and Mo resonated from behind the two, accompanied by Chun Muyi and others. Enough of this nonsense. Did you not see? This kid possesses a bit of everything. It's a fusion of Eastern and Western styles. If it were you, I doubt you could last even 10 rounds. I may not have seen everything, but I did witness Lin Ze nearly besting you. Damn it, Zhao Kongsheng cursed under his breath. How is it that his illustrious reputation was tarnished by this young upstart? What a calamity. All right then, we all witnessed the match just now. Lin Ze, you undeniably possess an extraordinary talent for combat techniques. Have you truly never trained professionally? Chun Muyi inquired, incredulity etched across his face. He had encountered many prodigies, yet none with such adeptness devoid of practical experience. This was indeed a first for him. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. If memory serves, I have not undergone any formal training. I usually just watch such videos on television or my phone. After confirming this, they were convinced. Lin Ze could not possibly lie. A high school student engrossed in studies hardly had the time for systematic training. Shen Muyi exclaimed with excitement, That's wonderful. Lin Ze, I reviewed the dossier compiled by old Zhao. I hear your academic performance is commendable as well. Thus, we deduce that your divine abilities extend beyond the realm of the mundane. This remarkable capacity for learning is also one of your innate talents. However, we cannot ascertain whether this is a manifestation of your divine potential or simply an inherent capability. One thing is abundantly clear. You possess remarkable adaptability. Before Chunmu Yi broached this topic, Lin Ze had contemplated the same question. The reason was simple. This skill was extraordinarily formidable. With the aid of such talent, Lin Ze had become the envy of others. Whether in academics or physical prowess, he excelled in every aspect. Lin Ze had also pondered whether this was merely due to his genius. Yet, he dismissed this notion when he became the avatar of the divine drama. He believed that this was merely a passive effect of being the avatar, wherein his exceptional learning ability could perfectly harness his divine potential. At that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly appeared. I wondered where you all had gone. Turns out you are right here. Lin Ze, have you already made a decision? And you all are in the training room, surely not bullying the newcomers, are you? Lin Qiye speculated, observing the atmosphere. You are only partially correct, Si Xiaonan replied. What do you mean by that? It is not us bullying the newcomers. Rather, the newcomers are bullying the veterans. To be precise, they're giving Zhao Dege a hard time. Cold Qian was rendered speechless, pointing first at Lin Ze and then at Zhao Kongcheng. Did you actually beat him? He exclaimed. Zhao Kongcheng certainly had no intention of responding, nor did Lin Ze. Thus, Cold Qian turned his gaze towards the others, and it was only upon seeing Chan Mai nod that he began to believe the astonishing truth. What followed was a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha! Old Zhao, what on earth has happened to you recently? How could you be outperformed by a newcomer? Even a divine agent shouldn't be so extraordinary. Zhao Kongcheng's frustration simmered. He had merely aimed to show off in front of Lin Ze, never anticipating that this young man would be such a formidable opponent. Now, having lost, he was the target of relentless mockery from this group. If you think you can do better, then step up. At that moment, Chunmai interjected Cold Qian. Just in time for your return. You should help Lin Ze get acquainted with firearms. Upon hearing this, Cold Qian was instantly invigorated. He had never had the opportunity to mentor a divine agent before. Excellent. Let us conduct the training right here in the training room. With that, Cold Qian retrieved his restricted item, the mobile armory. Dozens of weapons materialized before everyone. Standing amidst the array of firearms, Cold Qian patiently explained, for higher-tier mysteries, firearms are of little effect. However, for lower-tier mysteries, firearms can be quite intimidating. They are far superior to mere verbal threats. Cold Qian glanced at Lin Ze. After Lin Ze had departed the previous day, Zhao Kongcheng had recounted the events to the group. Cold Qian lifted a handgun from the table and said, "This is a Glock series pistol." Before he could finish, Lin Ze interjected with the answer. Cold Qian paid little mind, assuming it was merely a hobby of Lin Ze's. He certainly could not have anticipated what was to come next. This is a Remington 870, and this is a Mossberg 500. All right. You've learned to answer quickly. But what about this one? By now, Cold Qian was becoming quite animated. Lin Ze, feeling somewhat fatigued from the rapid-fire questions, began to systematically relay the basic information of each firearm. Magnum sniper rifle, CZ-75, SPAS, 12, Chaytak M200. Is there anything else you don't understand? Lin Ze inquired of the group. And no, nothing, they stammered. Wait a moment. ISNT, it's supposed to be me teaching you? How'd it turn into you teaching me? The members of Team 136 were once again awed by Lin Ze's extensive knowledge. Haha, and you dare to criticize me? You're not doing any better. Zhao Kongcheng finally felt a sense of relief as he watched Cold Qian's embarrassment. Hong Ying quietly asked from the side, "You know all this too? Isn't your knowledge a bit too broad?" Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly, "I know a thing or two." While the others were distracted, Cold Qian had set up 5 targets not far away, aiming to salvage some dignity. Come on, merely discussing tactics is futile. We shall demonstrate our prowess with firearms. Subsequently, Lin Qiye seized a handgun and discharged 6 rounds at a target. 5 shots landed in the bullseye, while 1 struck the 9 ring. Lin Ze, observing the bullet holes, inhaled sharply. Indeed, Lin Qiye's marksmanship was impressive. Next, it was Lin Ze's turn. He picked up the handgun and also fired 6 shots, but his performance was disappointing. Only 1 shot found the 6th ring, while the other 5 missed entirely. Upon witnessing such results, the onlookers refrained from mocking him, instead offering words of encouragement, stating that achieving such results on his first attempt was commendable. However, Lin Ze remained undeterred. He approached Lin Qiye with a humble request to demonstrate once more. Lin Qiye readily obliged. Another 6 bullets were fired, all landing in the bullseye. The spectators were not particularly surprised by this outcome, yet they cast worried glances at Lin Ze, fearing for his spirit. Nevertheless, Lin Ze remained silent, grasping the handgun once more to fire another 6 rounds. This time, his results were 4 shots in the 8 ring, 1 in the 9 ring, and 1 in the 10 ring. What? This must be a trick. How can one learn so swiftly? No, I must pinch my thigh. It doesn't hurt. It's truly a deception. Wait, you pinched my thigh. Lin Ze's performance left the crowd in awe once again. Just when they thought the spectacle had concluded, Lin Ze reloaded the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. Another 6 shots were fired, but the results seemed less impressive this time, yielding only 1 10 ring. Lin Ze, there is no need for such haste. We can all see your innate talent. You need not rush to prove yourself. Chun Mai interjected, determined not to let this promising talent falter under pressure, as mental well-being was of utmost importance. Just as the others prepared to console Lin Ze, Lin Qiye abruptly interrupted. Wait, those weren't misses. The remaining 5 shots all followed the trajectory of the first hole. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent. This indicated that Lin Ze's remaining 5 shots had indeed traced the initial hole. The spectators pondered for a considerable time. Finally, Chun Mai, with resolute determination, declared, "Let us train him. We shall rigorously practice. We will take turns." Thus, in the ensuing period, Lin Ze engaged in a monotonous routine. Initially, he was slightly outmatched. Then, he reached a stalemate. Ultimately, he achieved a lucky victory. Although somewhat tedious, the continual improvement of his skills brought Lin Ze great joy. Meanwhile, the members of Team 136 were on the verge of despair until one rainy night arrived. Lin Ze gazed out at the raindrops cascading onto the water's surface, feeling an overwhelming sense of impending challenge. The Ghost Face King, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Chapter 9, When Darkness Finally Descends. On a rainy night, at the Peace Affairs office, Zhao Kongcheng pushed open the large door, drenched. His sense of frustration was nearly overflowing. Observing his dismay, Si Xiaonan inquired with concern. What troubles you? Must it be any surprise? I sought out Lin Qiye again, and he remains unwilling to join our cause. To make matters worse, it happens to be raining, Zhao Kongcheng replied, absently grabbing a towel to dry his damp hair. At that moment, Lin Ze interjected, such matters cannot be rushed. When the time is right, he will make his own choice. If he cannot come to terms with it himself, no amount of persuasion will be of any avail. Lin Ze was certain that Lin Qiye would eventually join the Night Watchers, yet he understood that presently, Lin Qiye would not agree. With a shift in perspective, this was easily comprehensible. Previously, when he had issues with his eyesight, his aunt and younger brother had devotedly cared for him. Now that his vision had restored, it was only natural to reciprocate their kindness. Why you? Please sit down, Lin Ze. Your presence is somewhat intimidating, Zhao Kongcheng remarked, gesturing towards him. His words were not an exaggeration. In the brief time since, without utilizing the Forbidden Ruins ability, Lin Ze's prowess was second only to that of the 2 captains. He could easily overcome the others. It was precisely due to this that the members of Team 136 had been withdrawn for quite some time. Lin Ze, you must ensure your survival, Zhao Kongcheng stated suddenly, leaving Lin Ze momentarily bewildered. Otherwise, you shall surely descend into hell. You are truly tormenting. I somewhat regret bringing you into Team 136. Ever since your last match with Lin Qiye, that fellow has been practicing incessantly. The captain has also increased our training intensity by more than double. Just look at what you have done to us. Lin Ze remained silent. Zhao Kongcheng continued. I implore you, direct your torment towards the mysterious entities instead. One cannot shear wool from a single sheep, can they? Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Just then, a frantic voice from behind interrupted them. Stop chatting. We must depart. There's a situation outside. A mysterious entity from a Chuanjing has been detected, though its location remains unknown. Gather your things. We leave immediately. With that, Chen Mai led everyone to retrieve their equipment. Lin Ze slowly rose. But before he could fully stand, Zhao Kongcheng pressed him back down. Listen, young man, your task is to guard this place. You're not to go anywhere. Though your current strength ranks above average within the team, you hold no advantage against the Chuanjing's mysteries. This mission is ours to undertake. Do you understand? Lin Ze pondered for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Zhao Kongcheng patted him on the shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. I find myself increasingly fond of you. You are remarkably straightforward, possessing a clear understanding of your own capabilities, unlike those impulsive and reckless youths. Take good care of the base. I shall take my leave. Lin Ze lowered his head, unable to meet Zhao Kongcheng's gaze, for he understood that this departure was irrevocable. As he prepared to leave, the other members of the team also cautioned Lin Ze, urging him to remain at the base and not to venture elsewhere. Before long, the once bustling base was left with Lin Ze alone, uncovering mysterious traces in the old district. Old Zhao, it's from your side. Do not concern yourself with that. Prioritize the evacuation of more civilians. A tense voice from Chen Mai crackled through the earpiece. This was Lin Ze's first piece of equipment since joining Team 136, an earpiece for communication with his teammates. Listening to the anxious situation unfolding and reflecting on the subsequent events, Lin Ze found himself engulfed in profound conflict. Given the current circumstances, allowing Zhao Kongcheng to perish and Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers would lead to the narrative progressing as it should. This, Lin Ze concluded, would yield the most favorable outcome, for only in this way would the original storyline remain unaltered, enabling him to exploit the advantages of being a time traveler to their fullest extent. This, he determined, was the optimal solution. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Kongqing's voice permeated through the earpiece. Are you suggesting I abandon the old district? I cannot do that. Moreover, their home still resides in the old district. While I may not stand before multitudes, if I can protect their modest home, I would consider that as fulfilling the words inscribed on my badge. With that, silence fell from Zhao Kongqing's end. As the sound faded, Lin Ze's heart jolted violently. Damn, am I truly weighing lives against one another? With that thought, Lin Ze seized a long knife and plunged into the downpour. A butterfly flitting its wings in the tropical rainforest may, weeks later, instigate a tornado on the other side of the globe. This phenomenon is famously known as the butterfly effect. Perhaps, from the very beginning, the original plot had already begun to shift. Lin Ze simply remained oblivious. However, even if changes had occurred, he believed he could rely on his own strength to prevent them. His advantage did not lie merely in knowing the storyline. He himself was the advantage. He would catch up, he must catch up. Lin Ze hurried through the rain-soaked night, constantly estimating the passage of time. In the original narrative, it took them a considerable duration to locate the Phantom King. This time, however, the time gap between him and them was nearly negligible. Thus, Lin Ze was confident that he could indeed catch up. Unbeknownst to him, the butterfly effect had already commenced the moment he joined Team 136. Captain, please clear the mysterious obstacles on the way to the old district, Lin Ze shouted into the earpiece. Upon hearing Lin Ze's voice, the headset instantly relayed Chen Mai's incredulous exclamation. Lin Ze, did I not instruct you to remain at home? Who permitted you to wander out? There was no time for explanations. I had to rush to assist old Zhao. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai became instantly alarmed. Regardless of the circumstances, the Ghostface King was still a formidable entity from the Chuan realm. While Zhao Kongcheng could not defeat him, he could certainly escape. However, if Lin Ze intervened, it would be tantamount to courting death. He could not bear to witness the downfall of a brilliant agent. I will send you my location. You must come and safeguard the civilians. I'm going to support old Zhao. No, it was too late. Captain, I entrust my back to you. Realizing he could not dissuade Lin Ze, Chen Mai resolutely acquiesced to Lin Ze's decision. Attention, Team 136, while ensuring the safety of the civilians. Assist Lin Ze in clearing the path of any mysterious entities. Understood. A faint smile graced Lin Ze's lips. It seemed that events were unfolding favorably. However, the next scene extinguished the hope that had been kindling within him. Upon arriving in the old district, he discovered that Zhao Kongsheng had already isolated the area with a barrier. At that moment, Lin Qiye was outside the barrier, incessantly pounding against it. "Let me in. Run away, you will die." Hearing Lin Qiye's words, Lin Ze dashed towards the barrier. Upon catching sight of Zhao Kongsheng, his heart convulsed violently, as if gripped tightly by an unseen force. He saw Zhao Kongsheng, blood-soaked, and could clearly discern that many of his bones had been deformed. In Lin Ze's recollection, Zhao Kongsheng had never sustained such grievous injuries. "Old Zhao, release the barrier. I will help you confront him," Lin Ze cried out anxiously. Seeing Zhao Kongsheng's battered figure filled him with regret. Regret for hesitating those few seconds. Otherwise, Zhao Kongsheng would not be in such a dire state. Hearing Lin Ze's voice, Zhao Kongsheng let out a sigh of relief. With a face smeared in blood and a faint breath, he replied, "Kid, you finally arrived. I knew you would come. I have been waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's heart trembled. Yes, he had arrived too late, allowing Zhao Kongsheng to suffer severe injuries. If only he had arrived a moment sooner, even by a minute, the situation would not have been as dire. With a choked voice, Lin Ze declared, "I am here. Let me in, and together we shall vanquish this beast. Quickly, let me in." He pounded relentlessly on the barrier, but no matter how hard he struck, it remained unyielding. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, it was Lin Qiye who had used Mortal Realm to open this barrier. Therefore, he too could undoubtedly employ Mortal Realm to breach it. When he opened his eyes again, a golden light flickered within Lin Ze's gaze. Yet despite this, he remained oblivious to the means of breaking the barrier, only sensing the faint breath of life emanating from Zhao Kongsheng. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng offered a bitter smile. It was futile. This enigmatic power was overwhelmingly strong, and he possessed the ability to disrupt one's perception with the forbidden void. "If I am unable to eliminate him, you must exercise caution. Lin Ze, you are a quick learner. I have one final technique to impart to you. You must pay close attention, for I can only demonstrate it once." With that, Zhao Kongsheng removed the emblem from his chest. At this juncture, Lin Ze began to comprehend what was about to transpire. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene, merely striking the barrier in a futile attempt. "You two, watch closely, for this strike will be magnificent." Zhao Kongsheng's voice resonated once more from within the barrier. At that moment, the Ghost-Faced King grew somewhat impatient, lunging towards Zhao Kongsheng with the fervor of madness. "When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, with a blade poised to the abyss, staining the heavens with blood." Zhao Kongsheng's voice was exceedingly feeble, yet as he uttered the final words, he seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, striking directly at the soul. Chapter 10, Triumph. Lin Ze watched in horror as Zhao Kongsheng unhesitatingly plunged the ghostly deity into his own neck. In that fleeting moment, Lin Ze realized the bitter truth. It was too late. He had ultimately arrived a step too late. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him. He grasped Lin Qiye's shoulders tightly, urgency lacing his voice. "Lin Qiye, you're the only one who can break this barrier now. It all depends on you." If Lin Qiye could unlock the barrier while Zhao Kongsheng was at his wit's end, perhaps there was still a chance for salvation. However, if they tarried too long, all would be lost. In the original narrative, it was Lin Qiye who utilized Mortal Realm Deity to breach the barrier. Although Lin Ze had also studied Mortal Realm Deity, it was merely learned knowledge. He lacked the proficiency to wield it effectively. Not only him, but even Lin Qiye himself struggled to master it. Hence, when Lin Ze uttered these words, Lin Qiye felt a surge of panic. "Huh? Me? You mean I can open this barrier?" Despite his earnest desire to rescue the one who had protected his family, he truly did not know how to unlock it. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng's boisterous laughter erupted. "Ha ha! I truly am a genius." Forbidden Abyss 083, Annihilating Life, Flashing Moon. The attention of Lin Ze and Lin Qiye was drawn to Zhao Kongsheng. At that instant, the weariness that had previously enveloped him vanished, replaced by boundless energy and an ever-mounting momentum. Lin Qiye remained curious, yet Lin Ze understood that this was merely a fleeting resurgence. Zhao Kongsheng could not sustain this for long. Moreover, He had been gravely injured prior. You too. Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. Especially you, Lin Ze. There is little left I can teach you. This is my final move, my most formidable technique. Annihilating life. Flashing moon. Without waiting for their response, Zhao Kongsheng shot forth like a cannonball. His sword formed a crescent-shaped arc of destruction, striking fiercely at the monstrous king of the ghostly face. With a resounding crash, the king of the ghostly face collapsed to the ground, accompanied by another fallen figure, Zhao Kongsheng. After executing the forbidden abyss, annihilating life, flashing moon, Zhao Kongsheng's body reached the brink of utter weakness. As life ebbed away, the first sense to fade was vision. His sight began to blur, and memories of his life flooded back. In his youth, he harbored the ideals of defending his homeland and protecting the people. Upholding these beliefs, he joined the Night Watchers, becoming a member of the 136th Night Watcher Squad. Though he had not awakened the forbidden abyss, he had nonetheless safeguarded many lives through his own abilities. As he stood on the precipice of death, he encountered two divine agents. One of the youths shared his ideals, with a level of awareness that even surpassed his own. Even in death, he felt reassured, knowing there would be a successor. Moreover, he had even played the role of a father. Though brief, this memory is indeed beautiful. At the thought of this, Zhao Kongsheng's lips inexplicably curled into a faint smile. Just then, he suddenly heard the anxious voices of the two youths. Lin Qiye embraced Zhao Kongsheng, his tone choked with emotion as he asked, "Why must you do this?" Zhao Kongsheng replied calmly, "This is my mission. When danger approaches, I stand before the multitude." Although he did not stand before so many this time, protecting your small home was enough for me. Zhao Kongsheng's voice gradually weakened. What about that rascal Lin Ze? Why can I no longer hear him? Lin Qiye's gaze turned towards Lin Ze. Meanwhile, on Lin Ze's side, after Zhao Kongsheng had used the forbidden technique, Ming Sheng Shanyu, at the cost of his own life, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. New script activated, Ming Sheng Shanyu, performance level 20. As the voice faded, Lin Ze felt an influx of information rush into his consciousness. He could distinctly sense that he had acquired a new forbidden ability, Forbidden Technique 083, Ming Sheng Shanyu. After Lin Qiye inexplicably opened the barrier, the two parted ways. Lin Qiye went to care for Zhao Kongsheng, while Lin Ze went to attend to the Ghost-Face King. Perhaps due to Zhao Kongsheng's severe injuries, his strike did not inflict a fatal wound, nor did it even leave him gravely injured. The Ghost-Face King struggled to rise, his demeanor growing increasingly ferocious. He was enraged. If fury could bestow strength, then Lin Ze's power far surpassed his own. Seizing the starry blade inscribed with the name Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Ze unleashed his wrath upon the Ghost-Face King. Beast! As the words left his lips, Lin Ze swung the blade, delivering a crescent-shaped strike to the Ghost-Face King's left leg. Though this blow did not sever the leg, it caused him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The left leg of the Ghost-Face King was left merely tethered by a thin layer of skin, easily breakable with a slight force. Lin Ze cursed under his breath, tough-skinned. Huh? Let us see if you can withstand this. With gritted teeth, Lin Ze swung the blade again, this time targeting the Ghost-Face King's other leg. With no resistance, the right leg fell beneath his strike, severed as effortlessly as slicing through cabbage. The cut was remarkably smooth. Lin Qiye, observing the weak and helpless Ghost-Face King before him, could not help but swallow hard. Who, in truth, was the mysterious one here? Lin Qiye responded, "The Ghost-Face King is not dead. Lin Ze is engaged in battle with him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng's heart raced. The Ghost-Face King was still alive. He had nearly sacrificed himself without slaying the Ghost-Face King. How much more perilous it must be for the two of them. A wave of guilt surged within Zhao Kongsheng. Not only had he failed to protect them, but he had also endangered their lives. In a panicked tone, Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, "Qiye, quickly help me up. Allow me to obstruct it. You and Lin Ze should flee. Otherwise, peril awaits." Lin Qiye cast a glance at the tormented Ghost-Face King, a surge of astonishment swelling within him. It became evident to him that Lin Ze could have delivered a fatal blow to the Ghost-Face King's vital point, yet he deliberately refrained from doing so. Each strike landed on critical, yet non-lethal areas. To Lin Qiye, this was nothing short of a cruel execution. Of course, he felt no sympathy for the monstrous creature. His astonishment was solely directed at Lin Ze's methods. Peril? Lin Qiye mused. Are you suggesting that the Ghost Face King is in danger? If so, his current predicament indeed appears quite precarious. Zhao Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. His consciousness may have been hazy, but he was not foolish. He wondered why Lin Qiye remained so unfazed. Was there something he was unaware of? Lin Qiye did not keep him in suspense. The confrontation between the Ghost Face King and Lin Ze could be described as evenly matched. Lin Ze had severed the monster's legs with 2 decisive strikes, employing the very technique Zhao Kongcheng had imparted to him. Zhao Kongcheng was left speechless. After a brief moment, a soothing smile returned to his visage. That is reassuring. By the way, do remind Lin Ze that this beast possesses the ability to obscure one's perception. He should exercise caution. A twinge of concern crept into Lin Qiye's heart. Although Lin Ze was formidable, he could still potentially be caught off guard. He intended to caution Lin Ze, but before he could utter a word, he noticed a colossal, ghostly visage materializing beneath Lin Ze's feet. Alarm surged within him. This must be the creature's ability. Just as he prepared to assist Lin Ze, he observed that Lin Ze remained utterly composed, his eyes shimmering with a golden light akin to his own. In a swift motion, he cleaved through the ghostly face beneath him. At this juncture, all 4 limbs of the Ghost Face King had been severed by Lin Ze, and its hidden abilities had proven ineffective against him. Just when Lin Qiye presumed the encounter was drawing to a close, Lin Ze unexpectedly sheathed his long knife, positioning himself atop the grotesque figure of the Ghost Face King. His fist descended like a torrential downpour upon the creature's visage. Dare you retaliate? I command you to strike back. What a pitiful display. Lin Qiye swallowed hard. The adage rings true. One may know a person's visage, but not their heart. Initially, Lin Qiye regarded Lin Ze as a warm-hearted individual willing to assist his classmates, a commendable friend. However, today's revelation had transformed his perspective. This was excessively ruthless. There was scarcely a semblance of a high school student. After several deep breaths, Lin Qiye resolved to convey his observations to Zhao Kongcheng, intending to alleviate his concerns. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled softly. This lad truly embodies my teachings. I wish to share a word with him. Zhao Kongcheng's voice gradually weakened, while Lin Ze appeared to sense a shift in the atmosphere. After cleaving the Demon Face King in twain, Lin Ze approached Zhao Kongcheng's side. Sensing Lin Ze's arrival, Zhao Kongcheng laboriously lifted his hand to caress his cheek. A warm, viscous sensation enveloped him. Lin Ze hastily clarified, "Do not be alarmed. It is the blood of the Demon Face King." Zhao Kongcheng chuckled softly, "You rascal. Quite impressive. Alas, I can no longer behold it. However, that strike of yours surely cannot surpass my own elegance." As his words faded, Zhao Kongcheng's hand, suspended in the air, fell abruptly. Thus, the curtain descended on his legendary life. The 2 youths cradled the still warm body, unable to contain their grief, weeping uncontrollably. As the night watchman's squad gradually approached, the 2 youths cried in unison, "We, the younger generation, Lin Ze, Lin Qiye, bid farewell to General Zhao as he returns in triumph." Chapter 11. Obtaining the Forbidden Ruins at this moment. The members of the Special Team 136 had resolved their tasks and rushed to aid Zhao Kongcheng. However, upon witnessing the 2 boys sorrowfully leaning beside him, they realized they had arrived too late. From the instant they joined the Night Watchers, their lives ceased to belong to them. Each day, they confronted the specter of death. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the reality of such a tragedy unfolding before them was something they struggled to accept. Just yesterday, comrades who had shared laughter were now lifeless bodies devoid of warmth. With a heart-wrenching cry, Si Xiaonan collapsed into Hong Ying's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The other team members looked on with tear-filled eyes at Zhao Kongcheng. He could have survived, yet he chose to stand firm in his resolve, protecting those behind him. He truly embodied the essence of standing before 10,000 souls. In an instant, an overwhelming shadow of despair enveloped the hearts of all present. Having witnessed the bitter farewells of life and death, Wu Xiangnan approached the three, gently lifting the two boys. "You have endured much," he said. "Now that this has transpired, our only course of action is to see to his final arrangements and safeguard what he wished to protect." Lin Ze rose with a heavy countenance. He understood the rationale, yet the weight of the situation was still difficult for him to bear. Wu Xiangnan then turned to Lin Qiye, saying, "You need not carry any burden regarding this. It is our duty to address the mysterious and protect humanity. However, according to our protocols, we must erase your related memories. I hope you can cooperate." Reflecting on his experiences with Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Qiye initially resisted, his refusal unwavering. After all, he had his aunt and younger brother to care for. The notion of safeguarding the earth and maintaining world peace seemed beyond his purview. All he desired was to protect his family. However, when Zhao Kongsheng faced death unflinchingly for their sake, Lin Qiye's resolve began to waver. Someone had to take action, did they not? With newfound determination, Lin Qiye declared, "You protected my world, so for your world, I shall safeguard it for 10 years. I am willing to join you." His proclamation momentarily stunned the grieving assembly. They had not anticipated that the persistently reluctant Lin Qiye would alter his perspective due to these events. At that moment, Chimai approached Lin Qiye. "We shall discuss this matter further later. For now, let us ensure old Zhao is properly laid to rest." Subsequently, they made their way to the Night Watcher's dedicated cemetery, where they settled Zhao Kongsheng. There's an old saying, "To the earth we return for peace." They brought offerings to place before the gravestone and observed a prolonged moment of silence. Uncertain of how much time had passed, only Lin Ze, Lin Qiye, and Shenmu Yi remained before him. The other members of the team had already departed, bound by their own tasks and responsibilities. This is the world of the Night Watchman, where one must wipe away their tears and continue onward, for they carry the weight of humanity's future upon their shoulders. "Qi, we are delighted that you can join us. Old Zhao would also be pleased to hear this. However, let me make one thing clear. Once you join the Night Watchman, there is no early retirement, unless you meet your end on the battlefield or lose your ability to fight. As for the 10 years you mentioned," Shenmu Yi hesitated. Their team needed this divine agent, but he did not wish to deceive him. In response, Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly, "You needn't worry about that. I will find a way to exit after 10 years. If I do not manage to do so, then it will be my own inadequacy." "Very well. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Special Task Force 136. After a brief handshake, their agreement was sealed. Lin Ze pondered for quite a while upon hearing their conversation. His presence had brought about many changes in this world, at least in his immediate vicinity. Yet, he suddenly realized that there were numerous matters he wished to alter but could not. Zhao Kongsheng had perished. "Behold, this strike shall be magnificent. Farewell, General Zhao, and may you return victorious. I shall guard your world for 10 years. Events unfolded as they were destined to, and the lines were spoken as they should be. It was only at this moment that Lin Ze recognized that his butterfly had not influenced Lin Qiye. No matter how fervently he flapped his wings, Zhao Kongsheng still met his demise, and Lin Qiye remained on his predetermined path, joining the Night Watchman. Lin Ze understood all too well that these occurrences stemmed from his own weakness. From that moment forth, he resolved to grow stronger. Only then could he prevent the tragedy from occurring. Time passed once more. Shenmu Yi took his leave, leaving only Lin Ze and Lin Qiye behind. "Lin Ze, death is irreversible. Try to come to terms with it. Let's return." In their squad, Lin Qiye and Lin Ze were classmates. Even if for just a day, they shared that bond. Moreover, Lin Ze had previously rescued him from mysterious danger, fostering a natural camaraderie. Additionally, they both resided in the old city, making their return journey together convenient. However, Lin Ze waved his hand. "You should head back first. I will stay here a little longer." Lin Qiye shook his head in resignation. After casting one last reluctant glance at Lin Ze, he departed, confident that Lin Ze would eventually find clarity. For he knew Lin Ze to be an exceptional individual. As a gentle breeze wafted through, only the two of them remained. "Old Zhao, it is just the two of us now. Apologies, but I was unable to save you." From this day forth, I shall grow immensely powerful, capable of preventing any calamity from occurring. With that, Lin Ze withdrew 3 cigarettes from his pocket, igniting them before placing them in front of Zhao Kongsheng. Having never smoked before, Zhao was caught off guard by the acrid smoke. Once the 3 cigarettes burned out, Lin Ze lit 3 more for him, continuing until the burning slowed, at which point he surmised that Zhao could no longer endure it. Very well, I must take my leave now. Greater challenges await us ahead, and we must set forth. With those words, Lin Ze began his journey toward the rental apartment in the old city. Meanwhile, in a residence within the old town, a small black dog inexplicably began to bark until a young boy chastised it. Xiao He, stop barking. Woof, woof, woof. No, it seems Zhao Kongqing's soul has been taken. Was it human intervention? Woof, woof, woof. Isensa no presenza. This must be the work of some divine hand. There are indeed myriad dangers surrounding my brother. Woof. Upon returning to his rented room, Lin Ze's first act was not to wash up, but rather to unleash a curse steeped in tradition. The reason was simple. He needed to enter the stage. Yet, no event transpired. Confused, he pondered whether his words had lost their potency. Perhaps he needed to curse more fervently. Thus, Lin Ze centered his performance around horse. But even after cursing to the point of exhaustion, nothing occurred. Damn it, let me take the stage. As his words echoed, Lin Ze once again experienced that familiar sensation of weightlessness. How remarkable! Even the method for unlocking divine powers differs among higher deities. He paid little heed to this observation, focusing instead on the evolving stage before him. When Lin Ze materialized at the center of the stage, 2 pieces of information appeared before him. New script added. The Vanishing Moon, performance level, 40. New script added. The Ghostly Visage, performance level, 5. Upon seeing these notifications, Lin Ze could not suppress his excitement. These were his forbidden realms. While the acquisition of the Vanishing Moon surprised him, it was within the realm of acceptance. However, the sight of the Ghostly Visage sent him into a frenzy. Merely from the acquisition rules of the Ghostly Visage, Lin Ze discerned a terrifying pattern. If he were to slay a mysterious entity possessing forbidden abilities, he could inherit their powers. The Ghostly Visage King stood as a prime example. Though further study was necessary for mastery, it was undoubtedly a boon. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ze's gaze shifted to the audience. Apart from the initial few ghostly figures, he noted a new face, none other than the Ghostly Visage King he had slain. Upon seeing him, Lin Ze felt a surge of indignation. Yet ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Upon reaching the stage, he realized that this was now his domain. Additionally, Lin Ze spotted a familiar face, the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongsheng. This was one of the 2 new spectators present. Wait a moment, Zhao Kongsheng. Lin Ze suddenly recognized something amiss. How could Zhao Kongsheng possibly be here? Seated in the audience, Zhao Kongsheng also noticed Lin Ze on stage. What the hell, Lin Ze? Though Lin Ze was touched by the reunion, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. Could you separate those 2 words when you say them? Thankfully, it's just the 2 of us here. Otherwise, others might misunderstand. Zhao Kongsheng disregarded his remark, continuing to speak to himself. This shouldn't be happening. Although my life, Zhao Kongsheng, cannot be deemed great, I have protected many. There is no reason I should be condemned to hell. Lin Ze, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by that? Because I died alongside you. You, my friend, are certainly destined for hell. Lin Ze. Chapter 12. Are you truly capable of embracing the mysterious? Upon hearing Zhao Kongsheng's words, Lin Ze felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed he had not wronged Zhao Kongsheng in any way. Why, then, did he make such a statement? They had been close comrades merely hours before. What could have caused such a sudden shift? Unable to fathom it, Lin Ze inquired, why am I certainly destined for hell? Zhao Kongsheng responded with remarkable nonchalance. Aren't you already on your way to hell? Reflect on it. Ever since you joined Team 136, has there been a single day of peace for us? Each of us has been rendered socially withdrawn because of you. You have mastered our lifelong skills within mere hours. Among us, only the captain, being somewhat clever, refrained from sparring with you, thereby preserving his sanity. Otherwise, it is likely our entire team would have been annihilated. Feeling awkward, Lin Ze scratched his head. If possessing talent could be deemed a sin, then indeed he should be condemned to the depths of hell, perhaps even the 18th layer. Zhao Kongcheng continued, moreover, although I could not witness it in the end, I could hear that the last sense to fade after death is hearing. That ghostly masked king must have suffered immensely at your hands. You indiscriminately attack both the mysterious and the mortal alike. If you do not descend into hell, who will? At this remark, the ghostly masked king in the audience nodded in agreement. However, when Lin Ze glanced in his direction, the king straightened himself, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Ze then suddenly posed a question. Aren't you curious about where we are? Ah, do tell. Where is this? Am I truly dead? And how did you find yourself here, along with that ghostly masked king in the corner? Zhao Kongcheng pointed toward the ghostly masked king, who immediately broke into a cold sweat, as if haunted by memories of his former life. Lin Ze sighed. How do I even begin to explain this to you? Let me first address your inquiries. You have indeed sacrificed yourself. Zhao Kongcheng momentarily appeared taken aback. Did I protect you well? Lin Ze nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up as he declared, absolutely. Our Lin Qiye is thriving, and the other teammates are unharmed. As for where precisely this is, consider it a manifestation of my divine ability. Lin Ze was at a loss for how to elucidate the scene before Zhao Kongcheng. After all, the play god was a deity never recorded in the annals of the Great Xia. The nature of divine abilities is unique. Not only could he not clarify it, but Lin Ze himself did not dare claim to fully comprehend the play god's powers. He merely felt he had scratched the surface. He sensed that the play god's capabilities extended far beyond what was currently apparent. Thus, Lin Ze opted to summarize it succinctly, the power of the divine ruins. He indeed did not lie. This is truly the capability of the divine realm. Upon hearing that Lin Ze was still alive and well, Zhao Kongcheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as they could be saved, that was sufficient. Soon after, Zhao Kongcheng shifted his focus to the vast stage and the audience. The power of a deity, one might say. Such a notion is indeed comprehensible. Yet, is this truly the ability of a seraph? Zhao Kongcheng felt a twinge of doubt. However, he chose not to voice any further concerns. It is what it is. Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly, letting the matter pass. He then directed the ghostly figures to ascend the stage. As the enigma drew closer to them, Zhao Kongcheng instinctively grew anxious, quickly positioning himself in front of Lin Ze, shielding him with his presence. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Even in death, one thinks of self-preservation. Observing the ghostly figures standing motionless, Zhao Kongcheng finally sensed something amiss. Kid, what is happening here? Is this part of your ability? Yes. I can control the mysteries I have slain and manipulate them at will. Just like this. With that, Lin Ze approached one of the ghostly figures and extended his hand towards its mouth. No matter how recklessly Lin Ze acted, the figures remained frozen in place. Zhao Kongcheng felt a twinge of fear and hurriedly pulled Lin Ze back. All right, stop that. I trust you can handle this. Lin Ze smiled gently. It's fine. I haven't given them any further commands. They will remain right here. Next, I will instruct them to attack. Watch. With a mere thought, the ghostly figures lunged at Lin Ze, their faces contorted in rage. Instinctively, Zhao Kongcheng wanted to shield Lin Ze, but upon witnessing Lin Ze's confident demeanor, he reconsidered. After all, he could not protect Lin Ze forever, especially since he was already deceased. As the ghostly figures continued to pounce, Lin Ze first practiced his combat skills on them, but soon found it tedious. He conjured a long blade from thin air. Turning to Zhao Kongcheng, he called out, Old Zhao, huh? What is it? Just watch. What? This strike will be spectacular. Zhao Kongcheng tilted his head in confusion, 3 question marks appearing above him. Wait a minute, isn't that my line? Lin Ze ignored him and began to swing the blade. In an instant, crescent-shaped slashes of energy erupted forth. Before the ghostly figures could even reach Lin Ze, they were cleaved in two. Zhao Kongcheng, recognizing the familiar yet strange move, exclaimed, What the heck is this? Ming Sheng Shanyu, you actually learned it. Lin Ze appeared puzzled. Wasn't it you who taught me? You specifically waited for my arrival to use it. Zhao Kongcheng felt a sense of urgency. Who could have anticipated that you would truly master it? It was one thing for you to swiftly learn combat techniques, but to also grasp the forbidden ruins. How can one find peace in such a circumstance? This is surely your doing. Zhao Kongcheng paused for a moment. Then a faint smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, indeed. Lin Ze shook his head in resignation. He remained the Zhao Kongcheng he had always known, unchanged by death. At that moment, Lin Ze's attention was suddenly drawn to the ghostly masked king below the stage. Like a child showcasing a prized toy, Lin Ze summoned the ghostly masked king to the stage. Ah, old Zhao, let me show you something else. In addition to Ming Sheng Shanyu, I have also learned a forbidden ruin. High-risk forbidden ruin 176, ghostly mask land. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng's jaw dropped once more, gazing at Lin Ze as if he were a monster. Not only do you spare no one, but you also delve into the mysterious. What kind of abnormality are you? Upon receiving this news, Zhao Kongcheng felt as if he had bitten into a lemon. He possessed not a single forbidden ruin, yet Lin Ze boasted one divine ruin and 2 forbidden ruins. However, beneath his envy lay a flicker of pride. See, that is the young man I have faith in. Impressive, isn't it? As the ghostly masked king ascended the stage, Lin Ze took a deep breath. He then concentrated his mental energy and shouted, "Ghostly mask land." Nothing occurred. Did it not succeed? Let me try again. Ghostly mask land. Still, no event transpired. Just as Lin Ze pondered this perplexity, a message suddenly appeared before him. Performance level too low, unable to continue performance. Note, performance level must reach 10 to proceed. Ah, I see. I suspected that learning the forbidden ruins would have some limitations, and here it is. No matter, I can have the ghostly masked king demonstrate a few times for me. Lin Qiye silently contemplated. Just as he prepared to continue his attempts, Zhao Kongcheng's laughter echoed unexpectedly. Ha 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 ha. So, this is what you meant? I could do it too. Ghostly mask land. Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily. As Lin Ze was about to retort, an unexpected situation arose on Zhao Kongcheng's side. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng, amidst his laughter, began to cough violently. Lin Ze panicked. He did not wish for Zhao Kongcheng to suffer any more mishaps. How are you? Are you all right? How do you feel now? Cough, 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 I feel. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. After 5 minutes of severe coughing, Zhao Kongcheng's condition began to improve. Though he still coughed incessantly, at least he could speak. Cough, cough, I feel, as if I have just inhaled a great deal of smoke. My throat is a bit uncomfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Other than that, I'm fine, do not worry, cough, cough. Smoke? You've inhaled a lot of smoke? Upon hearing that word, Lin Ze suddenly recalled the events that transpired before the grave. A hint of embarrassment crept into Lin Ze's voice as he chuckled. It's all good, it's all good. Suddenly reminded of some matters he needed to attend to, he added, I must take my leave now. With that, Lin Ze's figure vanished in an instant. Zhao Kongcheng, coughing as he raised his head, exclaimed, You rascal, don't go. Cough, cough. Stay with me for a moment. He continued, Damn it, if I find out who's behind this. Cough, cough, cough. That night, the audience occasionally erupted in fits of coughing. Chapter 13. The Law of Deliciousness. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Ze finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He had nearly been discovered. His heart raced uncontrollably, a sensation he had not experienced even in the face of mystery. This predicament was, in part, his own doing. He had thought that since Zhao Kongcheng was fond of smoking during his lifetime, he would indulge in it as well. Wasn't that how it was portrayed in dramas? Pouring liquor and lighting cigarettes. Based on the earlier events, it seemed he could indeed smoke. However, Lin Ze overlooked a crucial detail. No matter how proficient one might be, it was imprudent to smoke 2 packs in one go. No wonder those last 3 cigarettes lingered for so long. It turned out old Zhao had simply lost the desire to smoke. Lin Ze breathed another sigh of relief. It was truly a close call. He had almost sent old Zhao away himself. A moment later, Lin Ze lay quietly on his bed, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Everything appeared to have changed, yet it felt as though nothing had truly shifted. What was destined to occur had indeed transpired. He chose not to ponder this further, for he understood that it was beyond his capacity to alter. At least for now, Then, Lin Ze's thoughts drifted to his stage. Beyond the initial acquisition of the mortal realm, he had gained two forbidden abilities: fleeting life, shimmering moon, and spirit mask, earthly form. Both of these were formidable forbidden powers. Fleeting life, shimmering moon, designated as the 083 RD forbidden area, was classified as extremely high risk. Its potency was self-evident, and even though Lin Ze had yet to master it, he could already unleash tremendous force. The other ability, Spirit Mask, Earthly Form, while sequentially following Fleeting Life, Shimmering Moon, possessed a unique capability, Psychic Attack. Such abilities were remarkably rare among forbidden powers. Furthermore, within its range of attack, the user could move freely. As Lin Ze's mental prowess grew, the scope of Spirit Mask, Earthly Form, would expand significantly, ultimately forming a domain, a realm exclusively belonging to Lin Ze. Thus, in terms of value, both abilities were on par, if not superior. In fact, as Lin Ze's abilities enhanced, the latter would far surpass the former in significance. However, a persistent question plagued Lin Ze's thoughts. How could he utilize Spirit Mask, Earthly Form? The stage indicated that his performance level was insufficient, requiring at least 10 to activate it. Hence, he needed to enhance his performance level. How was he to achieve that? Lin Ze contemplated for a moment. With the example of Fleeting Life, Shimmering Moon in mind, the answer soon came to him. He realized that continual usage would elevate his performance level. It was the same principle. Initially, he had only 20 performance level, but after defeating the Demon King, it had risen to 40. Therefore, he needed to find ways to employ Spirit Mask, Earthly Form. He understood now. Due to insufficient performance, I feel compelled to continue utilizing my skills. However, midway through my thoughts, Lin Ze suddenly realized something was amiss. This was an endless cycle of recursion. Damn it. It seemed designed to prevent me from progressing. Forget it. I'll just sleep and not dwell on it any longer. Lin Ze resolved to return to his modest bed and prepare for slumber. Yet, just as he lay down, his stomach emitted a loud growl. Hunger had struck. He had returned home too early. It was time to head to the peace office for a complimentary meal. Never mind, I'll endure a little longer. Moreover, prior to joining the night watch, Lin Ze had always purchased his meals from the restaurant downstairs. Ever since becoming part of the night watch team, he had taken to dining at the peace office daily. It wasn't that Lin Ze was lazy or unwilling to cook. Rather, his culinary skills left much to be desired. To put it bluntly, Lin Ze's cooking had a singular characteristic: uniformity. Regardless of what he prepared, the final result always emerged as a charred mass. In consideration of his health, Lin Ze ultimately decided to refrain from cooking altogether. Of course, he possessed a few dishes he could manage, such as boiling water, braised beef noodles, pickled vegetables, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. He thought to himself, if he fell asleep, he would no longer feel hungry. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Since living alone, Lin Ze had remained ever vigilant. One could never know who might be waiting outside. A friend? An enemy? Or perhaps a mysterious visitor? As Lin Ze pondered, a familiar voice rang out from beyond the door. Lin Ze, open up. It's me, Lin Qiye. My aunt made braised pork and sent me to. Before the sentence could be completed, the door swung wide open, leaving Lin Qiye's hand suspended midair. Braised pork? Where was the braised pork? Upon opening the door, Lin Ze bypassed any greeting and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, only to find no trace of the coveted dish. Lin Qiye awkwardly scratched his head and said, I didn't bring any. My aunt heard we live in the same neighborhood and prepared an entire feast for us. She asked me to invite you over to share the meal as a gesture of gratitude for your kindness towards me. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze felt somewhat conflicted. After all, he was quite socially anxious. Dining with Lin Qiye was one thing, but sharing a meal with his family felt rather inappropriate. With a reluctant sigh, Lin Ze conceded, well, I suppose it's fine. No need for thanks. I'm merely helping out. It's not a big deal. You're really not coming? Lin Qiye asked, disappointment evident in his tone. What a pity. The glistening braised pork, the fragrant chicken and mushrooms, and the stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. I could mix them with steaming rice, followed by a sip of warm soup. Lin Ze, are you truly not coming? Upon hearing those words, Lin Ze was moved to tears, the emotion escaping from the corners of his mouth. Merely listening to that description made him swallow repeatedly. However, a man's word is his bond. How could he possibly go back on his word? Lin Qiye responded loudly. Ah, you, Lin Qiye, dare to tempt me? Let me tell you, I would rather starve to death outside, even jump off the building then. He paused, savoring. This is truly delicious. Aunt, your cooking is simply exquisite. Qiye and I are classmates, and, as desk mates, it is only natural that we help each other. You needn't be so formal. As he spoke, Lin Ze shoveled rice into his mouth. Lin Qiye smiled awkwardly. Though he said that, could he not pause for a moment? The aunt, witnessing this, revealed a warm smile, pleased that Qiye had finally found a friend, and she could sense that this friend genuinely cared for him. That being said, I must express my gratitude. Dear child, if you enjoy it, please eat more. Qiye, don't just eat. Engage in conversation with Xiao Ze. Lin Qiye slowly raised his head, still chewing. And it's not that I don't want to talk, but if I don't eat quickly, there won't be any left. At that moment, Yang Jin finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at the dining table, realizing that a significant portion of the food had already been devoured. It was indeed as Lin Qiye had said. If they didn't hurry, there would be nothing left. Hey, you two, leave me a bite. Subsequently, Yang Jin also joined the fray. Nearby, a small black dog anxiously paced in circles, observing the scene before it. Watching the three children, the aunt's face lit up with a beaming smile. After sipping a warm bowl of soup, the three helped the aunt clear the dishes before returning to their respective rooms, with Lin Ze heading to Lin Qiye's room. Yang Jin's bedroom. So, this is the person who has been by your side. Have you noticed anything unusual? Woof, woof, woof. I have noticed something. It's quite strange. Hearing this, Yang Jin asked anxiously, what have you discovered? Woof, woof, woof. This person eats too quickly and consumes a lot. Is there anything else? Woof, woof, woof. There's nothing more. Woof, woof, woof. But I don't like him. Yang Jin's curiosity was piqued once again. There must be a reason for such dislike. This indicated that Lin Ze must have some issue. Why don't you like him? Woof, woof, woof. Since he arrived, there's been no leftover food. Woof, woof, woof. That was supposed to be for me. Lin Qiye's bedroom. After dinner, the two briefly discussed the matter of the night watchman. Although Lin Ze had only arrived a few days earlier than Lin Qiye, he was still regarded as a senior. Lin Ze, a man of few words, shared everything he currently knew with him. As the evening approached, Lin Ze suggested, stay over tonight. You can sleep here. Well, that really doesn't seem appropriate. I'm accustomed to sleeping alone. Please, don't insist. Lin Ze resolutely declined Lin Qiye's invitation. It was unclear whether this was mere politeness or sincere refusal, but that was of little consequence. Observing the situation, Lin Qiye ceased his attempts to persuade him. As they parted ways, Lin Ze retrieved a thick envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qiye. Take this money. Don't think it's insufficient. It's all I have for now. Inside the envelope lay 10,000 daxia coins. Upon receiving the envelope, Lin Qiye instinctively attempted to refuse. However, before he could voice his objection, Lin Ze interrupted him. This isn't for you. It's for my aunt. After joining the organization, money holds little value for us. Yet this sum could greatly benefit her. Consider it as food expenses. Please accept it. Lin Qiye gazed at the envelope for a long moment, aware of his aunt's current financial needs. Given Lin Ze's insistence, he found it difficult to decline. I'll thank you on behalf of my aunt. Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively, replying, no. I must thank your aunt for the delightful meals I've enjoyed. Farewell then. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Until we meet again, Lin Qiye. More challenges await us ahead. Chapter 14. The Divine Twin Stars. On the following morning, Lin Qiye bid farewell to his aunt and proceeded to school as usual. However, his thoughts were far from the academic environment. The events of the past 2 days had been overwhelmingly perplexing, and he was gradually coming to the realization that the world was not as simple as he had once perceived. In the shadowy corners of the city, a multitude of monsters lurked, eyeing humanity with malevolent intent. Simultaneously, there existed a group who clandestinely shielded humankind. From this day forth, he too would become a part of this intricate web. Soon, Lin Qiye arrived at school. His new classmates welcomed him warmly. "You're here, Qiye. Let me help you," Lin Qiye offered, reaching out to take Lin Qiye's backpack. However, Lin Qiye resolutely declined, saying, "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." With that, he disregarded the others and settled into his seat, casually pulling out a book to read. Yesterday, Lin Ze had shared a multitude of thoughts with him, one of which resonated deeply. Do not engage too closely with your classmates. I sense that something is amiss. Lin Qiye held Lin Ze's judgment in high regard. He knew there must be a reason behind such advice. Observing Lin Qiye's indifference and extreme aloofness, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Qiye's forlorn eyes. The situation was on the verge of exposure. The pace must quicken. As the school bell rang, a male teacher approached the podium and called out to Lin Qiye. "Is that Lin Qiye?" The gaze of the class turned toward him. Lin Qiye slowly raised his hand. "I am Lin Qiye." "What is it, teacher?" "It's nothing. I was just in the office, and your teacher asked me to relay a message. Your brother is here to handle some paperwork for you. Please head to the office." "My brother? I don't have a brother," Lin Qiye mused with confusion. Yet, he pieced together a plausible explanation. It was likely someone from a night watch team had come, posing as his brother to mitigate complications. Perhaps that was the case. Although puzzled, he did not reveal his inner turmoil and instead organized his backpack and made his way to the office. Before he even entered, Lin Qiye heard a familiar voice. "Oh dear teacher, this child, Qiye, has caused you trouble. We shall take him back now." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Qiye felt an unsettling familiarity. Why did it sound both known and foreign? As he pushed the door open, a stranger stood before him. Lin Qiye fixated on the person's eyes. While makeup could alter one's appearance, the essence of one's gaze remained unchanged. Lin Qiye continued to stare, sensing an uncanny familiarity that eluded his memory. In desperation, he resorted to the powers of the divine ruins. Upon uncovering the stranger's true identity, he nearly gasped in astonishment. "No way, Lin Ze." At that moment, Lin Ze swiftly pulled Lin Qiye closer. "Teacher, my brother has caused you some trouble. As you can see, here are the relevant documents. If there are no issues, we shall withdraw from school." The homeroom teacher glanced at the papers on the desk, sighed helplessly. The documents were indeed in order. Moreover, at this level, it would not matter even if you did not inform me. Yet, it is rather strange. In the past 2 days, 2 students have withdrawn from my class. Why is that? Could it be that there is something amiss with my teaching methodology? That cannot be, as it has always been this way. The teacher ceased to focus on Lin Qiye and became preoccupied with concerns regarding his teaching career. One withdrawal may be attributable to the student, but 2 in quick succession must reflect on oneself. Observing the teacher's wavering resolve, Lin Ze did not linger, leading Lin Qiye away. As they departed, he offered a parting compliment. "Teacher, your teaching is excellent. I shall arrange for a banner to be delivered to you when I have the time." With that, the 2 left without a backward glance. Once they were alone, Lin Qiye spoke up. "Lin Ze, what is going on? When did you become my older brother?" Lin Ze finally grasped the joy of Zhao Kongcheng. He scratched his head and replied, "Well, it is a requirement from the organization. I have no choice." Lin Qiye regarded him with suspicion. "Is that true?" "Of course it is. Would I deceive you?" "All right, enough of that. We must hurry back to the base." After a brief moment, the 2 arrived at the peace office. Upon seeing them return, Hong Ying stepped forward and inquired, "How did it go? Did the teacher notice anything?" Lin Ze smiled and nodded no. "Quite impressive." At this moment, Lin Qiye, filled with curiosity, asked, "What were you discussing?" Hong Ying replied, "Oh, did Lin Ze not inform you? We originally intended to send the documents directly to the school to facilitate your release. However, Lin Ze insisted on going to fetch you himself, but they still recognized him there, so he asked me to help him with some makeup. It seems that your relationship is quite good." Realizing their plan had been exposed, Lin Ze explained, I actually had another purpose. I wanted to observe the school and see if there were any mysteries there. After all, the students are the future of our nation, and we must protect them." However, Lin Qiye was not easily fooled. He quickly understood that this was not an organizational directive, but rather Lin Ze's own intention. "I didn't expect you to go to such lengths for your own advantage." Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being publicly called out, Lin Ze was saved when Chun Mai entered their line of sight. "Lin Qiye, Welcome to the team. You and Lin Ze are both agents of the Seraph Michael. My intention is for you to grow together. Perhaps this is more beneficial for you than growing independently. The two exchange a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting a familiar strength deep within. In the sky, two seraphs also noticed each other. One seemed curious as to why a deity identical to him had appeared. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Seraph performance level, 12. Huh? Why has it suddenly increased by 2? Surprised by the announcement, Lin Ze pondered, could it be true what the captain said? That our union fosters mutual growth? No, perhaps it is not so straightforward. While being with Qiye indeed enhances my own abilities, I cannot ascertain whether his power has altered. Lin Ze silently mused. Chimai, observing the mutual recognition between the two, smiled softly, never anticipating that Team 136 would witness such a moment. Two divine agents, and of the same deity, no less. Embrace your growth. Henceforth, you shall represent Songnan City, the representative of the great Xia. Let me bestow upon you a title, Divine Twin Stars, the first twin crimson flowers of Songnan City. For some reason, this ethereal title captivates the imagination, akin to how ancient people coveted fame. Lin Qiye clenched his left fist and raised it before Lin Ze. Come on, let's become the strongest together. Lin Ze paused momentarily, muttering under his breath. Where did this passionate youth come from? Nevertheless, he extended his right hand to meet Qiye's fist. Let us grow together. Witnessing this scene, the gloom that had overshadowed everyone began to lift. There will always be newcomers to succeed the old guard. This world still requires guardians, does it not? Excellent. Qiye, now that you are here, would you prefer to familiarize yourself with the surroundings first or commence training immediately? Shema inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye responded. Let us train right away. We cannot afford to waste a moment on the path to becoming the strongest. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the echo of Lin Ze's spirit in the young man before them. Their choices mirrored each other perfectly, truly befitting the title of Divine Twin Stars. Yet, amidst their astonishment, a question loomed large. Who would instruct Lin Qiye? He too was a divine agent, sharing the same deity as Lin Ze. Would his learning ability be as extraordinary as Lin Ze's? Recalling recent events, the entire team had endured a psychological breach due to Lin Ze. They had only just managed to regain their composure, and now another divine agent arrived. Would he resemble Lin Ze in his capabilities? Chunmai seemed to sense the concerns of the group. To alleviate their apprehensions, he resolved to first assess Lin Qiye. Qiye, our training is primarily divided into 3 segments. The first aspect is the utilization of forbidden abilities, the second pertains to combat techniques, and the third involves the use of firearms. To enhance the quality of instruction, I must ascertain your foundational knowledge. What do you comprehend about these topics? Lin Qiye scratched his head, responding, nothing. My previous experiences have predominantly been spent in a blindfolded state, rendering me utterly ignorant of these matters. I see, Chimai nodded. However, considering the potential concealment of abilities by divine agents, he resolved to personally assess Lin Qiye's capabilities. How about this, Qiye? Let us conduct a test. Unleash your full strength upon me. Employ any method you choose. As long as you strike me, it suffices. Do not fear inflicting harm. Chimai patted his chest. Lin Qiye felt somewhat bewildered by this proposal and glanced toward Lin Ze for assistance. Only when Lin Ze nodded did he feel reassured, believing it to be a rite of passage for newcomers. Thus, Lin Qiye exerted himself to attack Chunmai with all his might. Yet, despite his efforts, every strike was effortlessly deflected by Chunmai. Observing this, the onlookers finally felt a sense of relief. The assault was riddled with flaws. It was undeniably genuine. Chunmai turned to the crowd and inquired, So, who among you is willing to teach Lin Qiye? As his words fell, several hands shot up eagerly. Me. Pick me. Let me do it. Faced with such enthusiasm, Lin Qiye felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Could it be that he was so well-liked? Unbeknownst to him, they were merely seeking to reclaim their pride after being bested by Lin Ze. At that moment, Lin Ze nonchalantly remarked, Is there anyone who could teach me as well? I am but a novice myself. As Lin Ze shamelessly declared his inexperience, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes in disdain. You still have the audacity to claim you are a novice. You are more like a fierce newcomer. Just go away and find somewhere cooler to linger. Indeed, you should remain at the base, Lin Ze. It would be in everyone's best interest. Lin Qiye, oblivious to the interactions transpiring among them, felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing his friend being treated so unfairly. Why should they bully my friend? He exclaimed, stepping in front of the crowd. Lin Ze, it's all right. I'm here for you. We promise to grow stronger together. At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. The only sound was the ticking of the clock in the expansive chamber. Lin Ze, regaining his composure, grasped Lin Qiye's hand firmly. Good brother. Upon witnessing Lin Ze's sly smile, the crowd understood that it was too late. Everything was irrevocably changed. With a smile from Lin Ze, the unpredictable nature of fate loomed. That night, another heart would be burdened with sorrow. A singular thought resonated collectively in the minds of those present. It's over. This child is doomed. I am unable to assist with that. Chapter 15. Lin Qiye, breaking down defenses. Rest assured. Lin Ze, you saved me once when I was in the clutches of the Phantom. I shall never forget that. I, Lin Qiye, am not the kind of person to be ungrateful. Lin Qiye spoke with unwavering conviction. His words were a true reflection of his sentiments. Although he had few friends growing up, he could discern who genuinely cared for him. Lin Ze, before him, undoubtedly regarded him as a companion. Lin Ze tightened his grip on Lin Qiye's hand. Good brother, I knew I had not misjudged you. To be honest, facing the adorably naive Lin Qiye made Lin Ze feel somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, believing that allowing Lin Qiye to endure some trials would be beneficial for his future growth. At that moment, Hong Ying could no longer bear to watch. However, she was hesitant to voice her concerns, fearing Lin Ze's scrutiny. She could only suggest, Qiye, are you certain you want to train with Lin Ze? Have you ever considered that Lin Ze might not need training at all? At this juncture, Lin Qiye was entirely consumed by the notion of brotherhood. He did not grasp her subtle implication. With resolute determination, he replied, of course, I am certain. Moreover, what do you mean Lin Ze doesn't need training? If you aren't training with him, I cannot compel you. But we just agreed to grow together. How could I possibly abandon him? Seeing that Lin Qiye had missed even this hint, they ceased their attempts. Sometimes experiencing setbacks could be quite beneficial for him. It would hurt for him to encounter Lin Ze's methods. After all, everyone in Team 136, except Chen Mai, had undergone such experiences. Why should Lin Qiye be any different? Thus, they refrained from further persuasion, allowing Lin Ze to coax Lin Qiye into the small dark room, the training room, as if he were luring a naive girl. Once Lin Ze and Lin Qiye arrived in the training room, they proceeded to the observation room, eager to witness the clash between the two divine agents and to see what sparks would fly. Inside the training room, Lin Ze said, Qiye, I arrived a few days earlier and have a basic understanding of these techniques. So, you can decide what we should compete in. He struggled to suppress a smile. Although it seemed he was yielding to Lin Qiye, from the very beginning, Lin Ze had already laid a trap for him, waiting for him to step into it. Lin Qiye did not shy away and gladly accepted. All right, if that is the case, let us compete in combat skills. Does that include both unarmed and armed combat? I have a bit of knowledge on that. Lin Ze nodded. Yes, choose freely. Then I shall select unarmed combat. With that, Lin Ze readied himself. As Chen Mai's voice echoed, the contest between the two commenced. Mere moments later, Lin Qiye conceded. Don't be disheartened, Che. My combat skills are merely a touch superior. You may attempt again, this time with equipment. Even if you strike wildly, you could still injure me. All right, 10 seconds hence. It was merely luck. You may try again. 10 seconds later. Still luck. You may try again. As time gradually slipped away, Lin Ze lost count of how many times he had uttered the word luck. Lin Qiye, too, was oblivious to the multitude of failures he had endured. Throughout this period, Lin Qiye's mindset underwent considerable transformation. Upon his first defeat, no wonder he was the man who saved me. He possesses remarkable skills. Upon his second defeat, I need to take this seriously. Upon his third defeat, truly, He is one of the divine twin stars. Indeed, he is formidable, yet I am not without merit. After the nth defeat, Lin Dog, can you not afford to let me win a little? I refuse to accept this. Once more, despite experiencing numerous failures, there was one contest in which Lin Qiye emerged victorious, the shooting range. Lin Ze managed to score a perfect 10, while all his other shots missed the target. Lin Qiye, though his highest score was only 7, missed just one bullet entirely. Thus, his total score surpassed that of Lin Ze. The onlookers, aware of the truth, hesitated to disclose it. Ultimately, they chose to conceal the reality, reasoning that it was best to preserve the child's self-confidence. Lin Ze was not surprised by the outcome. For Lin Qiye was currently at his weakest. His true potential would only manifest later, upon acquiring the abilities of a mental illness patient in the realm of divine ruins. Hence, it was entirely plausible for Lin Ze to easily triumph over Lin Qiye. Seraphim Satisfaction Level 3. Seraphim Performance Level 15. Upon reading the message before him, Lin Ze was convinced. It appeared that training alongside Lin Qiye indeed facilitated his own growth. So, Qiye, shall we continue? Lin Ze wished to exploit the opportunity further. However, at that moment, Lin Qiye saw through everything. No more. I finally comprehend why they are reluctant to train with you. It is utterly demoralizing. Why didn't you warn me earlier? Can you fathom that feeling of helplessness? Lin Qiye lamented to the members of Team 136. The others shrugged helplessly. They had communicated their sentiments, yet he had not listened. Naturally, they had also experienced that feeling of powerlessness. Yet, Lin Ze's next words ignited Lin Qiye's indomitable spirit once more. Qiye, I tend to learn quickly. The previous contests hardly reflect my true capabilities. However, in the next event, we shall compete fairly and justly. We will test our abilities in the realm of divine ruins. In this regard, I hold no advantage. Shall we? The two exchanged glances, and within the depths of their hearts, a flicker of competitive spirit ignited. Lin Qiye was inexplicably drawn by an unseen force. Subsequently, Lin Ze and Zhan Shen explained the rules of the competition. The two stood in separate areas, blindfolded, relying solely on their mastery of the mortal realm to evade the impending projectiles. Within a minute, the one struck the most would be deemed the loser. Lin Qiye was the first to take the stage. He donned a black satin blindfold and positioned himself at the center of the training room. At Zhan Shen's signal, the walls began launching a multitude of projectiles towards him. Arrows, darts, shurikens, stones, and more. In the face of such an onslaught, Lin Qiye remained composed, evading the barrage like an elegant dancer. As the intensity of the incoming projectiles escalated, Lin Qiye continued to evade effortlessly. However, as the onslaught persisted, signs of fatigue began to manifest. Despite being struck several times, he successfully dodged the majority of the attacks. As the minute concluded, Chen Mai's voice rang out, declaring the time up. A total of 1,372 projectiles were thrown, with 6 hits recorded, resulting in an impressive evasion rate of 99. The spectators were once again astounded by the prowess of the divine agent. They had previously undergone similar training, and achieving a 95 evasion rate was already considered exceptional, let alone 99. Lin Ze, it is your turn now. Chen Mai's voice echoed once more. Lin Ze disregarded him, instead replaying Lin Qiye's movements in his mind. Although only a minute had passed, it felt as if he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. Moments later, Lin Ze secured the black satin blindfold and stood at the center of the training room. Initially, his body was rigid, leading him to narrowly avoid a few attacks. However, as time progressed, the effort became increasingly taxing. Just when it seemed that Lin Ze would be struck, he miraculously dodged the attack. The minutes swiftly elapsed. Zhan Shen announced Lin Ze's results. A total of 1,172 projectiles thrown, with 17 hits recorded, yielding an evasion rate of 98. As the results were revealed, cheers erupted among the crowd. We won. We are the champions, they exclaimed, with some jesting that finally someone could contend with Lin Ze. The collective resentment towards Lin Ze burst forth at that moment, as if they had triumphed over him themselves. Nevertheless, Lin Ze paid them no heed, for victory or defeat held little significance for him. Particularly in a competition against Lin Qiye, it mattered even less. In the realm of the divine twins, the outcome was inconsequential. What truly concerned Lin Ze was the enhancement of his abilities. He distinctly sensed that observing Lin Qiye wield the mortal realm had significantly deepened his comprehension of it. Just as Lin Ze pondered this revelation, a message appeared before him, affirming his suspicions. Seraph Satisfaction Level 5, Seraph's Performance Level 20. You guessed correctly. Observation and imitation are indeed integral to the learning process. Excellent. I have discovered yet another means to enhance my performance level. Wait, could I perhaps ask the Phantom King to teach me how to use Phantom Domain? It seems plausible. I shall give it a try. A mere spark of inspiration has resolved the conundrum Lin Ze previously faced. Just as Lin Ze was about to return to the stage for experimentation, he was suddenly taken aback by a rather blush-inducing remark. At that moment, when Shima had already escorted Lin Qiye away, intending to instruct him on the use of the void band. By the way, Qiye, what is your and Lin Ze's domain ability? Centered around me, I can perceive anything within a 20-meter radius. As for Lin Ze's ability, I am unsure. It should be similar to mine. Really? That is quite remarkable. When Shima clearly appeared skeptical. At that juncture, Hong Ying suddenly materialized before the two, brandishing a long spear. Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly, "White?" The two exchanged a knowing smile, professional indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's curiosity was piqued. He firmly believed that practice is the sole criterion for truth. Is that so? I must witness it for myself. Momins lay. Indeed, it was true. I must clarify. I am a person of integrity. This action is solely to verify whether Lin Qiye's ability is erroneous. Yes, precisely that. Lin Ze casually concocted a rationale and prepared to return to the stage. The serpent demon incident was likely on the verge of eruption. It was imperative to master as many void bands as possible, post-haste. Simultaneously, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Peace Affairs office. A boy clad in school uniform, visibly shaken, recounted his experiences. You claim to have encountered a supernatural event? Please register. Lin Qiye produced a pen to take notes. They dealt with the mysterious, yet the mysterious is not as commonplace as cabbages. It is not simply a matter of existence. Therefore, those who come here claiming to have encountered supernatural events are often merely frightening themselves. Name? Li Yifei. Age? 19. May I speak now? Yes. Please describe what you witnessed. Li Yifei gulped, still trembling, and began, That night, I forgot my backpack and returned to the classroom after everyone had left. At that moment, I suddenly heard footsteps at the outer door. From their voices, it was our bald principal and a young teacher. Then, they embraced each other. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Qiye abruptly interrupted him. This is a formal office. It would be best if you spoke more appropriately, all right? Please allow me to finish. Then, that female teacher bit down on the principal's head. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes and quietly inquired, The head? Li Yifei exclaimed loudly. What else could it be? That one up there. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye instantly regained his composure. The mysterious had appeared, and this time, it was within the school. Immediate action was imperative. Chapter 16. The mysterious incident at Sangnan No. 2 Middle School. Upon realizing the gravity of the mysterious event, the members of Team 136 promptly prepared for departure. Time is of the essence. They dared not delay even for a moment. Lin Ze, wake up. You were right after all. There truly is something mysterious within No. 2 Middle School. Hurry up. We are setting out together this time. Cold Qian urged, gathering his gear while rousing Lin Ze from his slumber. In truth, Lin Ze was not asleep. The squad had dwindled, with no one willing to train alongside him anymore. After much effort, he had managed to persuade Lin Qiye to join him, but even Lin Qiye had grown wise to his tricks. Reluctantly, Lin Ze returned to his usual routine, training alongside Lao Zhao and Gue Mianwang. Yet, before they could even begin, they were met with this unforeseen incident. The mystery at No. 2 Middle School? Yes, that is indeed the institution you and Qiye attend. Who reported this? Why ask that now? We must hurry. No, I must know who it is. Faced with Lin Ze's unwavering determination, Cold Qian relented. I believe the name is something like Li Yifei? Yes, that's it. Let us go. The captain and the others are waiting for us. Qi would be joining them this time as well. Li Fei. Has he already lost his composure? This is several days earlier than the original plot. Lin Ze mused inwardly. It appeared he could no longer remain idle and was preparing to join the Night Watchers ahead of schedule. It seemed that his butterfly had already begun to stir the waters. Ever since the Zhao Kong Chung incident, Lin Ze had anticipated this outcome. The unfolding events would not adhere to the original narrative. He had become an unstable factor capable of influencing the larger scenario. Lin Ze had never contemplated exploiting this advantage. From the very beginning, his sole asset had been himself. Before long, the group split into two teams and boarded the vehicle en route to No. 2 Middle School. Li Fei, please describe the situation as you observed it. This will aid us in deducing some useful information. Chen Muyi calmly analyzed the circumstances. They still had no clear understanding of the nature of the mystery they faced, so it was best to gather as much information as possible. Understood, leader. Li Fei shared every detail he knew with Chen Muyi. In no time, Chen Muyi synthesized the information and established a preliminary understanding of the mystery at hand. I have largely identified the relevant information. This will be sent to your phones shortly. Please be attentive to your messages, he communicated through his earpiece. As his words echoed, the voices of the others responded, received. At that moment, Li Fei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Leader, I've been of great assistance to you this time. Can I join your team? I must confess, I have dreamt of saving the world since childhood." Upon hearing this implausible request, Chen Muyi was poised to refuse. Lin Ze suddenly remarked, "Well, I must say, you do possess some remarkable qualities. I've always believed in your potential since childhood. Captain, you might want to consider this." Although Chen Mai was perplexed by Lin Ze's assertion, he was acutely aware that joining the Night Watchman was no trivial matter, fraught with danger and not an organization one could simply waltz into. Nonetheless, Chen Mai refrained from contradicting Lin Ze and instead responded, "Yes, I will convey your sentiments to the higher-ups." "Great. Leader, I assure you I will perform exceptionally," exclaimed Li Fei, nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. Had the car roof not been in the way, he might have truly jumped. A smile crept across Lin Ze's lips. He had achieved his objective. At that moment, Li Fei was singularly focused on one goal, to join the Night Watchman, and thus, he needed to demonstrate his worthiness. The upcoming performance served as the stage he crafted for himself. Only here could he fulfill his ambitions. Lin Ze's words were merely a tantalizing promise, a metaphorical pie that motivated him to labor diligently, thereby minimizing casualties to the greatest extent possible. "Captain, how much longer until we arrive?" Chen Mai glanced at his watch, estimating approximately 10 more minutes. "Good. I will contemplate the next phase of our plan." With that, Lin Ze returned to his stage. A serendipitous opportunity had revealed to him the entrance and exit methods of this platform. There was no need to vocalize the essence of the national treasures. He merely had to concentrate his mental energy deep within the core of the stage. His previous success had stemmed from Lin Ze's harsh words had become unbearable for the drama god, who finally intervened to pull Lin Ze back down. "How can you utter such words?" Once back on stage, Lin Ze dared not waste a single moment. He promptly summoned the Ghost Face King to perform his extraordinary skills. At this juncture, Zhao Kongqing also noticed Lin Ze's flustered demeanor. Lin Ze was unaware that, while he could control any creature in the audience, Zhao Kongqing was the exception. However, he could sense Zhao Kongqing's presence. Controlling him would be simple, yet it was unnecessary. "What is the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Zhao Kongqing inquired. "A mysterious phenomenon has emerged at the second venue, one that is highly contagious. Our team members have already gone to investigate. I will need your abilities in this forbidden domain." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing immediately became tense, instinctively gripping his star blade. Yet, as he regained his composure, he realized he was already dead and thus could no longer be of assistance. Lin Ze also noticed Zhao Kongqing's unusual reaction, feeling a twinge of admiration rise within him. In life, Zhao had perished while striving to protect others, even at the cost of his own life, and his resolve had not wavered in the slightest. "Respect, old Zhao. Take a breather. Leave this to me. My time is limited, and I must depart shortly. I shall not waste words with you." "You, Unleash your forbidden domain with all your might. The king of the ghostly visage, upon being directed by Lin Ze, dared not delay for even a moment and immediately activated his forbidden ability. In an instant, a ghostly visage enveloped the ground beneath Lin Ze's feet. Mastering the stage completely, Lin Ze instantly sensed something amiss. Why is the extent of this domain so vast? Moreover, the intensity affecting mental faculties and perception has increased by several hundredfold. Were it not for the protective mechanism of the stage for Lin Ze, its sole performer, he would have been lost the moment the ghostly visage domain manifested. To put it plainly, in the alley, the range of the ghostly visage domain employed by the king was akin to a circle. While substantial, it could be escaped with a few strides. Yet, the current ghostly visage domain seemed endless, an expanse that appeared to stretch infinitely. Ghostly visage performance level. 12, 15, 17, 20. Ghostly visage performance level. 20. Lin Ze was baffled by the situation. Yet he was aware that his performance level was rapidly escalating. In a brief span, the performance level of the ghostly domain surged from 5 to 20. This level of performance not only allowed Lin Ze to wield it with ease, but also granted him a nascent understanding of this forbidden ability. For now it suffices. Remain here obediently. I shall return to find you. Lin Ze pointed at the king of the ghostly visage, who immediately stood at attention. It was evident that he was genuinely frightened of Lin Ze. One cannot entirely blame him, for he retained the memories of his past life. He was well aware of Lin Ze's cruel methods. Lin Ze realized that this stage would undoubtedly present him with further surprises, though he had yet to uncover them. Surprises, but they are revealed gradually, akin to the slow squeezing of toothpaste, much like certain authors who update incrementally. Quite vexing. At this moment, the vehicle came to a halt before the gates of a school, Sungnan Second High School. We have arrived. Chapter 17. Vanquishing Demons as a Signal. Upon arriving at the school gate, the members of Team 136 gathered to discuss their forthcoming plans. At that moment, a stranger appeared before them. Li Yifei, that foolish lad, also poked his head out, listening earnestly. Fellow student, this matter pertains to our team alone. Perhaps you should step aside, Chun Mai suggested delicately. After all, the information had been provided by him, and it seemed rather impolite to dismiss him outright. However, upon hearing this, Li Yifei was displeased. No, come on, brothers. I can be of some help. Let me join you. I promise I won't hold you back. The others, realizing this foolish boy did not grasp the situation, prepared to resort to more forceful measures. Just then, Lin Ze spoke up. Li Yifei, remember this. Regardless of what you retain, just remember this. We require a teammate to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. After voting, we believe you are more than capable of fulfilling this role. Good luck, it's all up to you. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Li Yifei's eyes. I promise to accomplish the task. With that declaration, Li Yifei returned to school. At that moment, his sole desire was to join the night watchman team. The essence of his being had never doubted the exposure of his identity. After all, even Li Yifei himself was unaware of this matter. How can anyone else possibly know? Watching how Lin Ze effortlessly sent this persistent pest away, the team members couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done, Lin Ze. If it were up to me, I would have just knocked him out. Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. No, everyone has their own worth, even those deemed useless. Now, let's focus on our own people. Let's discuss the upcoming battle plan. The gazes of the group turned towards Chun Mai, who wasted no time in articulating his strategy. This enigmatic entity was known as the Nantua Serpent Demon. It possessed formidable reproductive capabilities, albeit of a peculiar nature. It consumed living beings and then disguised itself as them, living in this world under their guise. Furthermore, its offspring could also parasitize, turning those they inhabited into avatars of the Nantua Serpent Demon, obedient to the will of the original. Therefore, our current situation is quite dire. Upon hearing this news, the team felt a wave of pressure. If they encountered other mysteries, even if somewhat stronger, it would be manageable, for they knew the whereabouts of their enemies. Yet now, they were in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows, capable of masquerading as students. Coupled with this mysterious ability to replicate itself, the progeny seemed endless. Who could fathom how many serpent demons lurked within this school? Say a rather pessimistic remark. It is not impossible for the school to be filled with serpent demons. The team felt an unprecedented pressure. Just then, Lin Ze suddenly spoke up to encourage everyone. Friends, I understand your thoughts. In truth, we need not be so despondent. Consider this. If the number of infected individuals is excessively high, they would not need to tread so cautiously. Furthermore, reflect upon the information that lad provided. He acted only after everyone had left school, suggesting that the situation is not as dire as we might believe. Our primary objective is to regain control swiftly. Lin Ze's words rekindled the group's confidence. Lin Qiye drew a handgun and disengaged the safety. Captain, let us split into teams. Subsequently, Zhan Shen divided the group into 3 smaller teams. Each member was paired with a companion, save for Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, who were left unassigned. Just as Lin Qiye was about to express his confusion, Zhan Shen gravely stated, Lin Ze, you two do not have a fixed task. You are the key to the success of this mission. We shall rely on your divine insight to identify the non-Tuwa serpent demon. Therefore, your sole mission is to protect yourselves. Lin Qiye, excited yet anxious at being entrusted with a task for the first time, felt reassured by the fact that he was partnered with Lin Ze. Turning to Lin Ze, Zhan Shen said, Lin Ze, take care of yourself and look after Qiye. Lin Ze nodded. Without needing to be told, he would naturally ensure Lin Qiye's safety. Do not alert the enemy. Move out. At Zhan Shen's command, the group commenced their operation. However, they quickly encountered their first obstacle. They could not enter the school gate. The walls of No. 2 High School were erected high to deter students from skipping class. How are we supposed to get in? One asked. What other option do we have? We'll have to scale the wall. Very well. It seems we have no choice. Though the wall was tall, it could not deter them, the night watchman. Just then, Lin Ze halted the group. Wait. What did the captain just instruct? Do not alert the enemy. How could you forget so quickly? With that, Lin Ze turned and headed towards the main gate. Although the others were uncertain of his plan, they followed him nonetheless. Lin Ze approached the security booth and began to converse amiably with the elderly guard inside. Sir, could you open the gate? It's me, Lin Ze. Which Ze? Lin Ze. Lin Ze. Sir. The elderly man suddenly recognized him, but his next words shattered the group's composure. What's up, Lin Ze? What do you intend to do? Sensing the situation, Lin Ze chose not to waste time with idle chatter and directly produced the huazi he had previously purchased for Zhao Kongsheng. As huazi emerged, the elder swiftly seized it with a speed that could rival a lightning strike. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, he had already exhaled his first puff of smoke. Ah, it turns out to be Xiaoze. You should have mentioned it sooner. The door is open for you. Please. Step inside. This shall not be repeated. Very well, esteemed elder, do take a rest. Certainly. It is widely acknowledged that the security personnel at schools are generally ineffective in ensuring safety. Their sole function appears to be collapsing to the ground when encountering malefactors. Given their age and demeanor, even a criminal would likely feel intimidated upon witnessing them. Thus, diminished hearing and dulled wits are standard attributes. However, remember this, the elder possesses remarkably keen eyes, particularly when it comes to huazi. Come on. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Lin Ze turned to his teammates, who were still reeling in shock. They could hardly believe how effortlessly he navigated this scenario. Wasn't he just a student? Even Lin Qiye looked at Lin Ze with astonishment. He had thought he understood Lin Ze quite well, but it now appeared he had only scratched the surface of his true nature. Amidst their astonishment, they did not forget their mission. They followed Lin Ze into the campus. However, before they could make their way to the academic building, they caught the attention of a Mediterranean-haired supervisor. This was hardly surprising. With such a large group, and armed with regulated knives, it was difficult not to attract notice. You lot, halt! What are you doing here? What is your purpose? Leave at once. Facing the advancing supervisor, Lin Ze remained composed. Sir, we are here to escort someone. Escort someone? Is this how you intend to do it? Do you think you can deceive me? I am quite astute most of the time. At that moment, the supervisor had approached the group, preparing to dismiss them. Yet Lin Ze's expression darkened. I am not lying. We are indeed here to escort someone. Come, let me send you on your way." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Ze thrust a sword through the man's chest, feeling the warmth fade from his face. The crowd once again turned to Lin Ze in shock. Did we not agree to avoid alarming the snake? Moreover, you've already taken action? After being pierced through the chest, the supervisor fell to the ground, his body gradually transforming into that of a serpent demon. Lin Ze shouted attack. Chapter 18. The female teacher in the principal's office. Bonus chapter. Did we not agree to avoid alarming the enemy? Why did you jump straight into killing? Moreover, you didn't even flinch when uncertain if your opponent was a serpent demon. My friend, speak truthfully with us. Are you truly a high school student? Observing Lin Ze's remarkably adept movements, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite varied. If I am not mistaken, this must be Lin Ze's first encounter with a humanoid monster. Even knowing it to be a serpent demon, there would naturally be some psychological barriers. This is an instinctive human reaction akin to the prion disease caused by cannibalism. They recalled their own first experience with taking a life, a moment that required extensive mental preparation. Yet here you are, killing without a second thought. Nonetheless, despite their astonishment, they did not forget their mission. Those responsible for setting up the barriers proceeded to do so, while others went to conceal the body. Lin Qiye, your actions could disrupt our plans. Cold Xian exclaimed, gripping Lin Ze with a hint of frustration. He acknowledged Lin Ze's strengths and his quick learning ability. However, he remained just a high school student, lacking any real combat experience. His concern was not aimed at Lin Ze personally, but rather at the 1,000 lives within the school. Should the serpent demons rise in rebellion, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he felt compelled to halt Lin Ze's reckless behavior. Lin Ze, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. There was no alternative. This was the most optimal solution. Just as Cold Xian was about to voice another protest, Chen Mai intervened. Cold Xian, calm down. Lin Ze's actions are entirely justified. We are hindered by him. If we continue to bicker, we will undoubtedly draw the attention of the serpent demons within the school. We must act swiftly and decisively. Then, turning to the group, Chen Mai declared, Lin Ze will serve as the second in command. In necessary circumstances, you may even deviate from my plans. Yes, the group responded affirmatively. Chen Mai patted Lin Ze on the shoulder, encouraging him, do well. I have faith in you. Lin Ze nodded earnestly. They proceeded to execute their original plan, maintaining communication through their earpieces. With that, the group split into 4 teams, each heading to their designated task locations. Chen Mai and Cold Xian formed one pair, Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima another, Hong Ying and Si Xiao in a third, while Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, the divine twin stars, comprised the final team. Qiye, our mission is to locate and eliminate those serpent demons that have fully matured. As for those still in disguise, we merely need to mark them for later resolution. Understood. Lin Qiye nodded. For some reason, he felt an invigorating energy when partnered with Lin Ze. Even as golden, I was tingling with anticipation. And most importantly, Lin Ze suddenly remarked, do not stray too far from me. Within 20 meters, I can ensure your protection. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Although it sounded like a sincere camaraderie between brothers, an inexplicable sense of discomfort lingered. Before Lin Qiye could respond, Lin Ze had already made his way toward an academic building. Lin Qiye, recalling Lin Ze's earlier words, jogged alongside him, reminding himself, do not stray too far from me. As a prestigious high school, Sangnan No. 2 High School is neither excessively large nor particularly small. The campus boasts several educational buildings, including Jingyuan Building, Mingji Building, and Boshue Building. In addition, there are dormitories, cafeteria, and a playground. Given the vastness of the area, relying solely on their small team seemed a daunting task, and thus they could not afford any delay. Qiye, the serpent demons have yet to descend into chaos. We must eliminate as many as possible before the uprising occurs. There are certainly parasitized serpent demons within the classrooms, but they are not our primary targets. We should prioritize solitary targets to minimize panic. Let us proceed to the teacher's office. After a brief discussion of their plan, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye headed towards the teacher's office. Meanwhile, the students in class caught sight of their group. Did you see that? Those people are quite peculiar. Almost like agents. Looks like they're into cosplay. Oh, you seem to know your stuff. I wouldn't mind joining in on such activities. While others cosplay for school, I'm out here playing. At that moment, 2 pieces of chalk suddenly flew towards them, striking the heads of the 2 individuals in front. The teacher at the podium scolded nonchalantly, "I am speaking up here, and you are conversing below. If you wish to discuss, come up here and do so." "Teacher, we were discussing a problem," one of them protested. "What issue could possibly warrant discussion during class? Go stand by the door." Unfazed, the 2 stepped proudly to the front of the class, assuming the role of sentinels. If one person had been called out, it might have been awkward. However, with 2, the dynamic shifted entirely. As they settled into their positions, they noticed 2 youths with eyes shimmering like gold passing by them. Wow, they even wear colored contacts. Look at that. Now that's what I call professional. But why does this person seem so familiar? A moment later, Lin Ze and his companion entered an office where the voices of several teachers could be heard discussing matters. "Our class students are truly incorrigible. I must assign more homework." "Just homework? Perhaps add a few more test papers as well." "Oh, and tear off the answers. If they fail to complete it, call their parents." Outside the door, Lin Ze and his friend felt an involuntary surge of pressure upon hearing these remarks. Damn it, has it come to this even after being parasitized? Take action. Lin Ze cursed vehemently as he forcefully kicked open the office door. This audacious act instantly sparked discontent among the teachers present. "Which class are you from? Who is your homeroom teacher? Didn't your instructor teach you?" Before he could finish, a bullet precisely pierced through his forehead. The remaining serpent demons, witnessing this, no longer concealed themselves and immediately revealed their true forms. Qiye moved to the front. Suppress them with firepower first. Understood. Faced with a horde of advancing serpent demons, the 2 transformed into mobile artillery, launching indiscriminate attacks on the assailants. The rationale behind sending Lin Qiye to the forefront lay in Lin Ze's apprehension that this lad might inadvertently shoot him. He had witnessed Lin Qiye's shooting accuracy firsthand. It wouldn't be fair to say he wasn't skilled. One could only say he was utterly inept. Initially, Lin Qiye had been reluctant, for he harbored his own fears. After all, Lin Ze's shooting proficiency was inferior to his own. Although Lin Ze had scored a perfect 10 on one shot, the rest had all missed the target. While he too had missed, he at least performed better than Lin Ze. However, Lin Qiye soon realized he had misjudged the situation. Lin Ze's shooting could be described as pinpoint accurate, each bullet finding its designated mark. 2 shots to the heart and 1 to the head. Even the king of hell would shake his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye was not without merit himself, as he shot with precision. Gradually, he began to relax, entrusting his back to Lin Ze. After a minute of relentless gunfire, all the serpent demons in the office had been eradicated, leaving only 1 uninfected individual behind. As the gunfire ceased, they could hear the sobs of the teacher. "Woe is me. Has the world transformed into this? Assigning homework has turned into monsters being slain. I shall never assign homework again." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile, deeming it a good deed. Before departing, Lin Ze informed the teacher of the current situation, advising him not to run around, but to remain in place. The teacher complied, covering his mouth tightly, silent as a grave. At that moment, their earpieces crackled to life with Chun Muye's voice. "Attention all teams. There are signs of unrest among the serpent demons on campus. Protect yourselves and do your utmost to safeguard the students." With this, the duo hastened to their next destination. A fully grown serpent demon had emerged in the principal's office. Meanwhile, within the principal's office, a middle-aged man scrutinized the teacher, Xiao Liang, with disdain. "Why are you here instead of attending your class? And it's not my intention to criticize you, but with you dressed like that, how can the students focus on their lessons?" Although his words conveyed disapproval, his gaze behind the glasses never strayed from the female teacher. Standing at the door, Xiao Yang was clad in a professional white shirt, complemented by a skirt resembling a short pair of shorts. She approached the man with each step resounding in her red-soled high heels. "Principal, I'm not here to teach them. Rather, I am here to instruct you." "Teach me? What lesson could I possibly learn?" "Naturally, it is a lesson in biology. As she spoke, the petite teacher lightly bit her crimson lip, casting a dreamy gaze upon the man. With merely a glance, he found himself utterly captivated. Biology is indeed fascinating. It is essential to learn. Chapter 19. The Soul's Dullness. Do not underestimate our bond. Qiye, why is your face flushed? Huh? Is it? No, I don't think so. Did you see something? Perhaps it was due to our swift running earlier. At this moment, the two had arrived at the doorstep of the principal's office. Under the enhancement of the divine ruins, they had sensed everything within the office from a distance of 20 meters. They were aware of who was inside, how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, and what words were exchanged, all within their grasp. What was that teacher Liang wearing? A professional OL outfit. Lin Qiye answered without hesitation. Hey, you still claim you didn't look? Lin Qiye said awkwardly, well, actually I was merely observing the identity of the serpent demon. It was an unavoidable necessity. Fine, let me handle it alone later. It's not suitable for children. Lin Ze took on this daunting task himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye retorted, that's not right. We are classmates. Even if you are older, it's not by much. If it's unsuitable for children, then neither of us should be watching. Moreover, how can I trust you to face such danger alone? Seeing that Lin Qiye would not relent, Lin Ze could only concede. All right, then we shall go together. But we shall not look. After all, we can perceive everything within 20 meters. This shall be our gentleman's agreement. Agreed. Lin Qiye readily accepted. Subsequently, Lin Ze kicked the door. Buddha bless. Raise your hands. The principal, disturbed from his refined demeanor, immediately retracted his little brother. He then shouted, what are you doing? This is the principal's office. Do you have any manners? Can't you see I am in a discussion with the teacher? Just as he began to issue further commands, a cold barrel pressed against his temple, abruptly silencing him. The arrogance that had filled his mind dissipated in an instant. Shut up. Lin Ze, with an impassive expression, pressed the gun to the man's head. The serpent demon, witnessing this, feigned fear and burrowed into the man's embrace. You get away. Lin Ze directed the gun towards the principal. However, for reasons unknown, whether it was due to the woman's alluring approach or something else, the man showed no intention of departing. Instead, he spoke in a conciliatory tone, young brother, how about this? Whatever you want, I can give you. If all else fails, we can also work together. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. He recognized that further negotiation was futile. Thus, he forcefully pulled the woman aside and shot her through the heart. Qiye, fire. Upon hearing this command, Lin Qiye promptly emptied the magazine into the woman. The resounding gunfire and the acrid scent of gunpowder jolted the principal into a state of acute awareness. In that moment, he cast aside his trivial concerns and focused on the immediate threat. Bang, bang, bang. With a few sharp reports, the woman's body was riddled with countless bullet holes, her once exquisite and vibrant attire now rendered utterly tattered. Yet in the next heartbeat, her form rose in an astonishingly uncanny manner. The human skin that had cloaked her began to dissipate, revealing a dense array of scales beneath. The wounds inflicted by the gunfire merely left faint traces upon her. Unfazed, Lin Ze swiftly approached Lin Qiye. The latter had yet to mature and lacked the divine abilities bestowed by the psychiatric institution, having not even undergone proper training. It was imperative that he be safeguarded. At times, Lin Ze pondered whether he was destined to be Lin Qiye's guardian spirit. However, upon this thought's emergence, he swiftly dismissed it. He could indeed serve as Lin Qiye's protector, yet he aspired to be more than just that. There exists an ancient saying in the great Xia. Since you have come this far, you must forge your own path. Indeed, having arrived, one must carve out a road that is uniquely their own. Clearly, this serpent demon was unlike those encountered previously. Conventional firearms had lost their efficacy against it. Qiye, prepare yourself. Understood. Before either could react, the serpent demon lunged forward, disarming them of their firearms. Subsequently, it lashed out its tail between the two. This was yet another facet of its assault, employing its hefty tail as a weapon. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly, leaping to either side to evade the strike. Immediately afterward, the serpent demon swung its robust tail toward Lin Ze. To evade the attack, Lin Ze had no choice but to tactically retreat. Yet, The next move of the serpent demon took them by surprise. Utilizing the momentum from its tail's swing, it rapidly closed in on Lin Qiye, first disrupting their formation with an attack. Then, feigning an assault on Lin Ze, it executed a cunning ploy to draw him away. Its true objective had been singular from the very beginning: to reach the protected Lin Qiye. Only when the demon's claws were poised to strike Lin Qiye did they grasp why the Naga demon was said to possess a near-human intellect. This scheme seemed impeccably devised, advancing step by step, ultimately aiming for Lin Qiye's demise. Had it been anyone else, the outcome would likely have been sealed. However, misfortune befell the demon, for it was faced with Lin Ze. The serpent demon committed two critical errors. The first was its decision to disarm Lin Ze. Yet, one could not entirely blame it. After all, it was merely a creature of quasi-human intelligence, incapable of grasping the nuances of human behavior. It was unaware that, typically, a boss possesses two forms. The use of a handgun marked the first phase for Lin Ze. Conventional weaponry proves ineffective, does it? Well then, prepare to confront the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Zone Sequence 083, Eclipse of Life and Death. This was its first mistake, though not the most pivotal. The moment the members of Team 136 crossed the school gate, their fate was sealed. Only death awaited them, though the manner of their demise remained uncertain. However, the catalyst hastening his end was his second mistake, prioritizing the elimination of Lin Qiye over Lin Ze. Had he set his sights on Lin Ze first, perhaps Lin Ze would have feigned vulnerability, granting him a brief reprieve. Yet, he foolishly chose Lin Qiye. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a lavatory, an invitation to death. The serpent demon's actions surpassed Lin Qiye's expectations. Even if he had sensed the danger, evasion was futile. The distance was simply too short. As he felt the sharp claws inching ever closer, Lin Qiye instinctively shouted, "Lin Ze." The two simple words provided him with a profound sense of security, even as the claws relentlessly advanced towards him. He could distinctly feel that when the claws were less than a centimeter from him, they ceased their approach. The serpent demon gazed in disbelief at its rebellious arm. So close, just a hair's breadth away. As its vision began to blur, it remained oblivious to how its demise would unfold until it glimpsed its own severed body. Foolish creature, to think it boasted of high intelligence. Did it not realize that there exists a power in this world that surpasses all? Do not underestimate the bond we share. Lin Ze finally grasped the essence of the plots from the animated shows of his childhood. This was indeed the power of friendship. As their gazes locked, in this poignant atmosphere, Lin Ze leisurely remarked, "Lin Qiye, are you? Did you see everything with your eyes wide open?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "And you? You are not averse to peeking either." They exchanged a knowing smile, simultaneously declaring, "Hey, shameless." At that moment, their earpieces crackled to life with Wu Xiangnan's voice. "We have reached the school surveillance room, but our access is restricted. Someone needs to resolve this issue. This way we can gain complete visibility over the school." Upon hearing the urgent situation relayed through the earpiece, the duo turned their attention to the principal, who was cowering beneath a desk. Without hesitation, Lin Ze pressed his gun against the man's forehead. Let it be said, when it comes to humans, intimidation often yields quicker results. You seem quite practiced at hiding. Come out. We require your assistance. The principal's reluctance was evident, but Lin Ze silently disengaged the safety. At that moment, Chen Mai's voice echoed through the earpiece. "By the way, Lin Ze, this is your first mission with Qiye. Always prioritize humanity. Though memories will ultimately be erased, one must not resort to cruelty. Instead, win hearts through virtue. Understood? Win hearts through virtue? Well, from this day forth, this firearm shall be named Understood, Captain, I am currently complying." With a swift motion, Lin Ze pressed the gun against the back of the man's head. Speaking in a gentle tone, "We require access to the monitoring room. Would you kindly cooperate?" "Thank you." All right. I'm more than willing to assist." It was quite ironic that while threatening him with a weapon, his words were laced with courtesy, even expressing gratitude. This stark contrast momentarily bewildered Lin Qiye. For a fleeting moment, he felt that Lin Ze's decision to join the Night Watch was indeed a prudent choice. Otherwise, with Lin Ze's temperament, he would undoubtedly have become a notorious outlaw. Moments later, the voice of Wu Xiongnan crackled through the earpiece. I've got it. The serpent demons have already gone on a rampage. I will relay their location. You can proceed directly there. Once Lin Ze confirmed that Wu Xiongnan had secured the access, he slowly holstered his da. The first task assigned to Lin Ze's team after Wu Xiongnan obtained the permissions was as follows. Lin Ze, it is on your floor. Take a left upon exiting. It's the second classroom. Class 8 of the first year, 3 serpent demons have gathered outside their door. Most of the students are barricaded inside. A total of 32 individuals need to be rescued. On our floor, it shouldn't be far. Lin Ze utilized his divine perception to assess the situation in Class 8. There was no need to rescue 32 individuals. To be precise, there are no longer 32 individuals inside. Qiye, they have departed. Meanwhile, inside Class 8, upon realizing the unusual circumstances at the school, they swiftly devised a plan. They barricaded the door with desks and chairs. While this could indeed provide some defense against the serpent demons, what they were oblivious to was that the demons were right beside them. It could be classmates who had just lent them a helping hand, or their usual companions, even those who were guarding the door to protect them. It could even be you. Chapter 20. An unprecedentedly bizarre request. Oh dear. Why must we encounter such a predicament? What are you boys doing standing around? Hurry and secure the door. Do you wish to allow those monsters to devour us all? Haven't we already reported this? Why has no one come to our rescue? I shall file a complaint. After I get out of here, I swear you will regret this. In Class 8 of the first year, a girl, dwarfed by the crowd, cried out in hysterics. Her classmates regarded her with disdain. Typically, she was the arrogant type, leveraging her family's modest wealth and her connection with the principal to assert dominance in class. Most students focused solely on their studies, unwilling to engage with her. But now, at this critical juncture, when their very lives were at stake, she continued her tirade. They would no longer indulge her. Enough, shouted a robust boy at the door. Be quiet for a moment. Someone will surely come to save us. You dare to scold me? Who do you think you are? She retorted. Don't let your strength go to your head. If you're so strong, go work like a beast. Let me tell you your parents slap. The sharp sound of a crisp slap echoed through the room. The one who struck was another girl. That's enough, Lu Ruyan. This is a time for unity. Stop with your snide remarks. She then turned to the boys guarding the door. Thank you. Some of us may not be of much help, but we will contribute in any way we can. You need not concern yourselves with her. Having never been contradicted before, Lu Ruyan let out a desperate wail. Perhaps it was a resonance of shared fear, as her voice soon attracted 3 nearby snake demons. These serpentine creatures, driven mad by the commotion, hurled themselves against the door. Finding it unyielding, they shifted their focus to the classroom windows, which were merely thin panes of glass and, in fact, larger than the door. As the snake demons drew nearer, despair washed over the crowd. Just then, 3 gunshots rang out from a distance, and the 3 snake demons collapsed in response. Lin Qiye, tell me honestly, is your marksmanship truly that impressive? Just luck. After this brief encounter with Lin Ze, Lin Qiye suddenly realized an undeniable truth. There was not a single flaw in Lin Ze. Initially, he had thought Lin Ze's shooting skills would be lacking, but it now appeared that he was exceptionally adept. Open the door. I will help you out, Lin Ze announced as he approached the door. Not opening it. What if you're a monster in disguise? Prove your identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze turned to Lin Qiye and said, Qiye, it seems we truly lack any means of proving our identities. Let us go. Let's not worry about them. Originally, Lin Qiye believed that Lin Ze truly intended to prove his identity. To his astonishment, Lin Ze decisively turned to leave. The crowd in the classroom immediately fell into a state of panic upon hearing this, hastily opening the door to welcome the two. Once inside, Lin Ze wasted no time and stated, there is but one matter at hand. Remain where you are. We shall assist you in dispatching these monsters. Too many targets will only heighten the danger. As he spoke, Lin Ze assessed the number and identities of the serpent demons among the throng. Fortunately, there were only 2 in total. Just as Lin Ze prepared to take action against them, a shrill voice pierced the air. Ah, Lin Ze, it truly is you. I never imagined you possessed such an identity. Take me with you. Do not concern yourself with them. Lin Ze regarded this less-than-pleasant classmate and retorted, Who are you? Go back and stay put. His words did not deter her. Rather, they ignited her excitement. Are you speaking to me? You need to go to such lengths to capture my attention. Observing the classmate before him, whose intellect appeared somewhat lacking, Lin Ze chose not to engage further. With a swift kick, he sent her sprawling back into the crowd. This single action shattered her fantasy of a tycoon falling in love with me. Her identity swiftly transformed from an infatuated admirer to a shrew. She then positioned herself against the door, shouting at the top of her lungs, Then no one is leaving. Lin Ze, don't think that just because you wield a gun, you are formidable. If you have the guts, then kill me. With the sound of her challenge still echoing, a gunshot rang out. Lin Ze, wearing an expression of resignation, remarked, You all heard that. It was her who prompted me to act thus. I have never encountered such a peculiar request. With that, Lin Ze fired 2 more shots, eliminating the 2 serpent demons concealed within the crowd. 3 corpses lay before them, rendering the onlookers speechless with fear. They began to doubt whether this individual had truly come to their rescue. Equally astonished was Lin Qiye, who had not anticipated Lin Ze's decisive actions. Setting aside the 2 demons, this was a human being. Though somewhat daft, this was indeed a person. Lin Qiye pulled Lin Ze aside to the entrance and whispered, Lin Ze, have you lost your mind? That was a human, not a serpent demon. Let's pretend this incident never occurred. Be cautious and refrain from such actions. Lin Ze smiled faintly and playfully tapped Lin Qiye on the head. You foolish child. Look closely. Look closely? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye focused intently and suddenly realized that the girl had not been shot. She had merely fainted from shock. In an instant, Lin Qiye understood. Lin Ze had constructed an illusion that deceived everyone, including himself. Indeed, this was the effect of the ghost-faced realm. After reaching a performance level of 20, Lin Ze discovered that he could utilize it silently. Although the effect was somewhat lacking, it sufficed for these students. At that moment, Lin Ze patted Lin Qiye's shoulder and inquired, Qiye, do you know what teachers often say about underperforming students? A single rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. She is that rotten apple. It is merely a pity. Lin Qiye pressed on, What is the pity? It is a pity she is not a serpent demon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's hair stood on end. He sensed the murderous intent lurking deep within Lin Ze's gaze. Just then, without turning his head, Lin Ze fired a shot down the corridor. As Lin Qiye was filled with confusion, a familiar figure emerged at the end of the hall. Li Yifei. Oh no. Don't shoot. I'm one of us. Lin Ze's expression darkened. Be more careful next time. I cannot guarantee your luck will hold out. Li Yifei, trembling with apprehension, replied, I will certainly pay attention. Beneath his fearful demeanor lay a hint of malice. At this moment, he had come to regard Lin Ze as the greatest obstacle in his plans. He must eliminate him. A firm resolution took root in Li Yifei's heart. Just then, a commotion arose from the girls' dormitory, a scarlet flame shooting skyward. Lin Ze, it's from the girls' dormitory. Should we not go assist them? Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. No need. Sister Hong Ying has the mobile power bank. It will be fine for now. At present, the incident regarding the Nantua serpent demon was nearing its conclusion. Lin Ze had but one goal ahead, to locate Qingyu. This was crucial. He must not lose track. Additionally, Han Ro and Lu Yuan needed to be dealt with. In Lin Ze's recollection, during the ghost-faced incident, it was Lu Yuan who had pushed Lin Qiye. He sought to avenge Lin Qiye. Generally, Lin Ze held no grudges. He preferred to settle matters promptly. He was no gentleman capable of enduring for a decade. Just then, the voice of Si Xiaonan crackled through the earpiece. Mobile power bank? Is Lin Ze referring to me? I am not a mobile power bank. I'm a healer. Very well. A mobile power bank. Chapter 21. The game's men love to play once again. The irate voice of Si Xiaonan emanated from the headset. It's not a portable charger. You are. No, you're a mobile pervert. Got it, a charger. Pervert. Charger. Upon hearing Lin Ze and Si Xiaonan bickering like schoolchildren, the other teammates could not help but burst into laughter. At that moment, Lin Qiye's voice chimed in through the headset. Xiaonan, allow me to impart a winning strategy. You can simply reflect it back. Ah, indeed, it can be reflected. Reflect. You mean I'm just talking about myself? Go ahead, Lin Ze. Without hesitation, Lin Ze replied, reflection is ineffective. At this, Si Xiaonan flushed with indignation once more. Oh, reflection is ineffective. Well, with Lin Qiye's guidance, it seemed they were merely escalating their childish quarrel. Suddenly, Chen Mai's voice broke through the banter. All right, let us focus on completing the task first. Once we return to the base, you two can debate whether reflection is effective or not. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can cook for you all. The prospect of their captain personally preparing a meal filled the group with renewed vigor, and their speed in vanquishing the monsters increased significantly. If possible, they would have liked to swing the star blade with such fervor that it would emit smoke. At this moment, Lin Ze turned to Lin Qiye. Let us set off. After completing the mission, we'll give the captain a good scolding. Lin Qiye stared blankly at Lin Ze, realizing he was becoming increasingly unfamiliar with the person before him. Who would have thought that the individual who had just been joking with his teammates could, in the blink of an eye, exude such an icy demeanor? It was as if human life held no value in his eyes. Take that woman from earlier, for instance. Although he too felt anger, he could never bring himself to act in such a manner. Even if it were a charade, Lin Qiye could not entertain the thought. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the genuine murderous intent lurking deep within Lin Ze's gaze. What was even more unsettling was that Lin Ze's actions appeared to be the most rational solution in that moment. He was so composed, so devoid of humanity. In Lin Qiye's eyes, Lin Ze resembled a demon, or perhaps a robot capable of making precise decisions at every turn. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Qiye began to worry. Would there come a day when, for the greater good, he might? At that moment, Lin Ze noticed that Lin Qiye had strayed from his perceptual range. He strolled over to Lin Qiye's side and, with genuine concern, inquired, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Did I not say not to stray too far from me? If you do, I can't sense you. Are you unable to keep up? No worries. We shall proceed at a leisurely pace." With that, Lin Ze gently tugged on Lin Qiye's collar, leading him toward their next destination. Although the scene appeared somewhat inappropriate, Lin Ze was at a loss as to where to grasp. Surely, he could not hold hands. What would two grown men be doing in such a manner? After much contemplation, Lin Ze concluded that pulling on the collar was the most suitable option. Feeling as if he were being tugged forward by an unseen force, Lin Qiye's thoughts seemed to be drawn from the fog of confusion. Although his posture was somewhat unrefined, it mattered little. A laugh escaped Lin Qiye's lips. What was I pondering so foolishly? He had done nothing wrong. Furthermore, even if he were a villain, he had not wronged me. Thus he must be a good person. Such notions would not resurface again. Upon hearing the laughter, Lin Ze turned back, his expression one of puzzlement. What is so amusing? Like a silly boy. Oh, it's nothing. I suddenly recalled something joyful. Let us proceed to our next destination. Meanwhile, in an unknown classroom, it appeared entirely sealed off from the outside. No glimpse of the happenings within could be discerned, not even through the small window of the back door, which was obstructed by papers. It's over. All over monsters have emerged in this world. We are all doomed, faced with the sudden appearance of creatures. Most maintained a pessimistic outlook. However, a boy in the corner, wearing round glasses, remained remarkably composed. Someone will come to rescue us. Where there is darkness, there is also light, akin to the interplay of day and night. With the emergence of monsters, there will be those who confront them. By the way, let me remind you, I am uncertain how those monsters perceive their surroundings. In other words, your voice could potentially attract them. Upon hearing this, the few who had been softly weeping immediately clasped their mouths shut, fearing even the slightest sound. The boy in the corner, so starkly different from the others, was in Qingyu, a member of the Nightfall team. Yet, he was merely a high school student, one soon to confront a life-and-death crisis. A girl in the corner, observing in Qingyu's calm demeanor, speculated that he must be one of those hidden masters from a novel. Even if not, he must possess his own means of self-preservation. Lowering her voice, she inquired, "How can you be so certain someone will come to rescue us?" What if the monsters find us before they do? And Xingyu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, then we shall die. Let's be more cautious in our next lives. His words once again plunged the group into a somber atmosphere. Meanwhile, two boys with gleaming eyes were approaching them. Found it. Is that the room? It seems there are no snake demons within. Let's take a look. Lin Ze had specifically come to find Xingyu. With his arrival, the original narrative had already begun to shift. He was uncertain whether he would affect Xingyu's crucial storyline. Nevertheless, to be safe, Lin Ze resolved to take action himself. After all, these would be Lin Qiye's subordinates in the future. Open the door. I will count to 3. If it remains shut, I shall kick it down. Lin Ze knocked on the door without hesitation and spoke. It seems that Lin Ze has indeed heeded Chen Mai's words, demonstrating the principle of winning others over through virtue. Before kicking down the door, he had the discernment to knock first. Observe what a morally upright individual he is. As his words fell, and Xingyu removed the barrier from the small window in the door. Are you here to rescue us? What is the name of your organization? No comment. All right, I will open the door. After a brief exchange, and Xingyu confirmed the identities of the visitors. He could not ascertain whether they were genuinely there to save them, but he was certain that they were not disguises of monsters. For monsters typically do not demonstrate such confidence. Monsters can masquerade as humans. Be wary of those around you. However, I have already assessed you all, and you pose no threat. We will handle the remaining monsters on campus. Your safety lies in staying here. Lastly, do you have any leads to share with us? As he spoke, Lin Ze's gaze instinctively fell upon Xingyu. He did not expect others to provide information. It was already commendable if they could manage themselves without causing trouble. Lin Ze, I have information to share with you. However, as a condition, I wish to join your ranks. Lin Ze firmly responded, no, you lack the qualifications to negotiate terms. Very well. I saw a man and a woman head towards the restroom. Their behavior was suspicious. A man and a woman? The restroom? Upon hearing this, Lin Ze had a rough idea of their identities. It must be Han Ruo and Lu Yuan. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Am I free to move? That is up to you. Should anything happen, you bear the responsibility. Understood. With that, a serpent demon appeared at the end of the corridor. Lin Qiye approached unflinchingly, brandishing his blade. At that moment, Lin Qiye curiously inquired, how do you know Lin Ze? And Xingyu hesitated slightly before responding. Everyone at school knows him. He scores a consistent 666 on every exam. How does he know you? He should, as I also perform well. What do you score? Only 555. Lin Qiye smiled awkwardly. Mad, encountering one eccentric is one thing, but another today. Qiye, we are leaving. Coming. Lin Ze, as usual, cleared the obstacles before him. However, this time was different. He severed the serpent's head with a single stroke. This had not occurred before. As they departed, Lin Ze cast a glance at Xingyu. There was no need for words between them. A mere glance sufficed to convey understanding. This time, Xingyu need not be stealthy. Lin Ze directly provided him with a gesture of camaraderie. Lin Ze, it seems there is an adult serpent demon in the restroom ahead. Yes, that shall be our next target. Meanwhile, within a restroom stall, with a sinuous motion reminiscent of a water snake, she effortlessly settled onto Lu Yuan's lap. This was no mere pretense. This was the embodiment of her serpentine grace. Ruo, is what we're doing a bit inappropriate? Han Ruo leaned forward, her breath a gentle whisper against Lu Yuan's ear. What's the matter? Does my brother not enjoy it? The softness of her voice, mingled with the warmth of her breath, left Lu Yuan momentarily deflated. I do like it, it's just that it seems a tad unsuitable at this moment. There is nothing unsuitable about it. I promise to be utterly devoted to you, as long as you protect me. Besides, we are merely engaging in a game. Lu Yuan stammered, what game? Han Ruo's fingertips delicately traced his chest. Is that even question? It's undoubtedly the kind of game that all men relish. Chapter 22. Approaching the end, as Lu Yuan gazed at the enchanting figure of Han Ruo, he could not help but indulge in fantasies about the forthcoming game. Once the game commenced, he vowed to execute his moves with precision. The techniques he had previously absorbed from films danced vividly in his mind. This time, he was determined to deliver an impressive performance. Nervously, Lu Yuan placed his trembling hand upon the collar of Han Ruo's garment. Just as he was about to click start game, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. Anti-pornography. Everyone inside, come out immediately. I will count to 3, and if you do not come out on your own, I will enter. 1, 2, 3. Bang. Lin Ze effortlessly kicked open the restroom door. The abrupt interruption of the game sent Lu Yuan's emotions spiraling into rage, especially upon realizing that Lin Ze was the intruder. If memory served him right, among the numerous girls who had confessed their feelings to Lin Ze, Hanruo was one of them. He had yet to even begin the game, and it was entirely possible that she had already completed it. Just as Lu Yuan was about to explode with frustration, he caught sight of the truth in Lin Ze's hand. According to Lin Ze, this object was referred to as virtue. Moreover, Lin Qiye stood behind him, aiming a dart gun barrel directly at Lu Yuan. In an instant, Lu Yuan became considerably subdued. Lin Ze, what do you intend to do? I must inform you that this matter concerns only the two of us and is of no relevance to you. Please leave, lest you attract the monsters. Isn't that right? Ruoruo? Ruoruo? Lu Yuan turned to Hanruo, only to find her gaze fixated intensely upon Lin Ze. Could it be? With an almost pleading tone, Lu Yuan implored, Ruoruo, you cannot do this. You just said you wanted to play the game with me. Without glancing back, Hanruo replied, I can play with you, but I can also play with others. Right now, I am even more eager to play with Lin Ze. Would you care to join us in the game that Menador? Lin Ze replied without hesitation, Scram. You vile creature. A warrior, nonetheless. As a serpent demon, Hanruo had no concept of shame. Her singular objective was to inhabit stronger humans. The youth before her was quite suitable, as was the one beside him. If possible, it would be ideal to ensnare them both. If my brother won't play with me, then who will? My skills are exceptional. Lin Ze spat disdainfully. Why can't I play with him? What are you even worth? He gestured towards Lin Qiye. At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Even a serpent demon found it hard to believe. Having lurked among humans for a considerable time, she fancied herself accustomed to the extraordinary. But who could have anticipated the presence of a masterful player? Lin Qiye instinctively swallowed hard. At this moment, he sensed that Lin Ze was even more terrifying than the serpent demon. Lin Ze immediately remarked, looking at you, it's evident that you're hopeless at any game. How dare you claim to possess skill? Hurry up and get lost before you raise my blood pressure. Lin Ze epitomized the wisdom gained from experience. Previously, a female classmate had invited him over to play games. Since it was still early and boredom loomed, he accepted her invitation. Who could have anticipated that she was utterly inept at every game? In a 5v5 match, she would let minions defeat her and engage wildly with monsters. She couldn't even save resources in chess or create synergies. In fighting games, she was clueless about using substitutes. Even in farming games, she managed to kill the crops. From that moment on, Lin Ze vowed never to trust any girl again. At this juncture, Lin Qiye began to sense something amiss. Wait, what game are you referring to? Of course, it's a 4-character game. Don't you ever play a couple of rounds in your leisure time? Lin Ze looked at Lin Qiye with confusion. Lin Qiye suddenly understood. It turned out he was indeed talking about a game. Oh, I thought you meant a computer game. Yes, precisely. Meanwhile, Hanruo's CPU had reached its boiling point. Which game is it? I've never failed with this tactic before. Why does it falter with you? Unable to comprehend, Hanruo dropped her pretense, revealing her true form. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye had already discerned her identity, so they were not surprised by her transformation. However, Lu Yuan in the corner reacted differently. Upon witnessing Hanruo's true identity, his previously confident demeanor wilted into dejection. He was left wondering if he would ever regain his former composure. Qiye, it's your turn. Don't worry. The two exchanged positions, with Lin Ze watching from the sidelines while Lin Qiye took the stage. On his way there, Lin Ze contemplated this matter. He couldn't always shield Lin Qiye. How would he grow otherwise? Furthermore, Lin Qiye wasn't as weak as he had initially imagined. Just to be clear, let me handle this myself. I've got experience in monster hunting, so don't you dare interfere. Relax. Lin Ze made an okay gesture and stood at a distance, precisely 79 centimeters away, as his sword measured 80 centimeters in length. Though Lin Ze appeared indifferent, He had already positioned his hand on the hilt of his sword while retreating. Lin Qiye expressed himself thusly to alleviate Lin Ze's concerns. A deity like him could not always rely on protection. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle within the restroom. Although the combat scene was less than ideal, at least the hygiene was relatively well maintained, avoiding any embarrassing situations like a strawberry tower. The snake demon relentlessly launched attacks, using claws and tail, and in moments of desperation, even resorted to biting. Regardless of the method employed, Lin Qiye effortlessly evaded every attack. For one endowed with the mortal realm of divine domain, avoiding such assaults was trivial. Under the relentless onslaught of the serpent demon, Lin Qiye remained unscathed, while numerous wounds of varying depths appeared upon his own form. Although none were fatal, the gradual depletion of his vitality would inevitably lead to demise. The serpent demon, undoubtedly cognizant of this fact, commenced a frenzied assault on Lin Qiye, aiming to exchange injury for injury. In a bid to preserve his safety, Lin Qiye was compelled to retreat. Yet, at that moment, the serpent demon abruptly altered her course. There must be a weaker individual among them. It must be you. Even if I perish, I shall find a scapegoat. Upon hearing the serpent demon's declaration, Lin Ze was taken aback. Me? Are you referring to me? He could not comprehend how it was said that the serpent demon possessed immense intelligence. How could they? Furthermore, had they undergone unified training for the stratagem of luring the tiger away from its mountain lair? Why did they only excel at this one maneuver? With the serpent demon now targeting Lin Ze, the ensuing events became considerably simpler. With a swift strike, he severed the demon's head, followed by a flourish to conceal his own prowess. Your life was already on a countdown, and yet you still sought shortcuts. Are you satisfied now? Lu Yuan, having witnessed the entirety of this spectacle, stood frozen in place, muttering incessantly, "I do not wish to die, I do not wish to die." When he caught Lin Ze's gaze, he immediately slid to his knees before him. However, before he could approach, Lin Ze intercepted him with an 80-centimeter blade. "Please, I beg you, save me, save me." The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. At that moment, Lu Yuan was already parasitized, though he remained oblivious to this fact. As seconds ticked by, a myriad of scales began to emerge upon Lu Yuan's visage, soon followed by his hands, until his head no longer resembled that of a human. Lin Ze executed two swift blows, the first severing his head to ensure a painless departure, and the second cleaving his hands. Curious, Lin Qiye inquired, "Why did you sever his hands?" "It is merely a precaution against resurrection," Lin Ze replied. "I see." As the two prepared to depart, a familiar figure materialized before them, and Qingyu. Just as in the original narrative, he too sensed something amiss. "Lin Ze, Lin Qiye, I have matters to discuss with you. You must remain vigilant." Subsequently, Qingyu disclosed all his conjectures and evidence to the two. After deliberation, they resolved to address this matter last. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Chun Mai's voice. "The riot instigated by the serpent demon has been contained. What remains is merely the cleanup. Lin Ze, Qiye, it is now up to you." The incident involving the Nanduo serpent demon draws near to its conclusion. The rest of the team has successfully dealt with the chaotic serpent demons. It seems that matters could come to a halt at this point. However, a faction of serpent demons remains concealed among the crowd, their disguises remarkably effective, eluding detection by the team members. If they cannot be eradicated entirely, it won't be long before they proliferate once more. Yet, given that events have escalated to this juncture, Team 136 undoubtedly harbors a trump card. Their ace lies in the celestial twins, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye raised his fist and, with a hint of youthful bravado, proclaimed, "Lin Ze, it is our turn now." Lin Ze, with an expression of reluctance, bumped fists and muttered, "What a hassle. Just give me a moment to prepare." He then activated his earpiece, saying, "Lung Xian, send me the sniper rifle." "What do you need a sniper for?" "That's none of your concern. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 23. Seraphim Radar. Reliable and worry-free. As the eve of battle approached, the team members had already devised a meticulous plan. They moved in unison to eliminate the serpent demon that had already manifested. The immediate priority was to stabilize the situation and prevent further casualties before addressing any other concerns. Once the situation was under control, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye would handle the concluding tasks. Cold Qian was perplexed. The plan had not indicated the need for a sniper rifle. What did Lin Ze intend to do with such a weapon? Was he planning something nefarious again? Despite his inner doubts, Cold Qian did not falter in his stride. Before long, he arrived at the school's entrance, where Lin Ze and Lin Qiye awaited him. Cold Qian retrieved the mobile armory, and in an instant, a dazzling array of firearms appeared before the two. Everything you need is here. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Cold Qian gestured to the assortment of weapons scattered around. Lin Ze dismissed the other firearms, focusing solely on acquiring a sniper rifle. Soon, he selected a weapon that balanced range and rapid-fire capability. This one will do. Qiye, you should choose one as well. During the cleanup, there may be a few desperate serpent demons. Lin Qiye nodded and surveyed the vast selection of firearms. The remaining serpent demons were all relatively immature, and ordinary weapons would suffice to defend against them. Hence, selecting a firearm for self-protection was indeed prudent. As Lin Qiye hesitated, Lin Ze picked out a submachine gun from the pile. This one should suffice. With a high ammunition capacity and rapid firing rate, a submachine gun is more suitable for your shooting skills, which may not be particularly refined. You might even score a few hits. Lin Qiye accepted the submachine gun, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. He was unsure whether to express gratitude to Lin Ze, even though he knew his marksmanship left much to be desired. Thank you, he stammered. Not a problem. It's just a few pieces, my friend. At that moment, Cold Qian, observing the two fully armed comrades, inquired with curiosity, "What's with your gear?" I can understand Qiye needing a gun for self-defense, but Lin Ze, what purpose does yours serve? How desperate must a serpent demon be to seek you out? Moreover, your sniper rifle seems impractical. Our plan remains unchanged, correct? Lin Ze methodically loaded the magazine, responding nonchalantly, "The plan remains intact. We will mark the serpent demons, and you'll take them down. This rifle may not be of immediate use to me, but it is essential to ensure the forthcoming operation proceeds smoothly." "All right then, let's hurry and take action, Riddle Man," Cold Qian replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. He had always detested riddles. Not only he, but Lin Qiye also found it impossible to decipher Lin Ze's intentions. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Let the child do as he wished. Why concern himself with the details? Before initiating their actions, Lin Ze communicated through the earpiece, "Captain, are you all prepared? Ready. Soon. Let Lung Xian return to the high ground. Rest assured, proceed boldly. The rest will be left to us." At this moment, the members of Team 136 had each arrived at their designated zones. While their positions appeared chaotic, they were, in fact, meticulously planned. Each individual was responsible for a specific area while simultaneously covering two teammate zones. This could be described as a relatively inscrutable formation, a tactical arrangement specially devised by Team 136 to address such situations. With everything in place, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye swiftly distanced themselves from one another, ultimately settling at a span of 40 meters apart, a figure both familiar and significant. They stood precisely at the edges of each other's mortal realm. This was the strategy employed by Team 136, utilizing Lin Ze and Lin Qiye as advanced human radar to conduct a thorough search for any hidden serpent demons amidst the crowd. Once identified, they would mark the locations, allowing the remaining team members to target and eliminate the serpent demons accordingly. The Seraphim could never have imagined that one day their sacred domain would be utilized as a radar by others. On the first floor of Jinyuan Building, there were 3 classrooms and 6 serpent demons. On the second floor, 2 classrooms on either side of the stairs housed 3 serpent demons. The third floor, the fourth floor. Lin Ze sprinted through the academic building, leaving no serpent demon capable of remaining concealed in his wake. Naturally, his sensory range was not without limitations. The other half of the search relied on Lin Qiye. In Mingji Building, on the first floor, 6 classrooms held 7 serpent demons. On the second floor, 1 classroom contained 5 serpent demons. The third floor. As the two conducted their thorough search, The maps of the remaining team members gradually filled with red dots of varying sizes. Action. At Chen Mai's command, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed through the earpieces. The number of serpent demons was steadily dwindling. Just when everyone believed the situation would conclude smoothly, Lin Qiye's voice suddenly pierced through the earpiece. Lin Ze, you go ahead. I will catch up shortly. I sense 3 serpent demons rapidly approaching my location. Upon hearing this, the team was taken aback. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye were the most critical elements for the successful execution of this plan. Neither could afford to be disturbed. Allowing a serpent demon to escape would pose a grave threat to civilian lives. However, each member was preoccupied with their own serpent demons, unable to extend a helping hand to Lin Qiye. At that moment, Lin Ze's voice rang through the earpiece, reporting their positions. The 3 serpent demons are located at the 4, 6, and 8 o'clock positions. Understood. Lower your head. Lin Qiye was perplexed by Lin Ze's instructions regarding the serpent demon's positions and the reason for urging her to lower her head. However, out of trust in Lin Ze, Lin Qiye complied. In that fleeting moment of bowing his head, Lin Qiye felt as if something had zipped past above him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots echoed, and the 3 snake demons behind Lin Qiye fell to the ground. A sudden realization dawned upon him. So this is how one wields a sniper rifle. Qiye, let us proceed. When encountering snake demons, if you cannot eliminate them with a single shot, report their positions to me. Understood. Lin Qiye responded emphatically. Subsequently, the duo continued to utilize the Seraph Michael radar to scour the school for the remaining snake demons. Before long, they had traversed the entire campus. The snake demons concealed within the crowd were all uncovered. Meanwhile, the previously hidden Lin Qiye also emerged. Leader, can I join? I may not have merits, but I have put in hard work. Seeing you all dispatching foes so effortlessly, I too wish to partake. Lin Ze quickly recognized this pivotal character. Regardless, he did not have the time to address Lin Qiye at that moment. All the snake demons had been marked. Yet with the efficiency of their small team, it would take some time to eliminate them all. In such critical moments, every second is of utmost importance. Swiftly dealing with these snake demons is paramount. Qiye, let us go assist them. All right, we shall split up, Lin Qiye decisively declared. At this juncture, aside from the mobile power bank Zhanshen, it was most beneficial for everyone to act independently. Wait, why do I refer to Zhanshen as the mobile power bank? Never mind, that is inconsequential. Just as Lin Qiye was preparing to support his teammates, Lin Ze seized him by the arm. Do not split up just yet. Stay with me. I wish to show you a grand treasure. Lin Qiye se muscles tensit. I don't see the necessity for that. Chapter 24. Extracting the gallbladder from the serpent. For others, the incident involving the Nantua serpent demon has reached its conclusion. What remains is merely the aftermath, slaying the remaining serpent demons, disposing of the bodies, and reporting the events to their superiors. Additionally, one of the most crucial tasks is to erase the memories of those involved. These responsibilities have become second nature to the members of the team. However, for Lin Ze, this moment is paramount. The true essence of the Nantua serpent demon has yet to be addressed, still lurking in their midst. Thanks to Qingyu's warning, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye are acutely aware of this fact. Yet, the others remain oblivious. Moreover, Lin Ze harbors a pressing thought that requires validation, the ultimate fate of the Nantua serpent demon. Presently, it appears that Lin Qiye is the embodiment of the Nantua serpent demon. However, for Lin Ze, this situation presents 2 facets. He desires the abilities of the Nantua serpent demon, for possessing such power would facilitate his future development. Conversely, Lin Qiye seeks the very essence of the serpent demon, not for its power, but rather for the caretaker, Lin Qiye, the grandson of the night goddess Nyx. Their seemingly contradictory desires, upon closer inspection, reveal a harmonious coexistence. What concern is it of mine if you slay the Nantua serpent demon? Thus, Lin Ze must tread carefully in his dealings with Lin Qiye. This explains his reluctance to allow Lin Qiye to stray too far from his side. Although the time is not yet right to expose Lin Qiye as the Nantua serpent demon, one can never predict the emergence of unforeseen circumstances. To err on the side of caution, Lin Ze resolves to keep Lin Qiye close, prepared for any eventuality. However, it is evident that Lin Qiye has misinterpreted Lin Ze's intentions. Her voice quivers as she declares, it seems like Hong Ying needs assistance. I'll go help her. With that, Lin Qiye turns to leave. Yet, before she could take a single step, Lin Ze intercepts her. Did I not promise to show you the treasure? There is no need to go anywhere. Besides, among us, only Hong Ying has the mobile power bank. There is no cause for concern. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Xiaonan, closely following Hong Ying, suddenly sneezes. Achoo! Who is talking about me behind my back? I don't need to think. It must be Lin Ze. Xiaonan stomps her foot in irritation, recalling the nickname Lin Ze had given her. Just then, Hong Ying calls out to her, perhaps someone is missing you. Let us hurry. There are still many serpent demons around. Oomph. I want to dwell on it for now. Turning to Hong Ying, she inquires, do you need a charge? The moment the words slip from her lips, she realizes her blunder and quickly attempts to rectify it. Ugh. What charge? Lin Qiye. I'll settle the score with you after the mission. Hong Ying gazes at the flustered Xiaonan and chuckles softly. With a swift motion, he severed the head of a serpent demon. The serpent demon remarked, so? Meanwhile, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye were engaged in their own affairs. Lin Qiye's mind raced, conjuring up hundreds of ways to refuse. Indeed, in dire situations, human potential knows no bounds. I shall refrain from viewing this treasure. It is truly inappropriate. As the new blood of the Night Watch, we ought to possess a proper. Before Lin Qiye could finish his sentence, Lin Ze took matters into his own hands, seizing Lin Qiye by the collar once more. In that fleeting moment, two words flashed through Lin Qiye's mind. Marula. He had initially hoped to dissuade Lin Ze with his silver tongue. But who could have anticipated such a direct action? If he insisted, his strength and skill left him no room to retaliate. A multitude of grievances coalesced in Lin Qiye's heart, forming a single plea. Z brother, please no. I do not wish to behold this treasure. Truly, Lin Ze silently mimicked the act of removing glasses, though he wore none, feeling that it would be a pity not to seize this iconic moment. A moment later, within a classroom, Lin Qiye exclaimed in astonishment, wow, it is indeed quite vast. This range surpasses even that of the Phantom King. At that moment, over half the classroom was engulfed by a ghostly visage, the result of the ghostly face domain. Lin Ze had brought Lin Qiye here primarily to avoid any unexpected incidents involving Li Yifei. Another factor was Lin Ze's desire to practice these forbidden domains, hoping to provoke the Seraph to bestow a greater share of divine power upon Lin Qiye. Yet, this foolish lad stubbornly refused to appear. It was a hassle to take matters into his own hands. Nevertheless, it proved ineffective. Expanding the area seemed to diminish his mental control over the figures within the forbidden domain. This meant he could only exert influence over ordinary individuals. Had he faced a typical wielder of the mysterious or forbidden domains, he could manage at most 3 of comparable strength. Lin Ze discerned that, given his current level of proficiency, the strength of the forbidden domain was contingent upon his mental prowess. From the perspective of the ghostly face domain, if Lin Ze opted for a broader scope, he could not maintain strong control. Conversely, if he sought strong control, he would have to reduce the range. The primary dilemma before Lin Ze was singular: to enhance his mental power, thereby elevating his level. Should he progress from the lamp realm to the pool realm, such predicaments might become less pronounced. Wow, is this still unsatisfactory? Your ostentatious ability bears no distinction from that of a wealthy individual disinterested in money. Furthermore, where did you acquire this forbidden domain power? Lin Qiye gazed at Lin Ze in astonishment, while Lin Ze casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the inquiry. He does not intend to reveal this secret to Lin Qiye, for the crux of the matter lies in the futility of such disclosure. Well, I wonder if you would believe what I'm about to say. I caught a fleeting glimpse and somehow gleaned a vague understanding. Then in a dream, the Phantom King taught me, and I did not compel him. He approached me and remarked upon my remarkable physique, declaring me a prodigy in the art of Phantom Faceland. The Phantom King. I attest, what he says is true. I taught him willingly. Lin Ge truly did not threaten me, I assure you. Lin Qiye. Though it may sound absurd, such a plot seems rather plausible in certain novels. It is not impossible for a celestial being to impart techniques through dreams. Upon coming to this realization, Lin Qiye felt as if he had consumed a pound of lemons. Sourly, he exclaimed, "Ah, wasn't it promised that we were the divine twin stars, destined to grow stronger together? You spoke so confidently. How come you are so powerful? And what are the other forbidden domain abilities?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's expression mirrored that of someone who had also ingested a pound of lemons, though his sourness appeared more pronounced. "How dare you speak to me?" he thought. "While my divine prowess may not pale in comparison to your asylum, is it truly reasonable for you to say so? What I have gained is the forbidden domain, whereas you have attained the divine domain." Lin Ze silently fumed within. In this world, everyone might envy Lin Ze, but Lin Qiye was the sole exception. Lin Ze's comment was not intended to compare Lin Qiye with himself. Rather, he felt that the notion of envy should not escape Lin Qiye's lips. Just as stated earlier, divine twin stars, it matters not who is stronger. However, if a comparison must be made, Lin Ze leans towards the notion that Lin Qiye is an early-stage hero, while he himself is a late-stage hero. After all, according to current patterns, Lin Ze could, in the later stages, slay deities and seize the divine domain. At that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, why do I feel as though my strength has suddenly advanced? No, I too must give this a try." As his words fell, a piece of information appeared before Lin Ze. Seraph's satisfaction level 2. Seraph's performance level 22. Upon seeing this, Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. What? Did I truly stimulate him? Yet, this was indeed acceptable. This represented genuine mutual progress. Following this, the two continued to hone their skills on the serpent demon. Soon enough, the serpent demon was dealt with. No matter how many serpent demons roamed the campus, they could not withstand the relentless assault of these two divine agents. However, while the visible serpent demons had all been vanquished, one remained hidden in the shadows. The largest of the serpent demons. Before Lin Ze, this was merely a grand experience package for the two of them. The moment had finally arrived. Time to act. Slay the serpent and obtain its gall. Chapter 25. A general, kick with fury. Additional update. While clearing the serpent demons, Li Yifei was nowhere to be seen to lend a hand. Of course, he was of no help at all. Now, during the cleanup, as we counted the serpent demon corpses, this fellow was exceedingly diligent, laboriously dragging each corpse to the front of our team. He resembled someone feigning industriousness before a superior. Observing Li Yifei's oblivious demeanor, Lin Qiye could not help but furrow his brow. "Lin Ze, do you truly believe he resembles what that young lad described? Could he genuinely be the embodiment of the Nandu, serpent demon? He doesn't seem like it." Lin Ze scoffed lightly. Presently, Li Yifei strikes one as an impassioned, valiant youth. Yet, the peculiar aspect is his overwhelming desire to showcase himself. Without Qingyu's presence, he might have actually blended in. However, no matter how skilled his performance, it holds no sway before me. Lin Ze chuckled. "Huh, did you not expect it? I have perused the script. Indeed, he bears little resemblance. Nevertheless, the analysis presented was quite astute. For our future safety, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Moreover, whether he is the Nandu, serpent demon's true form, we shall ascertain shortly." As he spoke, Lin Ze patted Lin Qiye's shoulder and remarked, "Qiye, the rest of the team remains unaware of this matter. It is an undertaking solely for us two. We shall act according to plan. I have dubbed this Operation Separate Actions. Follow my lead." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye could not suppress a surge of excitement, feeling akin to one burdened with the monumental task of saving the world, a quintessential fantasy for a youth of his age. He nodded vigorously. "All right, I understand." Having finalized the combat strategy, Lin Ze advanced towards the other team members, with Lin Qiye closely trailing behind. At that moment, Lin Qiye sensed an underlying incongruity. Lin Ze had instructed him to follow, yet the plan was titled Separate Actions. Was it a joint effort or an independent one? His mind began to whirl. After a brief moment, he decided to dismiss the confusion. No matter the complexities, he would follow Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, Qiye, you two are remarkable. The results are simply outstanding. Without you, these serpent demons would have truly given us a headache, truly worthy of being divine agents. Upon their arrival, the team showered them with unreserved praise. In truth, they were indeed the main forces behind this operation. No. Everyone has contributed significantly as well. Lin Qiye replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Despite the accolades, he felt as though he were merely coasting along. Meanwhile, Lin Ze held his head high, nearly gazing down at others from an elevated chin. With a proud expression, he proclaimed, "Indeed, indeed." The crowd responded with a collective chuckle, remarking on the stark contrast between the two of them. After a moment of laughter, Chenmai began to review the recent operation. From a moment Lin Ze and Lin Qiye commenced their search of the campus, Chenmai sensed something amiss. He had initially anticipated a fierce confrontation, considering that the serpent demons were at a critical juncture of survival, likely to fight desperately. Yet the outcome was surprisingly contrary to his expectations. The serpent demons not only refrained from any resistance, but instead remained docile, awaiting their demise. Chenmai shared his perplexity with the group, who echoed his confusion. Indeed, it seems quite unusual. Survival is an instinct inherent to nearly all living beings, especially for mysterious entities like the serpent demons, who possess human-like intelligence. Yet, their lack of resistance raised a multitude of questions. The group found themselves momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. Just then, Lin Qiye interjected, suggesting, "Is it possible that the true essence of the serpent demons has perished? Perhaps that is why they have lost control." His proposition offered a new avenue of contemplation for the group. Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. Chenmai regarded him with a glimmer of appreciation, stating, "Your idea is quite unique. This possibility cannot be dismissed." Lin Qiye, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and then eagerly turned to the others, leaders. "Does this mean I can join you? Although my skills may not be exceptional, I assure you my intellect is still quite adequate." The group exchanged wry smiles, bemused by the notion that the Night Watcher organization was akin to a marketplace, where entry was as simple as merely stating a desire to join. However, at that moment, Lin Ze laughed heartily and declared, "Of course you can. Not only that, but we shall be brothers from now on. Right, Qiye?" "Ah, yes, we are brothers." Lin Ze exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Qiye, who immediately understood. The two approached Lin Qiye, one on each side, embracing his shoulders. Witnessing the camaraderie of the two divine agents, Lin Qiye's spirits soared. Everything was secure. However, the subsequent exchange unveiled a stark truth. Lin Ze, still holding on to Lin Qiye's shoulders, recited, "What was that saying? Brothers will stab you in the side. I shall stab my brother in the back." Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Huh? Is that how it goes?" Yet, as he processed the words, Lin Ze had already maneuvered behind him, firmly securing him. It was then that Lin Qiye realized he had indeed been metaphorically stabbed in the side. "Qiye, make your move. Coming." At the sound of his voice, Lin Qiye swiftly drew a dagger from his sleeve and struck at Lin Qiye's neck. With Lin Qiye's successful strike, Lin Ze promptly positioned himself beside him. This is Lin Ze's conjecture, sending Lin Qiye to eliminate Lin Qiye while he himself confronts the non-Tawa serpent demon. This approach may potentially satisfy the needs of both parties. However, this remains merely a hypothesis, uncertain in its feasibility. Lin Qiye, despite the blood gushing from his neck and sides, incredulously exclaimed, "Is this how you treat the masses? Why resort to such measures?" Gazing at the scene drenched in blood, Zhanshen instinctively uttered, "Lin Ze, what have you done? How could you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chenmai intervened, quietly explaining, "Zhanshen, take a closer look. He is not human." Subsequently, Chenmai turned to Lin Ze and his companion, asking, "Do you require our assistance?" Lin Ze, without even glancing back, shook his head. He continued addressing Lin Qiye, stating, "Stop pretending. We have long discerned your abnormalities. From the very beginning, during the reporting and throughout the incident, your behavior has been exceedingly unusual. Most crucially, your final actions revealed your intentions. You abandoned your offspring, allowing them to perish without resistance, all to lower our guard and make us believe the non-Tawa serpent demon was dead. Thus, no one would suspect you. and your objective would be fulfilled. Unfortunately for you, this maneuver is known in the history of the Great Xia as losing both the wife and the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the non-Tuwa serpent demon was consumed by rage, visibly swelling at an alarming rate. His uniform was on the verge of tearing, and his body began to reveal a multitude of scales. As everyone stood in stunned silence, observing the transformation of the serpent demon, Lin Ze executed a flying kick, sending the demon sprawling. Are you mad? Do you dare to transform before me? Who told you that you cannot be attacked while morphing? The crowd was left in bewilderment. Lin Qiye, non-Tuwa serpent demon. Chapter 26. Lin Ze's shortcomings. As the spectators observed Lin Ze's maneuvers, their vision dimmed momentarily. However, they gradually became accustomed to such fluctuations. Ever since their acquaintance with Lin Ze, they frequently experienced moments of both illumination and darkness. This time, Lin Ze astonished them once again. What are you all staring at? Don't tell me you've always waited for the enemy to transform before launching an attack. Lin Ze gazed at them in confusion. The team members scratched their heads awkwardly and replied, No, of course not. We are the 136th squad guarding Sangnan City. How can we not know? Although they spoke confidently, they secretly noted down this tactic: combat skill, attack when the opponent is unprepared. The serpent demon, having been kicked, was infuriated. He had never encountered such an experience before. Moreover, as he understood, wasn't he the great Xia nation of etiquette? Why resort to such underhanded tactics? It was utterly devoid of martial ethics. In that moment, the serpent demon finally grasped the disparity between ideals and reality. More specifically, it seemed that this man before him was not bound by moral constraints. Without further ado, Lin Qiye transformed once more. In the blink of an eye, his stature surged, reaching over 2 meters, with arms as thick as an average person's legs. Lin Ze jested, Look, isn't this a proper transformation? Why did you feel the need to prepare? Where did you learn such nonsense? Qiye, take action, Lin Ze shouted, pulling Lin Qiye out of his stupor. Lin Qiye swiftly drew the long blade from behind him and engaged in fierce combat with the serpent demon's true form. This was Lin Ze's second hypothesis. Participating jointly in the kill might result in a shared distribution of souls. The clashing of iron against heavy scales resonated in the ears of the onlookers. They watched with concern as Lin Qiye battled the serpent demon's true form. Lin Ze, do we really not need to assist Qiye? Can he handle this alone? Although Lin Qiye's growth was extraordinary, it still paled in comparison to Lin Ze's. They believed he had not yet matured enough to confront such a mysterious opponent solo. Lin Ze shook his head. There's truly no need. Qiye is not as weak as we imagine. He is quite formidable. We need not worry. Chenmu pressed on. Are you really not concerned? Not at all. Really? Indeed, really. Chenmu could hardly contain himself, shouting, Didn't we agree not to worry? Then why are you so close to Qiye? You're barely half a meter away. Lin Ze urged everyone to remain calm, yet he stayed closely behind Lin Qiye. Was there truly nothing to fret over? The group exchanged glances, speechless. At that moment, Lin Ze's voice floated over its south. Not that close. It's just 79 centimeters. The crowd responded. Just 79 centimeters, you say? All right. As the battle between Lin Qiye and the non-Tuwa serpent demon intensified, it became evident to everyone that Lin Ze's assertions held true. There was no need for concern regarding Lin Qiye's prowess. Throughout this fierce clash, Lin Qiye began to gradually unveil his innate talent. However, due to the nature of his weapon and the thickness of the demon's scales, he struggled to penetrate its defenses. Thus, he concentrated all his assaults to a single point. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4. The blade in Lin Qiye's hand had become dull from the relentless strikes, yet he still could not breach the serpent's armor. In the subsequent exchanges, Lin Qiye secretly gathered his strength, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. At last, that moment presented itself. With a swift maneuver, Lin Qiye positioned himself behind the serpent demon and struck at the nape of its neck. The blade broke through. A surge of dark green blood erupted forth. Just as the onlookers believed Lin Qiye had succeeded, the serpent demon roared in fury and violently hurled Lin Qiye several meters away. Fortunately, Lin Ze was there to catch him, shielding him from harm. It was then that the crowd realized Lin Qiye's strike had only penetrated a mere inch. It had not come close to severing the serpent's head. In a fit of rage, the serpent demon charged recklessly toward the two. Alarmed gasps filled the air. The distance was too short for a proper response. At that moment, Lin Ze was still holding Lin Qiye, rendering him unable to react. As the non-Taoist serpent demon closed in swiftly, Lin Ze gently took the long blade from Lin Qiye's hand. "I seem to have shown you mercy," he declared. With a graceful sweep of the blade, a crescent-shaped strike cleanly severed the serpent demon's head. The edge of his blade perfectly aligned with Lin Qiye's previous cut, marking a collaborative victory. Lin Ze extended his hand to help Lin Qiye to his feet. "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. This beast's hide is simply too thick," Lin Qiye replied. "Great. Our separate actions have been successfully accomplished." With that, Lin Ze excitedly lifted the serpent's head. Thus, the non-Taoist serpent demon incident drew to a close. As for whether one non-Taoist serpent was sufficient to be shared between the two, that was a matter for another time. Regardless, all necessary actions had been taken. Lin Qiye gazed at the still dripping serpent head in Lin Ze's grasp, momentarily taken aback. Truly a severing action, he mused. At that moment, the members of Team 136 observed Lin Ze with expressions of disbelief. Earlier, it had been remarked that Lin Ze was akin to a light bulb, illuminating and then dimming the surroundings. This situation was a moment of illumination. Wu Xiangnan whispered, "Captain, did you see that? That strike was beyond human capability." Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not something a mere human could achieve. Chen Mai, ignoring Si Xiaonan, quietly responded, "That strike resembled a forbidden ability. What do you think?" "I think it bears a resemblance, too. Should we inquire about it?" "Never mind. Let us not bring it up. Everyone harbors their secrets, as long as we ascertain he is our comrade." Indeed, it is not that Lin Ze is deliberately concealing anything. He simply isn't want to flaunt. It wouldn't be appropriate to approach someone and say, I have another hidden treasure." Thus, to the onlookers, it appears as if Lin Ze is intentionally withholding information. After attending to subsequent matters, the team returned to the peace office together. During a casual conversation, Lin Ze suddenly asked, "By the way, Captain, how many snake demons appeared this time?" Chen Mai pondered for a moment and replied, "A total of 137. What prompted this sudden inquiry?" "Oh, merely out of curiosity. Were they all intact? None missing limbs or heads?" Chen Mai retrieved his phone and shared all the photographs from that incident with Lin Ze. "Take a look for yourself. All the information is right here. There are no missing parts. At most, they were severed but could be reassembled." Lin Ze glanced at the data regarding the recent snake demon incident, and indeed, it corroborated Chen Mai's account. At that moment, Lin Ze began to ponder. Did he not leave a head for Qingyu? Why hadn't he been taken? Was he uninterested in it? That seemed unlikely. Soon, Lin Ze considered another possibility. That rascal must have packed the entire body as well. Meanwhile, within the sewers of Sangnan City, strange laughter echoed intermittently. Hey, I understand. Back at the peace office, Chen Mai had donned an apron, preparing to fulfill his promise. He glanced at Lin Ze and casually asked, "Would you like to come and help? Do you have any signature dishes?" This question momentarily stumped Lin Ze, who after a brief contemplation replied, "I can make any dish blackened. Does that count as a specialty? You might as well take a break. You all come help me," Chen Mai called out. At that moment, an incongruous voice emerged from the crowd. Why not let Lin Ze help? Upon hearing this, Chen Mai hastily covered the speaker's mouth. "Shoo, don't say that. Lin Ze not being in the kitchen is our greatest contribution." Leaning back on the sofa, listening to the sounds of chopping, running water, and the laughter of everyone in the kitchen, Lin Ze felt that life was imbued with infinite beauty and happiness. This moment was a form of happiness. Yet, he understood that such happiness must be safeguarded through one's own strength. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze found himself once more on his own unique stage. Chapter 27. Ready to stage a deception? Accompanied by a wave of familiarity, Lin Ze found himself once again upon his stage. As he lifted the crimson curtain before him and stepped onto the platform, he was suddenly taken aback by the scene that unfolded. The audience was considerably more populated than before, and the faces were strikingly familiar. Gazing at them, Lin Ze immediately recalled that these were the serpent demons he had vanquished earlier that day. To his astonishment, they had all congregated upon his stage. He had initially presumed that only the likes of the Ghost-Face King and the Nantua Serpent Demon would inhabit this realm of mystery. He had not anticipated that even these lesser entities would be drawn in. Could it be that the stage had summoned them as mere punching bags for his amusement? Contemplating this possibility, Lin Ze struggled to discern any other purpose these serpent demons might serve. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he was confronted with another disconcerting sight. Zhao Kongcheng had removed his shirt and draped it over his head, holding a flute in his hand, incessantly playing it towards one of the serpent demons, and the sound was utterly dreadful. Lin Qiye was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sight of Zhao Kongcheng's bare torso. Good heavens! Is that really you, old Zhao? What on earth are you doing here? Engaging in such absurd performance art? Upon hearing Lin Ze's voice, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You finally returned. I was just about to ask you why there are suddenly so many serpent demons here. There must be at least 30 of them." Lin Ze chose not to engage with him at that moment. His sole concern was understanding Zhao Kongcheng's bizarre behavior. Had he truly lost his mind during his stay on stage? If that were the case, he would be better suited for Lin Qiye, who specialized in such matters. Old Zhao, forget about where these serpent demons came from for now. Can you please enlighten me as to what you are doing? Zhao Kongcheng glanced down at his peculiar attire and burst into laughter. I thought you were referring to something serious. You see, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly there came a series of loud noises. The serpent demons appeared as if they were being dropped like dumplings. I initially thought a mystery had invaded your secret base. However, I soon realized they were utterly motionless. No matter what I did, they simply sat there unperturbed. So, I thought I would provoke them a bit to see what they were really about. After hearing Zhao Kongcheng's explanation, Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, Zhao Kongcheng meant well, but the notion of a mystery invading his stage seemed rather far-fetched. It was akin to a ghost choosing to haunt the underworld instead of scaring people in the mortal realm. Wasn't that a bit absurd? Lin Ze could comprehend Zhao Kongcheng's thought process, yet he struggled to grasp the rationale behind his actions. May I inquire about the reasoning behind your attire? Zhao Kongcheng remarked dismissively. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? Isn't it the custom for Asan's side to engage in such serpent play? Thus, I contemplated a change in my appearance, hoping to awaken their dormant DNA memories. Upon unraveling the enigmas within his mind, Lin Ze redirected his attention to the audience. The newly augmented spectators comprised solely of those serpent demons he had vanquished during the Nantua serpent demon incident. Among them were several students whom he had subdued prior to their transformation. The remainder were serpent demons that had reverted to their original forms. A swift glance revealed the presence of a singular entity, markedly larger than the others. Upon recognizing this core being, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief wash over him. Phew, there are no complications on my end. I can only wonder if all is well with Qiye. If Li Yifei has successfully arrived there, it would confirm my suspicions as accurate. With a mere thought, Lin Ze summoned the core being to the audience. Can you comprehend my words? Yes, I can. This stage is rather intelligent, equipped with an automatic serpent language translator. Henceforth, I shall pose questions, and you shall respond. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Once on stage, Lin Ze felt a profound sense of control over the mystery before him, no longer burdened by the fear of deceit. What of your second persona, Li Yifei? Hiss. I cannot sense him. He was already here upon my awakening. Hiss. However, I am certain he still lives. Hearing this, the remaining doubts in Lin Ze's heart dissipated. Alive yet untraceable. It was clear that Li Yifei had been successfully transported to the psychiatric facility. Lin Ze pressed on with his inquiries. What abilities do you possess? Hiss, parasitism. Reproduction. This revelation plunged Lin Ze into deep contemplation. By vanquishing the mystery and bringing it to the stage, he could potentially acquire its abilities. Yet, The powers of the serpent demons were not derived from forbidden abilities, but rather from their innate species talents. Would these abilities be transferable? Although akin to Nyx's extraordinary reproduction, which seemed of little use, any skill is better than none. Who would ever reject an abundance of abilities? Moreover, how could one ascertain that extraordinary reproduction lacks utility? The serpent species represented their innate skills. If it were learnable, should he pursue it? Would there be adverse effects? For instance, the infamous sunflower scripture warns that one must undergo self-castration to master its skills. If I wish to learn the serpent trait, would that imply? Lin Ze shuddered at the thought of the serpent demon's myriad scales, an unsettling notion for one afflicted with trypophobia. Just then, an inscription materialized before him. New script added, serpent trait performance level, 10. Lin Ze, what the? Upon receiving the news, Lin Ze hastily touched his own skin. Smooth and delicate, without a hint of change. He calmed himself and took a moment to carefully assess the situation. It appeared that there were indeed no side effects. The degree of performance had reached 10, making it readily usable. However, since the serpent demon is a parasite of humanity, I cannot possibly become one myself. Can I? An idea strikes me. Lin Ze, adjusting his black-framed glasses with a smile and raising his index finger to the heavens, exclaimed, I can parasitize the mysterious one. Once I have mastered this ability, I shall inhabit the mysterious being, turning him into my undercover agent, orchestrating an intricate game of deception. Viewed in this light, this ability seems remarkably useful. It suddenly reminds me of an adage. There are no useless abilities, only individuals who are inept. I digress. After familiarizing himself with his newfound powers, Lin Ze commanded the serpent demons he had parasitized to ascend to the stage. As he issued his instructions, he distinctly felt two forces exerting control over them. One was a robust iron chain firmly binding them, while the other was a slender red thread piercing their hearts. At first glance, Lin Ze assumed the iron chain represented the stage's control, while the red thread stemmed from the serpentine lineage. However, when he summoned the king of ghost faces, he realized he had been mistaken. The red thread connecting to their hearts was, in fact, the true control of the stage. After contemplating this revelation for a moment, Lin Ze grasped its profound significance. The iron chain may appear sturdy, yet if the adversary were to grow stronger, they could likely break free. In contrast, the control exerted by the red thread emanates from the very soul, making escape utterly impossible. With this understanding, Lin Ze felt increasingly confident in the stage's capabilities. As for the seemingly materializing iron chain, it was easily explained. Lin Ze had acquired the powers of the serpentine lineage, thus gaining an additional layer of control over these serpent demons. Having clarified this point, Lin Ze issued his first command to the serpent demons, instructing those still in human form to reveal their true nature. After all, these individuals were ones Lin Ze had personally slain, despite knowing them to be serpent demons. Their vacant stares sent shivers down his spine. Upon issuing the command, they indeed transformed back into their true forms. Lin Ze then experimented with reverting them to human shape, and they complied. The ability to switch forms freely was confirmed. Serpent Lineage Performance Degree 10. Serpent Lineage Performance Degree 20. Is this sufficient? Then continue to transform. Back and forth. Let me observe if further growth is possible. I wonder what changes will occur upon reaching 100%. At this juncture, Lin Ze recalled his previously acquired abilities. With a mere thought, 3 pieces of information materialized before him. Seraphim Performance Degree 22. Oblivion Moon Performance Degree 46. King of Ghost Faces Performance Degree 39. Seeing the augmentation of his various metrics, Lin Ze was immediately invigorated. Before attending the training camp, I had already dedicated myself to honing these performance levels. The performance of the Seraphim cannot be forced. The primary focus remains on the vanishing life and shimmering moon and the demon mask and the earth. Lin Ze set a personal goal in his heart. He could distinctly sense that as his performance level increased, his mastery of the forbidden void abilities became increasingly adept. Lin Ze had a vague intuition that upon reaching 50, unforeseen events might occur. Much like Lin Qiye's psychiatric hospital, achieving 50 would allow him to unlock a new ability. Among the 4 abilities, the Vanishing Life and Shimmering Moon was closest to that threshold, prompting Lin Ze to consider inviting Zhao Kongsheng to train alongside him to enhance his performance level. Initially, this was his intention. However, upon witnessing Zhao Kongsheng engaged in playing with snakes, he promptly abandoned that thought. The Demon Mask King once again became Lin Ze's training subject. With his training partner, Lin Ze's performance level in the Demon Mask and the Earth steadily rose, gradually nearing the coveted 50. He was filled with curiosity about what might transpire upon reaching that milestone. Chapter 28. The Despairing Little Black Toad with the Guidance of the Phantom Face King. The most astute instructor in the art of Phantom Face Land, Lin Ze's performance level is soaring at an astonishing pace. It has now surpassed 46 of Ming Sheng Shanyu and reached 47. Why has the range of your Phantom Face Land diminished this time? I recall that during the previous occasion, the scope of the Phantom Face Land nearly enveloped the entire stage. After witnessing several demonstrations of the Phantom Face Land by the Phantom Face King, Lin Ze discerned a peculiar detail. He distinctly remembered that the last time, the extent of the Phantom Face King's power was immense, coupled with an impressive control over his spiritual energy. Yet this time, there seemed to be a stark contrast. To Lin Ze, the Phantom Face King's prowess now appeared akin to their initial encounter. The Phantom Face King scratched his head in confusion, equally astonished by his own capabilities. Goodness, am I truly this formidable? But why does it feel different now? Lin Ze pondered the details of that moment. Could it be because of this? An epiphany struck Lin Ze. To validate his hypothesis, he urged the Phantom Face King, unleash the Phantom Face Land with all your might, without a trace of reservation. As the words left his lips, the Phantom Face King felt a certain restraint within him dissolve. In the next instant, a colossal phantom visage once again blanketed the entire stage. Lin Ze's heart raced with realization. I understand now. Within the confines of the stage, your spiritual powers are boundless. This implies that when you manifest the Forbidden Ruins, there is no need to be concerned about the sufficiency of your spiritual energy. However, it is I who governs this endeavor, Lin Ze analyzed quietly. Meanwhile, the Phantom Face King reveled in his newfound, overwhelming spiritual prowess, darting across the stage. Occasionally, he would tease the serpentine demons, leaving them in a daze. He seemed utterly captivated by this exhilarating sensation of power. At that moment, Lin Ze observed the Phantom Face King's current state. He softly admonished, "Stop running about recklessly. Come over here before he could finish." The Phantom Face King stood before him, perfectly poised, even offering a salute. Taken aback by the Phantom Face King's newfound obedience, Lin Ze marveled. He seems more compliant than before. But who taught you to salute like that? Maintaining his salute, the Phantom Face King dared not move. Just then, the proud old Zhao, who had been playing with the snakes, raised his hand. Me. What do you think, lad? My management approach is flawless. ISNT it. I realized early on that your ranks would undoubtedly swell, so I proactively initiated a militarized management system for you. Lin Ze felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad after all. It was just right to have old Zhao as a steward, alleviating his own tedium. Let's proceed. Can I concentrate my influence on any individual within the Phantom Face Land? Sometimes, the enemies within the range possess varying levels, thus requiring different degrees of mental control. Hiss. Report. It's feasible. Very well, then demonstrate it to those serpent demons. The Ghost Face King complied without objection. It was a trial for the group of serpent demons, who silently engraved this enmity in their hearts. You Ghost Face King. Just wait for the next time the master asks me to demonstrate. You shall see whether I can infest you or not. After witnessing the demonstration by the Ghost Face King, Lin Ze suddenly gained a new insight. He subsequently conducted an experiment, and indeed, he could concentrate his influence. At that moment, a prompt flashed before Lin Ze once more. Ghost Face Performance Level 2. Ghost Face Performance Level 49. Almost there. Nearly at 50. Just as Lin Ze prepared to reach the 50 mark, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Lin Ze, dinner is ready. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Prior to this, at the peace office, after everyone helped Chun Mai prepare the dishes, they gathered in the living room, awaiting the meal. Chun Mai's voice came from the kitchen. It'll be ready shortly. Please get ready. Is Lin Ze still asleep? Wake him up. Okay. After responding, a few of them approached the soundly sleeping Lin Ze. Lin Ze, dinner is ready. Huh? You want to wake up? He is sleeping too deeply. I assent. Seeing that shouting was ineffective, Lin Qiye decided to try a different approach. Lin Qiye, wake up. Mysterious invaders are here. Still no response. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin Qiye stepped forward. Step aside. Let me handle this. Lin Qiye approached Lin Ze and whispered, Lin Ze, dinner is ready. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. If you don't wake up soon, Ajin and Xiaohei will finish it all. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze suddenly bolted upright. Don't snatch. Let me eat first. Everyone. Lin Ze. Lin Qiye. At the dining table. Once Chun Mai placed the last dish on the table, everyone finally picked up their chopsticks, although they were ravenous. Proper etiquette must be maintained, yet they did not dive in immediately. It is well known that a dining table serves not only as a place to eat, but also to converse. Lin Ze, Lin Qiye. Your performances this time have truly surprised me. You two were the main forces in this operation. Once I submit the intelligence from this matter to the higher-ups tomorrow, I will see if I can secure a medal for you. This will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Chun Mai looked at the two with a satisfied expression. Without waiting for the two to respond, the remaining members of the team gazed at them with envy. Captain, you have never praised us. Indeed, who can argue otherwise? We have put in a tremendous amount of effort. Captain, you are simply too biased, woo-woo. Chun Mai's remarks made the beloved members, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, feel a twinge of envy. They eagerly recounted their own contributions, boasting about the number of snake demons they had slain and the roles they had played in this incident. Nonetheless, they did not deny the significance of Lin Ze and Lin Qiye in this matter. Their contributions were evident to all. As the discussion unfolded, they noticed that the protagonists, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, remained silent, focused solely on their meals. Curiously, Hong Ying asked, Aren't you two going to say anything? Especially you, Lin Qiye. I haven't forgotten how you bullied our Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan chimed in, puffing up in indignation. Exactly. Lin Ze paid no heed to their words, continuing to devour his food. At this point, Lin Qiye could no longer hold back and interjected, Let me explain it this way. For every word you speak, you eat one less bite. After saying this, Lin Qiye returned to his meal, ignoring the others. Having dined with Lin Ze before, Lin Qiye had learned the art of silence during meals. Otherwise, when hunger struck, the food would be gone. Initially, the others were puzzled by his statement. However, when they saw Lin Ze rise to serve himself a second bowl of rice, enlightenment dawned upon them. What? Lin Ze, you scoundrel. And you too, Lin Qiye, how had you gone astray? With that, the lively chatter ceased within the Peace Affairs office. Meanwhile, in a house within the old district, the sound of the gas stove and the range had filled the air. A small black dog wagged its tail in excitement, nearly lifting off the ground. Yang Jin, puzzled, remarked, What? Are you happy because your brother has left? Woof woof. Not at all, I'm quite sad. Look at how your tail is wagging, almost reaching the heavens. And you claim to be sad? Woof woof woof. Well, I am a little happy, but only because Lin Ze won't be coming over for dinner anymore. I can finally eat. Yang Jin pondered for a moment. Although he felt a bit down about Lin Qiye's departure, if he looked on the bright side, Lin Ze was leaving too. This meant he could finally enjoy a full meal. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed like a cause for celebration. At that moment, the sound of the gas being turned off echoed from the kitchen. Both man and dog sat expectantly, eager for the forthcoming feast. Tonight's dinner would consist of leftovers from lunch. If that was insufficient, there were some pickles in the refrigerator. Yang Jin, little black dog? Mom, are you not making braised pork anymore? The meals were quite splendid when my brother was here. Your brother and Xiao Ze have departed, leaving us two to manage this alone. All right, let's hasten to eat. Little Black, gazing at the dog food before him, fell into deep contemplation. This is dire. Not only will we miss a warm meal, but there won't even be leftovers. Woof woof. No. Woof woof. Qiye, Lin Ze, please return quickly. Woof woof. I miss you. At that moment, a passerby glanced up at the moon with a puzzled expression. Huh, it's not even a full moon tonight. Where does that wolf's howl come from? It sounds rather mournful. Best to leave quickly, lest some of that resentment be directed towards me. Chapter 29. The training camp in Sangnan City at the peace office. The gathering of individuals ceased their feasting only when they could consume no more, engaging in light conversation. The special training was imminent, just a couple of days away. The location had already been determined to be right here in Sangnan City. Upon hearing Chen Mai's words, everyone was taken aback. They hadn't anticipated this year's training to be held in Sangnan City. Why here? Hadn't it always been in Shangjing City before? Indeed, wasn't that where we conducted our special training? Perhaps this year's circumstances are rather unique. Quite so, it is indeed special, considering that we have two divine agents emerging from our ranks. The group regarded Lin Ze and Lin Qiye with pride. At first glance, this reasoning seemed quite plausible. Yet, only Lin Ze was aware that Lin Qiye could not leave Sangnan City. Thus, the special training was organized to take place here. Time was of the essence. You two should prepare yourselves. Before you depart, let Hong Ying and Xiao Nan accompany you to purchase suitable attire and essential supplies. After all, you represent our team 136. We cannot afford to lose face. Chen Mai said with satisfaction as he looked at the two. To have produced two divine agents from Team 136 was a lifetime achievement. At that moment, Lin Ze patted his chest and declared, Captain, you need not worry. I will certainly not bring shame to our team. Once we arrive, I shall suppress them with force, proclaiming, My captain is Chen Mai. Thus, I will repay your guidance. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai's smile instantly froze. Suppressing other trainees with force? He did not believe Lin Ze was jesting. This was indeed something he could execute, and with the capability to do so. Speaking of repaying kindness, just ensure that my name is not mentioned when trouble arises. What if we do this? From today onward, you take on the role of captain. Chen Mai felt a pang of fear. He genuinely dreaded the prospect of Lin Ze acting on such thoughts. The trainees emerging from the camp would become guardians of their respective cities. He wished not to be the subject of their attention. No, captain. You have always been my leader. Chen Mai hurriedly gestured. No, you are the captain? Witnessing this, the others erupted in laughter. It was the first time they had seen Chen Mai so frightened. They continued their light-hearted banter until weariness began to set in. When the time came, everyone returned to their respective homes. The issue of accommodation for Lin Ze and Lin Qiye was presented before the group. Ultimately, it was Hong Ying who offered them refuge. Upon arriving at Hong Ying's villa, Lin Ze was astounded by its grandeur. Initially, he thought he would have to endure the night alongside Lin Qiye, but it seemed that would not be necessary. Very well, I have shown you your rooms. I will be residing upstairs, so should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Hong Ying, dressed in loose pajamas, introduced them to each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they retreated to their respective rooms. For the day had indeed been exhausting. Lin Qiye lay in his bedroom, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. The disparity between Lin Ze and himself was undeniably vast. I shall catch up to you, Lin Ze. With that thought, Lin Qiye's consciousness drifted into the confines of a psychiatric hospital. Upon arrival, he noticed an unfamiliar presence in the facility. In the dungeon, he encountered this individual. Li Yifei. No, you ought to be called Nanda, Snake Demon now. Taken aback, Li Yifei responded, Lin Qiye, what are you talking about? Nanda, Snake Demon? I am Li Yifei. Moreover, where is this place? Why am I here? With the other party still concealing the truth, Lin Qiye lost patience. Are you still pretending? I witnessed your transformation with my own eyes. Not willing to confess, are you? I have ways to make you talk. As he spoke, Lin Qiye slowly rolled up his sleeves and approached the cell. Moments later, he sat weakly beside the wall. You still won't speak? Could it be that I've truly made a mistake? Are you really Li Yifei? Gazing at Li Yifei, who bore the marks of a brutal beating, Lin Qiye began to doubt his own judgment. Otherwise, he could hardly believe that one could possess such resilience. Rubbing his slightly bruised knuckles, Lin Qiye decided to put aside his doubts. Let us sign this contract. From now on, you should be the caretaker here. Without a second thought, Lin Qiye signed a contract presented before him. Whatever it entailed, it was certainly preferable to enduring further beatings. Once the contract was finalized, Lin Qiye took Lin Qiye to meet the first patient, the goddess of night, Nyx. Upon opening the door, Lin Qiye donned a different expression. Mother, look who I brought. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had arrived upon his own stage. Upon returning, he was met with a perplexing scene. All the snake demons were on stage, incessantly shifting forms, one moment human, the next a serpent. Some had even become grotesquely distorted, embodying half-human, half-snake appearances. Old Zhao, what is going on here? Zhao Kongcheng shrugged dismissively. Didn't Tu instruct them to keep transforming? They continued this charade even after you left. I've nearly transformed myself from watching them. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. Ah, indeed, he had uttered those words. He had forgotten to instruct them to cease their transformations before leaving. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he sent them back to the audience seats to rest. Subsequently, he summoned the Ghost Face King. This time, he aimed to achieve a performance level of 50%. The veil of mystery shall soon be lifted. Lin Ze's intuition assured him that there would undoubtedly be unforeseen rewards awaiting him. Chapter 30, Breakthrough. Another path to divinity? Hey, this is truly perplexing. Why is it like this? Why hasn't it reached 50 yet? Upon arriving on stage, Lin Ze wasted no time and sought out the Ghostface King to continue his study of Ghostface Realm. However, regardless of how the Ghostface King utilized Ghostface Realm, Lin Ze's performance showed no signs of progress whatsoever. In the past, he would have undoubtedly reached 50 by now. Lin Ze felt a sense of confusion. Could it be that someone does not wish for me to attain a performance level of 50? He lifted his gaze, sensing as if a formless deity was observing him from above. At that moment, he pondered whether it was the limitations of the stage that hindered his progress towards 50. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. If that were the case, why would the stage go to such lengths to seek him out? Thus, his gaze shifted towards the Ghostface King, who stood at attention. Slowly, Lin Ze drew a long knife from behind him and placed it against the Ghostface King's neck. Speak. Is it that you are deliberately slacking off, causing my lack of progress? The Ghostface King, drenched in cold sweat from the thread, understood that his life hung by a thread at the whim of this man. He hurriedly explained, No, Zegu, please believe me, I have always been loyal to you. Seeing the Ghostface King's anxious demeanor, Lin Ze gradually sheathed the long knife. He had never truly doubted the Ghostface King. He merely sought to frighten him a little. After all, with the stage's control in place, the Ghostface King would never dare to betray him. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Let us continue. Today, no one here shall rest until we reach a performance level of 50 in Ghostface Realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng, who was still playing with snakes, paused slightly. What does that have to do with me? However, Lin Ze's words also revealed his determination to the Ghostface King. Moments later, Lin Ze prepared to once again strive for the 50 performance level. As his thoughts stirred, a massive ghostly visage reappeared beneath his feet. This time, Lin Ze completely lifted the stage's protective limitations. He believed that only through genuine experience could he advance further. With the mental constraints lifted, the influence of the Ghostface King's Ghostface Realm became exceedingly potent. In an instant, Lin Ze felt himself severed from any connection to the outside world. It was as though he found himself enveloped in a void. Who is Lin Ze? What am I doing? Forbidden void. Prohibited weakness? It is so dark here. Who is Lin Qiye? Oh, Lin Qiye is the protagonist of my favorite book. In this moment, Lin Ze's mind seemed to plunge into an abyss. His thoughts gradually began to cease. Just as his consciousness started to fade, a voice deep within him suddenly awakened him. Is this where it ends? Driven by an innate desire for survival, Lin Ze began to frantically grasp at the air, yearning for that one life-saving straw. In the next moment, Lin Ze's consciousness gradually began to awaken. Lin Qiye Ishma. He was striving to surpass a performance level of 50. The concept of void performance was a unique ability. Suddenly, it all came back to him. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Ze was astounded to realize that he had activated the ghost face manifestation. Furthermore, his manifestation was engaged in a confrontation with the Ghost Face King. Unlike the Ghost Face King, however, Lin Ze's manifestation was affecting himself. Ghost Face manifestation performance level 50, having surpassed the halfway mark. The performer has gained new insights from this performance, which will aid future endeavors. A breakthrough. Lin Ze glanced at the message before him, elated at this achievement. He had finally surpassed his limits. His intuition told him that this newfound understanding was far greater than he had anticipated. At that moment, the Ghost Face King also took notice of Lin Ze's transformation and hastily nullified the effects of the Ghost Face manifestation on him. The Ghost Face King finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the very beginning, he had been in a state of overwhelming tension. Lin Ze compelled him to exert his full force, yet the power controlling him forbade any harm to Lin Ze or defiance against him. How could this be anything but bullying a compliant spirit? After much contemplation, the Ghost Face King ultimately decided to heed Lin Ze's commands. After all, while the stage might require a certain procedure to enact one's demise, should Lin Ze wish to end him, he could easily strike with a blade in the next instant. Fortunately, Lin Ze had successfully made his breakthrough. In truth, the Ghost Face King's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Even if Lin Ze relinquished the stage's protective measures, there remained a life-preserving mechanism. It was improbable that one would truly be left in a perilous situation. Feeling the transformation within himself, Lin Ze took a deep breath to calm his exhilarated heart. The enhancement of the Ghost Face manifestation was overwhelmingly significant. The most profound change was the dismantling of conventional beliefs. The influence of mental power could not only be directed at adversaries, but could also be wielded upon oneself. For instance, in the previous scene, Lin Ze had employed this self-directed influence to withstand a mental assault. But did you think this was where it ended? Not at all. If it ended here, it would merely constitute an increase in defensive capability against mental attacks. Lin Ze discovered that within the Ghost Face manifestation, he could deceive himself. The influence of mental power on others is negative, yet when it comes to oneself, it is positive. For example, my mental strength is not depleted. I am strong. My realm is not mere illusion. I can even convince myself that I'm a deity. Of course, this was merely Lin Ze's conjecture. Given his current level of mental strength, he could hardly convince himself that he was divine. But Lin Ze firmly believed that with the enhancement of his mental power and the elevation of his Ghost Face manifestation performance, this would undoubtedly become achievable in the future. At his current level, he could only deceive himself to a minimal extent. In addition, the domain of the ghostly face has transformed from a fixed area into a realm that follows its wielder. There is another subtle change. Lin Ze can alter the visage of the ghostly face into different shapes after casting Ghostly Face. He has yet to decide on what form to adopt, so he will retain the current visage for the time being. Control your strength to the level of the Lantern Realm and use Ghostly Face against me. Lin Ze intends to test his resistance to mental influences. The Ghostly Face King complied, and in the next moment, a ghostly visage appeared beneath Lin Ze's feet. There was no significant effect. It felt akin to the sensation of motion sickness. Continue to the Pool Realm. This time, the sensation was markedly more intense. Yet Lin Ze gritted his teeth and managed to withstand it. To the River Realm. From this point onward, Lin Ze sensed that his mental fortitude was faltering. After employing Ghostly Face as a means of resistance, the feeling returned to that of the Lantern Realm. Ultimately, Lin Ze gained a rough understanding of his capacity to resist mental influences. Without external assistance, he could endure up to the Pool Realm. With external aid, he could withstand the Sea Realm, albeit for no more than a second. Yet, for Lin Ze, who was still in the Lantern Realm, this was more than sufficient. Having unraveled these insights, Lin Ze returned to the tangible world. He gazed up at the ceiling, and his drowsiness peaked. After a day filled with serpentine incidents, and having expended so much mental energy that evening, Lin Ze could no longer hold on. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. Could I perhaps trick myself into believing that I am not tired? He decided to give it a try. Subsequently, Lin Ze activated his Forbidden Void ability around himself. I am not tired. I am as alert as ever. Just as Lin Ze had surmised, he indeed managed to deceive himself. The original weariness vanished instantaneously, replaced by a remarkably clear mind. Incredible. It actually worked. It seems the prospect of tricking myself into divinity is quite promising. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye returned to reality from the psychiatric hospital, his face aglow with excitement. Fantastic. I've finally unlocked my first ability. I feel rejuvenated. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Lin Ze and put it to the test. Lin Ze, just you wait. Chapter 31. Does Qiye feel capable again? The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains into the bedroom, Lin Qiye abruptly opened his eyes. Dawn had arrived. Could I seek Lin Ze for a spar? No, it is still early morning. Lin Ze is likely not awakened yet. Lin Qiye picked up his phone to check the time. It was barely past 5 o'clock, not yet 6. In truth, he had only managed about 5 hours of sleep. However, Lin Qiye had hardly slept at all the previous night. He was consumed with excitement, reveling in the fact that he had acquired the Night Messenger from Nikes, now possessing the abilities of 2 divine ruins. Surely, he would have his chance at redemption. He even began to envision the scene, himself overpowering Lin Ze with a single hand. Lin Ze, looking at him with disbelief, would exclaim, "Wow, Qiye, you are incredible. When did you become so strong? Could you spare me a moment? We, the divine twin stars, you are undoubtedly the brightest. Qiye, I am getting old. From now on, you shall protect me." At this thought, Lin Qiye could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly, I am remarkable. I cannot wait any longer. I must go and overpower Lin Ze. Meanwhile, in Lin Ze's bedroom, the rooms arranged for the two by Hong Ying were adjacent, making them neighbors of sorts. The soundproofing was inadequate, and Lin Qiye's exuberant laughter was loud enough for Lin Ze to hear. What is this child laughing about? Is he dreaming? What delightful dream could make him so joyful? Or could he be talking in his sleep? That shouldn't be the case. He hadn't spoken in his sleep at all last night. In the stillness of the night, Lin Ze found himself with nothing to do, so he decided to hone his perception abilities. He listened to the distant chirping of birds and the occasional passing of vehicles on the nearby road. These were his means of passing the time. Suddenly, he heard a gentle knock at the door. Before he could sense who it was, a familiar voice called out, "Lin Ze, Brodersche, are you awake? How can I find you?" "What? Lin Qiye? Why is this kid up so early? And why is he looking for me?" Before Lin Ze could respond, Lin Qiye cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, Lin Qiye was momentarily startled. "Goodness, you startle me." Lin Ze replied, "You startle me too. What brings you here so early in the morning?" With a smile, Lin Qiye explained, "I had little sleep, so I woke up early. I had nothing to do and wanted to see if you were awake." "But why are you up so early?" "I haven't slept at all," Lin Ze lamented, regretting his use of ghostly mask. He genuinely wished he could sleep. Although one may endure it mentally, abruptly depriving a person of sleep after they have grown accustomed to it is indeed a formidable challenge. "Speak, what brings you to me?" "What? You discern that?" Lin Qiye was somewhat astonished at how he had managed to perceive it. Lin Ze, seemingly exasperated, remarked, "Look at your excitement. You might as well have ill intentions inscribed upon your face." With his ruse unveiled, Lin Qiye ceased to feign and unambiguously expressed his intent. "Lin Ze, let us engage in a contest at the base. I feel invigorated. Just yesterday, an immortal visited my dreams and declared that my extraordinary physique has bestowed upon me martial prowess." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's interest was piqued. At long last, he could find amusement in teasing Lin Qiye. Waiting idly for the training to commence would be dreadfully boring. Without donning his shoes, Lin Ze took a swift step forward and seized Lin Qiye, urging him outside. "Let's go. There shall be no turning back." Witnessing Lin Ze's enthusiasm, Lin Qiye felt an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Why did it suddenly feel as though he were the prey? As doubts swirled in his mind regarding whether to spar with Lin Ze, a vision of Lin Ze being bested by him resurfaced in his imagination. "Wow, Qiye, you are simply remarkable." Just the thought was exhilarating. "Let's do this." Their commotion quickly captured the attention of Hong Ying. Still groggy, gazed at them and inquired, "What are you two up to? Why are you awake so early?" Lin Qiye, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Sister Hong Ying, we are heading to the base. It's too dull staying here. I wish to continue honing my skills with Lin Ze. We must enhance our strength before the training camp, lest we bring shame upon Team 136. With that, the two hastily departed. One was filled with anticipation of the astonishment that would follow his victory, while the other feared the possibility of the other having second thoughts mid-journey. Hong Ying stood there, momentarily stunned, moved by their fervor. In that moment, a phrase echoed in her mind. "Those who excel beyond you are still striving. What right do you have to rest?" Inspired by this thought, Hong Ying felt invigorated as she approached Xiao Nan's door, forcefully kicking it open and rousing the still sleeping Xiao Nan. "Sister Hong Ying, what are you doing?" "Ahaha." With unwavering determination, Hong Ying asserted, "Lin Ze and Qiye have gone to train. We cannot fall behind. Xiao Nan, those who surpass you are still working hard. What right do you have to rest?" Xiao Nan, seemingly oblivious, sank back in her soft pillow, mumbling, "Sister Hong Ying, those who are better than us are still striving. What purpose does our effort serve? I'll just continue sleeping good night." Hong Ying. Seeking Gifts Whimpering, Chapter 32. Not he. In the city of Sangnan, at the Peace Affairs office, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye were in perfect harmony as they made their way here, for it was the only place where they could fully unleash their potential. Upon their arrival, they discovered that someone had arrived even earlier than they had, Wu Xiangnan. Ever since the incident, he had become even more diligent, driven by a relentless hatred that propelled him to continually improve. Upon seeing Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, Wu Xiangnan was somewhat taken aback. "What brings you two here? The training camp is about to commence. Shouldn't you be resting instead?" Lin Qiye également responded. "Precisely because the training camp is imminent, we thought it prudent to practice while we can. We aim to establish the reputation of our team 136. Wu Xiangnan observed their exuberance, as if they had been invigorated by some elixir. If the newcomers were so industrious, what right did he have to be complacent? He then casually inquired, "By the way, Qiye, how do you plan to train? Do you need my assistance?" In saying this, Wu Xiangnan did not even glance at Lin Ze, not out of a desire to exclude him, but because he believed that Lin Ze hardly required training. Others would avoid him, let alone seek him out. Conversely, Lin Qiye was different. Despite being an agent of the divine, he had yet to mature. It was an opportune moment to take advantage of him, for in the future, he could boast, "Do you know him? I was his mentor once." This notion was akin to an adult claiming, "Hey, don't you recognize me? I held you when you were a child." Lin Qiye waved his hand, declining Wu Xiangnan's offer. "No need, Wu team. Lin Ze and I have already agreed to practice together today." At this, Wu Xiangnan gazed at Lin Qiye in disbelief. Seeing that the other seemed lost in his reverie, he cast a scornful look at Lin Ze. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that, Wu team?" Wu Xiangnan shook his head and sighed, "You rascal. It's one thing to bully us old-timers. We've weathered many storms and can withstand your antics. But Qiye is still just a child. How can you stoop so low? Speak up. How did you deceive Qiye into this?" Wu Xiangnan's words left Lin Ze somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it merely a sparring session? Why did it sound as if he were a lecherous uncle preying on a young girl? Moreover, Lin Qiye was not a girl. Lin Ze, disinclined to explain himself, suggested, "How about we two give a try? Perhaps that's best avoided. Qiye, may you find your own fortune." At this moment, Lin Qiye hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, "Captain Wu, you have misunderstood. It is I who wish to spar with Lin Ze. Only through continuous failure can one grow more rapidly." Observing Lin Qiye's spirited demeanor, Wu Xiangnan chose silence. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, placing it upon Lin Qiye's head, and then upon his own forehead. There's no fever. Yet why has he begun to speak nonsense?" Lin Qiye interjected, "Regardless, Captain Wu, you need not concern yourself. I have made my decision. Now, let us head to the training ground." With that, the two ignored Wu Xiangnan and made their way directly to the training arena. Wu Xiangnan, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, followed them to the training ground. Upon arrival, Lin Qiye exuded an air of unwavering confidence. "Lin Ze, Last time I chose the sparring events. This time, it is your turn. Lin Ze replied, what? So audacious? After a moment of contemplation, he said, then let us engage in the full set. This meant they would spar across all training events. Unarmed combat, weapon combat, firearms competition, and abilities from the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Qiye swallowed hard at this proposition, but at that moment, desire eclipsed reason. If we're to do the full set, then so be it. Am I to fear you? Moments later, Lin Ze clasped his fists, exuding a sense of fortune. First match, fortunate. Second match, somewhat challenging, yet still fortunate. Third match, impressive. Qiye, you are remarkable. You used to withstand only one of my strikes, but now you can endure two. However, my victories remain mere luck. After 3 rounds, Lin Ze once again triumphed over Qiye with overwhelming ease. Yet, there was one truth Lin Ze could not ignore. Lin Qiye's innate talent was indeed formidable. In just a matter of days, significant progress was evident. Among their peers, none could match Lin Qiye's rapid advancement, barring, of course, the exceptionally skilled Lin Ze. Following 3 defeats, Lin Qiye began to doubt himself. Could it be that he truly could not best Lin Ze? A profound sense of defeat engulfed him. Yet, he soon emerged from his despair. Wait, the ability I possess is from a divine ruin. Why should I compare my combat skills and marksmanship with him? He is merely a prodigy. I should challenge him on the grounds of Forbidden Ruins abilities. Yes, that is it. With this revelation, Lin Qiye regained his confidence. Lin Ze, let us compete in Forbidden Ruins abilities. This time, I am certain of victory. The immortal who imparted martial arts to me in my dreams proclaimed me a genius. Naturally, Lin Ze would not decline. All right. So you fancy yourself a genius? Come then, let me shatter your dreams of genius with 3 strikes. Before the sparring commenced, Lin Qiye performed a peculiar gesture. Captain Wu, could you assist me by turning off the training ground lights? Turn off the lights? How can you possibly spar in the dark? Oh, it occurred to me that your divine realm is perceptible. Consequently, Wu Xiangnan extinguished the lights of the training ground, plunging it into an impenetrable darkness. While the visibility of their divine realms was one matter, the more significant aspect was that Lin Qiye's newly acquired ability, the Dancer of the Night, thrived in obscurity. This highlighted Lin Qiye's fervent desire to surpass Lin Ze. At that moment, Lin Ze became acutely aware of this fact. It seemed that the situation mirrored the past. Having obtained the power of the Dancer of the Night, it signified that if Qiye had acquired it, then surely I could as well. Indeed, what a true brother. Yours is mine, and mine remains my own. Lin Ze mused inwardly. The faux mobile power bank, Si Xiaonan. The genuine mobile power bank, Lin Qiye. The competition commenced in earnest. Right from the outset, Lin Qiye employed his trump card, the Dancer of the Night. His figure flitted through the darkness, appearing here, then there, above and below, making it exceedingly difficult to discern his trajectory. Perhaps due to the inadequacy of his performance, Lin Ze's mortal realm struggled to capture Lin Qiye's movements, only becoming aware of his presence just as he was about to strike. Reluctant to succumb to inaction, Lin Ze could only rely on his minimal perception to swing his wooden sword. However, by the time his sword descended, Lin Qiye had long since positioned himself behind him. After a few successful maneuvers, Lin Qiye's spirit soared. Can't catch me, can you? In the darkness, my abilities are formidable. Lin Ze smiled faintly. Lin Qiye, remember this. Before you focus on anything else, remember that this world does not revolve solely around your progress. Subsequently, Lin Ze gradually unleashed an enhanced version of Demon masking the land. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye continued to dart through the shadows, occasionally punctuated by his mischievous laughter. In a fleeting moment, Lin Qiye finally discerned Lin Ze's fatal weakness. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his blade, already envisioning Lin Ze's admiration. Yet as he struck, Lin Ze's figure vanished from sight. At that instant, Lin Qiye recognized his folly, but it was too late. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from the darkness, gripping his wrist with an ironclad hold. Lin Qiye, no more giggling. Chapter 33, A Decision Against Ancestral Principles. Both Lin Ze and Lin Qiye possess formidable strength. On the surface, it appears that Lin Ze cannot possibly catch Lin Qiye, as if Lin Qiye is effortlessly dominating Lin Ze. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Lin Ze may err countless times, yet Lin Qiye can afford to falter but once. At this moment, Lin Ze seizes that singular opportunity. As Lin Qiye attempts to retract his wrist, Lin Ze's hand clutches it like a vice, rendering him immobile. Still smiling? Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye offers an awkward grin. Hee Ze, guh. I won't tease anymore. Please let me go despite his predicament. Lin Qiye maintains a smile, leaving Lin Ze somewhat perplexed. It seems you still have an ace up your sleeve. What is so amusing? Not at all, Ze, guh. I played my trump card from the very beginning. Lin Qiye replies, still smiling. Then why the laughter? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Ze quickly realizes he is being morally coerced. Unfortunately for Lin Qiye, Lin Ze possesses no sense of morality. Even if Lin Qiye smiles until his face splits, Lin Ze will not forfeit this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Subsequently, Lin Ze easily subdues Lin Qiye, firmly positioning himself on his back. Are you convinced now? I am. Lin Qiye grits his teeth in response. Truly convinced? Lin Qiye incurious. Noticing Lin Qiye's demeanor suggests otherwise. But this is fine. You will undoubtedly return to spar with me in the future. Slow and steady wins the race. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan, observing the night vision surveillance, recognizes the outcome is settled and promptly illuminates the training ground. Shortly thereafter, he appears before the two. Gently, he assists Lin Qiye to his feet, murmuring, "What is the point, my boy? Can't you see no one in the team dares to spar with this fellow?" Even the captain finds excuses to avoid it. Ah, youth is wasted on the young. With a shake of his head, Wu Xiangnan reflects on Lin Qiye's commendable qualities, though his excessive ambition poses a challenge, especially with someone so vastly superior in strength. Leading the two out of the training ground, Wu Xiangnan turns to them and inquires, "Have you had breakfast yet? Allow me to prepare something for you. If there is a mission, so be it, but one must always eat on time." Lin Ze, astonished, gazes at Wu Xiangnan. "You can cook." "Well, it depends on who I'm compared to. If it's against the captain, I would admit defeat. However, in comparison to you, I could certainly be considered a master chef." Lin Ze, that is quite the insult. After speaking, Wu Xiangnan donned an apron and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two. Observing Wu Xiangnan's adept movements, Lin Ze felt a twinge of envy. He turned to Lin Qiye and inquired, "Qiye, can you cook?" At that moment, Lin Qiye was still lost in his failures, responding listlessly, "Yes. When my aunt is too tired at home, I help her." With that, Lin Qiye sank into a sofa, continuing his melancholy. His beautiful dreams had been shattered, leaving Lin Ze's aspirations in tatters as well. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's mood was far from cheerful. Why could everyone else cook, yet he could not? Damn it, how unjust fate is. As time progressed, it was now 9 o'clock, the designated clock in time for the Peace Affairs office. The team members arrived one after another. Upon entering, they spotted Lin Qiye curled up on the sofa, hugging his knees, with faint glimpses of several little ghosts nearby. What on earth happened to make Qiye so despondent? Everyone felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Lin Qiye in such a state. How could such a sunny youth end up like this? They didn't need to think hard to know who was responsible. However, due to the other party's prowess, they refrained from saying much, opting to unite in condemnation once everyone had arrived. Soon, all the team members gathered. Led by Chen Mai, they initiated their first crusade against Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, I told you not to let Qiye be with you. Look at this. You nearly drove the child to despair." Lin Ze felt profoundly wronged. "What does this have to do with me?" "It has everything to do with you. Just look at Qiye." Lin Qiye was mumbling to himself, I am the strongest, the brightest star of the divine twins." It seemed, indeed, to have a connection to Lin Ze. At that moment, Lin Ze realized he could no longer allow Lin Qiye to remain in such a state. Otherwise, others might misconstrue his intentions towards Lin Qiye. He then recalled his ghostly facade, a means to aid Lin Qiye. Subsequently, Lin Ze cast an influence declaring, "I am indeed stronger than Lin Ze," thus fulfilling one of Qiye's dreams. As the ability took effect, Lin Qiye immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Xiao Ze, why are you still sitting there? Go fetch me a glass of water." "What? Are you challenging me? Let's spar." Lin Ze was taken aback by the sudden change. The others were equally bewildered. This kid has gone mad. Lin Qiye's next words astonished everyone even further. "Xiao Ze, go cook me 2 dishes." At this, the team was even more convinced of their thoughts. This child has truly lost his mind. If seeking a spar with Lin Ze was audacious, then asking him to cook was tantamount to courting disaster. Lin Ze was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "All right, after all these years, someone has finally asked me to cook." Chapter 34, Breakthrough. No sword in hand, yet a sword in heart. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's declaration, the crowd marveled at his remarkable courage. How could someone possess such audacity in this world? It was truly incomprehensible. Concerned for the safety of the divine agent, they felt compelled to gently advise him. After all, he was destined to be a pillar of protection for the great Xia. Qiye, are you certain you want Lin Ze to prepare your meal? If you are hungry, perhaps it's best to let the captain handle it. If that fails, I can step in as well." Zhanshen attempted to persuade Lin Qiye, hoping to draw him back from the precipice of peril. However, under the influence of the ghostly face, Lin Qiye was utterly unreceptive to her words. "What? Is Lin Ze unwilling to cook for me? No, today I must eat." It seemed that the child was beyond saving. The crowd relinquished any hopes of rescuing Lin Qiye. In such a scenario, the best course was to let him experience it firsthand. On the contrary, Lin Ze was deeply moved by Lin Qiye's words, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lin Qiye was the first person to ever ask him to cook. Brother, a lifelong brother. "Qiye, just wait. I shall prepare your meal right away." With that, Lin Ze made his way to the kitchen. Ultimately, Zhan Shen harbored concerns for Lin Qiye's well-being. "Lin Ze, let me accompany you. Your learning ability is exceptional. Perhaps a mere glance will suffice for you to master it." After a moment's reflection, Lin Ze agreed. Indeed, it seemed he had never truly learned to cook. With earnest effort, he could certainly succeed. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhan Shen decided to let Lin Ze attempt it himself first. "Come, Lin Ze, give it a try. I wish to observe where your difficulties lie." "All right," Lin Ze replied, excitement coursing through him, feeling more exhilarated than when he acquired the ability of the Forbidden Ruins. He swiftly chopped vegetables, lit the fire, poured oil stir-fried, and turned off the heat, producing a charred, unappetizing mass. Zhan Shen stared incredulously at the food on the plate, which could barely be called such. "May I inquire what this is? How could every step be executed correctly, yet yield this result?" "I have no idea," Lin Ze replied, his expression one of despair. Seeing his helplessness, Zhan Shen resolved to take on the role of teacher. What followed was a fluid display of culinary skill as a steaming stir-fry materialized before Lin Ze. "Ah, a feast for the senses. Lin Ze, get a taste." With his exceptional learning ability, Lin Ze flawlessly mimicked Zhan Shen's actions, earning a nod of approval from him. "Not bad. Isn't it rather simple?" After completing the process, Lin Ze's dish was finally ready. A feast for the senses indeed. Zhan Shen gazed in astonishment at the indescribable stir-fry before him. "Now, give another try. Today, I find myself incredulous." Subsequently, Lin Ze experimented with several dishes, utilizing more than 10 different ingredients. Yet, the final products were all remarkably similar. One might argue that this could indeed be considered a form of talent. At this juncture, Zhan Shen was rendered speechless. He had initially believed that by conjuring excuses to evade a culinary duel with Lin Ze, he could elude the impending torment. Little did he anticipate that he would ultimately be unable to escape. The other team members also took note of Zhan Shen's predicament. Poor captain. After enduring for so long, victory was just within reach, yet he was still overwhelmed. Who could deny this? In our small team, who among us has not been subjected to Lin Ze's relentless trials? Even Lin Qiye, another newcomer, was not spared from his grasp. What sin had our team 136 committed to warrant such relentless torment from Lin Ze? Just a little longer. This arduous period will soon come to an end. The group consoled and encouraged one another. Who could have imagined that Team 136, known for its formidable prowess against the mysterious, would stumble before Lin Ze? At that moment, Lin Ze approached the group with his masterpiece. Who among you wishes to taste it? I believe it is quite palatable. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, the others felt a wave of trepidation. Their minds raced as they concocted excuses to flee. I just remembered my parents are getting married, and I must go see. I suddenly recall that my grandmother is giving birth to my father today. I must check if it's a boy or a girl. Just a moment, I need to go see. In an instant, they all slipped away. Just then, Lin Qiye walked over slowly. Xiao Osha, you finally completed it. It looks quite promising. Let me have a taste. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's remark, the others could only lament, alas, this child is doomed. However, for Lin Ze, Lin Qiye was like a beacon of hope. In that moment, he finally grasped a scene in his mind. A tale of two wolves. On a snowy night, two wolves shared a bowl of fried rice. At that moment, Lin Ze understood that feeling. Oh, not bad at all. The taste seems rather delightful. Lin Qiye commented as he stuffed his mouth. At this moment, Lin Ze noticed that Lin Qiye's gaze appeared to grow clearer. After a brief interval, Lin Qiye curiously surveyed his surroundings. How did I suddenly arrive here? I have no recollection. Lin Ze, why are you wearing an apron? You aren't actually cooking, are you? Lin Qiye? Lin Ze felt profoundly perplexed by Lin Qiye's bewildering behavior. However, he quickly deduced the situation. It seemed that Lin Qiye had regained his clarity after sampling Lin Ze's cooking. Who would have thought that his culinary creations possessed such invigorating qualities? With this in mind, one could comprehend why Lin Ze's dishes were less than delectable. Every remedy carries its own poison. Do you understand? Lin Ze, with a hint of concern, gently patted Lin Qiye's shoulder and inquired, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? Lin Qiye scratched his head, replying, not at all. Why do you ask? Lin Ze reassured him, it's nothing. Some things, unbeknownst to you, may actually be beneficial. After evading Lin Ze's trial, the Peace Affairs Office returned to its usual tranquility. Now, they awaited the moment to transport Lin Ze and Lin Qiye to the training camp at noon. During this interval, Lin Ze remained industrious. Once comfortably settled on the couch, he resumed his artistic pursuits. His performance level of Ming Shangshan was nearing 50. Before heading to the training camp, Lin Ze aimed to enhance his abilities as much as possible. Otherwise, he might not stand a chance against the masked team. The first challenge of the training camp involved all participants facing off against the masked team, providing Lin Ze an opportunity to assess his recent growth. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye had awakened a new divine ability, Dancer of the Night, and Lin Ze was eager to see if he could master this divine essence as well. Upon arriving on stage, Lin Ze was pleasantly surprised to find that the performance level of Ming Shangshan had reached 53. Unlike the progression of Gui Mian Xiang Di, Ming Shangshan transitioned smoothly into the next phase. Lin Ze sensed the transformative impact of this enhancement. Old Zhao, come here quickly. I have something incredible to show you. Lin Ze exclaimed, eager to share his newfound insights with Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng, looking puzzled, approached Lin Ze and asked, what is it, kid? What's the big deal? Without uttering a word, Lin Ze summoned a serpent demon onto the stage. In the next moment, he brought his index and ring fingers together and, with a gentle flick, unleashed a crescent-shaped slash. Instantly, the serpent demon's form separated, its body gradually vanishing, only to reappear unscathed in the audience. What do you think? Impressive, right? This technique is called swordless in hand, sword in heart. In martial arts novels, when a protagonist reaches this stage, it signifies an impending qualitative leap in their swordsmanship. Zhao Kongcheng gazed at Lin Ze's fingers in astonishment, then, with a dismissive expression, replied, oh, I thought it was something extraordinary. I've known how to do that for ages. With that, Zhao Kongcheng flicked the air lightly, producing a crescent much larger than Lin Ze's strike. Lin Ze was taken back. Wait, what? Just then, a book titled The Actor's Self-Cultivation appeared in Lin Ze's hands. His heart swelled with joy. The last time this book appeared, Lin Ze had unraveled the mysteries of the stage. He learned that he could perform divinities to acquire divine essences and that he could vanquish the mysterious to gain their powers. What revelations would this occasion bring? It appears that there is no content to process. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate. Chapter 35. Departure, Training Camp. Lin Ze opened the first 2 pages of the book, which remained unchanged from what he had previously seen. However, upon turning to the 3rd page, he discovered content that differed from his earlier encounter. The 3rd page was no longer blank. The number of spectators has surpassed 30. Actors can freely manipulate spectators without affecting the stage performance. When spectators sustain fatal injuries, they will not perish immediately, but rather return to their seats. Lin Ze pondered the implications of the 3rd page. His golden finger was unlike those found in other narratives. While others are often told, "Child, you are invincible," Lin Ze's golden finger did not grant him immediate invulnerability. It did not even wish to reveal its full potential at once. Even when it did offer guidance, it was veiled in riddles. Nevertheless, Lin Ze was unconcerned. After all, such ambiguity added to the intrigue. The phrase "freely manipulate spectators" struck him as somewhat redundant. After all, he could already control them on stage. This realization sparked a sudden epiphany within him. While he could manipulate them on stage, what about outside of it? Lin Ze felt certain that the stage intended to convey this very message. He could summon these spectators into the realm of reality. Additionally, there was another piece of information regarding individuals who would not affect the stage performance. This undoubtedly referred to the serpent demons. Zhao, Kongsheng, the Ghost Mask King, and the serpent demon entity. These 3 must be the ones who could impact the performance and therefore could not leave the stage. Lin Ze summarized the content of this page in his mind before continuing to explore the book. Upon reaching the 4th page, he was indeed met with further content. New script detected, Night Dancer. However, since the actor has not completed the current performance, it cannot proceed. As the actor's abilities improve, the repertoire of scripts will also expand. Current performance schedule: Divine Level Performance 1-1, Ordinary Performance 0-3. Lin Ze was somewhat taken aback by the content of the 4th page. Initially, he had believed he could acquire another divine script. However, it appeared that was not the case. According to the stage's explanation, he was still engaged in a performance, thus unable to proceed to the next one. This was likely referring to the Seraphim's mortal divine realm. Lin Ze did not express much disappointment over this. He had anticipated this situation. One cannot overreach in their ambitions. Moreover, considering his current capabilities, an ordinary forbidden realm would yield greater enhancement for him. With the divine performance schedule now exhausted, it meant he could no longer pursue learning the divine scripts. If he wished to study, he would need to conclude the Seraphim's performance or perhaps elevate his own level. However, what exactly was this ordinary performance? By pattern, it should represent an ordinary forbidden realm beneath the divine scripts. Yet why were there still 3 opportunities remaining? Is it suggesting to me that at my current level, I can still learn 3 additional forbidden abilities? Then why are Dissolving Life, Flashing Moon, and Demon Mask, Earthly Face, or the Serpent Species not included? A myriad of questions filled Lin Ze's mind. However, he soon discerned a pattern. Among the 3 abilities he possessed, aside from Zhao Kongsheng, all were acquired through his own hand. This perfectly aligned with the content of the first 2 pages of the book. As Lin Ze synthesized this information, a sudden clarity washed over him. I understand now. This is conveying a message to me. If I wish to acquire other forbidden abilities, it is not necessary to eliminate the individual. I can learn them directly. Given my current level, I am entitled to learn 3 ordinary forbidden abilities. Enlightened by this realization, Lin Ze withdrew from the stage. He needed to verify 2 matters. The first was whether he could summon the serpent demon. The second was whether he could acquire another's forbidden ability without taking their life. Lin Ze casually concocted an excuse and wandered into a small alley near the Peace Affairs office. With a mere thought, a girl clad in loose school attire appeared before him. "Master, please give your command." The girl immediately knelt before Lin Ze, just as I had anticipated. Moreover, I can share her vision. She will serve as my true eye. Lin Ze then instructed the girl, "Continue your previous life. Remember, do not harm others. From this moment on, you are an ordinary student." "Yes." The girl bowed deeply. Following Lin Ze's command, she naturally departed. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, so this is where you are? The captain asked me to fetch you. They want us to escort you both back." It was none other than Hong Ying. Just as Lin Ze was about to respond, a message suddenly appeared before him. Script Rose Fire Feather Garment Acquisition Level 19. Upon seeing the message, Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. The Rose Fire Feather Garment was indeed Hong Ying's forbidden ability. A thought struck him, recalling the contents of the fourth page. My conjecture was correct. The fourth page indicates that I can acquire another's forbidden ability without resorting to murder. In that case, I can select a forbidden ability that suits me at the training camp. Lin Ze mused. With this thought, he promptly accompanied Hong Ying back. He was now eager to head to the training camp. There, his strength would be further enhanced. Chao Yuan's Black King Annihilation, Shun Qingzhu's Qimin, and the forbidden abilities of the Mask Squad were all exceptional. Now, he simply awaited the opportunity to obtain them. Onward, to the training camp. Chapter 36. Chao Yuan's Second Benefactor? Meanwhile, within a resplendent villa, a rotund young man clad in a pristine white bathrobe leisurely swirled a glass of red wine. Beside him stood a stunningly attractive woman, poised with a bottle of red wine, ever ready to refill his glass. Young master, you are to hasten to Tsangnan City for your specialized training. Would you like to bring a few companions along? Inquired a middle-aged butler, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. The young man waved his hand dismissively, speaking fluently in Cantonese. No need. Bringing others would be futile. Just prepare a few small gifts for my friends. This matter I entrust to you. Understood. The butler was well aware of the true meaning behind the young man's small gifts. Moments later, he appeared before him, accompanied by several bodyguards dressed in black, each carrying a large box. Young master, everything is ready. These are the small gifts prepared for your friends. The man gestured for the bodyguards to open the boxes. As they were unveiled, the contents shimmered with a golden glow. This was not a mere metaphor. They truly glimmered with gold. For the small gifts referred to an assortment of luxurious timepieces, including ordinary gold labor and Patek Philippe watches. Moreover, he had thoughtfully included a few gold bars, as who could possibly resist such treasures? Let us depart for Tsangnan City. With the young man's command, a flurry of activity ensued. Some assisted him in dressing, while others handled his luggage. In summary, wherever he went, he was attended to with utmost care. This individual was none other than the well-known by Li Tu Ming, hailing from a normal family, yet quite portly. At Mount Jiuhua, within a temple, a handsome and resolute young man repeatedly struck a wooden fish with a string of prayer beads in hand. Meridnya, Meridnya, Meridnya. As the young man's expression grew increasingly contorted, the rhythm of his strikes quickened. At that moment, an aged hand, creased with wrinkles, suddenly pressed down upon him. Go forth. Journey to Tsangnan. There you shall discover your true self. Upon hearing these words, the young man lowered his head in shame, unwilling to inflict further harm upon others. Can I truly do this? Of course. Do you remember what I told you before? You will encounter a benefactor there. The young man recalled the abbot's words, that he would meet a benefactor who would become his salvation. 2 trees, standing tall, 8 deities converge as one, through the night for 10 years, ferrying souls across the world. These were the characteristics of the benefactor, etched in the young man's memory, not to be forgotten. Just then, the abbot shifted the tone of his discourse, suddenly stating, however, the situation has changed somewhat. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? The good news, please. Very well, let us begin with the unfortunate news. Your destiny has undergone a transformation, a shift that is reflected in your guiding figure. In other words, it seems that your benefactor may not be able to rescue you from your dire circumstances. The young man lowered his head. If that is the case, it might be best for him to abstain from the training camp. Observing his demeanor, the abbot continued, do not be anxious, for there is also good news. Why else would I choose to present the good news last? The good news is that an additional path has emerged alongside your original fate. This path holds the potential to resolve your current dilemmas. Thus, you now possess not one, but 2 benefactors. You may traverse either path with equal success. However, I strongly recommend that, if possible, you pursue both concurrently. While I cannot glimpse into their destinies, I can assert with certainty that their fates are strikingly similar. At times, one shall be strong, and at others, the other shall prevail. Together, they will mutually enhance each other as strengths. If you can keep pace with them, the rewards you shall reap will exceed your wildest imagination. Upon hearing these words, A glimmer of hope flickered in the young man's previously despondent gaze. If one benefactor could save him, then the emergence of two could surely unravel his troubles. With excitement, he exclaimed, "I am already aware of the first benefactor's identity. But what of the second?" The abbot replied slowly, "As the birds sing and spring awakens, the earth is nourished and adorned in verdant splendor. If the first person is one who guides you from darkness, then the second is the one who brings you the essence of spring. Go forth." The young man committed these 2 lines of poetry to memory. Following that moment, his world felt like an everlasting winter in the depths of night. Could someone like me truly emerge from the night to embrace the spring? Indeed, the young man affirmed silently within his heart. He then shouldered his pack and hastened towards the southern expanse. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye had already arrived at the training camp. The location was conveniently near their home, merely a short drive away. Moreover, Chun Mu-yi had procured a van to ensure that the team members could bid them farewell. "Lin Ze, Qiye, although our time together has been brief, you shall forever remain our comrades." At that poignant moment of impending separation, Lin Qiye unexpectedly became somewhat melancholic. His words, once spoken, enveloped the atmosphere in a wave of sorrow. "Do your best, train diligently, and when you return, I will prepare a feast for you." As the captain, Chun Mu-yi felt a deep reluctance at their departure. "Please don't go. We promise to confront the mysteries and protect everyone together. I cannot bear to part with you." The others echoed their sentiments of longing. Gazing at his former comrades who had fought by his side, Lin Qiye could no longer contain his emotions. He choked back his emotions and said, "Rest assured, everyone, Lin Ze and I will forever belong to Team 136. Right? Lin Ze?" Lin Ze, suddenly called upon, paused for a moment before hastily responding, "Ah, yes, always." Despite the emotional scene unfolding before him, Lin Ze felt indifferent. Their bond was genuine, yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered within him. "All right, it's about time. Let's disembark. I shall introduce them to the instructor and ensure they take good care of Lin Ze," he added. At the mention of taking care, Lin Ze distinctly perceived a weight in Chun Mai's tone. Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of unease. Captain, you all go ahead. We shall remain here. We're afraid we might break down in tears, which would be rather embarrassing." The group opted to stay in the vehicle. As soon as the door closed, Lin Ze activated his mortal realm ability, allowing him to sense everything within a 20-meter radius. Inside the car, the atmosphere was electric. "Finally, we've sent that pest away. Let's celebrate. Tonight we must indulge in a hearty feast," he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "Come on, let us get the party started." However, upon opening the door once more, Lin Ze was met with a sight that left him incredulous. Wu Xiangnan, Wen Shumo, and Lin Qiye sat in silence, their heads bowed in apparent sorrow, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan wiped away tears. Concerned, the others asked Lin Ze, "What's wrong? Are you going to miss us?" "Of course, we shall miss you, but this is something we cannot evade." Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? That couldn't he be. Mortal realm could not be mistaken. Yet, they truly appeared despondent. Quietly, he closed the door again. It's nothing. 7 nights, and I will be leaving. Farewell." As he shut the door, jubilant voices erupted within the vehicle once more. The soundproofing of the night watchman's standard vehicles was exceptional. Had it not been for Lin Ze's mortal realm, he would not have perceived their excitement. This time, Lin Ze was certain. It did not seem sorrowful at all. He swiftly opened the door again, and Chun Mai attempted to stop him, but he was too quick. In a flash, he darted past. "No more pretending. I clearly heard you laughing. Eleyenas adeclarat abandoning ein fave." In response, Lin Qiye, with utmost seriousness, said, "Lin Ze, all of us in the night watch are specially trained. No matter how amusing the situation, we shall not laugh. Moreover, your departure is indeed a sorrowful matter." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Ze's expression darkened. "Still pretending? Are you all unaware that I can perceive events within a certain range?" Upon witnessing the unmasking of the lie, the crowd ceased to conceal their truths. Wu Xiangnan cursed under his breath, lamenting his oversight. "Very well, let us drop the pretense. You should leave with Qiye at once. Spare us from further torment." You incessantly engage us in sparring sessions, driving us to the brink of despair. Go and harass those instructors instead. Farewell. No, let it be a permanent farewell. Lin Qiye. Start the car swiftly. As the words echoed, a deafening roar resonated through the air. The van billowed a cloud of dust and vanished from the sight of the three. Why three, you may wonder? Because Zhan Shen was also present. Hey, I haven't boarded the vehicle, he exclaimed. I haven't boarded the vehicle. Chapter 37. Ordinary Families. Li pang at this moment. Lin Qiye, who was in a state of bewilderment, finally regained his composure. What the heck? They are actually playing the emotional card. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye surrounded Zhan Shen, their faces expressing an earnest concern as they inquired, Dear Captain, what is going on? Could you possibly explain it to us? Zhan Shen awkwardly scratched his head. Well, actually this matter has nothing to do with me. I wonder if you will believe me when I say that. Of course we believe you. The two replied through gritted teeth. Simultaneously, they set a goal in their hearts. They must train diligently at the training camp. Upon returning, they would thoroughly practice with Team 136. That's good. I will go find your instructor. You two can just wander around here, Zhan Shen said as he led them toward the training camp. Upon arriving near the training camp, Lin Ze noticed a multitude of guards. As they reached the entrance, they were already being welcomed by someone. It seems we have been noticed since our arrival. Lin Ze mused, but this is quite beneficial. It ensures the utmost safety for us newcomers. He then utilized Mortal Realm Divine Domain to perceive the layout in the vicinity. Within a 20-meter radius, there were a total of 10 soldiers. However, only 8 were visible to the naked eye. Moreover, this was merely within the immediate vicinity. There could be heavily armed guards in other areas as well. Lin Ze glanced at the 2 soldiers hidden in the shadows, grasping their approximate locations. This action did not escape the notice of the vice instructor who came to welcome them. Initially, he was skeptical that this young lad could see the soldiers concealed in the shadows. However, when Lin Ze accurately spotted the second soldier at a second glance, he was convinced. How on earth did this kid notice them? Since the training camp commenced, no one has ever been able to detect their presence. Just as the vice instructor was astonished, Zhan Shen's voice suddenly rang out. I brought them to you. I want to elaborate on their information. Please ensure they receive proper training. Oh, especially that lad named Lin Ze. He is rather slow, so please teach him with patience. Zhan Shen whispered to the instructor, hoping to see Lin Ze test these instructors. It wouldn't do to let Team 136 bear the brunt alone. Upon hearing this, the instructor scrutinized Lin Ze from head to toe. I see. It appears there are indeed disparities among the divine agents. Rest assured, we will train Lin Ze diligently. All right, it's a promise. Upon receiving the instructor's assurance, Zhan Shen, moved to tears, grasped the man's hand tightly. Having said that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving the three with only his departing figure, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. The instructor, with a beaming smile, expressed his excitement at the opportunity to educate the divine agents, particularly Lin Ze, whom he was eager to challenge. Subsequently, the two were escorted into the training camp, where the instructor provided them with a brief introduction and distributed basic living supplies. For now, this is all you need to know. As you are locals from Sangnan and among the first arrivals, feel free to explore the camp. When you tire from wandering, return to your dormitory for some rest. Once everyone has gathered, our training will commence. With that, Lin Ze led Lin Qiye away, intending to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. It would not be long before they would face the special team known as Mask in a competition. While it was termed a contest, it was more like a display of skills by the Mask team. However, for Lin Ze, there was but one target, the team leader, the agent of the god of time, Wang Mian. Competing against others lacked challenge, so Lin Ze set his sights on the Mask team to validate his own progress. After some time, the two had acclimated to their environment, and at Lin Ze's suggestion, they made their way to the dormitory. With most of the participants now present, it was time to meet them. Upon returning to the dormitory, they were greeted by a throng of individuals clad in black. Just as Lin Qiye was filled with curiosity, a chubby figure emerged from the crowd and cheerfully announced, "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have brought a small gift for you. It's nothing extravagant, as I come from an ordinary family." Chapter 38. Lin Ze, I am Lin Qiye, staring at the unfamiliar watch and a box full of gold before him. Lin Qiye was utterly bewildered. Is this truly a typical household? What does that make me? Moreover, who bestows such lavish gifts upon someone upon first meeting? At that moment, Lin Qiye whispered, Lin Ze, do you think this person might be a swindler? Otherwise, why would he present us with such extravagant gifts right away? As the saying goes, no kindness is given without ulterior motives. It is either deceit or theft. However, when Lin Qiye turned his head, he discovered that Lin Ze had vanished. When he spotted him again, he found Lin Ze standing in front of a large box, sifting through its contents. Indeed, Lin Ze was selecting a watch that appealed to him. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye pulled him aside and murmured, Lin Ze, have you been swayed by wealth? Aren't you afraid this person is a fraud or has ulterior motives? Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qiye's concerns, followed by a sense of gratitude. This prompted him to exclaim, Ah, you've grown up. In Lin Ze's memory, Lin Qiye had never been this cautious. Surely, spending too much time together had instilled a sense of prudence in him. Nevertheless, Lin Ze felt emboldened because he knew that Li Pangpang had no hidden agenda. This was merely his way of forging friendships. Qiye, look at my watch. Isn't it splendid? A golden watch. Lin Ze proudly raised his left hand, showcasing the golden timepiece he had just chosen. He firmly believed that every man should possess a watch of his own. The only reason he and T purchased one before was due to a lack of funds. Now that it was offered to him, why not accept it? Staring at the dazzling golden watch, Lin Qiye was momentarily rendered speechless. He reached out to grasp Lin Ze's wrist, intending to remove the watch. Just then, he noticed that Lin Ze had another one on his right hand. Lin Qiye, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, One is already excessive. Why have you taken two? At that moment, Lin Ze slowly raised his right hand and gazed at the watch, saying, I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. This one is for you. I felt it would suit you perfectly. Try it on. With that, Lin Ze placed the watch into Lin Qiye's hands. For me? This is a gift you selected for me? Lin Qiye was taken aback by the revelation. While he was still in a daze, Lin Ze had already fastened the watch on his wrist. He felt more at ease wearing it himself. As Lin Qiye looked at the watch adorning his wrist, he was puzzled. Previously indifferent to such items, he suddenly found this one rather appealing. As Lin Ze had remarked, it truly complimented him well. Thank you. It looks rather nice. Lin Ze, filled with pride, patted his chest and declared, of course. Just look at who chose it. Lin Qiye retorted, well, it's mainly because I possess a certain charm. Oh, you rascal, you're quite shameless. What is the purpose of that? Meanwhile, Li Pangpang looked bewildered at the two. He felt something was amiss. Was it that a gift I presented to them? Why did he not thank me, but instead expressed gratitude to that person? How peculiar. Ah, I understand now. This is the legendary act of borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. You see, I told you that spending money on gifts can lead to genuine connections. As long as you enjoy the gifts, that is what matters. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Li Tu Ming, a child from an ordinary family, and I am delighted to become friends with you. Li Pangpang extended his chubby little hand to shake hands with the two. At this moment, Lin Qiye still harbored a degree of wariness towards this person. He whispered to Lin Ze, Do you think this little chubby guy has any ill intentions? I doubt it, Lin Ze replied. How do you know? Who comes up and gives gifts right away? It feels like he has some sort of scheme. Look at this little chubby guy. He doesn't seem clever at all. To put it plainly, he is just the foolish son of a landlord. As he spoke, Lin Ze had already shaken hands with Li Pangpang. Hello, I am Lin Qiye. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was utterly flabbergasted. He looked at Lin Ze in disbelief. Your name is Lin Qiye? Then what am I to be called? Ah, you rascal. Are you trying to play tricks on me? At the moment Lin Ze intentionally introduced himself, a vivid image flashed through Lin Qiye's mind. Lin Ze, the little rascal, causing trouble outside, only to shout while fleeing, I am Lin Qiye. If you have the guts, come to Songnan for revenge. Darn, what a treacherous little person. It was then that Lin Qiye finally understood why Lin Ze appeared so at ease when receiving the gift, without a hint of hesitation. Apparently, he had been waiting for this moment. In truth, Lin Ze's acceptance of the gift was not motivated by a genuine desire for the watch, nor was it merely to report Lin Qiye's name, though that was a minor factor. The more significant intention was to integrate swiftly with these individuals, whether it be by Li Pangpang or Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu. By doing so, he ensured that the team led by Lin Qiye, named Nightfall, would emerge as originally intended. After hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Qiye re-evaluated the chubby fellow before him. Indeed, he looked quite harmless. Subsequently, he followed Lin Ze and grasped by Li Pangpang's hand. "Hello, I am Lin Ze." Lin Qiye naturally introduced himself as well. The two exchanged smiles. "Lin Qiye, Lin Ze, what splendid names. For some reason, I feel an overwhelming sense of security when I am with both of you." Saying this, the chubby fellow embraced them both. To be fair, his instincts were rather accurate. Among the training camp, these were the only two divine agents, and now he had gathered them all. How could he not feel secure? With the two stoutest legs to lean on. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the outer door. Are there still activities involving the distribution of watches? Activities? It is not an event. Rather, it is a gift I present to everyone as a token of our meeting. If you have yet to receive it, do go and claim it. With a nonchalant wave of his plump hand, he casually declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's expression soured somewhat. Cursing under his breath, he thought to himself that had he known this fellow was so generous, he ought to have taken more. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Brother Shun. "Hurry, I brought something for you," Deng Wei exclaimed, his arms adorned with an array of exquisite watches. Upon seeing this, Li Liang gasped. "What the hell? Deng Wei, are we here for training, or are you here to conduct business? Where did you procure these counterfeit watches?" Deng Wei retorted. "Counterfeit? These are all genuine." There's a rotund fellow over there distributing goodies. Seeing that everyone else had some, I thought I'd bring a few for the brothers. Just as Li Liang and Li Jia approached to receive the watches, Shen Qingzhu interjected. "Return them." "Brother Shun, why not accept them?" They protested. "We cannot take what is not rightfully ours, and besides, these watches appear rather valuable. At the very least, they must be worth several hundred." The principle of no gain without effort weighed heavily on them. They held a deep respect for Shen Qingzhu as their elder brother. Although reluctant, they willingly returned the items. At that moment, an urgent whistle echoed through the dormitory building. It signified assembly. "The instructor has called for us to gather." Upon hearing this signal, the group eagerly rushed down to the playground. Participating in the training meant they would gain deeper insights into the truths of this world and could freely employ the forbidden abilities they were usually restrained from using. Overall, excitement reigned among them, except for one dapper lad who was busy striking a wooden fish. Among this group, the one most exhilarated was undoubtedly Lin Ze. Chapter 39. The Emergence of the Mask. Upon stepping off the stage, Lin Ze began to grasp the essence of his newfound abilities, to acquire the forbidden domain abilities of an opponent through their demise. A crucial condition must be met: the level of understanding of the forbidden domain at the moment of encountering the news of Hong Ying's appearance. Lin Ze surmised that once this level reached a certain threshold, he would be able to learn the abilities of his adversary. However, the exact standard remained elusive to him. The good news was that he had discerned methods to enhance this learning level, which could be achieved through two distinct avenues. The first involved spending time in the company of the individual, gradually elevating the learning level, an approach that, while uncomplicated, proved to be somewhat sluggish. The second method entailed observing the opponent wielding their forbidden domain abilities. Though this approach had its limitations, it remarkably accelerated the learning process. Consequently, these individuals ceased to be mere humans in Lin Ze's eyes, transforming into mere vessels of forbidden domain abilities. This realization left him almost wide-eyed with excitement. Regrettably, given his current prowess, he could only acquire 3 abilities without resorting to lethal force. Thus, he cherished these 3 opportunities immensely. Moreover, for Lin Ze, it was no longer a matter of the forbidden domain rankings. The higher the rank, the mightier the individual. He needed to select abilities that could synergize with one another, enabling the possibility of achieving a sum greater than its parts, possibly even surpassing 10. Do you understand what you are? From this day forth, you are no longer human. You are a band of novices, mere refuse. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that awakening forbidden domain abilities makes you invincible. Are you imagining yourselves as protagonists in a novel? Allow me to unveil the truth. If you were to step onto a genuine battlefield, you would not survive even a single chapter. On the platform, the instructor was adeptly engaging in their traditional rite of passage, humiliating the recruits to instill humility and caution. Lin Ze comprehended this practice well. After all, they were all in their teenage years, brimming with youthful vigor, capable of tossing aside their blankets upon rising in the morning. Naturally, they were filled with enthusiasm. When confronted with real challenges, rational thought often eluded them. At their age, fervor and bravery were abundant. Yet sometimes such fervor translated to folly. As anticipated, the recruits felt deeply insulted by these remarks. Their faces contorted with indignation as they glared at the instructor on the stage. Observing the desired effect taking hold, the instructor allowed a faint smile to escape. What? Are you all still unconvinced? Come, let me see who dares to challenge this. The instructor's stern voice rang out, just as the crowd hesitated to raise their hands. A bold voice erupted from within. I am not convinced. Excellent. I've been waiting for a defiant spirit like you. What is your name? Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu enunciated each syllable of his name deliberately. With Shen Qingzhu leading the charge, the others found their courage to voice their dissent as well. I am not convinced either. Neither am I. Upon witnessing this scene, even Lin Ze could not restrain himself from giving Shen Qingzhu a thumbs up. Truly, he is quite the formidable figure. I felt a surge of indignation myself, to the point where I almost wanted to intervene. This is utterly excessive, is it not? Even though we are mere recruits, such remarks should not be tolerated. Lin Qiye, visibly agitated, raised his hand. However, when he glanced at Lin Ze, he discovered that Lin Ze appeared unaffected, standing there as if oblivious to the insults. Lin Qiye murmured, Lin Ze, why aren't you raising your hand? He has spoken to us in that manner, and you remain unperturbed? How can you swallow this insult? Hearing this, Lin Ze finally acknowledged Lin Qiye. Wait a moment. How did the instructor's provocation manage to rouse this foolish lad? I can indeed endure it. But tell me, why are you making such a fuss? Are you not going to contest it? Put your hand down. I refuse. I simply will not accept it. If you choose to be a coward, that is your choice. Before Lin Qiye could finish, Lin Ze, with a serious expression, pointed at him. In that instant, as Lin Ze raised his hand, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with clarity. Memories of the fear Lin Ze had instilled in him flooded back. Yet, Lin Qiye remained perplexed. Lin Ze, why are we not raising our hands? Do you truly accept this? Of course not. I have even contemplated confronting that old man myself. Then why don't you raise your hand? The early bird catches the worm. Lin Qiye retorted. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm, but the early worm is consumed by the bird. Do you perceive yourself as a worm or a bird? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was finally enlightened. What they needed to do was feign weakness, remaining unnoticed until the opportune moment to strike decisively. This embodies the principle of silence preceding a powerful revelation. There are times when it is necessary to stand out and attract attention, yet often, remaining hidden is the wisest strategy. Moreover, if the instructor does not notice you, it allows for a more leisurely existence. Meanwhile, on the other side, an instructor held a list and remarked, Instructor Yuan, those two twins did not raise their hands. Our plan has fallen apart. We cannot target them now. Yuan Gang smiled slightly. Isn't that even better for us? If they were to lose their tempers like the other youngsters, it would merely indicate their immaturity. Yet, the fact that they can endure humiliation speaks volumes about their character. It is evident that these two possess profound depth. They must be monitored closely. Upon hearing this, the instructor suddenly understood. Indeed, experience prevails. How could a young fox outweed an old fox? At that moment, a sudden roar of propellers echoed above the crowd. In the next instant, several individuals from the aircraft leaped onto the high platform. Lin Ze, filled with excitement, glimpsed the figures through the swirling dust. They have finally arrived. The special team numbered 004, The Mask. Chapter 40. The Confrontation of the Three Deities. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of the masked team emerged before everyone. At this moment, the oppressive aura emanating from this special squad of the Great Xia Night Watch, designated as 004, reached its zenith. Not to mention, the pressure was palpable, especially considering their captain, Wang Mian, was a seasoned divine agent. Even when facing Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, he exhibited no sign of trepidation. As the crowd felt suffocated by the intensity of the pressure, Wang Mian recognized the opportune moment and took a decisive step forward. I am Wang Mian, captain of the Great Xia Night Watch's Special Squad 004, masked. His voice reverberated, instantly unleashing an overwhelming sense of authority. The atmosphere thickened with an almost suffocating weight. Not just the new recruits, but even the instructors felt a twinge of pressure. What is Captain Wang doing? Wasn't he supposed to intimidate these rookies? Why are we caught in this too? Silence. This is the divine might exclusive to agents of deities. Perhaps a slight miscalculation in its application. Bear with it. The affected instructors frantically summoned their mental fortitude to withstand the oppressive force, though they could still muster their formidable mental energy to resist. The new recruits were at a disadvantage, lacking divine protection and the strength of powerful mental prowess. They succumbed to the pressure, collapsing to the ground as Wang Mian released his formidable aura. Only Lin Ze and Lin Qiye remained standing amidst the throng. The three locked eyes, engaging in their initial clash. Lin Qiye whispered to Lin Ze, "Doesn't this seem a bit ostentatious? Aren't we supposed to conceal our brilliance? We might attract unwanted attention by acting this way. Imagine facing a formidable foe while others are rendered unable to stand by the sheer weight of his presence. Yet here we are, brazenly provoking him, our gazes devoid of any fear. It's rather pretentious." Lin Ze smiled subtly. "The circumstances are different. If we bow our heads in submission now, they will perceive us as easy prey. Even if we may not currently match them in strength, we must still exert our will. We cannot falter in our momentum. Understood?" With that, they adopted an even more defiant stance. Arms crossed, their bodies angled towards each other, they lifted their chins and gazed directly at Wang Mian on the platform. Observing this, Wang Mian beneath his mask smiled faintly. The youth indeed possesses vigor. I intended to instill a sense of caution, yet you appear unfazed by such tactics. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy later." Wang Mian mused internally. He then withdrew into the crowd. Shortly after, another masked individual approached the assemblage. "I am Tian Ping, vice captain of the Special Squad masked." As Wang Mian retracted his imposing presence, the atmosphere lightened for the onlookers, though the remaining members of the masked team continued to exert pressure. The frontline combat power of the Special Squad masked rose. The Special Team mask is on the front lines, Moon Ghost. The Special Team mask is on the front lines, Vortex. A warm early greeting to all the new recruits. Everyone, what has caused this sudden shift in atmosphere? Where has the earlier sense of pressure vanished to? Upon hearing Vortex's words, the crowd finally noticed this special individual. They recalled that at the beginning, everyone else had landed with striking grace. Yet this fellow had fallen face first. Initially, they believed it to be a manifestation of the opponent's unique abilities. But upon witnessing Vortex nimbly rise to his feet, they realized the truth. It turned out that he simply had not steadied himself. Following this incident, the previously tense ambience transformed into one of levity. Lin Ze couldn't help but allow a slight smile to creep onto his lips. Having witnessed the scene unfold firsthand was certainly not a loss. "Vortex, look at the mess you've created. Our meticulously planned entrance has been utterly spoiled. We intended to impress the newcomers, yet instead, we provided them with a spectacle of amusement." For a moment, Vortex was rendered speechless, feeling a tad embarrassed. At that juncture, Wang Mian interjected, stating that it was of no concern. Those who needed to be intimidated weren't, and allowing the others to relax was equally beneficial. After all, wouldn't it make them easier to handle later on? Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, having jointly become the agents of the Seraph Michael, are thus referred to as the Divine Twin Stars. Intriguing. Upon Wang Mian's remark, the members of the mask team turned their gazes toward the two. They understood that the primary reason for their transfer from headquarters was indeed this divine twin stars. Without mobilizing the special team, it seemed unlikely that the instructors could effectively manage them. Captain, should we assist you in keeping these two in check? It would be an opportune moment for your divine agents to spar. Tianping remarked with discontent at their ostentatious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian decisively replied, "No need. If they cannot break free from your grasp, it merely indicates they are not yet worthy of sparring with me." "Excellent. Then we shall not hold back." With Wang Mian's affirmation, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. Divine agents, while they are still in their formative stages, let us take the opportunity to assert our dominance. To bully Lin Ze and Lin Qiye is, in essence, to bully the divine agents, and by extension, to bully Wang Mian. The thought alone brings delight. At that moment, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang appeared before the crowd with an air of triumph. "What? Are you now convinced? Let me tell you, it is too late. Next, you will engage in a competition. The two opposing sides will be all of you newcomers against the masked team, if you manage to unveil even one of their masks. The subsequent specialized training will be entirely canceled." With that proclamation, silence enveloped the scene. It is worth noting that Yuan Gang's words held significant weight. Cancellation of the follow-up training. This scenario is akin to the commencement of a new school year, where the principal proclaims that if the students can achieve a certain feat, they shall enjoy a holiday from that day until the Lunar New Year. Such a declaration indeed stirs excitement. However, the members of the training camp find themselves devoid of enthusiasm upon hearing the prerequisite. They must triumph over the masked team. One need not even mention that this is a special unit. The mere designation of 004 suffices to attest to their formidable prowess. Facing the masked team? What nonsense is this? If they choose not to reveal their identities, there is no need to toy with our aspirations. Who could dispute this? It is not merely the entire team. Even a single member poses a challenge we cannot contend with. After experiencing the earlier pressure, the group fell silent, their spirits dampened. At this juncture, Yuan Gang let out a cold snort. "Look at your cowardly demeanor. I knew you would conjure up various excuses. What if I told you that every member of the masked team has suppressed their realm to the level of the Lantern Realm? Would you still have your excuses?" Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. "Every member at the Lantern Realm? Does this not imply that the only gap between us and the masked team is our combat experience?" In an instant, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. "Very well. Do not regret it later. Over 100 of us against 5. No matter how rich your combat experience, you shall not prevail. Merely the masked team. Watch as I subdue them in an instant. The masked team may advance, but so shall I." Observing the excitement of the crowd, Yuan Gang could not help but smile. The fish has finally taken the bait. He then spoke slowly. "What are you waiting for? Begin." As his words fell, the scene erupted into a cacophony of flames. Some wielded water, others fire, earth, and flickering lights of red, yellow, and green, though the source of that green light remained a mystery. The abilities of all surged forth as if fueled by an unyielding spirit, rushing towards the stage. Meanwhile, on the side of Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, Lin Ze gravely declared, "Qiye, let's go." "All right, Lin Ze, stay close to me." As their voices echoed, chaos enveloped the scene. In the midst of the turmoil, the two found themselves locked in a surprised gaze. An awkward moment ensued. According to their prior agreement, they should have both joined the assault on the masked team by now. Lin Ze was the first to break the silence. "Qiye, what are you doing here? Did I not tell you to go ahead? Lin Ze, did I not instruct you to follow me? How can I proceed without you? How can you advance without me?" After a brief exchange, they confirmed that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Brothers connected at heart, engaging in a mental duel. Subsequently, Lin Qiye decided to drop the pretense. Enough with the charade. Who among us is not familiar with the other? Lin Qiye's words struck a chord. They both understood that neither would be foolish enough to attempt to encircle the masked team at this juncture. Thus, that earlier proclamation was merely to mislead the others. The masked squad is not without preparation. Charging in recklessly is tantamount to courting death, Lin Ze remarked slowly. "Indeed, what should we do next? Should we join forces to catch them off guard?" Lin Qiye inwitted. When with Lin Ze, he subconsciously felt a degree of dependence on him. Thus he wished to discuss this matter with Lin Ze. No, we should act separately. Our combined presence would make us an overly conspicuous target. One cannot place all their eggs in a single basket. Agreed. After a brief consultation, the two parted ways. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang, who had been following them, faced a difficult dilemma. Should he accompany Lin Qiye or Lin Ze? It was akin to a child being asked, "Whom do you prefer, daddy or mommy?" After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to follow Lin Ze, for Lin Qiye appeared somewhat difficult to approach. Once only Lin Ze remained in the vicinity. His expression darkened. His gaze resembled an unfathomable abyss. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The decapitation operation begins. Chapter 41. Lin Ze's decapitation operation across the vast expanse of Blue Star, the cultural heritage of the great Xia, stands unparalleled. They have bequeathed us an abundance of wisdom, among which is the adage, first shoot the horse before shooting the man, capture the king before capturing the bandit. It is this very phrase that has inspired Lin Ze's subsequent strategy, the decapitation operation. This term typically emerges on the battlefield, denoting the dispatch of an elite squad or an individual to eliminate the opposing commander. Lin Ze intends to employ this tactic to target the enemy's senior commander. The elite team, known as the Mask Squad, is led by Captain Wang Mian. It is imperative that a meticulously detailed plan be devised, as any misstep could prove catastrophic. First, Lin Ze must find a secure location to conceal himself. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledges that this combat plan presents formidable challenges, even for him. While he possesses a sense of pride, he is far from underestimating a formidable adversary. He has never belittled anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. How much more should he focus on the captain of the Mask Squad? However, having resolved to tread this path, Lin Ze will not waver. He is determined to press on, even if it leads him to crash against the southern wall. Subsequently, he selects a relatively safe location, a dormitory building. It is deemed relatively safe because, as fate would have it, this building was later cleaved by Wang Mian. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Prior to its destruction, this place was undoubtedly one of the safest havens. Moments later, Lin Ze identifies his position, the room on the far left of the second floor. His choice of the second floor is strategic, as it is less likely to attract attention, allowing for a potential escape should Wang Mian arrive to dismantle the building. The left side was chosen because most individuals are right-handed and would instinctively focus on the right. Should a member of the Mask Squad happen to be left-handed, then so be it. Having secured his vantage point, Lin Ze embarks on the first step of his mission, establishing a line of sight. With a mere thought, dozens of figures materialize within the room. These are the snake demons from the audience. Thanks to the newly developed features of the stage, Lin Ze has acquired the ability to summon them. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the serpentine lineage, he can share vision with them. Blend into the crowd, he instructs. Wherever there are throngs of people, that is where you should merge. Remember, do not reveal your identities. And one more thing, avoid Wang Mian, as his words resonate. The group disperses in waves, exiting the dormitory and mingling with the masses. Lin Ze is uncertain whether others can discern the snake demons with their mental faculties. He himself perceives them only through the mortal realm. He primarily fears that Wang Mian might detect their presence through divine powers, hence the caution to steer clear of him. As for the matter of attire, this has already been orchestrated upon their arrival at the training camp. I am a master of disguise. Even the divine I can portray. Duplicating a few outfits is but reasonable, is it not? In the river, a most magnificent river it is. The Ganges. Subsequently, Lin Ze gently closed his eyes, and a myriad of images materialized before him. His mind, suddenly inundated with such a plethora of information, initially struggled to adapt. However, he quickly regained his composure. 2 serpent demons had perished. Misfortune did not come alone, as he soon lost 3 more serpent demons. To fill these voids, Lin Ze promptly summoned 5 additional serpent demons. Though they appeared to be mere cannon fodder, they were, in fact, a crucial component of Lin Ze's meticulously crafted plan. In an instant, a deluge of information surged into his consciousness. Forbidden Ruins Fire Control Learning Progress 20. Forbidden Ruins Savage Growth Learning Progress 23. Forbidden Ruins / Learning Progress 21. A wealth of Forbidden Ruins abilities flooded Lin Ze's mind. This marked the second phase of his plan, to enhance his strength and identify the Forbidden Ruins that best suited him. After processing this vast array of information, Lin Ze finally discerned what he sought. It was settled. Chapter 42. The new Forbidden Realm ability, Phantomization, previously mentioned. Lin Ze no longer assesses the strength of Forbidden Realm abilities based solely on their serial numbers. Instead, he evaluates their compatibility with one another or whether they possess a particularly high ceiling of potential. Thus, he approaches the selection of Forbidden Realm abilities with great meticulousness. At last, he has discovered the first ability he wishes to acquire, the Forbidden Realm ability of the masked squad's moon demon, Lunar Phantom. In the original narrative, Lin Ze had noted the prowess of the moon demon ability, which not only grants invisibility, but also allows the user to partially transform their body into moonlight to evade enemy attacks. Lin Ze. This ability represents a versatile and highly sophisticated option among Forbidden Realms. Moreover, there is another reason that influenced Lin Ze's choice: the transformation of one's body into moonlight. Does this not embody the essence of phantomization? How splendid! This ability is indeed quite ostentatious, and this flamboyance is a primary reason for Lin Ze's selection. For someone like him, to be deprived of the opportunity to display his flair is a fate more unbearable than death itself. Learning progress of Forbidden Realm Lunar Phantom. 34. Having reached 34%, Lin Ze pondered how much further he must progress to fully acquire this ability. Time to give it a try. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to learn the Forbidden Realm ability, Lunar Phantom. Insufficient learning progress. Unable to perform this script. Please reach a learning progress of over 80% before proceeding with the performance. Note: the higher the learning progress, the greater the initial performance level upon acquisition. Upon reading the information before him, Lin Ze gained further insight into the requirements of this ability. Achieving 80% learning progress is necessary for mastery. However, it seems that the higher the progress, the more adept the initial performance would be. Reflecting on this, Lin Ze recalled the two Forbidden Realm abilities he was currently performing, one being the Vanishing Moonlight and the other the Masked Earth. The Vanishing Moonlight had a higher performance level upon initial acquisition, allowing for immediate use, while the Masked Earth required a learning progress of 20% to be utilized effectively. With this understanding, Lin Ze established a clear objective. He must expedite the use of this ability without delay. Depending on the circumstances, if they are not dire, he would prefer to wait until reaching 100% before pursuing further learning. As for the remaining ability, there is no urgency. With that thought, Lin Ze deployed several snake demons to mingle within the crowd. At his current level, he could acquire up to 3 Forbidden Realm abilities without resorting to lethal measures against others. The other 2 abilities have already been selected, but there is no rush regarding those. The paramount focus remains on the Moon Demon's Forbidden Realm, as this step is crucial to the success of Lin Ze's decapitation plan. To expedite his acquisition of the ability, Lin Ze increased the number of snake demons from 10 to 12. For Lin Ze, the serpent demon was a seemingly inexhaustible resource. Once they were vanquished over there, he could resurrect them here on stage. Nevertheless, Lin Ze was cautious not to overindulge, as the training camp had a limited number of participants. Ultimately, when they reconciled their accounts, each individual had dispatched more than 100. Such a disparity was quite unreasonable. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Ze no longer fell adrift. He settled down and continued to observe the myriad perspectives before him. The battlefield could be broadly categorized into 3 areas. One comprised Lin Qiye, Bali Pang Pang, and Mo Li, another led by Shin Qingzhu, and the last consisting of a scattered group of new recruits who lacked a coherent battle strategy, relying instead on sheer numbers. Lin Ze had also contributed to their tactic of overwhelming numbers by introducing several serpent demons into their ranks. However, alongside the main forces, the masked squad effortlessly dispatched them, yielding little opportunity for learning. Thus, Lin Ze shifted his focus, directing the serpent demons to engage with smaller groups, specifically Lin Qiye and Shin Qingzhu. As the serpent demons continued to fall, the learning curve in the forbidden ruins steadily ascended. Indeed, the momentum was promising. Before long, the plan could commence. Seizing the moment while the dormitory remained unbreached, Lin Ze sought to observe Qiye's activities. It felt as if an eternity had passed since their last encounter. He then maneuvered a unique serpent demon to locate Lin Qiye. According to the current timeline, they should be heading to the armory. Upon reaching the armory's entrance, Lin Ze discovered Lin Qiye and Pang Pang blocked at the door. Lacking a more formidable forbidden ruin, they could only stand there, bewildered. From his vantage point in the dormitory, Lin Ze remarked, "Indeed, they are here. It appears they have yet to encounter Emoli." This was fortuitous. He decided to test the serpent demon's capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Ze commanded the serpent demon to charge full force at the grand entrance. At that moment, Lin Qiye gazed incredulously at the portly figure beside him. "No forbidden ruin abilities? How did you manage to enter the Night Watchers? You didn't T-pay your way in, did you?" Just as Lin Qiye pondered this, a figure suddenly surged past them, and with a resounding crash, the armory doors were flung open. "Well done, my friend. Shall we form a team?" Lin Ze, observing the shattered entrance, heard Pang Pang exclaim excitedly to the Lin Ze beside him. Unbeknownst to him, the true Lin Ze stood right before him. At this juncture, Lin Qiye extended an invitation as well. To breach the door with sheer force indicates impressive defensive capabilities. "We could use a frontliner like you. Would you join us? This could enhance our chances of victory." The serpent demon slowly turned its head, responding in a calm tone, "Certainly. I have come here specifically to seek companions." Upon clearly observing this individual's appearance, Lin Qiye was taken aback. Is this not Lu Yuan, the serpent demon they had vanquished at the second high school? Lin Qiye vividly recalled that moment. Lu Yuan was engaged in some rather lewd activities with another serpent demon. His tastes were quite unconventional. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What left a profound impression on Lin Qiye was that while he dispatched other serpent demons with a single strike, he had severed Lu Yuan's hands during their encounter. Now, gazing at Lu Yuan's seemingly benevolent smile, Lin Qiye was drenched in cold sweat. Hadn't he perished? Why was he still alive and appearing here, of all places? And why had he sought me out? Could it be that he has come to collect my life? No, that cannot be right. The one who killed him was Lin Ze. If anyone should be sought for retribution, it would be Lin Ze. Why approach me instead? Lin Qiye was not a coward. On the contrary, he was a person of considerable courage. Yet, encountering such a supernatural event was undeniably unsettling. At that moment, a voice, plump and jovial, echoed, "Join us. You will not regret it." This is one of the two divine representatives of our training camp, Lin Ze. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye suddenly understood. It was due to him bearing Lin Ze's alias. I must find a moment to discard this identity. The misdeeds of this brat were far too grave. However, after a brief contemplation, Lin Qiye discerned something amiss. Could it be mere coincidence? The most crucial detail was that he perceived a hint of Lin Ze's essence in this individual. Then, Lu Yuan's words brought Lin Qiye to complete clarity. "I have come specifically to find you. I still remember everything that transpired that day." "Qiye." Lin Ze feigned ferocity, attempting to intimidate Lin Qiye. Yet, at this moment, Lin Qiye had seen through the ruse. Lin Qiye thought, the truth is now evident. That insipid tone and this form of address. It must be Lin Ze without a doubt. I am perplexed as to where he acquired such an array of skills. Could it be that he dreamt of the Nandu serpent demon during his slumber, who willingly imparted knowledge to him? Lin Qiye mused inwardly. Nandu serpent demon. Indeed, willingly. Upon clarifying the identity of the other party, Lin Qiye shot a disdainful glance at him. At this juncture, Lin Ze realized he had revealed too much. Yet, he had never intended to conceal himself from Lin Qiye. Otherwise, he would not have approached him as Lu Yuan. Lin Ze's inner monologue, just the thought of scaring him momentarily fills me with mirth. Suddenly, without warning, Lin Qiye drew his blade and raised it towards his neck. In the next instant, the sound of clashing weapons resonated in Lin Qiye's ears. A ghost! If you possess the courage, show yourself. Do not hide in the shadows, exclaimed the plump one in terror upon witnessing this scene. Lin Qiye slowly approached the two individuals and stated, "It is not a ghost, merely the ability of an invisible, forbidden realm." As his words fell, a man adorned with a mask materialized before the trio. "Ah, indeed, you are worthy of being the agent of the Seraph," he remarked, sensing a presence akin to that of the captain. "I had thought success was within my grasp. I truly underestimated you." With the emergence of the moon ghost, a plethora of information surged before Lin Ze's eyes. The learning degree of the forbidden realm of the moon has increased. The learning degree of the forbidden realm of the moon has increased. With these increments, coupled with Lin Ze's prior acquisitions, he was now on the verge of surpassing 80. He was on the cusp of obtaining new abilities. Note: the original text has yet to mention the forbidden name and serial number of the moon ghost. The above is an original creation by the author, including future forbidden realms that have never appeared in the text. Chapter 43. The spectacle begins. In this tense atmosphere, Lin Ze commanded the serpent demon to draw a long knife from the armory. He discovered that while observing his opponent's abilities, his learning curve accelerated dramatically. Thus, Lin Ze speculated that engaging directly in combat might exponentially enhance his skills beyond his expectations. Feeling the intense gaze of the newcomer fixated upon him, Yu Gue sensed a flicker of unease within. Strangely, he could not perceive any information from this individual, nor could he detect the slightest hint of their presence. Yet, he acutely felt the palpable intent to kill emanating from them. Moreover, he discerned a disconcerting glint in their eyes, a gaze reminiscent of a hunter sizing up its prey. "Hey, you, why do you keep staring at me? Are you eager to spar?" Yu Gue growled at Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye softly remarked, "Why do you always attract such animosity? If I'm not mistaken, this is your first encounter, right? To elicit such hatred on a first meeting, could this be your unique talent?" As they spoke, both felt a faint tremor beneath their feet. Others were approaching. Yu Gue had realized this as well. "It seems we must resolve this quickly, otherwise, we may soon find ourselves overwhelmed." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sword struck Yu Gue. In the face of an attack that would be lethal to an ordinary person, Yu Gue appeared unfazed. His body, split asunder, rapidly regenerated as he nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, the ability to manipulate the vibrational frequency of objects? Another perilous forbidden realm. Your cohort is indeed dangerous." At that moment, the trio noticed the newcomers. It was none other than the crimson-haired Molly. Before anyone could react, a throng of recruits surged through the armory door. "There he is. There's only one mask here. We just need to shatter his mask, and the special training can conclude early. Brothers, charge!" Under the guidance of one individual, the group outside commenced a barrage of fire upon Yu Gue within the armory. Lin Qiye and the others hastily sought cover. At this juncture, Lu Yuan, with a demeanor that suggested he was prepared for martyrdom, declared, "They won't be able to hold out for long. I will cover your escape." The selfless dedication of a stranger left a significant impression on Pang Pang and Molly. Just as they were about to voice their objections, Lin Qiye interjected, "All right, you take the rear." Lin Ze mused, "Wait, that's not the script. Shouldn't this be the moment for a heartfelt plea?" As the words hung in the air, the protests that had been poised on their lips were swallowed back. Rationally speaking, maintaining one person to cover the rear was indeed the most prudent choice. Otherwise, none shall escape. As the four individuals were engaged in discussion, a resounding explosion suddenly emanated from the arsenal. Stealing a glance, they discovered a colossal hammer barring the entrance. The other members of the masked squad had arrived. Rose, Vortex, and Moon Demon swiftly dispatched the majority of their adversaries. At that moment, Moon Demon began to approach them slowly. Without uttering a word, Lu Yuan drew his blade and charged at Moon Demon, frantically slashing at his vital points. Moon Demon, with a mocking gaze, remarked that Lu Yuan's efforts were futile. He was incapable of inflicting any harm. "I can transform my body into a state of lunar essence, rendering myself untouchable. Unless you employ a more potent forbidden void to suppress me, all your endeavors are in vain." In that instant, Moon Demon resembled a cat toying with a mouse, perceiving Lu Yuan as no threat whatsoever. Nevertheless, despite the utter ineffectiveness of his attacks, Lu Yuan continued his relentless assault. growing increasingly addicted to the frenzy of battle. With each swing of his weapon, a message appeared before Lin Ze. Forbidden Void, lunar essence learning progress increased. Moon Demon was indeed correct. Their encounter was a veritable game of cat and mouse. Yet, he failed to discern who was the true mouse and who the genuine cat. Forbidden Void, lunar essence learning progress has reached 100%. Will the actor choose to add new script? Upon seeing the message before him, Lin Ze slowly lifted his head and spoke in a low, resonant voice. The performance shall commence. Chapter 44. Art is explosive. Uegue, cease your antics. There are still numerous individuals and 2 divine agents that require our attention. Do not falter in this treacherous situation. The vortex urged as it observed Uegue's reluctance to act. Responding to the call, Uegue slowly drew forth his long knife, proclaiming, "The game must come to an end. This shall suffice." With that declaration, he swung the blade with great force towards Lu Yuan's nape. The velocity of his strike generated a sharp whistling sound through the air. Just as he was about to make contact with Lu Yuan's neck, Uegue deftly pivoted his wrist, opting to strike with the flat of the blade instead. Although Instructor Yuan had instructed them to thoroughly discipline the newcomers, it was imperative not to genuinely incapacitate them. As the strike was executed, Uegue turned with confidence. He believed that this blow would incapacitate not only a rookie, but even the captain would be rendered unconscious if caught unawares. However, in the next moment, he felt a sudden chill at his back. Acting on instinct, he activated his forbidden domain. Turning to look, he was astonished to find that the young man appeared unscathed. "What on earth are you doing? You're not dazed at all. What kind of physical prowess is this?" Uegue exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Ze, situated in the dormitory building, paused momentarily. "Oh, right. I should have been knocked out by now. How careless of me." The serpent demon-esque body was naturally shielded by a thick layer of scales, and being fully controlled by Lin Ze meant that unless Lu Yuan was entirely incapacitated, he would remain tireless and impervious to pain under Lin Ze's influence. Lu Yuan, discarding his weapon, cradled his head and lamented, "Oh dear, my head feels so dizzy." With that exclamation, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lin Ze withdrew his control over Lu Yuan. Uegue, concealed beneath his mask, looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. "Hey, do you take me for a fool? This act is utterly ridiculous. Are you planning to ambush me again later?" With that, he approached Lu Yuan and gave him a gentle kick. Discovering that the young man indeed seemed to be unconscious, he mused, He truly wasn't deceiving me. But why is his reflex arc so prolonged? Could it be due to the forbidden domain ability? Pondering this, Uegue turned to the 2 individuals behind him and inquired, "Have you seen the information on these participants? What kind of forbidden domain does this young man possess?" Each attendee of the training camp had their details meticulously gathered and compiled into a confidential dossier. The confidentiality of this information was of the utmost importance. Known only to a select few, including Yuan Gang, who had disseminated it to the masked team. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Although Uegue held great trust in the capabilities of the masked team, the roster of newcomers was exceptionally formidable. The presence of high-risk forbidden domains was not to be underestimated, especially with the 2 twin stars from Songnan City, who had undergone some training prior to the training camp. Together with Team 136, we handled a mysterious incident. Such an impressive, or some should not be underestimated. Vortex shrugged, indicating a lack of time to sift through so much information. If anyone were to undertake such a task, it would undoubtedly be the captain, that peculiar individual. If all else fails, perhaps you should inquire with the captain. The moon ghost felt somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it's best to let that be. It's already quite humiliating to let you witness my misfortune. Let's proceed to deal with others. After dispatching the lesser nuisances in the armory, the trio departed. However, just as they exited, they spotted a vehicle speeding towards them. As the car approached, Vortex suddenly realized it was laden with explosives. They're explosives. Quick! Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. The armory was reduced to rubble amidst a cloud of smoke. As the dust settled, Vortex emerged from his space, shaken but alive. Phew, that was close. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, I would have been in dire straits. Divine agents are indeed formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Lin Ze gazed out of the dormitory window toward the armory. Just as before, the concept remains. Art is an explosion. Seven Knights has already begun his maneuvers. My plan is about to commence. Learning the forbidden void ability, Moon Void. Following the recent series of actions, the learning progress of Moon Void had reached 98. Only 2 remained for completion. Yet, Lin Ze could not afford to wait any longer. As he spoke, a familiar notification materialized before him. Learning progress has reached 98. Actor has added a new performance script. Forbidden Void, Moon Void. Performance level of Forbidden Void, Moon Void, 38. With this information, an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooded Lin Ze's mind, detailing the operational methods of this Forbidden Void ability along with profound insights. After a moment, Lin Ze exhaled deeply. The sensation of becoming stronger is truly exhilarating. With that, he plunged his fingers into the wall. The instant his fingers made contact, Lin Ze activated his body's moonlight transformation. In the next moment, his fingers penetrated the wall without leaving a trace. Success. Let us attempt invisibility now. Lin Qiye concentrated, and his figure began to grow increasingly indistinct. Ultimately, he vanished completely from the room. Raising his hand, he discovered he could no longer see it. At this moment, his setup had finally achieved its first stage. The actor is in position. The grand performance is about to commence. Acquiring the abilities of the Moon Ghost is the most crucial step in Lin Ze's plan. If Lin Ze's sole aim were to win this contest, he would not need to exert such effort. His objective has always been singular. Thus, he is the leader of the masked squad, Wang Mian. Lin Ze's specific plan unfolds as follows. After acquiring the abilities of the Moon Ghost, he gains a crucial skill, stealth. With this ability, he can discreetly eliminate his target. However, his immediate focus is not on Wang Mian, but rather on the Moon Ghost. Through careful observation, Lin Ze realizes that the Moon Ghost bears a striking resemblance to him. His objective is to silently dispose of the Moon Ghost and subsequently disguise himself as his likeness to infiltrate the masked squad. This is an exceedingly audacious scheme, which is why Lin Ze undertakes extensive preparations before its execution. Furthermore, Lin Ze possesses the serpent lineage, which will aid him in his disguise. The most pivotal aspect is that Lin Ze can replicate the abilities of the Moon Ghost. Human cognition is bound by habitual thinking. In the minds of most, an individual can only possess one forbidden domain. Each person's forbidden domain ability is fixed. Lin Ze's forthcoming strategy is to exploit this notion to blend into the masked squad. Thus, he can approach Wang Mian and ultimately execute his decapitation. Now, the plan officially commences. Chapter 45. The wager between Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, within a monitoring room, most of the instructors participating in this training session were gathered, diligently recording the performance of the new recruits. Among them, Yuan Gang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the images on the monitor, and could not help but exclaim, "This is truly absurd." The new generation is indeed pushing the old generation aside. These individuals might genuinely outshine us. He was grateful that the mask team had been enlisted. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to subdue them. The deputy instructor beside him let out a sigh as well. These new recruits are exceptionally formidable. They've barely begun, and they've already depleted our arsenal. I wonder if in due time they might level the entire base. It's hard to say. Lin Qiye truly possesses remarkable skills, Yuan Gang continued. He is indeed worthy of being the divine agent of the Seraphim. His initial strike was nothing short of explosive. The swirling chaos seems to have caught even him by surprise. However, why has he not employed the Forbidden Abyss ability? The Divine Forbidden Abyss of Sequence 003. Yuan Gang fell silent, fixated on a particular corner of the monitor, which displayed content that differed from the rest. This segment was evidently damaged, presenting only a screen filled with static. Just then, an instructor interjected, "Wait a moment. Aren't there 2 divine agents? What about the other one, Lin Ze? Isn't he also a representative of the Seraphim? If the 2 of them had joined forces earlier, perhaps they would have succeeded. As divine agents, Both Lin Ze and Lin Qiye had attracted considerable attention from the outset. It appeared that Lin Ze had concealed himself. Could it be that he was too intimidated to face the mass team? While Lin Qiye began to emerge as a formidable force, Lin Ze seemed to cower in fear, reluctant to show himself. It seems there exists a disparity even among divine agents. This is, after all, quite normal. Among the representatives of the Seraphim, it is not unusual for one to be ineffectual. Perhaps after selecting Lin Ze, the Seraphim discovered his inadequacy, prompting them to choose Lin Qiye instead. They vividly remembered the scene when the masked team made their entrance. Faced with such humiliation, others could hardly contain themselves. Yet, Lin Ze appeared unfazed, not daring even to raise a hand. For someone like him to hide out of fear seems entirely plausible. The instructors openly mocked this divine agent without restraint, while Yuan Gang remained composed, his gaze fixed on the monitor, unmoving. At that moment, the deputy instructor suddenly asked, "Chief, what is your perspective? Do you believe Lin Ze will behave as they suggest?" Yuan Gang shook his head. "No, he will surely surprise us." Hearing this, one of the instructors remarked, "Chief, we can't even see Lin Ze's people right now. How will he surprise us?" Yuan Gang gestured towards the snowflake screen, indicating his current position within the dormitory building. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the concealed camera we had set up. "Do you believe such an individual would be straightforward?" The crowd turned their gaze toward the snowflake screen, which seemed to reveal little. If one were to draw conclusions, it would only suggest that he possesses a greater skill in evasion. "Do you truly believe he can surprise us?" The group remained skeptical that someone of his nature could deliver any astonishment. Nearly everyone present shared this sentiment. At that moment, one individual proposed a wager. Why not bet on which of the two divine agents could unmask the false-face team? The atmosphere instantly became lively. However, it was clear that all bets were placed on Lin Qiye. "I choose Lin Qiye. So do I. Count me in." Before long, everyone had made their choice, leaving only Yuan Gang and the deputy instructor. Yuan Gang turned and asked, "On whom will you place your bet?" The deputy instructor hesitated for a moment. Perhaps Lin Ze could indeed provide us with a surprise. Nevertheless, to play it safe, I choose Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang smiled slightly. "Very well. Then I shall select Lin Ze." Finally, he added a parting remark. Lin Qiye indeed possesses great potential and capability. However, remember this. An unsheathed sword and a serpent lurking in the shadows are the most lethal. Prejudice in the hearts of men is akin to a towering mountain. No matter what Yuan Gang said, Lin Ze's impression in their minds had already been firmly established. The crowd jested, "Boss, if you lose, we shall have to feast upon you." Yuan Gang remained silent, merely gazing intently at the snowflake screen. Who will lose is yet to be determined. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, Lin Ze remained unaware of the wager unfolding around him concerning himself and Lin Qiye. He was solely focused on his own endeavors. To replace the moon ghost, he must strike with lethal precision. There could be no delays. Should he allow the opponent time to react and alert their teammates, my entire plan would be thwarted. Identifying a moment when the moon ghost is alone is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to make him lower his guard. After a crisis has been averted, a person's attention is at its most lax. My task is to seize this opportunity. Therefore, I require someone capable of posing a threat to the moon ghost as a stepping stone for my plans. Lin Ze was contemplating his subsequent strategy when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. He hastily concealed himself. The next moment, the dormitory door swung open. "No one here. Let's check elsewhere." The plan of Brother Shun was to gather as many people as possible. Once the individual departed, Lin Ze contemplated a suitable candidate, Shun Qingzhu. In the original text, his presence undoubtedly brings considerable turmoil to the moon ghost. He is certainly one of the most suitable pawns. However, it remains uncertain whether the plot will unfold as it did previously. Regardless, so be it. Subsequently, Lin Ze discreetly followed suit. Before long, he regrouped with the main force. As he had anticipated, this group was led by Shin Qingzhu. At that moment, Shin Qingzhu was communicating the forthcoming plans to everyone, standing before a map. Lin Ze held little interest in these plans, for he was aware of their deceitful nature, designed solely to lure out the moon ghost. Moreover, Lin Ze maintained a distance of over 15 meters from Shen Qingzhu. At this range, he could not only breathe the air, but also keep a vigilant eye on their movements. Just as the group engaged in discussion, the figure of the moon ghost emerged from within the crowd. I advise you to refrain from formulating any plans, for the enemy will not adhere to your strategies. Upon hearing this, the group immediately heightened their alertness and launched a frenzied attack against the moon ghost. However, under the dominion of the moon ghost's forbidden realm, all assaults proved futile. Futile. Your attacks cannot harm me. Yet, in the next moment, the group lay on the ground, their expressions contorted in agony, frothing at the mouth and gazing vacantly. The moon ghost, witnessing this, was instantly bewildered. I haven't done anything. You must pin this on me. Do not be deceived by my affiliation with the special squad. My salary is hardly substantial. The moon ghost silently raged within. He needed to remove his mask, otherwise, they would all perish. This is the vacuum space I have created, wherein no one can survive beyond 15 seconds except for me. Surely, you would not wish for such an occurrence, would you? Beneath the mask, the moon ghost's expression grew grave as he scrutinized Shen Qingzhu. He had not anticipated that a rookie would harbor such terrifying thoughts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the intentions of the person lurking in the shadows were even more sinister. Shen Qingzhu merely wished for him to remove his mask, while Lin Ze aimed to supplant him entirely. Chapter 46. Capturing the moon demon and usurping his place. Madman, truly a lunatic. Is he gambling with me? Very well. Let me see if you dare to take the bet. The moon demon feigned nonchalance and said, Are you threatening me? Fine. Go ahead and make your move. Do you think I would be concerned about them and hesitate in my actions? Your reasoning is commendable, but do not entertain such thoughts again. The moon demon was also wagering against Shen Qingzhu, doubting that a newcomer could be reckless to such an extent as to stake the lives of his own teammates. However, what transpired next exceeded the moon demon's imagination. Shen Qingzhu snorted lightly. All right, let me see if you truly care for them. As his words fell, the expressions of those present contorted immediately, their faces devoid of any color. The moon demon panicked. How could he be so courageous? Is he truly willing to gamble to the very end? What if he does not relent? Will he truly disregard the lives of others? Alas, I have lost. The moon demon sighed softly. I concede. You win. Shen Qingzhu smiled faintly, maintaining the vacuum state around him, and removed his mask. The moon demon slowly placed his hand on the mask. Just as he was about to unveil it, a long sword suddenly flew from behind Shen Qingzhu. The other members of the team had arrived. Oh dear, what a ruthless character indeed. Moon demon, we are fortunate to have come in time. Otherwise, the captain would have docked your pay again, Vortex jested. This interruption caused Shen Qingzhu's controlled vacuum state to dissipate. Without a moment's hesitation, the moon demon lunged at Shen Qingzhu with his blade. How perilous! He nearly faltered against a newcomer. Your plan was commendable. You were so close to succeeding. But alas, it is time to conclude this. Despite the moon demon's attack, Shen Qingzhu did not flinch. Instead, he stood motionless in his place. Is it over? I feel as though it has only just begun. Shen Qingzhu raised a ring on his hand. This artifact could manipulate the density of oxygen in the air, thereby creating an explosion. Seeing this, the moon demon quickly withdrew, shielding himself with a barrier of moonlight. However, the smoke from the explosion obscured their vision. Those who had been lying on the ground, half-conscious, suddenly sprang to their feet. With Shen Qingzhu's command, brothers, scatter and run. The group fled in all directions. Damn it. Vortex, Rose, you handle the others. I will pursue that brat. As a member of the elite squad, there was naturally a sense of pride within him. To be outmaneuvered by a rookie was certainly vexing. Thus, the moon demon set his sights on Shen Qingzhu. Very well, go ahead. Just do not falter again. Otherwise, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, we shall not hear you. With that, Vortex and Rose proceeded to disperse and tackle the fleeing newcomers. The moon ghost surveyed the lingering haze surrounding him and declared, You cannot escape. I can see you. With that, he entered the dormitory building. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Ze's figure gradually emerged. His pupils glimmered with a golden light as he assessed the positions of the moon ghost and Shen Qingzhu. What an opportune moment. isolated and preoccupied with pursuing Shen Qingzhu. This was indeed a moment of distraction. I must seize this chance. With that thought, Lin Ze vanished once more. Moments later, several static screens flickered on the large monitor in the surveillance room. Yuan Gang chuckled softly. Ah, so he has finally begun to make his move, Lin Ze. I am quite curious about the surprises you have in store for us. Following his remarks, several instructors behind him share their thoughts. The surveillance is malfunctioning again, and it's from the dormitory building, no less. I recall that it harbors a divine agent, Lin Ze, right? To be fair, this lad has indeed surprised us. Rather than engaging us directly, he has chosen to disrupt our operations. In a sense, he is causing us trouble. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the mockery, Yuan Gang disdainfully shook his head. Still too young. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, the Moon Ghost and Shen Qingzhu were ensnared in a frantic chase. However, Shen Qingzhu was notably faster. Damn it, running this fast? Are you trying to join a training camp? Why not just participate in a sports meet instead? And what am I even doing here? Is this still the dormitory? After a series of frantic ascents and descents, lefts and rights, the Moon Ghost found himself utterly lost within the confines of the building. All right, I concede you can run. Just don't let me catch you. The Moon Ghost approached a window, glancing outside to ascertain his general location. Just as he turned to take a step, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Don't move. You are already dead. The Moon Ghost's pupils constricted as he instinctively retreated. To his astonishment, he noticed several drops of blood on the floor. Lowering his gaze to his feet, he was shocked to discover it was his own blood. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain at his neck. Dazed, he touched his neck and then looked at his fingers. When did this happen? Why did I not notice at all? Who are you? Since you are here, stop with the theatrics. As he spoke, Lin Ze's figure gradually appeared, yet he did not reveal his true visage. Invisibility? Impossible. Even if you were invisible, I would have sensed something. He continued, and how do you know I cannot evade your strike? My ability is... The Moon Ghost was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of a newcomer. Moreover, what a pitiful manner of demise it is. Thus, he instinctively wished to evade responsibility. However, Lin Ze refrained from elaborating, merely approaching him with measured steps. The essence of your abilities is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you're already deceased. Lin Ze's golden gaze fixed intently upon the Moon Ghost. Upon sensing this formidable aura, the Moon Ghost ceased his struggles. Divine pressure? Are you a divine agent? Who are you? Is Lin Ze still Lin Qiye? Under the weight of divine authority, the Moon Ghost's forbidden domain would be thoroughly suppressed. Realizing this, the Moon Ghost relinquished his resistance, now solely desiring to ascertain the identity of the one who would dispose of him. Lin Ze's figure gradually materialized. Very well, let me indulge your final wish. That strike just now, had I not withheld my power, you would have had no chance of evasion. Thus, you must concede that you are indeed dead, correct? The Moon Ghost swallowed hard. That strike had indeed been swift. He had been unable to react in time. Yet, with his forbidden domain in place, he believed he would not perish, at worst merely sustaining injuries. However, this individual is, after all, a divine agent, wielding divine pressure, and under such oppression, his domain proved ineffective. The Moon Ghost sighed softly, not denying his defeat. A loss is a loss. You newcomers are truly monstrous, far superior to us. Enough, silence yourself. Before the Moon Ghost could finish, Lin Ze interrupted him and pulled him into a room behind them. After locking the door, Lin Ze addressed the Moon Ghost, stating, "Now it is just the two of us here. Remove your clothing." At these words, the Moon Ghost, in terror, clutched his posterior, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" Lin Ze, I never anticipated you to be such a person. Is this a peculiar quirk of your divine agents? I must inform you, I have hemorrhoids. Lin Ze clicked his tongue impatiently, remarking, "Spare me the trivialities. Respect the rules of competition. You are now a corpse. I am granting you the dignity of undressing yourself. If you do not comply, I will have to take matters into my own hands." The Moon Ghost, concealed behind his mask, cast a resigned glance at Lin Ze. In that brief moment, he had undergone a tumultuous internal struggle. Now his heart lay in ashes. Very well, I shall do it myself. At least this way, I I retained some semblance of dignity. Moments later, the bare moon ghost curled up, feeling quite vulnerable. Oh, it is indeed a year of fate. Do not misinterpret. I merely seek your garments. Hand over your mask as well. Once adorned with the mask, Lin Ze mimicked the moon ghost's voice, saying, Lin Ze, why are you not dressed? Put on these clothes. I am off to assist the captain in dealing with you new recruits. Farewell. As he spoke, the figure of the moon demon gradually faded from his sight. The true moon demon stared in terror at the direction Lin Ze had departed. He seemed to have surmised Lin Ze's intentions, yet he could not be certain. For the audacity of this plan was indeed remarkable. However, if Lin Ze's sole purpose was victory, then he had already achieved it. Contemplating this, he could not help but acknowledge that Lin Ze possessed a truly bold idea. Captain, I apologize. It was I who endangered everyone. Regardless, since events have unfolded as they have, there is no way to alter the course, and besides, I am now akin to a dead man. Never mind, I shall resign to inaction. Furthermore, what has become of my birth year? The moon demon adjusted his crimson undergarments and exclaimed. Chapter 47, The Final Showdown. Lin Ze faces Chao Yuan. While Wang confronts Lin Qiye, after disguising himself as the moon demon, Lin Ze discovered that his skill in mimicking serpentine traits had surprisingly improved. This enhancement also brought him some unexpected benefits. Had this improvement occurred in the past, Lin Ze would have dismissed it without a second thought, eventually forgetting it altogether. However, the circumstances were different now. It was akin to finding a bottle of mineral water in the desert. Ordinarily, its worth would be merely that of a bottle of water. But in the desert, it becomes a lifeline. The ability Lin Ze acquired was an enhancement in his disguise, allowing him to imitate not only the voice but also the physical demeanor of others. For Lin Ze, this was a stroke of good fortune, alleviating his fears of being unmasked. Consequently, the likelihood of his plan succeeding had increased significantly. Nevertheless, Lin Ze remained cautious. The masked team had collaborated for an extended period, leading him to believe he knew his teammates well. Thus, he needed to tread carefully. It occurred to him that he could employ the demon face technique. Only by deceiving himself could he deceive others. With that thought, a grotesque visage appeared beneath Lin Ze's feet. In a short while, the face vanished. Lin Ze reassured himself that until the competition with the masked team concluded, he was the moon demon. The combination of his serpentine traits and the demon face technique dramatically transformed Lin Ze's posture and aura. Merely donning the moon demon's attire would not suffice. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern the difference. However, now, unless the mask was removed, it would be nearly impossible to tell them apart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye exhaled slowly. Why was I lost in thought? Where did that fellow run off to? Never mind, I should regroup with the captain and the others. Thus, the moon demon exited the dormitory building to join his fellow teammates. Upon reuniting with Captain Wang and the other members, they collectively made their way to the center of the 3 dormitory buildings. Where's everyone? I distinctly saw them heading this way just a moment ago. Moon demon, what about the person you were pursuing? Tian Ping remarked, observing the desolate surroundings. The moon demon awkwardly replied, well, I accidentally lost track of him. However, I am certain he must be among those in the dormitory building. As his words fell, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the direction of the dormitory. Shen Qingzhu, along with the others, brandished an array of firearms, surveying the members of the masked team from above. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. But how will you respond now? On the battlefield, the enemy will not act according to your expectations. Open fire. With Shen Qingzhu's command, the team unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire towards the masked team at the center of the dormitory. Sniper rifles, assault rifles, shotguns, and even rocket launchers fired upon them. Faced with a torrential downpour of bullets, the members of the masked team exhibited no signs of panic, standing calmly in place. It was as if the bullets had been paused in midair, unable to inflict even a scratch. After a brief moment, a voice emerged, Captain, I am on the brink of collapse. The mental fortitude of the team is too feeble. Wang stepped forward, slowly drawing the forbidden item, Yuan, from his waist. Allow me to take charge. In the next instant, Wang unfurled his divine domain. The bullets aimed at them abruptly hung in midair, frozen in time. Wang brandished his blade and struck at the dormitory building before him. With a thunderous crash, the massive structure was cleaved in two, yet astonishingly, not a single soul inside was harmed. As the dust settled, the members of the masked squad beheld a man seated amidst the rubble, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. Just as they prepared to engage, Lin Qiye arrived on the scene, accompanied by Bailey Pang Pang and Molly. Bang bang, net foten zes yuan. At this moment, Wang and Lin Qiye locked eyes. The others had already dealt with their adversaries, leaving only these individuals and one concealed divine agent. It was clear to all that this battle would determine their fate. You all handle the remaining foes. Leave that divine agent to me, Wang instructed the group. They swiftly sought their respective opponents. Rose against Molly, Moon Demon against Chao Yuan, and Vortex against Bailey Pang Pang. Meanwhile, Tianping primarily focused on rescue operations, intending to confront Xinqing Zhu, who would be saved from the ruins. However, the most pivotal battlefield lay between the two divine agents, Wang and Lin Qiye. This contest was on the verge of reaching its conclusion. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, for Lin Ze, the curtain had only just begun to rise. Chapter 48. Lin Qiye. I forbid you to speak of him. The reason why the Moon Demon chose Chao Yuan as its target lies in his subconscious adherence to Lin Ze's intentions. Indeed, among the three forbidden abilities, Black King's Annihilation is one of Lin Ze's aspirations. The rationale is simple. The potency of this ability is extraordinarily high. Although it may entail certain side effects, utilizing it as a desperate trump card is undeniably advantageous. While one may choose not to employ such a desperate measure, it is imperative to possess it. Moreover, Lin Ze firmly believes that he will eventually master Black King's Annihilation completely. At that moment, it shall become one of his most formidable assets. If coupled with Erasure of Life and Moonlight, Lin Ze dares not fathom the extent of his combat prowess. Subsequently, the narrative unfolds predictably. Lin Ze's appearance has yet to alter the trajectory of events here. Chao Yuan, initially unarmed, resolves to salvage his image upon learning that his opponent is Lin Qiye. At this juncture, Xinqing Zhu has also been rescued by Tianping. The great battle finally erupts at this moment. In the instructor's monitoring room, the onlookers gaze in astonishment at the footage. Are you telling me these are newcomers? If they are newcomers, then what am I? An infant? In the presence of these formidable individuals, I feel like a mere rookie. Amidst the instructor's banter, the assistant instructor beside Yuan Gang remarked, "Chief, don't you think these newcomers are a bit too formidable?" When it was mentioned that the mass squad would be arriving, I thought it was an overreaction. However, it now appears that we are utterly outmatched. With two ultra-high-risk individuals, a scion of the Bailey family, and a divine agent among them, this is Sai. As he spoke, the assistant instructor was left speechless. It truly reflects the saying, those born later may surpass their predecessors, yet grow faster. Yuan Gang, with a sense of pride, observed the individuals on the monitor and stated, these individuals will become the backbone of defending Huaxia in the future. However, others began to sense a discrepancy. Chief, I understand your sentiment. It's akin to the student surpassing the teacher. But the comparison you made, if they're the eyebrows, then what does that make us? It's as if the homeroom teacher chastises certain students, calling them troublemakers. At least those troublemakers are sticks. Wooden ones may still hold some utility. Yet, Yuan Gang shot a fierce glare at the individual. You are quite observant. From now on, you shall serve as their sparring partner. Select from among these individuals. As he gazed at the formidable figures on the monitor, the instructor swallowed hard. If he were to train them, wouldn't he be exhausted? Nonetheless, he understood Yuan Gang's character well. He was resolute and unyielding. There would be no escaping this obligation. In a moment of inspiration, he conceived a brilliant idea. Boss, I find this utterly unchallenging. I have resolved to bring a divine agent. Let be Lin Ze instead of Lin Qiye. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was enraptured by his wisdom. Yuan Gang had little to add and thus tacitly accepted the decision. The instructor exclaimed joyously, "Hooray! May we escape the den of wolves." Yet, he was oblivious to the latter part of that statement, which hinted at further peril. In the dormitory building, now in ruins, the battleground was aflame with tension. The others were nearing exhaustion, and they paused to witness the fierce clash between Wang Mian and Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, another duo was equally invigorated by the fray. Dan Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan, blissfully unaware of his fatigue, continued undeterred, while Yueg was driven by excitement. His motivation lay in the thrill of spending every minute with Chao Yuan, which filled him with an intangible sense of fulfillment. Although he could not pinpoint the source of this gratification, an inner voice urged him to persist. Thus, their dynamic evolved into a spectacle. Chao Yuan relentlessly attacked, while Yueg deftly evaded. Roar, perish! Chao Yuan cried. He, phasing. You cannot touch me. They appeared tireless. But onlookers were beginning to feel the strain. What has gotten into Egue today? He seems overly energized. This is not like him at all, Vortex gasped, panting. Who knows? It's undoubtedly him. He has unleashed all his moves. Perhaps he has found a kindred spirit. No amount of sparring is sufficient. Perhaps. The members of the masked team deliberated, casting aside their initial doubts. Meanwhile, Li Pangpang and Shin Qingzhu gazed in astonishment at Chao Yuan. Their first impression of him had been that of a slacker. Yet who would have imagined that this so-called slacker could wield such prowess? He single-handedly held off a masked opponent, and had it not been for his ability to counter, he would have been vanquished long ago. The duel concluded moments later as Chao Yuan, utterly spent, exited the Black King annihilation state. Thus, only the battle between the two divine agents remained. To endure for such a duration beneath the captain's divine ruin was indeed extraordinary. Indeed, Lin Qiye is formidable. After some persuasion, Pang had learned the true names of the two combatants. This was primarily due to Lin Qiye's concern that Lin Ze's notorious reputation might lead to future retribution. Captain, go for it. Qiye, you can do it. Captain, Qiye. The once engaged fighters transformed into a spirited cheerleading squad, rallying their support for the two. In the desolate ruins, a smile graced Wang Mian's lips, indicating that my odds have increased significantly. If your companion had joined you, it would have posed a considerable challenge for me. Alas, he has missed this opportunity. Our contest is on the verge of conclusion. You and your friend shall have no further chances. Perhaps he is already dead by now. Lin Qiye scoffed disdainfully. You should focus on your own affairs. That fellow will undoubtedly not let me down. To deal with you, we need not both of us. I alone suffice. Wang Mian chuckled softly. The young man possesses quite a bit of vigor. However, the hour grows late. It is time to bring this to an end. Lin Qiye then remarked, indeed, it is already evening. Hearing the exchange between the two, the moon ghost nearby also anticipated an early conclusion. Lin Ze, enough, you've had your turn. Now it is my time to shine. Chapter 49, The Conclusion, Capturing the Masked King. Under the influence of the night dancer, Lin Qiye's speed became astonishingly swift as night fell. Even against the masked king, who possessed the power to manipulate time, he felt confident in his ability to contend. This was the foundation of Lin Qiye's self-assurance. In the ensuing confrontation, the two engaged in several rounds of combat, with even the masked king exclaiming at Lin Qiye's remarkable speed. It dawned upon him that if he did not take the matter seriously, he might indeed face defeat. Thus, their contest transcended mere physical prowess, evolving into a clash of divine pressure, an aura that only the agents of deities could wield. How could Lin Qiye, a newly appointed divine agent, emanate such formidable pressure, rivaling even that of his captain? Qiye is truly impressive. Did you see that? He's my brother. Li Pangpang declared proudly to the onlookers. From the onset of the training session, he had aligned himself with a powerful ally. Although uncertain about the other ally, Lin Ze, he was convinced that, as divine agents, they were bound to be formidable. At that moment, Lin Qiye seized upon a flaw in the masked king's defense and thrust his blade toward the mask. In an instant, the mask shattered, revealing the astonished expression of the masked king beneath. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to revel in his victory, he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the environment. The shattered mask astonishingly began to reform. I apologize. This time I concede. However, the training cannot conclude like this. It is a matter of responsibility to you and the public. I hope you can appreciate this. The masked king continued. If we allow them to exit the training camp now, they will lack the ability to confront the mysterious threats ahead. Lin Qiye understood this well. The training must persist. If it were to end here, what would his efforts amount to? I can comprehend that. But do you realize how fervently I wish to win? Do you understand how much I long to prove myself? To triumph over the captain of the Faceless Squad would be a monumental honor for me. Yet now, it seems all is lost. Feeling a twinge of guilt, the Masked King replied, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to this request. However, if it pertains to other matters, it will cost extra. Before the Masked King could finish his sentence, Lin Qiye articulated his demands. The Masked King responded with a hint of surprise. Ah, so you're waiting for me here? Very well. I agree to your terms. But remember, once we step outside, do not speak of this. You lost, understood? Rest assured, I will not disclose it to anyone. However, if others were to learn of it, I cannot be held accountable. Lin Qiye replied, uncertain whether the Masked King's deceit would be observed. Yet the Masked King remained unperturbed. You need not worry about that. The time reversal phenomenon will go undetected by the newcomers. However, my team and your instructors will be aware, and they will not divulge it. That is reassuring. Lin Qiye acknowledged, recognizing the Masked King's reasoning held merit. What can be felt cannot be articulated, and what can be articulated cannot be felt. However, Wang Mian made a slight miscalculation, for there was an unforeseen variable present. Lin Ze. When Wang Mian employed the power of time reversal, Lin Ze was drawn onto the stage. He listened intently to the conversation between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian, fully aware of their exchange. At the same time, the stage signaled him to find his true self, allowing him to emerge from the persona of Moon Demon. Once the timeline returned to its normal course, Lin Ze's consciousness re-entered the body of the Moon Demon. Finally, the moment he had awaited had arrived. Yet it was not the time to act. After the contest concluded, the masked team would regain their authentic strength. With my current state, I am unable to confront Wang Mian. Therefore, I must wait until he is weakened. Behind the mask, Lin Ze fixed his gaze intently on Wang Mian. In his memories, he recalled that Wang Mian would ultimately utilize time reversal to restore the dormitory that had been cleaved in two. At this juncture, the members of the masked team approached Wang Mian with concern. Captain, did you just use time reversal? We all felt it. So we lost to these rookies? The team members looked at Wang Mian with worry etched upon their faces. Wang Mian sighed in resignation. Yes, I underestimated Lin Qiye. Nevertheless, the training must continue. This was a last resort. Upon hearing this, the team members gazed at him with deep sympathy, fully aware of the consequences of Wang Mian's time reversal. Life force expended. Yet, as Wang Mian had stated, it was a necessity. If one Lin Qiye posed such a challenge, what would happen if Lin Ze were added to the equation? That would be troublesome, Su N.W. casually remarked. The others shot him fierce glares. Su N.W., cease your ominous predictions. Please stop talking. Faced with their approach, Su N.W. awkwardly scratched his head. It's all right. Lin Ze likely won't appear. Perhaps he might inadvertently be dealt with by you all. Let's go back, Wang Mian declared, using his divine power to restore the dormitory to its original state. This act elicited gasps of astonishment from the new recruits. Meanwhile, in the instructor's monitoring room, it is over. Wang Mian utilized time reversal. We have lost. No, as long as we remain silent, we have not lost. We cannot truly deny them their training. The instructors felt a wave of despondency upon receiving this news. None of them had anticipated that Lin Qiye could surpass Wang Mian. However, let us consider the silver lining. Although the masked team may have lost, we in fact emerged victorious, right, Chief? The instructors looked at Yuan Gang, who wore a broad smile. At that moment, they recalled the wager they had previously made. Now that it had concluded, Lin Qiye had succeeded. Yet Lin Ze had yet to make an appearance. At this moment, even the usually resolute Yuan Gang found himself wavering. It shouldn't be this way. This should have concluded. Yet why had he not appeared? No, it is not over yet. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang spoke with unwavering certainty. However, the response he received was nothing but ridicule from those around him. Chief, stop pondering. If you truly wish to see Lin Ze, I suggest you search the corners of the base. Perhaps the masked team has inadvertently dealt with him. Go, stop wasting time. Go fetch the masked team. Yuan Gang, stung by the mockery, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, the unfolding reality suggested that Lin Ze might indeed have been inadvertently resolved. Just then, a voice emerged from outside. Instructor Yuan, what are you all discussing? It seems quite lively. With a sigh, Yuan Gang replied, Captain Wang, you're back. I was just saying they should go to fetch you. It's nothing much, just talking about Lin Ze. Why has Lin Ze never shown his face throughout this ordeal? Upon mentioning Lin Ze, Captain Wang's mind was flooded with memories of this individual. Lin Ze, another divine agent, serving as a seraph alongside Lin Qiye. Wang's expression turned contemplative, tinged with a hint of mockery as he mused his performance. Caught me by surprise. Perhaps they have taken care of him. Tianping, have you encountered Lin Ze? No. Shuangwu, have you seen Lin Ze? No. Xiangwei, what about you? I haven't either. Yue, you're the last one remaining. If you two have not encountered Lin Ze, it indicates that he truly, before the sentence could be completed, Yue brazenly pressed the blade against Captain Wang's throat. In Lin Ze's voice, he declared, Captain, it is time for you to step down. Allow me to take over as captain. The instructors? The masked team? Captain Wang. Yue, you little rascal, how dare you defy the heavens? Chapter 50. Lin Ze, No Apprentices. The instructors gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Could it be that they were witnessing an internal strife within the masked team? Why did Yue aspire to be the leader? Was it that he had long harbored grievances against Wang Mian? Or perhaps this was merely a facet of your team's peculiar dynamics, with us instructors serving as mere players in this unfolding drama? Yuan Gang remained silent, his eyes fixed on Wang Mian, awaiting his response. Not only were the instructors taken aback, but even the members of the masked team found the situation astonishing. Yue, what madness are you indulging in here? The captain is currently in a state of weakness. Cease this nonsense at once. As they spoke, several stepped forward to restrain Yue. However, as they moved, Yue swiftly positioned himself behind Wang Mian, pressing the tip of his sword against Wang Mian's throat. Don't come any closer. Am I unaware that the captain is in a vulnerable state? If he were not, I wouldn't have resorted to this. Wang Mian shook his head in resignation. You all stay back. He is not Yue. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. The masked team and the instructors braced themselves for action. Should this Yue dare to strike, they could eliminate him in an instant. Yet, with the hostage, Wang Mian, in his grasp, they refrained from making any rash moves. Calm yourself. What is your objective? Release Wang Mian. We can negotiate. Yuan Gang endeavored to steady the tension in the air. He needed to pacify the assailant's emotions. Buying time for Wang Mian to regain his strength. In those fleeting seconds, Yuan Gang's mind raced with turmoil. Damn it! Who on earth is this person? To have captured Wang Mian right under our noses, what could be his intentions? Could he be affiliated with the ancient god sect? This is infuriating. How could someone create such a monumental mess? Inviting the masked team to serve as instructors, only to have Wang Mian snatched away. Yuan Gang's mind spun with countless scenarios to rescue Wang Mian and deduce the identity of this intruder. Not just Yuan Gang, but everyone present felt their hearts lodged in their throats. They understood all too well that if this person chose to disregard their warnings and insisted on harming Wang Mian, the situation would become exceedingly difficult to manage. They dared not contemplate the ramifications of losing the captain of a special team. What a crisis that would unleash upon the great Xia. Simultaneously, the members of the masked team began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If this individual was masquerading as Yue, the true Yue might very well have with that thought. Their hearts grew unbearably heavy. Yue, we shall avenge you. Meanwhile, within the dormitory building, Pang. Who is this person? Do you recognize him? I don't know, but isn't this Lin Ze's bed? Why is he sleeping here? Moreover, it's his zodiac year. Lin Qiye and Bailey Pang gazed at the individual before them, deeply ensconced in slumber. Who on earth are you? Why are you sleeping in his bed? Lin Qiye stammered, abruptly halting his words. Upon hearing the phrase Year of Destiny, the slumbering figure seemed to have been activated by an unseen switch. He jolted upright and confronted the two, exclaiming, "What does the Year of Destiny have to do with you?" Upon recognizing Lin Qiye and Bailey Pang, the moon demon instantly became alert. What are you doing here? He inquired. The competition has concluded, and we have returned, Bailey Pang Pang replied. The competition is over? Indeed. Captain, I'm back. Realizing that the contest had ended, the moon demon hastily departed, now rejuvenated. Lin Qiye observed the retreating figure, somewhat perplexed. Who on earth is this guy? It's all rather baffling. Do not fret, Qiye. Allow me a look, Bailey Pang Pang said, producing a golden-framed magnifying glass. Holding the peculiar device aloft, Bailey Pang Pang elaborated. This contraption allows one to glimpse events that transpired hours prior. Let me assist you. As time passed, Bailey Pang Pang's mouth widened in astonishment. Initially, it could barely accommodate a finger, yet now it could easily encompass a light bulb. Lin Qiye remarked, is this a side effect? Moments later, Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, Qiye. Were you not concerned about Lin Ze? I know where he is. At this revelation, Lin Qiye's breath caught in his throat. He instinctively retorted, Who? What did I worry about him? That's preposterous. Will you listen? Fine, I will listen. The situation unfolded as follows. Meanwhile, within the surveillance room, the atmosphere remained tense. Lin Ze pondered the next steps to take. Having successfully captured the king piece, his thoughts now turned to how to impress. After orchestrating such an elaborate strategy, it would be remiss not to present it with flair. Feigning was certainly necessary. However, Lin Ze had no intention of continuing to conceal his identity. After all, so many witnesses were present, including the instructor team and the mass squad. Initially, catching them off guard was expected, but after such an extended period, did he still believe they were powerless against him? Thus, Lin Ze resolved to reveal his true persona. The situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Captain, how are you all? At the sound, everyone's attention shifted to the speaker. Is there external assistance? This situation seems increasingly precarious. In the next moment, the moon demon burst through the door, his striking red attire capturing everyone's gaze. The members of the masked squad, taken aback, exclaimed, Moon demon, you're alive. The moon ghost awkwardly scratched his head, pondering how to explain his situation. He had perished, only to be resurrected. Just as he prepared to reunite with the masked team, Yuan Gang suddenly raised his gun to block his path. Halt! You claim to be the moon ghost of the masked team? How can you substantiate your identity? The previous moon ghost is still holding Wang Mian hostage. Yuan Gang's concerns were not unfounded. A moonlight had already threatened Wang Mian. How could he be certain that the next moon ghost would not pose a threat to the masked team as well? At that moment, Xianhua interjected, Fear not. This is indeed the moon ghost. What gives you such certainty? Yuan Gong retorted. Because of the year of one's birth. Only those within our team would know. The group's gaze shifted to the piece of red fabric. Meanwhile, the moon ghost appeared untroubled, though internally, he had felt a sense of demise for quite some time. Damn it, a mere year of birth has haunted me for a lifetime. Boo-hoo. However, he soon became aware of Yuan Gang's words. Kidnapping Wang Mian as a hostage? It was then that he noticed that he was holding a knife to Wang Mian's throat. The true moon ghost shouted, Lin Ze, what are you doing? Is this how you bully people? Am I to be left with nothing? Who? Lin Ze. Upon hearing this name, the others looked at the moon ghost in disbelief. Wang Mian smiled wryly. You finally realized. From the moment Lin Ze drew his knife, Wang Mian sensed the divine aura emanating from him. Having just sparred with Lin Qiye, he was quite familiar with the aura of the Seraph. Yet, even though Wang Mian recognized this person as Lin Ze, there was little he could change. To be fair, he could not evade that blade. Unless he employed his time reversal ability again, he was truly at death's door. At this juncture, Lin Ze slowly removed his mask and addressed the group. Do you know about Confucius? The crowd was puzzled, unsure of the relevance of his statement. As citizens of the great Xia, how could they be unaware of Confucius? Why, yes, we do. Then are you aware of what he said to his 3,001st disciple? They were stumped. He refused to accept disciples. The crowd was left in shocked silence. Chapter 51. Lin Ze's reasonable requests upon hearing Lin Ze's declaration of no apprentices. The atmosphere was instantly charged with discontent among the crowd. Had he not taken on disciples? No, he had explicitly stated he would not. This proclamation from Lin Ze could be deemed a universal affront to everyone present. Was it not a lack of faith in my abilities? Very well. I shall capture the captain of the masked squad before your very eyes. Even Wang Mian, who typically shunned competition, glared at Lin Ze with gritted teeth upon hearing these words. Despite the fury brewing within him, he could not voice his grievances at that moment. Wang Captain, you could not evade that strike. To put it plainly, had I not restrained myself, you would have perished. Of course, this is assuming you did not resort to time reversal. Do you acknowledge my statement? Wang Mian, reluctant but defiant, replied, I acknowledge. Excellent, acknowledgement suffices. Lin Ze then turned to Yuan Gang, saying, Instructor Yuan, yes? The rules of our contest stipulate that one must remove the mask of any member of the masked squad. Yu Gue counts as one, and Wang Mian as another. Thus, I have emerged victorious in this contest. Do you concur? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang, though somewhat displeased, responded, I concede. However, deep down, he felt a surge of joy. Lin Ze, you have not disappointed me. Yuan Gang continued, Indeed, you have won this contest. However, the training must persist. This is essential for your development. Before he could finish, Lin Ze interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I understand a rationale perfectly well. No need for further elaboration. Let us proceed to the next phase. It is time to negotiate terms. Instructor Yuan, Captain Wang. Lin Ze wore a mischievous grin as he regarded the two. This game had been played for long enough. Lin Ze sought not only to validate his prowess, but also to indulge in a display of bravado. Naturally, there was one crucial step remaining, to extract benefits and privileges. Yuan Gang and Wang Mian exchanged exasperated glances at Lin Ze's audacity. Ah, so that is your intention all along. Very well, speak freely. What do you desire? Within our capabilities, we shall certainly oblige. Yuan Heng gestured toward Lin Qiye. Good. Captain Wang, let us begin with you. I have two requests. Speak. First, on days when the masked squad has no missions, I wish to claim a full day of your time. Rest assured, this day shall not involve any actions detrimental to the interests of the Great Xia or anything contrary to your principles. It will solely serve as a training session for me. Training session? The members of the masked squad were taken aback by this demand. They had anticipated Lin Ze would request monetary rewards or similar incentives. They had not expected this ambitious young man to audaciously seek a full day of the masked squad's time. Yuan Gang's expression grew serious upon hearing this. The Great Xia possessed only a few elite squads, and for Lin Ze to demand a day from the masked squad was indeed a bold proposition. How bold you are! Yuan Gang had just intended to rescue the masked team when Wang Mian readily acquiesced. Very well, your consideration is commendable. We shall allocate a day for you. However, might you enlighten me as to why you require a sparring partner? You appear quite capable on your own. Wang Mian's inquiry echoed the collective curiosity of the onlookers. It was perplexing that a newcomer, untrained and fresh to the field, could so effortlessly capture the leader of the masked team. They could scarcely fathom what further instruction he might seek. That is of no concern to you. Let us proceed to the second request. Lin Ze had thoughtfully pondered this demand prior to articulating it. The masked team possessed attributes he yearned to master. One was the recently acquired moon illusion, and the other, the yet-to-be-learned scale gravitational pull. The capabilities of the scale were not extensively detailed in the original text. Indeed, Lin Ze's choice for the third forbidden ability was that of the scale. Thus, the forbidden powers he could acquire within the realm were sufficient. Moon illusion, scale gravitational pull, and black king annihilation. From past experiences, Lin Ze discerned that the most expedient way to elevate his performance of forbidden powers was to learn directly from the original masters. His previous abilities could be honed under the guidance of Zhao Kongcheng, the Ghost-Face King, and the Nantawa Serpent Demon. However, the three new abilities could only be mastered through the tutelage of Yu Gue, the Scale, and Chao Yuan. This rationale underpinned his request. It was hardly feasible to eliminate them and retain their essence as private tutors upon his stage. Moreover, there was a compelling reason, the most significant of all. Lin Ze was on the quest to seek the second deity for his performance. Yet, his current prowess was insufficient to slay a god and obtain the divine essence. He could only learn by advancing his mental prowess. Thus, Lin Ze's assertion was a strategic move for his future. Second request. You, Wang Mian, owe me a personal favor. Very well, Wang Mian responded without hesitation. He had already consented to owe Lin Qiye a favor. Given that Lin Ze had not resorted to the consumption of his lifespan for time reversal, this favor seemed a trivial matter. That suffices. With this favor in my possession, I may be able to assist the mass team in the future, Lin Ze mused inwardly. Being well-versed in the original narrative, he was acutely aware of the mass team's fate. Lin Ze hoped that through this favor, he could offer Wang Mian assistance, thus alleviating him from the relentless race against the currents of time. Instructor Yuan, I also have 2 requests for you. This is simple. Just listen. Lin Ze turned to Yuan Gang. First, I require an artifact that can enhance my mental prowess. Lin Ze understood that within the training camp, they were well protected. Yet, beyond its confines, the world was fraught with peril. He urgently needed to augment his strength to safeguard those he wished to protect. Secondly, within the confines of the training camp, I require you to fulfill a modest request of mine, though I have yet to articulate what that request entails. Very well. I shall take my leave. Subsequently, Lin Ze approached the entrance and nodded at the gathered crowd. Witnessing this gesture, their wounded spirits found a semblance of solace. It was evident that he recognized the recklessness of his previous actions. However, Lin Ze's subsequent words once again ignited their emotions. The nod was not an apology. Rather, it conveyed the message, "Dear brother, you must continue to train." Chapter 52, Yuan Gang's Prediction, 2 Special Teams. We're disgrace. It is utterly humiliating. These seasoned veterans found themselves publicly ridiculed by a mere recruit, and in such a manner that they were left utterly speechless. This newcomer infiltrated their ranks right before their very eyes, then proceeded to decisively eliminate the captain of their facade team in broad daylight. It was a thoroughly executed beheading, and remarkably successful at that. Captain Wang, do not dwell on it too much. After all, your abilities have been suppressed to a mere flickering light. This young man simply relied on luck, Yuan Gang reassured, attempting to alleviate Wang's concerns. Indeed, this lad possesses an array of skills. He can even turn invisible. Invisible? At the mention of this, the group was struck by a sudden realization. How could Lin Ze, an agent of the Seraphim, possess the ability to become invisible? Moreover, if Lin Ze had disguised himself as a moon demon, how could he have utilized the moon demon's forbidden realm? Yuan Gang and Wang exchanged a shocked glance, exclaiming in unison, "Something is amiss. Lin Ze harbors secrets." As the words fell, Lin Ze's figure reappeared before them, as if conjured from thin air. Now, gazing upon his face, they felt a sense of trepidation. I almost forgot to mention. I shall keep your secret safe. Simultaneously, I hope you can keep mine as well. Farewell. With that, Lin Ze vanished from their sight once more. Well, there is no pretense this time, is there? He openly declared, "I possess secrets. You not only cannot speak of them, but you must also help me conceal them." After exchanging knowing glances, Yuan Gang and Wang tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the matter further. They then cautioned their subordinates, this matter must not be mentioned again. It ends here. Following a few pleasantries, everyone departed. In the surveillance room, only Yuan Gang and the other instructors remained. With a proud expression, Yuan Gang addressed the group, "By the way, what were your thoughts on Lin Ze before? I can't quite recall." Didn't we have a bet? What was it again? My memory isn't what it used to be." The others looked at Yuan Gang with exasperation. When they witnessed Wang Mian being compelled by Lin Qiye to utilize time reversal, they believed victory was assured. After all, Lin Qiye had already triumphed over Wang Mian. No matter how formidable Lin Ze might be, could he truly surpass that? Yet, reality proved otherwise. There exists nothing beyond Lin Ze's capabilities that one could fathom. The once overlooked Lin Ze executed a beheading right before their eyes. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Boss, your insight is indeed commendable. It is no wonder you are the leader. Your vision is unparalleled. Indeed, if I may say, Lin Ze is not exceptionally skilled. Rather, is our leader who possesses true prowess. After all, while the steed of 1,000 miles may be common, a Bolu is a rare find. The crowd fell into silence, unsure of what to say, resorting only to flattery for Yuan Gang. Yet, Yuan Gang remained unimpressed. Spare me your sycophancy. Yes, you. It is futile. Have you heard Lin Ze's request? He seeks a forbidden artifact capable of enhancing mental strength. I will relay this demand to the higher-ups. However, the cost of acquiring this artifact will fall upon you all. Each of you must contribute, and should there be a shortfall, I shall cover it myself. Such artifacts that can temporarily boost mental acuity are exceedingly rare, even within the headquarters of the Night Watchers. In truth, any artifact pertaining to mental fortitude is exceptionally scarce. But Lin Ze's request is even more so. After all, a short-term enhancement of mental strength is tantamount to an increase in power. The headquarters would never provide Lin Ze with an artifact that undermines his foundation, further elevating its rarity. Despite the strain on their finances, Yuan Gang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Ah, the youth possess such vitality. We may very well see the emergence of a special team. The crowd exchanged surprised glances at Yuan Gang's proclamation. Was such praise not excessive for them at this moment? Chief, are you serious? A special team is not something that merely any divine agent can form. Do you truly believe we could produce such a team? Yuan Gang shook his head. No. I mean, a special team is not as common as cabbage. Not one, but two teams. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye both possess the capability to bear the banner. The crowd stared in shock at Yuan Gang, momentarily rendered speechless. It was the first time they had ever heard such high praise from him. Just then, a wail suddenly interrupted their thoughts. We lost. It's over. Everything is finished. They turned to see a despondent figure sitting on the ground, looking as though calamity had befallen him. What is the matter? Do you truly think the chief would make us bear the cost of that artifact? Come now. What can we do with just our meager numbers? No, it's not that. It's because I am to be Lin Ze's sparring instructor. Upon hearing this, the others recalled how this individual had previously referred to them as insignificant and had been coerced into overtime by Yuan Gang. To be Lin Ze's sparring instructor? Goodness, that is indeed unfortunate. After all, this is a man who can easily handle the leader of the masked team, Wang Mian. Alas, let me offer you a piece of advice. If you don't court disaster, disaster won't find you. As Lin Ze's sparring partner, brother, I wish you the best of luck. Enough of this charade. I am here to mock you. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, at the masked team's side, the captain expressed, I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault that you have been. The moon ghost felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for him, Wang Mian would not have been captured. However, Wang Mian reassured him, insisting it was not his fault. You are not the weak link in our team. It is merely a matter of unfortunate luck. Lin Ze possesses considerable strength. If he can impersonate you, it is equally possible for him to assume my identity. Wang Mian's assertion held truth. Lin Ze's success did not stem from any deficiency in the moon ghost's abilities, but rather from his fortuitous choice to target the moon ghost. Nevertheless, whether he could convincingly impersonate Wang Mian remained a topic for debate, and currently, it was certainly not feasible. Captain, what should we do next? Is this how it ends? Su NW inquired. The others echoed his sentiments, particularly the moon ghost. If they simply departed, would it not be a matter of disgrace? Yet, Wang Mian responded no. As a specialized team, we bear significant responsibilities. We cannot target others simply out of spite, can we? Upon hearing this, the group mentally applauded Wang Mian, recognizing his commendable leadership. However, Wang Mian's subsequent words shifted their perspective. Yet, as divine agents, they indeed require rigorous training. Coincidentally, I have secured 2 days for this purpose. We shall remain until tomorrow's conclusion. After all, this is also a matter of accountability towards them. Consider how we should train them tomorrow. The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Ah, that SR captain, generally forgiving, yet he retaliates when provoked. But we like this. It presents a perfect opportunity to challenge these newcomers. At that moment, the moon ghost suddenly exclaimed, Aha! I have an idea. Lin Ze has numerous abilities. Does he not? Let us compare our combat skills. He is merely a rookie, having spent the last decade in school. He hardly received any professional training. Even his physical education classes were scarce. The gym teacher was either ill or on leave. I can handle this alone without your assistance. Upon hearing this, The group expressed their agreement. Indeed, it seems like a brilliant plan. Very well, let us proceed with this. Chapter 53. Lin Ze Master. Could you please provide me with your ID number? Following the suggestion of Yuegue, the members of the masked team unanimously agreed. Thus commenced a special training session aimed solely at Lin Ze. Yuegue's intentions were noble, yet, as he himself acknowledged, the adversary would not act according to his expectations. At this moment, Lin Ze had returned to the dormitory. Upon entering the dimly lit space, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Something was amiss. Why had Qiye already fallen asleep when I Haven T returned yet? Can't he see that I'm a grown man? Unusual occurrences often herald trouble. Cautiously, Lin Ze slipped inside, gingerly switching on the light. In the next instant, he felt a tight grip around his neck. Then he heard a shout, "Pang pang! Chao Yuan! Get him!" As the words fell, two figures sprang from the bed. This was a plan meticulously orchestrated by Lin Qiye, aiming for Chao Yuan and Pang Pang to subdue Lin Ze, while he himself would interrogate Lin Ze about his whereabouts. However, while the idea was commendable, it remained purely theoretical. Despite Lin Qiye's control from behind, Lin Ze effortlessly evaded Chao Yuan's grasp. He then seized Pang Pang by the collar, swiftly turning him around and delivering a calculated kick to his rear. Lin Ze was mindful, ensuring that his kick landed on the fleshiest part, thus avoiding any real harm. Once he had dealt with the two, only Lin Qiye remained behind him. Lin Ze draped his arm over his shoulder, firmly grasping Lin Qiye's hand. At times, a handshake is not merely an intimate gesture. It could also signify an impending throw. This was a lesson Lin Qiye had learned well during their time at the Peace Bureau. Wait, Lin Ze, it's me. Lin Qiye urgently called for a halt, prompting Lin Ze to release his grip and slowly take a seat on his bed. He regarded the trio and remarked, "Why aren't you all sleeping at this late hour? What are you up to? Haven't you grown weary after a day of competition? If you are truly asleep, you wouldn't be pleased either. Moreover, how do you all know him?" He pointed to Chao Yuan, who was still twirling his prayer beads, feeling a hint of surprise. Although, given the timeline, they should have been acquainted, he didn't expect such familiarity. "You mean Chao Yuan? To be honest, we're not quite sure why we're so close. We simply mentioned your name, and he followed us like a little sycophant," Bali Pang Pang interjected. "My name?" Lin Ze questioned, puzzled. Was T Lin Qiye his benefactor? Why was he interested in Lin Ze's name? Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Ze that he was still using Lin Qiye's alias. He turned to Chao Yuan and said, "You might be mistaken. I'm not the person you seek. He is the real Lin Qiye." Lin Qiye gestured towards Lin Qiye. However, no sooner had he spoken than Chao Yuan swiftly approached him, gazing earnestly as he declared, "You are not mistaken. Lin Qiye is my benefactor. You are also my benefactor. Do you know who I am?" "Of course I do, Lin Ze." Upon hearing Chao Yuan utter his name, Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he believed this was merely a prank orchestrated by Lin Qiye and his companions. Yet, Chao Yuan had audaciously revealed his name and claimed to be his benefactor. "Could you elaborate on this? Why do you refer to me as your benefactor?" As Chao Yuan twirled the prayer beads in his hand, he replied, "Due to certain peculiar circumstances, I have resided in a temple for an extended period. Our abbot spoke a few words to me, indicating that if I were to find the two of you, I could attain liberation." What were those words? "Two trees stand tall, 8 gods depart one. 10 years into the night, ferrying the worldly." This phrase evidently alludes to Lin Qiye. Up until this point, everything seemed rather ordinary. What about the second phrase? Lin Ze asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. The second phrase is, "The forest birds sing, spring's essence is rich, the land nourished, lush and green." An acrostic poem, Lin Ze. At this revelation, Lin Ze's pupils dilated in astonishment. What a blatant identification. This was akin to revealing one's identification number. In that moment, Lin Ze realized that indeed, there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. It was unfathomable how the master could pinpoint both himself and Qiye so precisely. The Abba indicated that one of you could lead me out of darkness, while the other could revitalize my withered spirit. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, the portly Bailey felt a tinge of jealousy. I was the one who first sought protection. How dare you encroach upon my territory? Let me tell you, seeking protection has its order, you know? Lin Ze sighed softly. Master, you might as well disclose my identification number. My identification number is digits, but I shall refrain from revealing the last 4 digits. Lin Qiye interjected. You want to say? Well, I too know what your last 4 digits are. After exchanging a knowing glance, Lin Ze chuckled. Let's not speak of it. Regarding the inexplicable title of benefactor bestowed upon him by Chao Yuan, Lin Ze felt no aversion. He was merely intrigued as to how the master could locate him with such precision. Furthermore, having Chao Yuan draw closer was advantageous for Lin Ze, as he was preparing to learn Black King Annihilation, and being with Chao Yuan would enhance his performance level. All in all, it was a situation that bore no detriment, only benefits. Hearing your words, it seems you have endured great hardships. Could you share your experiences with us? Bailey inquired with curiosity. He was quite intrigued by Chao Yuan's background. In his eyes, given this individual's formidable combat prowess, what could have possibly troubled him? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye also cast a curious glance. Lin Ze feigned interest as well. Observing the curiosity of both his benefactors, Chao Yuan decided to be forthcoming. Thus, he began to recount his tale to the gathering. Once upon a time, there stood a majestic mountain. Chapter 54. The 7 Forbidden Abilities, such as the nature of things. This is also the reason I was initially reluctant to compete with those individuals. I feared they might not withstand the pressure. Chao Yuan concluded his tale, eliciting a flicker of compassion from the 3 listeners. To possess immense power, yet remain unable to control, it is indeed a tragic fate. Very well, I grant you permission to cling to my support. Bai Li Pang made an exceedingly generous decision. Lin Qiye patted Chao Yuan on the shoulder, expressing his willingness to assist in any way possible. Meanwhile, Lin Ze was plunged into contemplation. He was aware of Chao Yuan's background and recognized that Lin Qiye was his benefactor. These revelations did not surprise him in the least. However, why was he considered a benefactor? The fact that that master could explicitly name him indicated that he could indeed aid Chao Yuan. Yet, how should he proceed? Even Lin Ze himself could not conceive of a solution. After much deliberation, he failed to find an answer. He decided to cease pondering the matter. Where there's a will, there's a way. It would be best to take one step at a time. After discussing Chao Yuan's situation, the trio shifted their focus to Lin Ze. Lin Qiye bluntly inquired, "Why have you returned so late? Are you hiding something from us?" "And no, not at all. I merely found a place to linger for a while. When darkness fell, I returned on my own." Lin Ze hastily concocted an excuse to deflect their scrutiny. However, it was evident they were not entirely convinced by his reasoning. Setting aside their knowledge of Lin Ze's activities, who would believe such a far-fetched excuse? Linger for a while? At that place? Upon hearing this, Lin Ze looked at Lin Qiye in disbelief. How could he know everything? But soon, Lin Ze identified the source of the problem, Bai Li Pang. In the original narrative, he had uncovered the secret between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian through his forbidden items. It was quite possible that this incident had been divulged by Pang. Observing Bai Li Pang's evasive gaze confirmed Lin Ze's suspicions. So it was indeed this rascal. How does he possess every forbidden item? Since you already know, there's no need for pretense. Do you wish to hear? Yes. Bai Li Pang exclaimed with excitement. He was aware that Lin Ze had replaced the moon ghost, but he was oblivious to what had transpired thereafter. I do want to share, but I made a pact with him. This is our secret and must not be disclosed to others. Pang and Chao Yuan. Then, why say anything at all? Lin Qiye, too, understood the sentiment, given his own agreement with Wang Mian. However, in the next moment, Lin Ze seized Lin Qiye by the collar and led him away. Lin Ze whispered, "Come here, you're not just anyone. Speak honestly with me. Did you win a match against Wang Mian?" What was your request? An item of forbidden nature. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye began to grasp the situation on Lin Ze's side. Surely, he had triumphed over Wang Mian. Even if he had not, he must have removed the mask of the moon demon. Thus, both of them were privy to the same secret, and their mutual disclosure did not constitute a breach of their agreement. They both held this belief. What about your side? Lin Qiye inquired softly. It's quite similar to your situation. And what did you request? I, too, asked for an item of forbidden nature. At this, the two exchanged a knowing smile. What a coincidence! It seems we truly are kindred spirits. Ah, to call it kindred spirits feels rather pejorative. How can we phrase it otherwise? We are aligned in purpose. Indeed, aligned in purpose. With that, the two erupted into a fit of laughter in a nearby corner. Li Pang, witnessing this, remarked, "It's over. Qiye has been led astray as well." No, more accurately, it's when Qiye is with Lin Ze that he becomes rather unruly. As the one who interacted most with Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, Li Pang observed that whenever Lin Qiye was alone, he behaved with utmost seriousness, radiating sunlight, justice, and fervor, resembling the quintessential protagonist of a novel. However, the moment he was in Lin Ze's company, the dynamic would shift into something peculiar. Listening to their bizarre laughter, one could easily believe that they were villains, the kind that lurks in the shadows. After some idle chatter, the four of them retired to their respective beds for slumber. The day had been exhausting, and with training scheduled for the following day, they needed rest. Lin Ze, Lin Qiye, and Li Pang shared a dormitory, while Chao Yuan resided next door. At first, he was reluctant to leave, insisting on staying with the noble ones, even willing to sleep on the floor. However, upon the insistence of the trio, he ultimately returned to his own dormitory. As the night deepened, Lin Ze returned to his stage, Lin Qiye to the asylum of his mind, and Pang drifted into slumber. It wasn't he that Pang lacked ambition. On the contrary, he yearned for progress. Otherwise, he wouldn't cling to the legs of the other two. As long as you two improve, our collective strength will naturally elevate, he thought. We three are truly formidable. Meanwhile, upon the stage, Lin Ze reflected on the day's gains. Firstly, he had fully replenished his abilities related to forbidden realms, acquiring all that could be obtained from the realm of the lamp today: Moon Void, Equilibrium Gravity, Black King, Annihilation, through his interactions with Tianping and Chao Yuan. His understanding of the other two forbidden realms had also surpassed 95. Lin Ze decided it was time to take action, immediately adding a new script. In the next moment, two pieces of information appear before him. Actor has added a new performance script: Gravity of the Forbidden Realm. Performance level of Gravity of the Forbidden Realm, 37. Actor has added a new performance script: Black King, Annihilation. Performance level of Black King, Annihilation, 35. Success. Including the Forbidden Realm abilities previously acquired, I now possess 7 distinct powers. I must swiftly enhance my mental strength. Otherwise, I will soon find it insufficient. The abundance of abilities is truly overwhelming. Is this the burden of possessing multiple forbidden realms? At this moment, Lin Ze finally understood why some individuals revel in their own grandeur. This sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Beside him, Zhao Kongcheng, wielding a long knife, addressed the Ghost-Faced King and the Nandu Snake Demon, exclaiming, "Mad, this kid is too pretentious. I feel compelled to strike him down. Will you join me?" The Nandu Snake Demon replied, "Truly deserving of being the master. You are remarkable." The Ghost-Faced King chimed in, "Indeed, you are quite extraordinary." At this juncture, Lin Ze paid no heed to their opinions. "Old Zhao, weren't you eager to make a move? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity shortly. However, it is not the right time yet." He needed to organize his abilities. This was a habit Lin Ze had maintained consistently: self-reflection. In the next moment, a table materialized before him, filled with his Forbidden Realm abilities. In theatrical terms, these were referred to as scripts. Seraphim Performance Level, 28. This has increased by 6. I shall take my time. There is no rush. Oblivion Moon Performance Level, 57. Ghost-Faced Terrain Performance Level, 60. Serpent Species Performance Level, 32. Moon Shadow Performance Level, 42. Gravity of the Forbidden Realm Performance Level, 37. Black King Annihilation Performance Level, 35. These are all the Forbidden Realm abilities Lin Ze currently possesses. Aside from the newly acquired powers, the others have seen slight improvements. Alas, my Forbidden Realm abilities are still somewhat few, only 7. I must expedite my ascension. Nevertheless, I shall first refine my mastery over these Forbidden Realm abilities. In the short term, this is the quickest way to enhance my strength. Among the 3 recently acquired Forbidden Realms, Lin Ze had already experimented with Moon Shadow and could wield it with considerable proficiency. Gravity of the Forbidden Realm pertains to the manipulation of gravitational and repulsive forces akin to skills like cosmic attraction. Thus, Lin Ze was quite familiar with the development of gravity of the Forbidden Realm. Later on, Lin Ze declared, "Come, let me unleash the celestial cataclysm." What? You claim you can handle it? Then what about the second one? Indeed, Lin Ze had already contemplated the scenarios that would arise later. Consequently, he was most intrigued by Black King Annihilation. The potency of this Forbidden Realm was undeniable. The 031 Forbidden Realm is not to be trifled with. The critical issue, however, is that using this Forbidden Realm may lead to a loss of control. Lin Ze pondered how to perfectly resolve this dilemma. If this issue could be resolved, then Black King Annihilation might even rival the Divine Ruins. Until mastery is achieved, Lin Ze would refrain from utilizing it externally. Should he lose control in the outside world, the combination of Black King Annihilation with his other Forbidden Ruins would be beyond the capability of an ordinary person to manage. Therefore, Lin Ze intends to conduct an experiment on stage. In this way, even if it spirals out of control, it would not result in disaster, thanks to the protective mechanisms of the stage. Old Zhao, you and the other 2 come up here. It is the perfect opportunity to test my new ability. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing eagerly brandished his blade and stepped onto the stage. I've longed to strike you. Now I finally have the chance. Zhao Kongqing had grown weary of Lin Ze's arbitrary displays of power and had endured enough. Chapter 55, Friends from Distant Lands. Though far, they must be punished. Yet, the ghost-faced king and the Nanda, serpent demon hesitated to take the stage. Could it be that our recent actions have incited the wrath of our master? Oh, how we yearn for your favor. Master, our loyalty to you is as evident as the sun and moon. Our admiration for you flows like an unending river. The 2 beasts proclaimed in unison. Lin Ze, where on earth did you learn such eloquence? Old Zhao, are these the troops you brought? Zhao Kongqing nodded. Affirmatively. I observed that they could barely articulate themselves, merely shouting aimlessly, so I provided them with some books for enrichment. Remarkably, their capacity for learning is quite impressive. Witnessing the significant improvement in their cultural literacy, Zhao Kongqing proudly lifted his chin. Lin Ze chuckled softly, intrigued by the transformation. Gulme, let me see what other words you have acquired. These are the cultural foundations of the great Xia, worthy of diligent study. Please demonstrate. The ghost-faced king stepped forward first, as a senior should take the lead. Then, with his distinctive voice, he proclaimed, "To learn without thought is labor lost." Still using classical prose. To think without learning is perilous. Wait a moment. Upon finishing, the Nanda serpent demon was eager to follow suit. When the king calls me to die at midnight, I shall take my life at 2. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, one should avoid them. Subsequently, the 2 beasts began to compete in their recitations. I am not without a path. I have a road to death. Heed not the words of the old, and your ears shall have leisure. Friends from distant lands, though far, they must be punished. Just as they were about to continue, Lin Ze hurriedly interjected. Stop, stop, stop. Where on earth did you find such material? Old Zhao, could you not provide them with some proper literature? Observing the 2 beasts, Lin Ze began to question whether granting Old Zhao a portion of the audience as privileges was indeed wise. However, Old Zhao remained unfazed. Perhaps they're simply not yet accustomed to it. In due time, they will improve. Lin Ze pondered for a moment and then addressed the 2 beasts. The last line can be remembered. There is nothing wrong with that phrase. Friends from distant lands, though far, they must be punished. Zhao Kongqing, you are the most irreverent one here. Do not concern yourself with that. Well then, let us begin. With that, Lin Ze extended his hand, and the ghost-faced king and Nanda, serpent demon, were drawn onto the stage. This was not a power of the stage, but rather Lin Ze's gravitational balance. After conducting a brief experiment, it was as he had envisioned. Young man, how do you wish for us to accompany you? Do not forget, while you are the sovereign here, we possess boundless spiritual energy. If you do not exercise your privileges, you cannot hope to defeat us. Zhao Kongqing had previously conducted an experiment, discovering that if he refrained from restraining his spiritual power and unleashed the full force of Mingshang Shanyue, the effect would be utterly formidable, exponentially stronger than when he had faced the demon gods, by several hundred times at least. If Lin Ze were to challenge them, he would not require any assistance. Zhao Kongsheng could easily sever Lin Ze with a single stroke, provided Lin Ze did not intervene. Naturally, Lin Ze would not allow them to exert their full strength. I have recently acquired a forbidden domain, and I wish to practice with you all. Let me make it clear. This forbidden domain possesses immense power, and due to this, I may lose my sanity. Exercise caution. Furthermore, you are prohibited from utilizing spiritual power exceeding the pool realm. Lin Ze cautioned them in advance. You cannot allow yourselves to be defeated the moment you transform. Zhao Kongsheng patted his chest and declared, "Fear not, young lad. During our time at the base, it was you who tormented me. This time, I shall ensure to return the favor." Observing Zhao Kongsheng and his two beasts brimming with confidence, Lin Ze felt reassured. He immediately activated Heiwang Zhanmia. In an instant, Lin Ze sensed his consciousness plunging into an endless void, an unsettling sensation indeed. However, at that moment, a large hand suddenly reached into the void and pulled Lin Ze back, even gesturing an obscene sign towards the emptiness. Lin Ze's awareness returned to the stage, where he realized that nothing could harm him. Even Heiwang Zhanmia, which could erode one's will, was ineffective. In theatrical terms, this was termed the actor protection mechanism, which shielded performers from harm while granting them the ability to control the audience, unlike the pitiful stages of some. Upon realizing this, Lin Ze decided to deactivate the stage's protective mechanism. Nevertheless, he could still sense the lingering protection from a stage. If initially the stage's protection enveloped Lin Ze like an impenetrable shield, it had now contracted to safeguard only his vital organs, such as the heart and brain. Ensuring his safety remained paramount. Subsequently, Lin Ze employed Heiwang Zhanmia once more after deactivating the protection, and he felt his consciousness slipping back into the void. This time, however, the sensation was not as intense, perhaps due to the earlier gesture. Soon after, Lin Ze's physique began to undergo transformation. His fair skin gradually morphed into a rich brown hue, and two devil-like horns sprouted from his head. Even his raven-black hair transitioned to a striking white and grew longer. Zhao Kongsheng, witnessing this, exclaimed, "What? You could transform too? Allow me to give it a try." With a casual flick, Zhao Kongsheng unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy. Just as the blade was about to strike Lin Ze, he merely raised his hand in defense, and the attack vanished without a trace. Not only did it fail to injure Lin Ze, but it left no mark upon him. This very moment drew Lin Ze's attention to a peculiar trio of one man and two beasts at the edge of the stage. Their nightmare thus commenced. Lin Ze, he, holding a bowl to request gifts. Chapter 56. I'm not human, but you are truly a dog. What on earth is this creature? Are you still the Lin Ze I once knew? Take it easy. After being discovered by Lin Ze, Zhao Kongsheng and his companions are in for a world of trouble. Activated by the Black King annihilation, Lin Ze resembles a tireless beast, unyielding to any form of assault, solely intent on obliterating his foes. In this state, Lin Ze is akin to a malevolent deity. My singular desire is to annihilate you all, or to be annihilated by you. His methods of attack are exceedingly ruthless. It is not merely a trade of injury for death, but a complete exchange of life for death. Whether human, mysterious, or divine, all fear the specter of death. Deep within, each harbors a dread of mortality. Yet, Lin Ze, having invoked Black King annihilation, is unafraid. The divine may fear death, but I do not. I am more terrifying than the gods. With this unwavering conviction, Lin Ze relentlessly slaughters the trio. Each time they meet their demise, they rise anew, their powers augmented. From the initial stages of their realm to the pinnacle they now occupy, should they perish once more, they shall ascend to the next tier. Ghost Face King, you must intercept him. Me? Are you referring to me? Zhao Kongsheng, observing the frenzied Lin Ze, recognizes his inability to withstand the onslaught. Thus, he urges Ghost Face King to step forward. However, Ghostface King is not foolish. He adheres to Lin Ze's commands without question, retaining a modicum of rational thought as a subordinate. None of us can halt him, and you expect me to do it alone? Though I'm not human. You are undeniably a dog. Enough of this hesitation. Let me send another to assist you. Snake Demon, you too, join the fray. The Nanda Snake Demon and Ghostface King responded in unison. What about you? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. Me? I shall return to the audience and enjoy the show. I believe in your capabilities. My spirit is with you. With that, Zhao Kongcheng leaped from the stage and settled into a suitable seat among the spectators, quietly observing their performance. Lin Ze did not impose his will upon Zhao Kongcheng, allowing him the freedom to act within the stage as long as it did not harm Lin Ze. Conversely, Ghostface King and Nanda Snake Demon were bound by Lin Ze's absolute control. They were not permitted to depart. At that moment, the two beasts, caught off guard, fell victim to Lin Ze's swift blade. As they resurrected from the audience and approached the stage anew, Zhao Kongcheng, clutching a bucket of popcorn, encouraged them. Come on. This time, let us reach the next realm. I am eager to see how long Lin Ze can maintain this state. Go forth, Ghostface King. Nanda Snake Demon. Ghostface King and Nanda Snake Demon exchanged glances, finally comprehending why Zhao Kongcheng had consistently mingled with them. It became apparent. He was not human at all. Truly, he was no man. Upon ascending the stage, Lin Ze evidently found himself exerting more effort than before. Yet, this was merely a relative comparison. Previously, a single strike would suffice, but now it seemed he required 3 or even 5 blows. In essence, he could no longer achieve an instantaneous defeat. Through countless revivals, their realm had reached the pinnacle of the pool stage, and it was this very revival that instilled in them a glimmer of hope. Whether it was due to Lin Ze's fatigue or some other reason, the two beasts discovered that, through their mutual collaboration, they could now hold their ground against Lin Ze. The dawn of victory was upon them. It was nearly within reach. However, just as hope blossomed within their hearts, Lin Ze suddenly unleashed a crescent-shaped slash. The Ghostface King and the Nantua Serpent Demon exchanged glances. It's all over now. That night, the cries of anguish upon the stage were relentless. No one knew the ordeal they had endured. The following morning, a piercing whistle roused Lin Ze from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately beset by a wave of soreness throughout his body. He recalled the events that transpired on stage, activating the Black King Annihilation to engage in sparring with Zhao Kongcheng and the others. His body felt as if it were on the verge of collapse. Had they been too brutal in their efforts, taking advantage of his unawareness to strike so mercilessly, teaming up to bully him? Fine. Don't let me have a moment to recuperate, Lin Ze muttered through gritted teeth. At that moment, the Ghostface King and the Nantua Serpent Demon, having just returned to the audience, felt as though the sky had fallen upon hearing his words. Yes, it was indeed us who bullied you. Yes, I intended to slam my face against your palm. What of it? I meant to press my neck against your blade. If you have the ability, sob. After a night of torment, the Ghostface King and the Nantua Serpent Demon could no longer hold themselves together. Once Lin Ze regained his composure, he employed ghost face reflection to deceive himself into believing his physical condition was exemplary. After a full 8 hours of sleep, he felt invigorated. Following this self-deception, Lin Ze sensed that his physical state had genuinely reached its zenith, albeit with a slight depletion of mental energy. He realized that this method of using ghost face reflection to trick himself was contingent upon having sufficient mental energy. Ultimately, he was supplementing his condition with his mental fortitude. Lin Ze, come lend a hand. I can't move him. At that moment, the voice of Lin Qiye echoed through. He was struggling to lift the rotund arm of their companion, who lay steadfastly as if rooted to the ground, sporting a silly grin, suggesting he was lost in a pleasant dream. The whistle has been blowing for a while. We must assemble immediately. We cannot leave him behind, Lin Qiye explained. This moment illustrated Lin Qiye's deep sense of loyalty and camaraderie, which was precisely why Lin Ze chose to place his trust in him, because he was worthy of it. At this juncture, Lin Ze had already donned his attire. He rolled up his sleeves and addressed Lin Qiye. Step aside. Let me handle this. Do you not require my assistance? Although Lin Qiye was perplexed, he obediently stepped aside. Lin Ze, possessing greater strength, might indeed be able to lift the plump individual alone. However, Lin Ze had no intention of doing so. He shifted his weight downward, gathering his strength, and then launched a punch aimed directly at the plump one's face. With a resounding thud, Lin Ze's fist was repelled by a golden barrier, a defensive effect of the forbidden object, Yaoguang. At that moment, the plump individual abruptly awoke, exclaiming, Who? Who is it? Lin Qiye, witnessing the scene before him, was rendered speechless in shock, silently giving Lin Ze a thumbs up. Dr. Lin, your skills are remarkable. Professional, he remarked. Oh, let's keep it low-key, Lin Ze replied, though his head was held higher than anyone else's. The recently awakened plump individual, observing the mysterious behavior of the two, instinctively clutched his chest. What? What have you done to me? Wake up, that's what. The whistle blew. Hurry to assemble. Oh. Subsequently, the three of them made their way to the playground for assembly. Upon arrival, they discovered that they were neither late nor early. Just a couple of minutes had passed before everyone was present. Yuan Gang stood atop the platform, chastising the crowd. You bunch of rookies. Do you realize how long it took to assemble? Do you know what could be accomplished in that time on the battlefield? Upon hearing this, Lin Ze anticipated Yuan Gang's forthcoming remarks, which would merely serve to instill a sense of urgency and then outline the training content. The first half of the year would focus on physical conditioning, while the latter half would involve Forbidden Ruin training. Lin Ze had already memorized this procedure. He had initially expected events to unfold as he envisioned until he heard the following statement. Yesterday, the masked squad conducted training in Forbidden Ruin capabilities. However, you must understand that one cannot rely solely on Forbidden Ruins in battle. Exceptional physical fitness is also essential. Therefore, today, the masked squad will guide you in combat technique training. At this, Lin Ze's eyes widened in astonishment. Who? He exclaimed. The masked squad. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lin Ze suddenly realized something significant. The narrative was beginning to deviate ever so slightly. He was certain that this alteration was a direct consequence of his actions. Chapter 57. Diplomacy before warfare, bow before cursing. Due to this matter, Lin Ze was exceptionally astonished, and thus his demeanor captured the attention of those around him. First to respond were Lin Qiye and the plump Bai Li. Lin Qiye, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, What is the matter? You seem rather taken aback. Are you all right? Beside him, Bai Li, the rotund figure, chimed in softly, Yes, but didn't you deal with the masked squad yesterday? Why not do it again today? Lin Ze's astonishment stemmed from the alteration of the plot due to his own actions, rather than any other reason. However, he could not confide this to the duo. Even if he did, they would hardly believe him. Thus, Lin Ze hastily conjured an excuse. It's simply because we handled the masked squad yesterday. Consider this. A specialized team with numerous tasks, their time is of the essence. It was quite fortunate that they were able to accommodate us yesterday. How could they possibly show up again today? Upon reflection, Lin Qiye and Bai Li agreed this seemed plausible. They recalled the words spoken by Yuan Gang yesterday. Phrases like it was not easy and you should cherish this opportunity, which indicated that summoning the masked squad was indeed a rare feat logically. There should have only been that one opportunity yesterday. Yet today, there was still combat training, leading Lin Qiye to ponder whether this was specifically tailored for Lin Ze. What could Lin Ze have done to invoke such ire from a specialized team? The answer was singular, the events of the previous night. In a hushed tone, Lin Qiye asked, Lin Ze, do you think this could be aimed specifically at you? That is precisely what I believe. Lin Qiye pressed. You must be honest with me. What on earth did you do to provoke such animosity from a masked squad? Lin Ze, dismissive, replied, It's nothing much. I merely disguised myself as the moon demon and captured Wang Mian in front of the instructor. Ah, that's certainly wait. What did you just say? Suddenly, Lin Qiye's realization struck him. While he had thought it commendable to defeat Wang Mian, Lin Ze had actually captured him. Bai Li stood dumbfounded beside them. I recognize nothing much. Disguise as the moon demon and capture Wang Mian. Yet when combined, it escapes my comprehension. Such an obscure choice of words. Lin Ze, with a look of helplessness, remarked, Right? I don't see this as a significant matter. Surely, a specialized team wouldn't be so petty. Lin Qiye chocolate akardli. If I were Wang Mian, I would have stealthily infiltrated your dormitory and dealt with you myself. The others at the training camp had also taken notice of Lin Ze's behavior, casting scornful glances in his direction. Who is that person? Just a member of the masked squad? We've faced him before. What a fool. Yesterday, I did not encounter him at all, and yet he shamelessly associates with Lin Qiye? Wait a moment. That individual seems to be the second divine agent. Huh? You mean him? The divine agent? The one who, alongside Lin Qiye, is referred to as the divine Gemini? Who else could it be? There are only these two divine agents in the training camp. The crowd gazed at Lin Ze, unable to believe he was a divine agent. After all, Lin Qiye's performance yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. Even though he did not defeat Wang Mian, he engaged in a back-and-forth battle. In contrast, Lin Ze did not even make an appearance yesterday, inevitably leading to their skepticism. Alas, it is truly regrettable. Lin Qiye is like a star in the heavens, while Lin Ze seems to dwell in the depths below. He must have been too afraid to confront the masked team yesterday, opting to hide instead. And now he must face them today. How amusing indeed. Lin Ze, perplexed, felt as though he was surrounded by a throng of dim-witted individuals wherever he went. Initially, he thought this was merely a tactic employed by certain novelists. However, he soon realized that art is derived from life. Lin Ze could easily ignore this motley crew, but Lin Qiye could not tolerate their remarks. He was ready to confront them immediately. Yet, just as he took a step forward, Lin Ze firmly restrained him. What are you doing? They're speaking about you. Did you not hear? You may endure, but I cannot. Observing the furious Lin Qiye, Lin Ze hastily attempted to explain, invoking the adage that a great tree does not contend with the grass. He urged him not to concern himself with the opinions of such rabble. No matter how Lin Ze reasoned, the fire within Lin Qiye could not be extinguished, until Lin Ze finally said, "Wait a moment. My actions are for the purpose of a grand rebuttal. Rest assured, I shall strike back decisively." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye finally calmed his temper. However, just as one wave subsided, another arose. Lin Ze spotted Chao Yuan approaching the group of people while wearing prayer beads. Lin Ze thought to himself, "Oh no, this madman is not planning to attack them on my behalf, is he? Please don't go to such extremes." Yet, Chao Yuan's subsequent actions took Lin Ze by surprise. He continuously twirled the prayer beads in his hands and offered a shallow bow to the individuals. At this moment, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief. It seemed he intended to use kindness to sway them. Nothing to worry about then. In the next instant, however, Chao Yuan's refined demeanor vanished completely. He brought his fingers together and pointed at the man, exclaiming loudly, "Minuosi." Lin Qiye was left bewildered. It turned out to be a case of courtesy preceding force. Chao Yuan, you truly are something else. Chapter 58. The Battle of the Moon Demon's path to enlightenment. Chao Yuan was not one to willingly immerse himself in the trivialities of the mundane world. As long as his interests were not threatened, he generally refrained from engaging with others, let alone exchanging harsh words. However, there existed a crucial precondition. He would not tolerate any affronts to his two esteemed patrons. Now, as a group mocked Lin Ze, how could he endure such insolence? The Buddha preached forgiveness, but his mission was to usher these offenders to meet the Buddha. Wow, Chao Thief, is that truly you? Monastics do not speak falsely, exclaimed Bai Li Bang in a thick Cantonese accent. You scoundrel, he continued, pointing an accusing finger at the offender. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye exchanged glances. Lin Ze tentatively inquired, "Qiye, you wouldn't resort to cursing as well, would you?" Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. Generally, I do not insult others. When have you ever seen me curse?" Lin Ze detected the nuance in his words. "So, what constitutes a general situation then?" "Perhaps a secondary situation, certainly not the ordinary," Lin Qiye replied with a smile. "What are we waiting for? Let's showcase our verbal prowess." With that, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye stepped forward. Employing gestures of practice makes perfect to counterattack relentlessly. Typically, Lin Ze bore no grudges, as he preferred to retaliate immediately. After unleashing a torrent of curses, he felt a sense of purification within. He had never considered engaging in a contest with these individuals, for in his eyes, they were merely stepping stones on the path to the protagonist's growth. A resolute effort to turn the tables would suffice. However, after spending time with Lin Qiye, Pang Pang, and Xiao Yuan, Lin Ze realized that retribution need not be postponed until later. It could be delivered in a most literal sense. With a gentle sigh, he mused, "It is truly wonderful to have you all by my side." Before long, the commotion below attracted the attention of Yuan Gang, who deemed Lin Ze and his companions typical offenders and had them penalized by standing aside. It was not favoritism on Yuan Gang's part. Rather, their outbursts were simply too vigorous. The targets of their ire dared not retort, as doing so would invite a physical confrontation. Anyone who had witnessed the strength of the quartet would think twice before responding. Let us see if you dare to speak so carelessly again." Before departing, Pang Pang spat on the ground. Though such an act might offend, he was discerning enough to distinguish between slighting an individual and clinging to a powerful ally. Moreover, he now regarded Lin Ze as his friend. How could one stand idly by while friends suffered? Once this minor incident was resolved, Yuan Gang resumed his exposition of the competition's rules from the elevated platform. At that moment, Pang Pang whispered to Xiao Yuan, "Aren't you monastics supposed to be truthful? Wouldn't such cursing lead to a loss of merit?" Xiao Yuan cast a glance at Pang Pang and replied, "Indeed. It could result in a deduction of merit. However, I am currently compensating for that." He lifted a string of prayer beads before the crowd, his fingers deftly manipulating the beads with fervor. The flustered demeanor resembled that of a student hastily completing assignments on the final day of vacation. Moreover, I stowed away my prayer beads while reprimanding. The Buddha should remain oblivious. Xiao Yuan, with utmost seriousness, added his commentary. The three of them exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang had concluded all he needed to convey. At that moment, Yu Gue approached Yuan Gang and whispered, "Instructor Yuan, is everything truly all right this time? Do you think Lin Ze might possess exceptional combat skills?" Yuan Gang let out an unexpected chuckle. "Oh, certainly not. Just consider. He is merely a student without any professional training. What skills could he possibly have? Lin Ze is simply slightly more adept in the realm of forbidden abilities. Furthermore, his former captain, Chen Mai, advised me to train Lin Ze diligently. This alone indicates that the lad is lacking." Yuan Gang was not deceiving Yu Gue. He genuinely held this belief. However, he may have misunderstood Chen Mai's intent. This training was not the same as that. Yet, Yu Gue had already been profoundly impacted by Lin Ze. The image of Lin Ze lingered in his mind like an inescapable nightmare. For some reason, I still feel something is amiss. Just by observing his stance, it appears that Lin Ze is exceptionally formidable. Yu Gue noted Lin Ze's upright posture, steady foundation, and restrained aura, all of which suggested he was far from a novice. Yet, based on the facts, where would Lin Ze find the time to learn all of this? Could it be my imagination? Yu Gue found himself ensnared in self-doubt. "Are you going to step up? If not, I shall," urged Yuan Gang. "I've been itching for a challenge these past few days." Yu Gue quickly acquiesced. "All right, just give me a moment to prepare." "Oh, what is there to prepare? Just select a few individuals to practice against. That should suffice to intimidate Lin Ze. Remember, their combat levels are all quite comparable." With that thought, Yu Gue's confidence surged. The mass team behind him expressed their unwavering support. Boldly, Yu Gue ascended the platform and declared to the audience below, "Even without forbidden abilities, I could defeat you as easily as one would swat a fly." This proclamation incited the crowd's ire. "If we cannot match you in forbidden abilities, we can at least overpower you in a brawl. One spit from each of us would drown you." They shouted, "Do you understand the tactics of swarm?" The contest commenced. "Come one by one. I do not care what methods you employ, be they underhanded tricks or team tactics. At the very least, ensure you take down 3 of your opponents." Yuan Gang encouraged the onlookers. The competition was structured in a champion format, with a member of the mass team serving as the title holder. The trainees from the training camp acted as challengers. Victory would only be claimed after defeating 2 title holders. As the challenge began, Yu Gue faced his first adversary, who towered over him in stature. In the public perception, One might assume that a tall and robust individual possesses greater prowess. However, in the presence of a highly skilled entity, such as the moon demon, stature offers no advantage. In fact, it may render the target even more conspicuous and susceptible to defeat. As a man swung his fist toward the moon demon, the latter remained unfazed, deftly sidestepping the attack before delivering a decisive blow to the man's back. With a resounding crash, the man fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. In the first round, the moon demon emerged victorious. He paused for a moment, astonished at the ease of his triumph. I understand now. Among these individuals, only a scant few, like Lin Ze, possess exceptional capabilities. The majority are merely novices. Come fort. Allow me to showcase my prowess upon you. Following this encounter, the moon demon rediscovered his confidence, much to the delight of the members of the masked squad. In the subsequent dozens of contests, the moon demon exhibited his skills unilaterally. He no longer concerned himself with merely winning. Instead, he focused on conserving his energy while inflicting maximum damage upon the recruits. At this juncture, his confidence soared to its zenith. He pointed at Lin Ze in the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, "You, yes you, step up here. You claim to be a divine agent? I can see right through your facade." Lin Ze incredulously gestured toward himself. "Me? You want me to go up?" "Yes you. What is the matter? Feeling timid? It's too late to beg for mercy now." Lin Ze disdainfully approached the arena. Within his heart, Lin Qiye deeply admired the moon demon. Truly, he exemplified the essence of a special squad, constantly honing their skills. Among the four of us, he chose the most formidable contender to face off. This fearless determination is indeed commendable. Meanwhile, the moon demon remained blissfully unaware of the truth. He perceived Lin Ze's seemingly exhausted demeanor as an opportunity for easy conquest. The moment to demonstrate one's worth is now. Lin Ze, my actions are not to showcase my own greatness. I merely seek to reclaim what I have lost. In that instant, a thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind. The school bully struck me once, and I refused to yield. After school, I confronted him in the garden, and he struck me again. This time, I conceded. Chapter 59, Nix's second child? At this moment, the moon demon was in a state of turmoil. He was incessantly preoccupied with reclaiming what he had lost, yet he risked losing even more. Come on, Lin Ze, I have awaited this moment for far too long. Long? Just a few hours? Since our separation yesterday, it seems we have barely reached 10 hours. Moon demon, that's not the point. With that, the moon demon took the initiative. He knew he could not outwit Lin Ze with mere words. It was time to let his fists do the talking. Without hesitation, he launched a barrage of punches aimed at Lin Ze's face. However, Lin Ze deftly evaded each fierce attack with agile movements. The moon demon exclaimed, "Ah, you can dodge that? Where did you learn this?" Lin Ze replied slowly in 1974 for the first time in Southeast Asia. All right, keep going." In the next moment, the moon demon grew serious. Amidst a relentless downpour of strikes, he finally seized a fleeting opportunity. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch to Lin Ze's abdomen. Just as everyone thought the confrontation would end there, Lin Ze pivoted and altered his stance. Grasping the moon demon's fist, he effortlessly tossed him aside, causing the latter to stumble. Tai Chi, 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. Where did you learn that?" Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. "A Mr. Ma from my neighborhood taught me. I even mastered his signature move, the lightning 5 whips." With those words, Lin Ze unleashed his offensive, abandoning his defensive posture. The lightning 5 whips caught the moon demon off guard. Indeed, Master Ma possessed remarkable skills. Just as the moon demon struggled to keep up, Lin Ze delivered a side palm strike to his ribs, a technique from Wing Chun. The moon demon groaned, "Big brother, you know Wing Chun too. Who taught you that? It can't possibly be Master Yi." Lin Ze's mind raced for a plausible excuse. Actually, it was not him. One day, I dreamt of an old man with a white beard who told me my bones were extraordinary. Before he could finish, the moon demon interrupted. "Are you kidding me? Who would believe that?" Hearing this, Lin Ze pondered. Does the moon demon count as a ghost? Probably. At that moment, Lin Ze decided to drop the facade. "I'm done pretending. I'm revealing my hand. All right, I'm a fraud. I've never trained at all. As those words left his lips, Lin Ze swiftly turned and apprehended the moon demon, firmly restraining him on the arena. The moon demon, somewhat unwilling, retorted, "Humph. I refuse to accept this. Let me tell you, you should challenge our captain. He promised to back me up." Just then, a voice echoed in their ears, belonging to Wang Mian. "What? You say there's a mysterious invasion in the east? All right, I'm on my way. Let us go. We must carry out our mission. Instructor Yuan, we shall take our leave. Moon Ghost you. After finishing, please come over by yourself." With that, Wang Mian led his team away without a backward glance. Lin Ze, however, seemed to possess an extraordinary edge, unable to be touched even slightly. As he watched Wang Mian and the others disappear into the distance, Moon Ghost fell into profound contemplation. "Captain, the eastern region is not our area of responsibility." Subsequently, Lin Ze did not trouble Moon Ghost further. He helped him to his feet and then let him go. After all, as a member of the special team, it was only fair to extend some courtesy. Once the mass team finally departed, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Had Lin Ze not driven them away, they would have faced an uncertain fate. In that moment, Lin Ze became the savior of the masses. Yet, why they found themselves in peril is a matter best left unasked. After the mass team left, there was no time for a meal. The training camp returned to its regular schedule. Everything unfolded as Lin Ze was accustomed to, with the exception of the injured participants from the competition. Everyone engaged in physical training on the playground, with the regimen unchanged from before. They ran 100 laps around the field. Predictably, the plump one fainted from exhaustion, earning the instructor's praise for his resilience. Alas, for those unaccustomed to such exertion, 100 laps proved quite the challenge. Even the show-off failed to complete the designated number. Among the many in the training camp, only Lin Ze and Lin Qiye accomplished the task. This was not merely due to their superior stamina, but because both had surreptitiously employed mortal realm divine domain. They were aware of each other's deceit, yet tacitly accepted this conduct. Everything transpired just as Lin Ze recalled. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang was in his office, puffing on his cigarette. "Shen Muyi, how dare you misreport the situation? Thankfully, Moon Ghost navigated this murky water for me. Otherwise, it would have been me in handcuffs." After witnessing Lin Ze's true capabilities, Yuan Gang felt an increasing sense of dread. When Shen Muyi had told him Lin Ze was weak, he had nearly believed it. In retrospect, it was a close call. However, someone was specifically assigned as Lin Ze's sparring partner, so that was one less concern for him. Quite satisfactory. Soon, night fell, and everyone returned to their dormitories. The conversation among the three of them transitioned from that girl from the neighboring class is truly beautiful to what if Qin Shi Huang were to travel to modern times. The shift in topics was indeed vast, yet such is the nature of their discourse. Under the guidance of Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, they swiftly concluded their chatter and prepared for sleep. The naive plump one genuinely believed the two were tired. Once their eyes closed, one returned to the stage while the other found himself in a psychiatric hospital. Before long, Lin Qiye quietly rose and made his way to the rooftop. Lin Ze naturally noticed this. The aura of a deity? Is it Nyx? The timeline appears to be inconsistent. How could 7 nights have released Nyx ahead of schedule? In Lin Ze's memory, Nyx's healing progress surpassed 50 only after traversing that mountain. Could it be that 7 nights, having spent a considerable amount of time with me, has become more cheerful, thereby accelerating Nyx's healing process? This notion does seem plausible. Never mind. It is not my concern. I shall retire for the night. Some individuals will undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep tonight. Lin Ze was referring to the instructor group, including Yuan Gang. With a deity appearing in the training camp, how could they possibly find rest? Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the goddess of night, Nyx, gazed at the encroaching darkness and spoke. "Thanatos, is this your divine realm?" Lin Qiye, observing the scene before him, responded, "No, this is a world that truly exists." Before he could finish, he noticed Nyx's expression shift to one of seriousness. Concerned for her well-being, Lin Qiye hurried forward to support her. "Mother, how are you feeling?" Nyx, with an expression of delight, exclaimed, "Thanatos, I have found your brother." Lin Qiye's pupils dilated in shock. "Brother? My brother? Chapter 60. The God Who Governs the Undead, Sharon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was momentarily bewildered. A brother? Where could he possibly have a brother? He only had an aunt and a younger sibling. Wait, my current identity is that of Nix's son. Therefore, this brother must be Nix's offspring. Mother, where did this brother come from? Are you perhaps mistaken? It is getting late. Shall we return? I will take you out for a stroll another time. Lin Qiye recalled his first encounter with Nix, when she mistook vases and chairs for her son. Now, although her condition had stabilized somewhat, there was a chance she might become overly anxious and cause further disturbances. Moreover, this was the training camp for the night watchmen of the Great Xia. The presence of an outer god here would undoubtedly incite fear among the people. As Lin Qiye had surmised, Yuan Gang and the others had taken notice of this suddenly manifested deity. Through their expert analysis, they determined that this was not merely the emergence of a divine agent, but the genuine arrival of a true god. Upon realizing this, and to avert any potential catastrophe, he had already requested the headquarters to dispatch a human paragon for support, though he was uncertain when assistance would arrive. To ensure the safety of these recruits, Yuan Gang had no choice but to confront the situation alone, weapon in hand. No, there can be no mistake. Donatus, you and your brother share the same bloodline. I would never fail to recognize my own son. My other son is right here. Donatus, come, I shall take you to meet your brother. Before Lin Qiye could react, Nix seized his hand and vanished from the spot. In this shroud of night, Nix could traverse to any place of her choosing. Although Lin Qiye felt a pang of anxiety, he was also immensely curious about this brother Nix spoke of. Surely, it could not be yet another collection of vases and jars. In the blink of an eye, Nix transported Lin Qiye to a new environment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback. Wasn't this his own dormitory? This dormitory housed only him, Lin Ze, and Fatty. Could it be that Nix referred to one of them as her son? Lin Qiye's mind raced. Instinctively, he dismissed Fatty for no particular reason, simply as subconscious rejection. Thus, only one option remained. Lin Ze. Yet, why would Nix regard Lin Ze as her son? Lin Qiye found it hard to believe that Lin Ze was the reincarnation of Nix's child. After all, his own son was a mere fabrication. How could Lin Ze possibly be real? In that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly recalled a commonality. Both of them were agents of the Seraphim. Perhaps Nix had drawn this conclusion based on their shared essence, believing them to be brothers. As Lin Qiye suspected, Nix, filled with despair, approached the window where Lin Ze lay asleep. At this moment, Lin Ze's eyes widened in astonishment. From a moment, Nix entered the dormitory. He had been forcibly awakened by the stage. Additionally, the stage had activated its emergency protection mechanism. To safeguard Lin Ze, the stage could repel Nix or pull Lin Ze into its embrace, ensuring that even divine beings could not harm him. However, Lin Ze chose neither option, for he was acutely aware that Nix was Lin Qiye's mother. Even if Nix intended to harm him, Lin Qiye would mediate. He was apprehensive that any actions he took might disrupt the unfolding events concerning Lin Qiye. Thus, he opted to take a gamble. He wagered that Nix would not act against him, and that Lin Qiye would not idly stand by while he was in peril. Of course, he had also prepared an escape route. Should his life be threatened, he would immediately summon the stage to pull him in. As he heard footsteps drawing nearer, Lin Ze's heart raced. At that moment, he scarcely dared to breathe. Lin Qiye, too, was on the edge of anxiety. He understood that Nix had come to regard Lin Ze as her son. However, he could not guarantee whether Nix would commit any outrageous acts against him. He did not dare to gamble. Subsequently, Lin Qiye took a swift step forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Ze's bed. Yet, Nix swiftly appeared before Lin Ze. In the darkness, she was nearly invincible. Just as Lin Qiye intended to turn and intercept Nix, he was struck by the sound of her heart-wrenching sobs. "Sharon, my child, at last I have found you. My child, my dear child." Upon witnessing this, Lin Qiye finally exhaled, relieved that Lin Ze would not come to harm. Lin Ze, too, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing those words. "Sharon? Child?" The moment he heard these terms, enlightenment dawned upon him. When he had watched the tale of slaying the gods, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with Greek mythology. Sharon was indeed one of Nyx's many offspring, tasked with ferrying the souls of the deceased from the realm of the living to the underworld. He navigated a boat along the river of the dead, transporting souls to the other shore of the underworld, allowing them to face judgment or embark on their posthumous journey. He was akin to a ferryman. This bore a faint resemblance to the role of Lin Ze's stage. However, unlike Sharon, Lin Ze directly retained the souls on his stage, allowing them to voluntarily impart their abilities to him. Yet the most crucial revelation was that Sharon was the brother of Danaus. Indeed, in this elaborate charade of playing the son, Lin Ze had assumed the role of Lin Qiye's brother. This detail weighed heavily on Lin Ze's mind. Recognizing that Nyx bore no ill intent, he gently turned to wipe away the tears at her eyes. "Mother, please do not weep for me, for it would sadden me." "Lin Qiye? No, how could you adapt so swiftly? This seems rather amiss." Chapter 61. Yuan Gang's misunderstanding. Lin Qiye was suddenly struck by the realization that Lin Ze was undoubtedly vying for his affection. Nyx, witnessing this, was equally surprised. "My child, my dear child, you are unharmed. This is splendid news. When I saw you without breath, I feared the worst." Lin Ze offered an awkward smile. "Goodness, with a deity standing behind you, how could you dare to breathe?" "No, that's incorrect. You are, in fact, a deity yourself." Lin Ze hastily concocted a flimsy excuse to evade the situation. "Donnas, come forth and greet your brother. It has been so long since you last met. You must have missed each other dearly," Nyx exclaimed as she pulled Lin Qiye closer. Before Lin Qiye could react, Nyx enveloped both of them in a warm embrace. "My children, let's never part again. Forever." To the world, Nyx is the goddess of night, the embodiment of darkness, one of the 5 primordial deities in Greek mythology. Yet, before Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, she was merely a mother, a pure, unadulterated mother. The two did not resist, allowing Nyx to hold them close. After a moment, Lin Ze softly suggested, "Mother, this place is rather cramped. Shall we find somewhere else to converse? What do you think, dear brother?" Lin Ze felt that it would be better for them as mother and sons to reminisce outside. After all, should Nyx's emotions sway, the inhabitants of the training camp might not withstand it. Lin Ze cast a knowing glance at Lin Qiye, who instantly grasped his intent. Lin Qiye then turned to Nyx and said, "Indeed, mother, this space is too confined. I believe brother speaks wisely." Upon the mention of brother, Lin Ze distinctly noted a weightier tone in Lin Qiye's voice. Yet, there was no alternative in their relationship. Lin Ze indeed held the role of an elder brother. Nyx smiled gently. "It matters not, my children. In this realm of darkness, you may go wherever your hearts desire. In the night, all places are our home." In the next moment, Nyx transported them into a celestial expanse. They stood upon nothingness, completely suspended in the sky. Had it not been for Nyx's presence, they would have surely plummeted. Lin Ze glanced down, then lifted his gaze to behold the stars before him. "Real stars." He whispered, "Mother, mother, I find that spot quite delightful. Shall we go and explore?" He pointed towards the rooftop of the training camp. "Of course, my child," Nyx replied. In an instant, they found themselves atop the training camp's rooftop. Feeling the pull of gravity, Lin Ze felt significantly more at ease. He wasn't afraid of heights. It was simply that the elevation was exceedingly daunting. There's a lyric about standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. They were directly standing shoulder to shoulder with the stars. How could one not feel trepidation? At that moment, Lin Qiye stealthily approached Lin Ze, inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of heights? Aren't you scared?" "Not scared," came the reply. "You're quite impressive, little brother." Upon hearing the term little brother, Lin Qiye's face flushed instantly. Men, regardless of their age, are particularly sensitive to the word brother, especially among siblings. "Be quiet," Lin Ze retorted. "What's the matter, little brother? Do you have something weighing on your mind? Let your brother assist you in alleviating your troubles." All right, so that is how you want to play it. Once I can fly, I'll be the first to take you to the skies." Observing their playful banter, Nyx clapped her hands in approval. Lin Qiye, drawn by this sound, suddenly noticed that Nyx's healing progress had surged remarkably. From an initial 51, it had climbed to 55. Could it be? that addressing him as little brother truly had an effect. With a tentative spirit, Lin Qiye softly called out, "Brother." "Big brother?" Setting aside Lin Ze's stubbornness for the moment. It was evident that Nix's healing progression had indeed increased. It seemed that Nix had developed her mental affliction due to her children, thus requiring them for her recovery. Lin Qiye mused internally. Meanwhile, Lin Ze remained unwavering in his big brother demeanor. At that juncture, Nix approached Lin Ze, taking his hand as she spoke. "Child, it's far too difficult for you to be alone out there. Mother has a gift for you. Having strength will prevent you from being bullied, allowing me to rest easy." As she spoke, Nix produced a mask that resembled the starry night sky. Lin Ze instantly recognized it as Nix's essence of the night. He instinctively refused, for it was meant for Lin Qiye. He would never engage in such an act of usurping his brother's fortune. Furthermore, Lin Ze possessed his own source of power. The abilities of the trickster were no less formidable than those of any deity. "Mother, please keep it for little brother. I am strong enough. You need not worry." Nix waved her hand dismissively. "Sharon and Thanatos are always by my side. I can protect him. However, you are different. You are alone out there. You must possess some strength." Yet, even with Nix's insistence, Lin Ze could not acquiesce. "Mother, if little brother has no use for it, then please keep it for yourself. I am strong. I can protect myself and my brother. You need not be concerned." Witnessing Lin Ze's resolute stance, Nix found herself in a predicament. At that moment, Lin Qiye interjected, "Since it is Mother's request, you should accept it, brother." The friendship between the two would not be expressed overtly, yet their hearts harbored wishes for each other's well-being. Nevertheless, Lin Ze still refused. Nix then conceived a brilliant idea. She divided a portion of the essence of the night, presenting a glass orb-sized fragment before Lin Ze. "Child, how about this? I will gift you a fraction of the essence, and you can nurture it yourself. Simultaneously, this will not affect me. You must promise me." Witnessing Nix's resolute demeanor, Lin Ze ultimately acquiesced. He did not wish to impact Nix or Lin Qiye due to his own decisions. However, it now appeared that refusing to accept would indeed have a more profound effect on both of them. "Thank you, mother." Having decided to accept, Lin Ze proceeded without hesitation. Immediately, he felt a surge of power within him. This was the second divine force he had acquired, following the power of the Seraph. Both powers were bestowed upon him by Lin Qiye. Compared to Zhanshen, Lin Qiye seemed more akin to a portable power bank. The illusory portable power bank, Zhanshen. The genuine portable power bank, Lin Qiye. Nevertheless, Lin Ze had always been the type to refuse unearned rewards. Now that he had accepted a gift, he felt compelled to assist in return. Currently, the only way Lin Ze could aid Lin Qiye was by treating Nix, enabling him to swiftly acquire the other's abilities. As for whether he would attain extraordinary reproduction, that was beyond Lin Ze's concern. He was well aware of how to treat Nix. Consequently, Lin Ze opened his arms, ready to embrace Lin Qiye. "My dear brother, let's share a hug." Lin Qiye reacted swiftly, placing a hand to block Lin Ze. "Hey, what are you doing? Did you not see how delighted our mother is?" Lin Ze reminded him. Lin Qiye glanced at Nix's healing progress, which indeed seemed to be improving. Lin Qiye then inquired, "Mother, do you have anything to say?" Nix, with a benevolent expression, gazed at the two and remarked, "The harmony between you brothers is more important than anything else. This reassures me. It's effective. Then let us embrace without reservation. It is merely a hug, after all. Friends often share embraces, do they not?" Subsequently, the two brothers embraced to bring joy to Nix, presenting a scene of fraternal affection. However, the atmosphere seemed somewhat tense. Just then, the iron door leading to the rooftop was suddenly flung open. Yuan Gang, upon seeing the two awake on the rooftop in the dead of night, quickly covered his eyes and exclaimed, "You may continue. I have seen nothing." Lin Ze and Lin Qiye exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if there had been some misunderstanding. Chapter 62. The Two Divine Proxies. Observing Yuan Gang hastily approaching and then swiftly departing, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye seemed to grasp the underlying tension. They turned to face each other, their noses nearly touching, a scenario ripe for misinterpretation. Realizing this, they quickly distanced themselves. Initially, Their intention was merely to attend to Nyx. Yet, inadvertently, they found themselves embroiled in an unexpected mishap. How absurd. At that moment, Nyx's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. What troubles you, my children? Was it that individual who interrupted you? She declared, preparing to confront Yuan Gang. Fortunately, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye reacted promptly, each grasping one of her hands, preventing a potentially disastrous confrontation. It would indeed be remarkable if Yuan Gang could survive the wrath of a deity. Just then, Yuan Gang became aware of the mission that had brought him here. He reopened the iron door, sword in hand, anxiety etched across his face as he addressed Nyx. May I inquire as to why you are present within the realm of Daxia? The realm of Daxia? I merely came to reunite with my two sons and to visit their divine domain. Nyx replied, her tone dismissive. Yet, the three present could sense her simmering fury. Any misstep from Yuan Gang could provoke unforeseen consequences. After all, she had finally reunited with her children, and now an intruder threatened to disrupt their moment. Who would not be displeased under such circumstances? Sons? Two sons? Yuan Gang questioned, perplexed, glancing at Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. They are the offspring of the goddess of night, Nyx. No. She refers to us as proxies. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye quickly clarified, echoing the explanation Lin Qiye had previously provided to Yuan Gang. Lin Ze had not anticipated that he would also be regarded as a son of Nyx. Much like Lin Qiye. Then, may I take my leave now, Your Excellency? Yuan Gang inquired cautiously, aware that his foremost duty was to safeguard the new recruits. Nyx's presence was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Nyx cast a reluctant glance at the two. At that moment, Lin Qiye added, Mother, perhaps you should return for now. Lin Ze chimed in with a cheerful smile. Mother, I will visit you often and ensure my younger brother is well protected. Seeing her sons express such sentiments, Nyx felt compelled to say little more. After casting one final glance at them, she vanished into the night. Moments later, Yuan Gang's earpiece crackled to life with a voice, Boss, the crisis has been averted. No divine presence is detectable now. Shall we stand down? Yuan Gang exhaled deeply. Yes, stand down. The danger has dissipated. Also, inform that human pinnacle not to come. Having addressed these matters, Yuan Gang turned his attention back to Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. He harbored a multitude of inquiries within his heart, eager to pose them to them. You just mentioned that you're the divine agents of Nyx. Is this veracity? Indeed, it is true, they replied in unison. Yuan Gang then inquired, Are you not the agents of the Seraphim? How did you come to be the divine agents of Nyx? I am perplexed. How did she find you? Lin Qiye replied, I was sleeping when she entered my dream, proclaiming that my bones were remarkable and beckoning me to become her divine agent. Once again, they answered in harmony. Perhaps Lin Qiye had been deceived by Lin Ze too many times. This excuse had been learned well. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding between them. Brother. Of course, brother. Yet Yuan Gang regarded them with incredulity. This, you truly did not rehearse. Such synergy? Indeed, between the two of them. Contemplating this, Yuan Gang's expression grew grave as he asked, I have one final question for you. Sensing the seriousness of Yuan Gang, Lin Ze anticipated the forthcoming query, undoubtedly regarding their allegiance. There was no hesitation. They undoubtedly stood with the great Xia. However, the next moment, Yuan Gang's question took them by surprise. Do you both fancy women? Upon hearing this, the two were instantly petrified. They had thought this matter would simply pass. Who could have anticipated that Yuan Gang would broach this topic? Alas, a blunder of great magnitude had occurred. Nonsense. Instructor Yuan, may we not inquire about something more conventional? After confirming their stance, Yuan Gang refrained from pursuing the matter further. Generally, there would be no missteps. The next moment, Yuan Gang solemnly asked, I wish to ascertain, which side do your allegiances lie? Is it with the great Xia? As he spoke, Yuan Gang tightly gripped his sword, eyes fixed upon them. Certainly, this shall forever be our stance. Hearing this, a smile instantly illuminated Yuan Gang's previously tense visage. Good, now I am at ease. Then you may continue. It is already quite late. Tomorrow we have training. Do keep an eye on the time. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Yuan Gang closed the iron door, vanishing from their sight. On the rooftop, only Lin Ze and Lin Qiye remained, tousled by the wind. It seems the misunderstanding has escalated. What should we do? Should we attempt to clarify? Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. The more we explain, the more tangled it becomes. Let us simply carry on with our tasks. Remember, never fall into the trap of self-justification. So what shall we do now? Sleep. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately clutched his chest. Return to the dormitory. We shall each sleep separately. Subsequently, the two returned to their dormitory. After quietly lying down, they each engaged in their own pursuits, one heading to the hospital, the other to the stage. What a predicament! They had only just arrived. Yet misunderstandings ensued. Their bond was purely platonic. Nevertheless, the experience was not without its merits, as they had acquired Nyx's essence of night. According to her, by nurturing this essence, one could gain Nyx's abilities. Quite a fruitful venture indeed. Just as Lin Ze was preparing to examine the benefits bestowed upon him by the essence of night, an unexpected message materialized before him. Intercept a message. Do you wish to accept? Intercept. Message? Lin Ze gazed at the unfamiliar words before him, having never encountered such a situation before. Tentatively, he clicked accept. In the next moment, Yuan Gang's voice resonated in his ear. Lin Ze, hasten to the commandant's office. I have matters of great importance to discuss. Instructor Yuan? At that moment, Lin Ze understood. It must be that Yuan Gang had employed some method to convey his message. Since his consciousness was still within the stage had intercepted it directly. Lin Ze then began to ponder Yuan Gang's intentions. Why did he summon him alone? What pressing matters required his attention? The questions eluded him. Thus, he stealthily departed the dormitory, making his way to the commandant's office. This night, it seemed, would not allow for restful slumber. Chapter 63. The Prelude to Intrigue? Commander Yuan, you summon me? Lin Ze inquired softly as he entered the chief commander's office. Ah, Lin Ze, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat. Yuan Gang gestured to a chair beside him. Lin Ze complied without hesitation, albeit perplexed about the purpose of Yuan Gang's summons, particularly since such an event did not occur in the original narrative. His presence had undoubtedly altered the trajectory of the story. Commander Yuan, please do not keep me in suspense. Speak plainly. I shall do whatever I can, Lin Ze stated directly. He firmly believed that Yuan Gang would not have called him over at such an hour merely for idle chatter. He suspected the discussion would pertain to the Seraphim and Nyx, as well as the matter of being a dual divine agent with Lin Qiye. At that moment, Yuan Gang hesitated slightly before asking, Lin Ze, if I may be so bold, what type of woman do you prefer? Lin Ze's mind momentarily stalled at this unexpected inquiry. What relevance does this question have to our forthcoming discussions? Why are you asking this now? Commander, this seems rather personal, does it not? Please answer me. Seeing Yuan Gang's earnest demeanor, Lin Ze reluctantly divulged his preferences. I like long, wavy hair. Is it your only requirement? No, that encompasses 3, Lin Ze replied, bewildered. Yuan Gang nearly faltered at this revelation. You sly rascal. Quite ambitious, aren't you? Very well. Very well. Upon hearing this response, Yuan Gang visibly relaxed. Lin Ze, however, was perplexed. What does this question have to do with our training session? Well, it does bear some relevance. After all, attending to the psychological well-being of our recruits is part of our responsibilities, Yuan Gang explained. Lin Ze was left speechless, recognizing that Yuan Gang had misinterpreted his relationship with Lin Qiye. Growing somewhat impatient, Lin Ze remarked, Is there anything else? If not, I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. This was indeed true. He had other pressing tasks, particularly examining the essence of night that Nyx had bestowed upon him. Yet, he had been lured here by an urgent letter, only to be confronted with such trivial questions. As Lin Ze prepared to depart, Yuan Gang hastily interjected, Wait a moment. That was merely small talk. I have yet to discuss the main issue with you. This pertains to your training tomorrow. Would you like to hear about it? Training tomorrow? Lin Ze feigned surprise. If I recall correctly, we are to tackle the crossing of Jinan Mountain, are we not? Moreover, the instructors have insidiously devised obstacles to mislead us. However, Lin Qiye managed to uncover them, becoming the first to emerge unscathed in 20 years. Regarding this narrative, Lin Ze had already thoroughly memorized it. However, he was quite curious about why Yuan Gang had called him out alone. Noticing the astonished expression on Lin Ze's face, Yuan Gang smirked. Indeed, allow me to inform you. Tomorrow we plan to have you all scale the Jinan mountain. Moreover, each individual will carry their own burden. Do you think this is merely a straightforward physical training exercise? If that is your assumption, then you are gravely mistaken. Regardless of your efforts, you will never reach the finish line. We will place an obstruction within the mountain that will disorient you. In other words, no matter how hard you strive, you will merely be going in circles. As Yuan Gang spoke, he observed Lin Ze's expression, which grew increasingly astonished, and only then did he feel satisfied. Huh? Did you not expect this, young man? You are still inexperienced in contending with us seasoned veterans. However, what Yuan Gang did not realize was that Lin Ze was not taken aback by this revelation. Instead, he pondered why Yuan Gang would divulge such information to him. Quite peculiar. Lin Ze asked directly then, "Why are you telling me this? Do you perhaps have other plans?" Yuan Gang laughed heartily, patting Lin Ze on the shoulder, and said, "Lin Ze, you are indeed a clever individual. I did not misjudge you. You are correct. I summoned you with other intentions." "What intentions?" "I want you to be an undercover agent." Undercover? Upon hearing this term, Lin Ze visibly became excited. Does this mean he could have his way with that group of recruits? Yes, an undercover agent. Yuan Gang pointed at Lin Ze and elaborated. "Here's my plan. Tomorrow, you will scale the mountain with your burdens. Your task is to hinder them from reaching the finish line as much as possible. Tomorrow's exercise is divided into two parts. The first part is purely a physical training session. The second phase will be a one-on-many brawl. However, the timing of entering the second phase is entirely up to when you can identify the obstruction we have set up. Naturally, we will provide some clues during this time. Your mission is to prevent as many as possible from reaching the finish line. What do you think? Are you interested?" The more Yuan Gang spoke, the more exhilarated he became. He felt his idea was nothing short of genius. It not only trained the recruits' endurance, but also invigorated them. Lin Ze alone could outmatch all of you, yet you still lack effort. Simultaneously, it indirectly nurtured Lin Ze. With Lin Qiye at the forefront during the special training, he also honed Lin Qiye's skills. Incredible. A triple benefit. Truly a brilliant idea. At that moment, Lin Ze also stood up excitedly, declaring with righteous fervor, "What? You want me to turn against my dear comrades? They are all my beloved friends and brothers. Your arrangement places me in an unjust predicament. This cannot stand. I must object." Yuan Gang found himself momentarily stunned, for in his grand design, he had overlooked the most crucial aspect, Lin Ze's willingness. Tentatively, Yuan Gang inquired, "What would it take for you to agree?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze replied, "You must increase the remuneration. Yuan Gong. Upon the successful completion of the task, I shall personally present you with a forbidden item as a token of my appreciation." "It is settled then. Let's agree on this, Instructor Yuan. No turning back. I shall take my leave now. Thank you." Lin Ze did not grant Yuan Gang the time to respond, swiftly grasping his hand. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret washed over Yuan Gang. Blast it. I spoke too hastily. I should have bargained. No matter. A minor loss is still a loss. Chapter 64. Ascend to Greater Heights. After concluding his discussion with Yuan Gang, Lin Ze departed without a backward glance, fearing that any delay might incite Yuan Gang's regret. An item deemed forbidden may hold little significance for a person of Yuan Gang's stature. Yet for an ordinary person like Lin Ze, it was an invaluable treasure. It possessed the potential to bestow upon him a second forbidden abyss ability. Although Lin Ze already wielded 7 such abilities, one could never have too much power. Versatility is a boon. Moreover, numerous dangers awaited him in the future. Hence, he must seize the moment to strengthen himself. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Ze adeptly made his way to the stage, issuing a command. No further communications will be accepted, lest Yuan Gang reconsider and attempt to negotiate anew. As he re-entered the stage, the King of Ghosts and the Nanda Serpent Demon knelt before him. "Your Majesty, you have returned." "Lin Ze? Your Majesty?" Where did you learn this new term? Old Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Kongcheng approached slowly, clutching his longsword. Well, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps it is from reading recent palace intrigue novels. It is of little consequence, merely a title. Who knows what you will be called upon your next visit? One must admit, Lin Ze found himself intrigued by what moniker they might bestow upon him next. Last time it was Master, and now Your Majesty. What could possibly follow? Let it be a delightful surprise. Lin Ze chose to set aside this matter for the moment. Time was fleeting. He needed to discern the benefits that Nix's essence of night would confer upon him. Once clarified, he would retire for the evening, as a significant event awaited him on the morrow. My dear classmates, with that, Lin Ze opened the latest notifications from his stage. Soon, he encountered the information he sought. Detected the essence of night from the goddess Nix. You may join the performance script. Would you like to add a new performance? Indeed, as Lin Ze had surmised, acquiring the essence of night was akin to defeating an opponent. It allowed for the direct acquisition of the opponent's divine abyss. Without hesitation, Lin Ze declared, add the performance. In the next instant, the stage environment transformed dramatically. Lin Ze, once illuminated by the spotlight, was enveloped by darkness. Whispers filled the air around him. Lin Ze listened intently, hoping to glean some techniques for portraying Nix. Who turned off the lights? I can see nothing. Your Majesty, come save me. Your Highness, I can no longer see you. Lin Ze, perhaps it is best to disregard this. As he settled into the experience, Lin Ze unexpectedly recognized this feeling. It mirrored the moment when Nix had transported him and Lin Qiye into the starry expanse. In the next moment, the stage reverted to its familiar state. Lin Ze looked up and discovered that the ceiling above the stage had transformed into a twinkling expanse of stars. Could the acquisition of divine powers alter the very environment of the stage? It certainly seemed that way. He recalled the moment he first learned about the Seraph, feeling as if a celestial being was gazing upon him. Now, the stage had metamorphosed into a starry sky. He began to wonder what changes might occur with the next deity he would study. Successfully added a new performance script. Goddess of Night, Nix. Nix's satisfaction level, 37, reaching a satisfaction level of 25 grants audience rewards. Acquired divine relic, Starry Night Dancer. Performance level of the Starry Night Dancer, 30. Lin Ze stared at the information before him, incredulous as he read it over and over. How could this possibly be correct? He remembered that when he first performed as the Seraph, the satisfaction level was merely 2. Yet now, Nix's performance level had surged to 37. It was astonishing. He glanced again at the Seraph's satisfaction level. Seraph's satisfaction level, 30. Goodness. Truly difficult to please. After such a lengthy performance, only achieving 30 satisfaction. Meanwhile, Nix achieved 37 upon her arrival. Soon, Lin Ze began to contemplate the reason behind this disparity. Perhaps it was related to the deities themselves? He did not know the Seraph personally, resulting in a low initial satisfaction level. But Nix was his mother. It was entirely reasonable that she would hold a high level of satisfaction for him. Indeed, this revelation appeared absurd, yet was entirely logical. In truth, had it not been for the constraints of the stage, Nix's satisfaction level might have soared beyond 90. Terrifying. Could this be the power of maternal love? Subsequently, Lin Ze turned his attention to the newly acquired divine relic. Starry Night Dancer. Could the Starry Night Dancer also perform? Or was the performance of divine relics merely a means to allow for an in-depth study of their capabilities? The same technique can yield vastly different results depending on the practitioner's skill. Some wield it with immense power, while others may only find it a mere trifle. This distinction lies in proficiency and comprehension of the technique. Reflecting on martial arts novels, he envisioned practitioners who practice their strikes daily, ultimately achieving perfection and even cleaving the heavens. Now, Lin Ze gained a deeper understanding of this performance. It was not solely about learning the capabilities of this divine relic. Rather, it intended for him to hone the relic to its utmost potential. To achieve the legendary state of great perfection, the performance level would need to reach a staggering 100. He would steadily strive towards that goal. Having clarified these thoughts, Lin Ze exited the stage and returned to his dormitory. Soon, he fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the urgent sound of a whistle. Upon hearing the call, the recruits hurriedly donned their uniforms. And Lin Ze was no exception. Lin Qiye, come help me. Fatty can't get up. Lin Qiye continued to struggle to lift Fatty. However, Lin Ze, without turning around, remarked, use the old method. The old method? Lin Qiye paused for a moment before instantly grasping the implication. Taking a few steps back, he swung his fist in a wide arc, landing a blow squarely on Fatty's face. Thud! Yao Guang activated its defense mode once more, startling Fatty awake. Lin Qiye looked at the now alert Fatty and said, hey, actually works quite well. Lin Ze, you never cease to impress. After rousing Fatty, the trio made their way to the playground, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. More recruits continued to arrive, falling into a pace that was neither hurried nor slow. Overall, this assembly was considerably swifter than the first. On the platform, Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. They're all good soldiers. Quite impressive. Except for Lin Ze. Perhaps it was due to Lin Ze having taken another forbidden item from him, but seeing Lin Ze now irked him slightly. Soon, everyone had gathered, and Yuan Gang began to outline the day's agenda. Today, we will not be training at the base. We're going out for training. This announcement elicited a cheer from the crowd. Although they had not been confined for long, the prospect of going outside still thrilled them. Fatty exclaimed excitedly to Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, that's fantastic. We can go out. Finally, we won't be stuck in this small space. However, Lin Qiye slowly interjected, actually, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Think about it. If the instructor is taking us out, it means the conditions here can no longer support our training. In other words, the intensity of our training might increase. Upon hearing this, Fatty froze in shock. Is that so? Yet, Lin Ze, why are you so excited about this? Surely, you can't be that oblivious? Lin Qiye looked curiously at the grinning Lin Ze. In his recollection, Lin Ze was a remarkably astute individual. He couldn't fathom him missing such a point. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Huh, am I really that happy? Yes, it's practically written all over your face. Well, I suddenly recalled some joyous thoughts. As Yuan Gang concluded his introduction, the group boarded a bus and arrived at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Upon disembarking, the atmosphere among the recruits was palpably more exhilarated. Yuan Gang stood before them and declared, within the time limit, traverse this mountain. Bring your burdens. The rules I have previously articulated need not be reiterated. For 2 decades, no individual has successfully scaled this mountain. Let me witness if any among you can shatter this record. Yuan Gang's words acted like a surge of adrenaline, igniting the fervor within the hearts of the youth. It must be me. I shall undoubtedly become the first to achieve this in 20 years. Nonsense. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed. Ha ha. Then let us see you try. Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. Observing this fervent assembly of spirited youths, a barely perceptible smile graced Yuan Gang's lips. Climb on. Beyond this mountain lies an even greater peak awaiting your conquest. Chapter 65. A punishment worse than death? Stop dawdling. Let us hasten our departure. I too yearn to be first. As the crowd eagerly ascended the mountain, the rotund Bailey spoke up. Hearing his words, the 3 companions felt a twinge of disbelief. It was unusual for him to exhibit such zeal. Why this sudden burst of enthusiasm? Yet, they refrained from discouraging him. It was a rare moment of motivation for the boy, and they did not wish to extinguish it. Indeed, let us set forth, Lin Ze urged, equally eager to engage in a spirited exchange with his charming classmates. After all, these individuals represented fragments of forbidden treasures in Lin Ze's eyes. Furthermore, any forbidden item that Yuan Gang deemed worthy would undoubtedly possess considerable value. However, Lin Qiye slowly lifted his burden, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Could it be that the instructor merely intends to test our physical endurance? If that were the case, would such elaborate measures be necessary? No, there must be a hidden motive. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Qiye's analytical prowess to be so astute. Such insight was commendable, indeed. Nevertheless, the current circumstances placed them in opposition to one another. Lin Ze in the shadows, Lin Qiye in the light. Perhaps Lin Ze mused, but regardless, we must embark on our journey first. Whatever actions they undertake, we shall devise a strategy to counter them. As the saying goes, when the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall dam them. His words garnered agreement from the others. With that, they each shouldered their weights and commenced their ascent. During the climb, Fatty casually inquired, Chow Yuan, why have you chosen to accompany us? Even if they are your benefactors, this seems excessive. Since their morning assembly, Chow Yuan had been keenly observing the two, occasionally glancing in their direction as if fearing they might flee. Upon reaching their destination, he approached them, specifically Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. Curious, Lin Qiye regarded Chow Yuan, who smiled and explained, if we set aside the notion of benefactors, I simply wish to befriend you both. I believe only we, the outcasts, can forge such a bond. His words struck a profound chord within Lin Qiye. Before encountering Lin Ze, he had indeed been an outcast, with no friends in his world, only an aunt, a younger brother, and a little black dog. But that was no longer the case. He had friends now. Seeing Lin Qiye acquiesce, Chow Yuan turned to Bailey Fatty and asked, what do you think? Fatty quickly denied, I am unlike you. I am merely a child from an ordinary family. 3 individuals. Ordinary family. Chow Yuan glanced at Lin Ze, remarking, given your stature among anomalies, I suspect your situation is far from favorable, is it not? Surprisingly, Lin Ze shook his head in denial. Not at all. My childhood was rather pleasant. Anyone who dared to ostracize me, I would simply invite them to the grove after school. A swift remedy, indeed. What? You assert that a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness? I care not for its sweetness. It merely quenches my thirst. Physical therapy. You truly are remarkable, Lin Ze. However, upon reflection, it became evident that their shared experiences rendered them quite suitable as companions, their personalities meshing seamlessly. As their conversation flowed, the quartet ascended to the mountainside, buoyed by the presence of friends, momentarily forgetting the burdens they carried, as if they had arranged this mountain excursion together. Yet, at that moment, several drones suddenly appeared overhead. What is the purpose of this? One pondered. Are they here to monitor our adherence to the rules? As the plump one exchanged glances with the drones, one of them emitted a blinding flash. Lin Ze, quick-witted, yanked the plump one aside. Turning to look, the latter discovered that the very spot he had occupied was now reduced to a charred expanse. At that instant, Lin Qiye shouted, no matter what it is, it certainly cannot be anything good. Run. With those words, the 4 began to sprint frantically toward the summit, pursued relentlessly by the drones trailing behind them. Moments later, a familiar voice crackled through their earpieces. New recruits, should you be captured by the drones, you will face certain consequences. What those consequences entail, you shall soon discover. What is your name? I am called Xia Yan. Please share the greatest regret of your life. It was during a sweltering summer. I returned home after an all-nighter at the internet CAF, only to notice a car in the corner shaking incessantly. At that moment, our teacher had urged us to act heroically, and I assumed they were in peril, so I stealthily approached. Peering through the window, I beheld a man and a woman trapped inside, already shedding their clothing due to the heat. The man was performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation while the woman cried out for her father. It was then I realized they were indeed in danger. Recognizing this, I resolved to execute my rescue plan. Chapter 66. The rescue of the brother. Upon hearing this, the new recruits, who had been sprinting incessantly, abruptly came to a halt, ensuring that the wind's howling did not obstruct their amusement. Even the instructors, upon listening to these words, displayed a glimmer of excitement. One of them jested, urging to continue. In the next moment, the voice of that individual once again resonated through the earpiece. At that moment, I realized that relying solely on my own efforts might yield little success. Thus, I summoned the adults from our community. To speak candidly, the people in our vicinity are truly warm-hearted. As soon as they heard of someone in peril, they promptly assembled. Some wielded flashlights, while others brandished shovels. After I relayed the situation to them, they rolled down their car windows, and the couple was successfully rescued. The husband and wife merely sought to indulge in a novel experience. Yet this young man inadvertently rallied almost the entire neighborhood. Merely listening to the tale evoked a sense of frustration that gnawed at one's very core. At this juncture, the instructor's voice echoed once more through the earpiece. Ah, is not helping others a commendable act? Why do you regard this as your greatest regret? The crux of the matter lay here. I was indeed acting out of benevolence. Yet not only did the individual I rescued fail to express gratitude, but he also cornered me at the school gate and assaulted me. Such injustice. Henceforth, I transformed into a person devoid of warmth, vowing never again to assist others. Upon hearing this, the recruits exhaled in relief, grateful to the elder brother for ridding them of a nuisance. Simultaneously, they felt sympathy for him, believing that his beating was far too lenient. All right, that shall suffice. Have you all heard? Should you find yourselves captured, you too will be subjected to inquiries. Best of luck. After the interrogation of that individual concluded, the instructor's voice resonated again, albeit this time directed towards them. Upon hearing this, the recruits, disregarding their need for rest, shouldered their burdens and resumed their frantic sprint. After all, each individual harbors secrets untold. Lin Ze, Qiye, and Xiao Yuan. Suddenly, Bai Li, with a serious expression, halted the trio. If I am captured, ensure that you eliminate me at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, my phone has been specially calibrated. It contains several gigabytes of sensitive information. Remember to assist me in deleting it, including the browsing history. As they were all teenagers, Bai Li's words resonated with them. Lin Ze, curious, inquired by the way, hasn't someone always been looking after you since childhood? Why then do you watch videos of other teachers? You do not understand. Theory must be intertwined with practice. Only through simultaneous learning and application can one achieve progress. The trio remained silent, contemplating this statement. Lin Ze recalled a rather classic saying. If only you channeled that energy into your studies, you would have long been the top of your grade. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, their primary goal remained to evade those drones. They all harbored secrets amongst themselves, and during this time, quite a few individuals found themselves apprehended. Subsequently, they were subjected to a series of bizarre inquiries from the instructors. What is the worst thing you have ever done? I sprinkled itching powder on an elderly man and then stole his scratching tool. What? And what else? I placed cockroaches in a blind man's bowl, claiming they were dates. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye felt inexplicably perturbed. How utterly inhumane. A brute. Lin Ze turned his head and inquired, what is the matter? Do you resonate with that? To be honest on that day. Enough. Stop the nonsense and let us move. As time passed, familiar voices echoed through their earpieces. If one day you marry a stunningly beautiful wife, what is it you would most desire to do for her? I wish to wash her feet. Oh, is it out of love? No, it's to ensure food safety. What? What is your greatest regret during puberty? I harbored feelings for the sister next door, but I never confessed until she moved away. Finally, a sensible response. The instructor sighed and continued, if you like someone, you should confess. If you don't, it will never happen. Or are you afraid of rejection? No, the main reason is that her husband wouldn't approve. What? The assessment concluded, and the results were announced. Wei Wu Yifeng. As they listened to the incessant voices, the group ceased to view it merely as entertainment. They understood that they could very well be the next to experience social embarrassment. The continuous stream of voices from the earpieces became an unending source of motivation, propelling them forward tirelessly. Lin Ze had grown accustomed to such discussions. However, the ensuing dialogue captured his attention. Name, Li Liang. In your life, who do you cherish the most? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Liang replied, my elder brother, Shen Xingzhu. Oh, is there such a thing? Elaborate. The instructor's curiosity was piqued. He had interrogated many individuals, each with varied preferences, but he had yet to encounter someone who favored men. The new recruits were similarly intrigued. The female soldiers transformed into enthusiastic commentators, exclaiming, this is so good. Everything I learn will only balance my nutrition. Even the three others, aside from Lin Ze, wore expressions of disdain. Yet, only Lin Ze understood the sincerity of their bond. In a previous life, it was here he came to comprehend the essence of brother joie. He was a person with a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Though he seldom expressed it, he possessed a delicate nature, fiercely loyal to his friends. Subsequently, Li Liang divulged the reasons behind his admiration for Shen Qingzhu. In a selfless act for the sake of his brother, he relinquished his opportunity to take the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, the others finally comprehended the depth of their bond. So it was indeed a pure friendship. I had presumed it to be something far more convoluted. Lin Qiye, along with two others, engaged in discussion. At that moment, the brash brother was surely on the verge of being captured. Lin Ze thought to himself, "Wait for me, brash brother. You must not be caught." He then turned to the group and said, "We should hasten our departure. Capture is imminent. I am quite curious about the secrets you all harbor." Lin Ze's words struck them like a shot of adrenaline. Subsequently, the four resumed their relentless dash. Along the way, Lin Ze also managed to rescue several individuals. They were soon pursued by drones and were on the brink of surrendering. Yet, it was Lin Ze's timely appearance that saved them. As a result, he garnered a wave of admiration from bystanders, who would exclaim in praise of Brother Ze. However, Lin Ze's actions were not born of altruism, but rather a strategic endeavor to cultivate his influence. After all, these individuals would ultimately be subdued by him, so letting them go now would indeed be a waste. At this moment, nearly everyone extolled Lin Ze as a benevolent soul, capable, unselfish, and embodying the essence of a true leader. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye sensed an unsettling anomaly. Something was amiss. When had Lin Dog become so compassionate? Such aberrations often conceal ulterior motives. Never mind. I shall proceed with caution, Lin Qiye mused. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mountain, Brother Shun, you should go on without me. I can no longer move. Continuing with me would only hinder your progress. Go, Brother Shun. I believe you will surely triumph. Glancing at the drone overhead, Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow. He turned and discarded his burden towards the drone above. With a loud boom, the drone exploded in midair, resembling a burst of fireworks. Brother Shun, isn't it against the rules to discard your load? Rules? They are merely constructs of man and can certainly be broken. However, Brother Shun, look up. Shen Qingzhu raised his gaze and noticed several missiles hurtling toward them. In that critical moment, an idea struck him. Missiles are propelled by oxygen. If I can deplete the oxygen in the vicinity, the missiles won't be able to reach us. Brother Shun, you're incredible. Yet, it seemed they were prohibited from utilizing their forbidden abilities. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu was instantly petrified. How could he have forgotten such an important detail? As he watched the missiles approach, his spirits plummeted. Not because he would fail to claim first place, but because he feared the peculiar questions he might face soon. At that moment, Lin Ze noticed the despairing Shen Qingzhu. Just in time. Brash brother, I am here to rescue you. It appears there is no text provided for me to edit or translate. Please share the content you would like me to work on. Chapter 67, The Blind Student. You have discovered the essence. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu had already closed his eyes, resigning himself to the outcome. However, after a considerable time had passed, he felt nothing at all. With a look of astonishment, he opened his eyes to find that he was completely unharmed. Instead, those around him were swiftly captured by drones. What are you waiting for? Run, Lin Ze exclaimed as he rescued Shen Qingzhu. Yet, Shen Qingzhu instinctively protested, no. I cannot abandon them and flee. Wait a moment. Let go of me. Seeing Shen Qingzhu's stubbornness, Lin Ze ceased to argue and simply seized him by the collar and began to move. As they progressed, he explained, they made sacrifices for you so that you could be the first. They did not intend for you to sacrifice alongside them. Do you understand? Do not squander their goodwill. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Shen Qingzhu experienced a sudden clarity. Nevertheless, even with this newfound understanding, he still felt a heaviness in his heart. Please let go. I can walk on my own. I want to say. Observing Shen Qingzhu's demeanor, Lin Ze smiled slightly. What do you wish to say? Shen Qingzhu stammered. Thank you for saving me. I would like to know what method you employed. The missile had already flown right in front of me. As he expressed his gratitude, Lin Ze sensed a hint of embarrassment in Shen Qingzhu. Yet, he spoke candidly, revealing a glimpse of his character, clear in his affections and aversions. It's quite simple, really. I merely picked up a stone along the way and knocked the missile down. Such an uncommon phrase, stone and knock down the missile. It was hard to believe, not only for Shin Qingzhu, but even for Lin Qiye and his companions. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed Lin Ze's words. Noting the astonished expressions on their faces, Lin Ze eagerly elaborated. It's actually quite straightforward. You find a larger stone and aim carefully, throwing it to strike the tip of the missile. The tip will detonate upon impact. That is how I saved you. Quite simple, right? Beside them, the plump companion spoke slowly. So what you mean is, I should find a stone so heavy that I struggle to lift it, then throw it skyward, ensuring it strikes the tip of a missile traveling at high speed. Is that correct? Lin Ze paused for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's exactly it. You simply made it sound overly complicated. The group exchanged glances, realizing the truth in Chao Yuan's prior words. Indeed, Lin Ze was a monster among monsters, worthy of disregard. In this mountain, there existed items capable of restraining the Forbidden Realm. Yet, what did that have to do with Lin Ze's fundamental abilities? Everything he relied upon stemmed solely from his own strength, with no connection to the Forbidden Realm. He simply enjoyed exercising, thus possessing a bit more strength was hardly an issue. I often indulge in martial arts novels, and the ability to execute a snap of the fingers is certainly within my reach, is it not? Ah, quite reasonable. What does that smell? Do you all perceive it? A pungent odor akin to urine. The rotund Bailey exclaimed suddenly as the five of them walked together. Upon hearing this, the others momentarily froze. Indeed, a sharp stench assaulted their senses. How uncivilized! Who would dare to relieve themselves in such a manner? Should I catch you? You shall certainly regret it. Bailey shouted angrily at the empty expanse ahead. At that moment, Lin Ze discovered the source of the odor emanating from the roots of a nearby tree. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, Bailey, cease your tirade for a moment. This is your doing. The group was taken aback. They had been observing Bailey closely, so how could it possibly be him? However, out of trust for Lin Ze, they refrained from immediate rebuttal and instead watched him quietly. Ah, you must be mistaken. I indeed couldn't hold it in, but that was before we embarked on this journey. We've been walking for quite some time. It cannot possibly be me. Lin Ze did not respond to Bailey. What if we have been circling in place? Human urine can sometimes reveal one's condition. Such a pungent aroma typically indicates a deficiency in kidney energy. Among us, it appears you alone have prematurely leaked your vital essence. And it might even be coupled with diabetes. Look at the tree roots. A swarm of insects has gathered there. The group followed Lin Ze's pointed finger and indeed noticed a considerable number of crawling creatures, predominantly ants. Bailey coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Well, you're only half correct. I do have a slight case of diabetes, but I assure you, I am not deficient in kidney energy. Absolutely not. It is well known that men dread being accused of inadequacy. You may question my capabilities, but you cannot claim my vitality is lacking. The others silently agreed not to expose Bailey's predicament. At that moment, Lin Qiye exclaimed, So we have been trapped here by the instructor. They never intended for us to leave this mountain. Lin Ze nodded in appreciation, finally realizing the truth. Blind one, you have uncovered a crucial point. Chapter 68. Lin Ze. I aspire to be a good person perhaps due to his previous blindness. Lin Qiye was particularly sensitive to the moniker of blind monk. However, since it was Lin Ze who uttered it, he chose not to dwell on the matter. What truly mattered now was to locate the forbidden object that had been influencing them and to dispel its effects, thus allowing them to escape this mountain. It was unacceptable to be toyed with like monkeys by those instructors. Consequently, the five of them convened to devise a meticulous plan. Meanwhile, the instructors monitoring them began to voice their thoughts. Finally, we have made a discovery. Our efforts in providing them with numerous hints have not been in vain. However, Chief, is it truly wise to allow so many of them to pass at once? This seems to contradict our original intent. Instructor Hong expressed his confusion. Yuan Gang, lost in his own thoughts, replied confidently, that won't happen. They won't all make it through. Even without the influence of the forbidden object, it would be impossible for so many to succeed effortlessly. Chief, are you that confident? Just based on Lin Ze? I concede that Lin Ze possesses formidable personal strength. Yet one individual can hardly surpass a multitude. Moreover, Among those individuals is Lin Qiye, another divine proxy. Lin Ze's mental prowess is merely at the realm of a lantern. The crux of the matter is that this young man appears to be excessively self-assured. Rather than eliminating opponents during this phase, he has chosen to rescue them. Should an unexpected turn of events occur, it could adversely affect our future collective training. Instructeur en fervently urgé caution. At the onset of their training, Yuan Gang had unveiled his strategy to them, utilizing Lin Ze as an undercover agent to thwart others, thereby achieving a threefold benefit. Merely hearing of this decision left them unconvinced. However, they had already embarked on their journey, and it was too late for regrets. As before, no one held faith in Lin Ze, save for one, Yuan Gang. With a nonchalant demeanor, Yuan Gang reassured, "Rest easy. My ability to locate Lin Ze signifies my trust in him. You are right. Lin Qiye is indeed formidable. Yet, I believe Lin Ze will manage this matter adeptly." Regarding your assertion that Lin Ze intentionally spared numerous individuals, while I too find it perplexing, I trust he possesses his own assurance. Witnessing Yuan Gang's unwavering conviction, the others felt disinclined to counter his words. After all, he was the leader. To phrase it more diplomatically, he consulted with them. To put it less charitably, he merely informed them. The group fell silent, their gazes fixed on the figures of Lin Ze and his companions on the screen. They pondered the possibility of placing another bet with Yuan Gang, yet recollecting their previous loss, they stifled the thought. As for Lin Ze and his team, after considerable deliberation, they finally formulated their plan. They resolved to adopt a strategy of 4 protecting 1. First, locate the forbidden object, then 4 individuals will protect 1 to destroy it. Initially, the group unanimously chose Lin Ze as the candidate. However, with Lin Ze's insistence, Lin Qiye became the chosen one. Shen Qingzhu was initially displeased, but upon reflection, realized that without Lin Ze, she would likely have been eliminated by now, perhaps even subjected to some embarrassing inquiries. Thus, she held no objections to Lin Ze's decision. Very well, it is settled. Qiye, the task of locating the forbidden object is now entrusted to you, Lin Ze remarked, directing his gaze towards Lin Qiye. The others turned their attention to her as well. The success of this plan hinged on their ability to find the forbidden object. Failing that, all efforts would be in vain. Indeed, Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. In the next moment, a raven with glowing red eyes soared above them. They understood that this was Lin Qiye's ability to control nocturnal creatures in the darkness. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qiye suddenly opened her eyes wide, exclaiming, "I found it. It lies to the southeast. Let us proceed according to our original plan." "Excellent," the group replied in unison. Observing the excitement among the group, Lin Ze could not help but smirk. He thought to himself, "Hasten, hasten. I can hardly wait." Not only would this enhance his physical prowess, but he could also leverage this opportunity to negotiate some benefits with Yuan Gang, while simultaneously dealing with the others. Such favorable circumstances are rare. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his pace unconsciously quickening. The others, inspired by Lin Ze's enthusiasm, felt compelled to keep up. If the leader is working so diligently, we cannot lag behind. Suddenly, the instructor responsible for the forbidden object zone alerted, "Head, they have discovered the forbidden object we set up. Should we intervene?" However, Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, saying no need. Just make a show of it. Lin Ze enjoys saving others, so let him handle it all. Also, those drones can be recalled. I am curious to see if Lin Ze can indeed manage. The instructor in charge of the drones hesitated to speak. Realizing Yuan Gang's words stifled his concerns regarding potential teaching mishaps. Yet, it was clear to everyone that Yuan Gang had shifted his focus to the upper echelons, specifically on the 2 divine agents. More precisely, all attention was directed towards Lin Ze. They were uncertain if Yuan Gang's approach was right or wrong. Their sole duty was to follow orders. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and his companions had stealthily approached the vicinity of the forbidden object. They had devised a strategy. The plump one and Chao Yuan would draw fire from the periphery, while Lin Ze and Shen Qingzhu would stage a feigned assault from within. Ultimately, it was Lin Qiye who delivered the fatal blow, neutralizing the forbidden object. The theory was established, and the practice commenced. Pang Pang and Chao Yuan shouted loudly from the periphery, hoping to attract a portion of the firepower their way. Although their method was rather antiquated, it proved effective. They soon garnered the attention of the drones, which seemed to have no intention of eliminating them, but merely sought to push them aside. Upon hearing the commotion from the outskirts, Lin Ze and Shun Qingzhu sprang into action, positioned on the southern and northern flanks of the forbidden object, respectively. At Lin Ze's signal, the two charged forth towards the central forbidden object. However, just then, a piercing sound echoed above them. Before they could react, missiles descended nearby. To Lin Ze's surprise, the missiles inflicted no substantial harm. They merely forced them back, as if intentionally misfired. Lin Ze could rationalize this. After all, he had made an agreement with Yuan Gang and could not bring harm upon himself. Yet, astonishingly, Shun Qingzhu seemed equally unscathed. It dawned on Lin Ze that perhaps it was due to the fact that he had claimed a forbidden object from Shun Qingzhu, which had left a sense of imbalance in him, leading to this deliberate increase in difficulty. Surely, Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were also unharmed. As Lin Ze pondered these revelations, Lin Qiye seized the opportunity to remove the forbidden object that had hindered them all. Swiftly discarding it aside, he pointed towards the distance and exclaimed, "The plan is successful. We have found our way out. Let us hurry." With that, Lin Qiye turned and sprinted away without looking back. This was part of the strategy. They had anticipated that the instructors would exhaust every means to thwart them once the forbidden object was destroyed. Thus, scattering in different directions was the optimal solution. "Lin Ze, we must move quickly. The instructors may pursue us shortly," Shun Qingzhu urged as he joined Lin Ze. It would be ideal for both to escape together, but if the instructors were to chase them down, he would unhesitatingly stay behind to protect Lin Ze, not out of obligation, but because Lin Ze had once saved him. He did not wish to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Yet in such a critical moment, Lin Ze slowly remarked, "I had no choice before. Now, I wish to be a good person." Chapter 69. Surprise? Shock. Upon hearing those words, Shun Qingzhu immediately sensed that something was amiss. He instinctively took a couple of steps back and tentatively inquired, "Wait a moment. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you're with the instructor team." Lin Ze looked up and smiled. "Correct. Your objective is to scale this mountain, while my aim is to prevent you from doing so. So, how about a little contest?" In Lin Ze's view, it was just the two of them at that moment. If there had been a crowd, he might have found it somewhat challenging. However, facing Shun Qingzhu alone seemed like child's play. Yet, upon hearing Lin Ze's declaration, Shun Qingzhu merely chuckled softly. "Lin Ze, ikensid. You are indeed formidable. I want to even mention our first encounter with a mass squad, as I didn't catch a glimpse of you throughout. Perhaps it was due to your abilities in the Forbidden Ruins being somewhat lacking. However, during our second close combat, it was evident to me that your strength is notable, having bested the battle-hardened Moon Ghost. But if you think you can make me surrender, you are far from it." Lin Ze could roughly guess Shun Qingzhu's response, knowing his character, a brashness paired with an indomitable spirit. Lin Ze's intent was not to force Shun Qingzhu into submission. On the contrary, he was quite eager to engage in a sparring match. "Very well, let us proceed then. There are plenty of others behind us." Seeing Lin Ze's bravado, Shun Qingzhu scoffed lightly. "Though you have saved me, I shall not hold back." With that, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. As the suppressive artifacts restricting their Forbidden Ruins abilities were still in effect, they were compelled to resort to close combat, where the key to victory lay in their fighting skills. In that regard, Lin Ze had never been bested. Yet, it must be said that Shun Qingzhu, hailing from a background of small-time ruffians, possessed strength far superior to others. While Lin Ze could subdue others in 3 moves, it took him 10 moves to bring Shun Qingzhu down. Truly remarkable. Do you yield? No. Still not yielding? Then come again. Now. A tad bit yielding. Have you yielded? Ah. Noticing that Shun Qingzhu had ceased to respond, Lin Ze realized that was a sign of acquiescence, albeit one his opponent was too shy to verbalize. Just then, Chao Yuan's voice suddenly echoed from the thicket. "Hurry. We must make our exit swiftly." By now, they've likely reached the finish line. Truly, a worthy benefactor. In the next moment, Chao Yuan and his plump companion appeared before Lin Ze. Both were astonished upon seeing him. In haste, one queried, "Lin Ze, why are you still here?" Lin Ze smiled slyly and replied, "Of course. I am here waiting for you." His eerie chuckle sent a chill down by Li's spine. Every time Lin Ze emitted that sinister laugh, it spelled trouble. He resembled a villain straight out of tale. Upon spotting Shen Qingzhu sprawled on the ground, Bai Li's suspicions were confirmed. He cautiously inquired, Lin Ze, why are you waiting for us here instead of heading to the finish line?" Before Lin Ze could respond, Shen Qingzhu interjected, "Do you not understand? Lin Ze is an undercover agent for the instructor team. His mission is to prevent us from advancing. I just had a run-in with him, and now it's your turn. Good luck, you two. I still hold hope for you." Shen Qingzhu, with an air of amusement, observed the unfolding drama. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Bai Li simply collapsed on the ground. "So this is how it is. It's no big deal. We won't let a trivial matter drive a wedge between us brothers. Chao Yuan, it's your turn. I believe in you." Shen Qingzhu, having had no prior encounters with Lin Ze, was aware of his formidable strength. How could Bai Li, who had spent so much time with him, be oblivious? Once Lin Ze's true identity was revealed, Bai Li resigned himself to inaction. The three turned their gazes towards Chao Yuan, twirling the beads in his hand. Chao Yuan bowed slightly. "In that case, I shall not engage. The abbot advised me to treat the esteemed with care. I will not lay a hand on Lin Ze." "Quite reasonable," he added before taking a seat. The trio gathered together, engaging in casual conversation. Shen Qingzhu, witnessing this, found it hard to accept. "So, I am to endure the brunt of this alone? Am I the scapegoat here?" However, upon reflection, he recalled that he had insisted on this course of action. Lin Ze had offered opportunities, but he had failed to seize them. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Shen Qingzhu's eyes brightened as he turned towards the source of the sound. "Finally, I want to be alone in this." As the figures drew nearer, they caught sight of Lin Ze. Given Lin Ze's earlier actions, their renewed encounter brought a sense of familiarity. "It's Lin Ze. Wonderful. Our chances of reaching the finish line have increased. Lin Ze is a good person. Not only did he save us, but he also ensures our safe passage to the end. Long live Brother Ze. May you never perish, and may your wife remain eternally youthful." The crowd erupted in joyous excitement. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they could not fathom what awaited them ahead. Chapter 70. The final objective, Lin Qiye. "Zeke, I sincerely apologize for making you wait for us here. Truly, there was no need for such consideration. We could have managed on our own. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your kindness." One individual, upon encountering Lin Ze, eagerly approached to shake his hand. This fervent demeanor left the plump companion and Chao Yuan momentarily stunned. How could this person possess such a positive mindset? They had initially contemplated putting up a fight. Did this group not even wish to struggle? However, it soon dawned upon them that they had perhaps misinterpreted the situation. Lin Ze's presence was not to escort them out, but rather to ensure they remained confined. "Ah, no na fordangs. Will you retreat voluntarily, or shall I force you back?" Lin Ze regarded the leader with a benign expression. "Force us back?" The leader queried, somewhat perplexed. "Zeke, what do you mean by that? Were you not waiting for us to take us out? I can indeed escort you, but only after the designated time has elapsed." As Lin Ze spoke, the realization of his intentions dawned upon them. Regardless of his motivations for barring their passage, they were resolute in their refusal to comply. "We aspire to be the foremost men," one man declared earnestly, stepping forward. "Zeke, from your tone, it appears you do not intend to let us pass today." Lin Ze remained silent, merely nodding. He pondered whether he had perhaps cultivated too much goodwill. It seemed they had misconstrued him as a benevolent figure. It appeared a sign was in order. "This mountain is mine to traverse. This tree is mine to nurture. If you wish to pass, leave a toll." And in a small corner at the bottom, he would add, "Just kidding. Even if you leave, you shan't pass." At that moment, the man's voice rang out again. "Very well. Since you insist on obstructing us, we have nothing further to discuss. Out of respect for your earlier assistance, we shall grant you one chance. Step aside, and we shall pretend this incident never occurred." Lin Ze smirked contemptuously at their audacity. They seemed rather confident, did they not? However, That was precisely the confidence he sought to dismantle. My act of saving you was merely a prelude to this moment. Spare me your banter. Come at me together, Lin Ze declared with nonchalance. Perhaps his dismissive demeanor incited their sense of indignation. The leader shouted in anger, Lin Ze, just because I call you brother does not mean you should take that literally. I acknowledge your strength, but do not forget, there are 5 of us. If you persist in this ignorance, do not blame us for the consequences. Lin Ze stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves. If I recall correctly, I had already shown you some courtesy, had I not? 30 seconds later. Hith, trotter, my apologies. Zeke, I truly understand my mistake now. Lin Ze sat on the back of the man, suddenly giving his head a sharp flick. Just now, it seemed you were the most arrogant, right? Come on, clarify what you meant by truly considering yourself as a brother. I hope you can explain it clearly. The man forced a smile, his mind racing at high speed. In the next moment, inspiration struck. Sheikh, what I meant was that we consider you our brother, but you must genuinely regard yourself as one too. Yes, that's it. You will always be our Zeg. Hearing this somewhat satisfactory response, Lin Ze finally stood up and reset the man's dislocated arm, observing him spring back to life. The others hurriedly chimed in, Zeej, what about me? My arm needs fixing too. Zeej, my leg feels numb. I can barely feel it, boo-hoo. Sheikh, what about my kidney? I feel a bit weak. Lin Ze quickly waved his hand in denial. Hey, that's not my concern. It's your own issue. This remark elicited a burst of laughter from the crowd. Even if Lin Ze had extraordinary powers, he couldn't remedy that. If he truly could, then he might as well help me fix mine. Looking at those twisted arms and legs contorted into bizarre shapes, Chao Yuan couldn't help but recall their earlier arrogance. Fatty, I haven't interacted much with them. Have they always been this bold? I don't know. They do seem quite courageous, Fatty replied, adding if others saw this, Lin Ze would probably make the news tomorrow. The headline would read, 1 against 5, resulting in all 5 dislocations. Fatty interrupted him, saying, hey, that is not how you should phrase it. The correct headline should be, touching. In the wilderness, a man rescues 5 teammates. They were saved, but why was there a need for rescue? That is a question best left unasked. At that moment, while realigning bones, Lin Ze couldn't help but give Fatty a thumbs up. Professional. Turning to the man beneath him, he said, did you hear that? Make sure to send me a banner when you get back. I heard you. Though the man was exceedingly reluctant, he answered without a moment's hesitation. There was no choice. His arms were still in Lin Ze's grasp. He believed that Lin Ze could easily dislocate both his arms and legs in the few seconds of his indecision. At this moment, the laid-back Shen Qingzhu also woke up, silently joining Chao Yuan and Fatty's nonchalant camp. Fatty was the first to notice Shen Qingzhu, recalling that this fellow had performed quite well earlier. Whether facing the masked man or in the recent plan, he was a formidable individual. Did you try your luck with Lin Ze? Shen Qingzhu nodded. Fatty then inquired, so, are you convinced now? Not convinced. Shen Qingzhu instinctively replied. This statement caught Lin Ze's attention. Noticing Lin Ze's gaze upon him, Shen Qingzhu quickly changed his tune. However, Lin Ze does possess some remarkable skills. Once Lin Ze turned away, Shen Qingzhu quietly remarked that compliance depended on the circumstances. This statement piqued Chao Yuan's interest as well. Another brave soul had been discovered. Chao Yuan shifted his position to sit beside Shen Qingzhu. If Lin Ze were nearby, it would indicate compliance. If not, then it would signify defiance. Chao Yuan, the chubby one, mused, what a proud and passionate youth. Once again, he was in a fit of indignation. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, a subtle tremor echoed from a distance. The frequency of this vibration signified the approach of a large troop. Concern for Lin Ze began to gnaw at Chao Yuan. After all, the use of forbidden abilities was not permitted here. Handling 5 individuals was one matter, but could Lin Ze truly stop an entire group? If he faltered, would he need to intervene? But if Lin Ze could not manage it, how could he? Or was it possible that Lin Ze had never intended to stop them all? Were these scenarios part of Lin Ze's intricate plan? Was allowing Lin Qiye to escape a deliberate strategy on his part? A myriad of questions swirled in Chao Yuan's mind. He yearned to assist his benefactor, yet felt utterly lost on how to proceed. Meanwhile, Lin Ze was grappling with his own thoughts. Damn, why are they arriving so swiftly? I haven't even set up my banner. Ah, never mind. I'll just be straightforward with them. Before long, the large troop arrived. Thanks to Lin Ze's intervention, a significant number of new recruits remained, at least a dozen or 20. Much like the previous group, most had received Lin Ze's aid, and thus felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. Before they could voice anything, Lin Ze cut to the chase. You needn't be touched. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am an undercover agent. My mission today is to prevent you from passing through. I now offer you a choice. Sit down quietly and wait for time to elapse, or I shall show no mercy. He initiated a countdown. 10, 9, 6, 3. Hey, why are you skipping numbers? This isn't right. 2. Stop counting. I 1T fight. 1. Time us up. Approximately 1/3 of the group had already sat down. In just 10 seconds, Lin Ze had counted 6 numbers. Coupled with his rapid speech, the actual time for the others to contemplate was less than 5 seconds. Shen Qingzhu, astonished, exclaimed, "This is the realm of negotiation?" In psychology, there exists a theory that deliberately providing the other party with minimal time to respond increases their likelihood of making erroneous decisions. Psychology, huh? My goodness. You are both scholarly and martial. Upon hearing Shen Qingzhu's explanation, Chao Yuan and the chubby one gazed at Lin Ze in disbelief. Was it truly that remarkable? At that moment, Lin Ze turned his head and remarked, possessing a modicum of understanding. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the adversaries before him, whose numbers had now fallen within a manageable range. As they had asserted, even if one were a master of martial arts, facing a multitude would inevitably lead to exhaustion. However, this predicament was, in fact, a fortuitous circumstance for all involved. For if Lin Ze could not resolve the situation with his physical prowess, he would have to resort to the divine realm. Their suppression of the forbidden abilities bore no relevance to his own domain. Thereafter, Lin Ze employed a myriad of combat techniques and military strategies, systematically vanquishing each opponent. Soon, a few scattered individuals arrived, and upon discovering the truth and witnessing the many subdued by Lin Ze, they relinquished any notion of resistance. They all gathered together, engaging in casual conversation, deliberately omitting any mention of the specialized training. The instructor in the monitoring room, observing this scene, even mistook it for a festive bonfire gathering. After checking the time, Lin Ze determined that they could not reach the finish line, and only then did he set forth, for he harbored one final objective. Lin Qiye, Chapter 71. Did Lin Ze and Lin Qiye both fall off the cliff? Have they gone far? Let me take a look. One individual in the crowd stood on tiptoe to gaze into the distance, as if they had indeed departed. Is it true? If you don't believe it, take a look for yourself. They have certainly moved away. Chao Yuan and Fatty exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the crowd's discussion. They could not comprehend why these people were preoccupied with this matter. Who had gone far? Lin Ze. Why were they concerned about whether or not Lin Ze had distanced himself? Just as their confusion deepened, someone in the throng suddenly shouted, "You beast! I've struggled so hard to get here. Do you know how much effort I expended? Damn Lin Ze, I shall never call you Brother Ze again." Exactly. I am at odds with Lin Ze for life. Upon hearing the crowd's grievances, the two finally understood. It turned out they bore a grudge against Lin Ze. Yet, they did not dare voice their feelings openly, hence their repeated inquiries about Lin Ze's whereabouts. As a devoted admirer of the twin brothers, Chao Yuan despised hearing others speak ill of his esteemed benefactor. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lin Ze's actions were indeed rather excessive, offering hope only to snatch it away. Amid Ba, Chao Yuan suddenly uttered this phrase, leaving Shen Qingzhu and Fatty utterly perplexed. In unison, they exclaimed, "Chao Yuan, what are you doing?" "I am accumulating merit. I hope the Buddha and Lin Ze will forgive my indifference." At this moment, Lin Ze had arrived at the edge of a precipice. This must be the spot. I recall that Lin Qiye descended from here initially. Lin Ze remarked as he surveyed the seemingly bottomless chasm before him. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, this should indeed be the place. Qiye is much faster than I, If I were to descend slowly, I would undoubtedly be too late. It seems I must employ some unconventional methods. With that, Lin Ze leaped into the abyss. This appeared to be a reckless act, yet Lin Ze would never undertake a venture without assurance. He realized that upon arriving here, the oppressive force of the forbidden ruins had diminished significantly, almost entirely lifted. Thus, he could utilize gravitational equilibrium to counteract most of his kinetic energy just before impact or employ Dancer of the Night to maneuver freely in the darkness, altering his trajectory. Either method would suffice. During his rapid descent, Lin Ze spotted Lin Qiye, who was cautiously climbing down, and greeted him. "Hello, Lin Qiye. I shall take the lead." Upon hearing Lin Ze's voice, Lin Qiye's pupils dilated in shock. He then saw Lin Ze plummeting at high speed. Coupled with the context of Lin Ze's earlier words, "I shall take the lead." "Lin Ze, you scoundrel." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye relinquished his grip and allowed his body to fall freely. He was determined to rescue Lin Ze. Indeed, Lin Qiye had misconstrued Lin Ze's intent. This step forward is not the same as that step forward. As Lin Ze watched Lin Qiye flying towards him, he was momentarily bewildered. How could this foolish boy have jumped down too? If I can halt my descent, can he not do the same? Without further hesitation, Lin Ze swiftly manipulated the repulsive force to slow his fall. Soon, he encountered Lin Qiye. As he intercepted Lin Qiye, Lin Ze shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you jump down? Was it not you who recklessly fell? Could you not be more cautious?" Upon seeing the worried expression in Lin Qiye's eyes, Lin Ze realized the misunderstanding. He then patiently explained, "It is not as you imagined. I am perfectly fine. I can utilize our Mother S ability, the Dancer of the Night, to land safely." Lin Qiye's anxious heart eased, realizing the truth, and he felt reassured. Lin Ze then countered, "I presume you possess this ability as well, do you not?" "Yes," Lin Qiye replied. "That is splendid. This way, we can both land safely." However, the smile on Lin Qiye's face gradually faded. But I'm still not very adept at it. At the very least, it seems I cannot land steadily." Lin Ze. Chapter 72. Lin Ze. Instructor Lin. Thus, the two exchanged glances in the air for an extended moment. Lin Ze was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Qiye would dare to leap down without any means of defense. Conversely, Lin Qiye was astonished at how swiftly Lin Ze had learned. The question arose, how should they address this predicament? Lin Ze had his own methods. He manipulated gravity, drawing Lin Qiye firmly before him, securing his collar. "Do not move for a moment. We shall be fine." Lin Qiye, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What if I do move? Will we both perish?" "No." "Why not?" "Because if you move, I shall let you fall." Moments later, Lin Qiye, embodying the essence of a curious child, posed another question. "I have one more query. Are we still in free fall? Why then have we not yet reached the ground after such a lengthy duration?" Lin Qiye estimated that they had been conversing in midair for quite some time. Logically, they should have already touched the ground. However, he could distinctly feel that they were still descending. Did you not watch cartoons as a child? A mouse and a cat can remain suspended in the air for quite a while. It is entirely reasonable for us to linger in the air a bit longer. Reasonable? Nonsense. Lin Qiye silently protested, clearly skeptical of Lin Ze's assertion. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, disbelief had to be set aside. Was it truly the case? Certainly not. Such feats belonged to the realm of animation. This was a novel, and the reality was vastly different. The genuine reason lay in Lin Ze's manipulation of gravity, which had imperceptibly altered their rate of descent. This prompted Lin Ze to reflect on how remarkably useful this ability was. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the monitoring room. "Chief, Lin Ze has jumped. What? Has this fool gone mad? Is he willing to risk his life for a mere training exercise? Lin Ze, you must have a backup plan, right? Chief, Lin Qiye has left as well. What? Are they enacting a tragic love story?" In an instant, Yuan Gang felt a surge of anger. He had only these two divine agents, both of whom were dual divine representatives. Will they simply vanish? No. Measures must be taken swiftly. Everyone, come with me immediately to rescue them. Now, at once. As soon as the words left his mouth, no one dared to hesitate. They all rushed towards the base of the cliff, hoping to save Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. They understood all too well the significance of the two divine agents for the Daxia. After all, the last divine agent who had exited from this place had become the captain of a special team. 1 minute later, Yuan Gang gazed up at the cliff's edge. This shouldn't be happening. Why have they not descended? Could they have become ensnared by a branch? Hiss! Strange. As Yuan Gang pondered, a sudden urgent voice echoed behind him. Chief, they're coming down. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang abruptly raised his head, instinctively extending his arms as if to catch them. However, the scene that unfolded before his eyes left him momentarily speechless. Lin Ze was gently lowering Lin Qiye by the collar, descending slowly under the moonlight. Surprisingly, there was a certain elegance to it. This left Yuan Gang perplexed. He grimaced, well, we are all so tense, yet you are still trying to show off. Lin Ze then inquired of the instructors, what are you doing here? Isn't it too early for the designated time? Or are you planning to conclude the special training ahead of schedule? They glanced at the clock and confirmed it had indeed not yet reached the stipulated hour. Although only 5 minutes remained, they estimated they would not make it in time. Nevertheless, the training continued as scheduled. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. After exchanging a glance, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye dashed towards the finish line. Qiye, running 1T get us there in time. We have our mother's abilities, right? But aren't we not allowed to use the Forbidden Ruins? True, but ours is the Divine Ruins. Makes sense. Starry Night Dancer. Starry Night Dancer. Observing their retreating figures, Yuan Gang's expression darkened. At that moment, Instructor Hong remarked, Chief, didn't we establish that using Forbidden Ruin abilities is prohibited? Indeed, but that's their Divine Ruin ability. That's true. There's nothing we can do about it. Yet Yuan Gang's focus was not on Lin Ze's capability. He was aware that both Lin Ze and Lin Qiye were proxies of Nike's, making their abilities entirely plausible. However, what was Lin Ze's ability to control his descent? It felt oddly familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Yuan Gang silently mused, Lin Ze, just how many hidden cards do you possess? At that moment, another instructor approached Yuan Gang. Chief, should we prepare dinner for them? Should we let them have raw beef? Raw beef, accompanied by steamed buns, had almost become a hallmark of the training camp. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Gang replied, yes, absolutely. And make sure it's that tough old beef. I've endured the rain myself. And not only will I not shield them with an umbrella, I'll even tear theirs apart. All right, I'll take care of it. The other instructors felt somewhat bewildered by Yuan Gang's demeanor. He was not usually like this. Could it be that he had been influenced by something? They guessed correctly. Yuan Gang had indeed been stirred, and the source of this disturbance was Lin Ze. He felt increasingly bewildered by this young man. Subsequently, the instructors made their way towards the predetermined finish line. Lin Ze, slow down. Dare to wait for me. All right. With those words, Lin Ze came to a halt. Moments later, Lin Qiye's figure dashed ahead of him. Rest assured, I won't compete for first place with you. My good brother, for life. As they approached the finish line, Lin Qiye occasionally glanced back to see if Lin Ze was indeed lagging behind. Upon realizing that Lin Ze had not pursued him, a flicker of guilt washed over Lin Qiye. How could I doubt him when we were so closely bonded as brothers? Yet, this feeling of remorse did not linger for long. Just as he was about to cross the finish line, Lin Ze's voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear. Just kidding. Lin Qiye could only watch helplessly as Lin Ze sped past him, shouting in frustration, Lindog, you are infuriating. Lin Ze paid him no mind, merely glancing at the time. 59 minutes and 30 seconds, right on the mark. They then waited for the instructors. A few minutes later, Yuan Gang and the others appeared before them. Lin Ze crossed his arms and remarked, you exceeded the allotted time by 10 minutes. None of you qualify. Lin Qiye responded, what sudden whim has taken you? Yuan Gang added, all right, just flipping the script, are we? Chapter 73. Is this a beheading meal? You rascal. Very well, just wait. Soon, you shall have your comeuppance. Yuan Gang silently vowed, already concocting plans for how to retaliate against Lin Ze. Surely one must eat, right? Before long, the remaining group arrived. Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan regarded these individuals with disdain, muttering about their propensity for idle chatter, daring only to speak behind backs. Until the stipulated time set by Lin Ze, they wouldn't even dare to move. Indeed, they had quite the temper. Huh? Why have you all returned together? What a coincidence! Lin Qiye remarked, unaware that Lin Ze was an undercover agent and oblivious to the deeds Lin Ze had undertaken. Subsequently, Yuan Gang proceeded with his usual reprimands. For so many of you, only Lin Ze and Lin Qiye reached the finish line. From now on, you must intensify your training. Understood, novices, Yuan Gang lectured, while the crowd felt as though they were besieged by a stampede of wild horses. If it weren't for you sending Lin Ze to intercept us, would we be in this predicament? Cursed instructor Yuan, cursed Lindog. After a while of scolding, Yuan Gang finally dismissed them. After a day of running, you must be famished. The cafeteria has prepared meals for you. Hurry along. Delicious food awaits. Upon hearing this, visions of delectable dishes filled the minds of the crowd. Merely thinking of it was almost unbearable. Charge! To the dining hall we go. Instructor Yuan still possesses a shred of conscience. They surged toward the cafeteria, oblivious to the true nature of the feast that awaited them. Let us go. We too shall dine. With that, Lin Qiye attempted to pull Lin Ze along. No, I'm not very hungry. No sooner had he spoken than a rumble emanated from Lin Ze's stomach. All right, I'm indeed hungry. Let us go. Regardless of Lin Ze's extraordinary capabilities, he still required sustenance, did he not? Man is iron. Food is steel. The reason Lin Ze initially claimed he wasn't hungry was due to a lingering sense of unease. He recalled a past experience in the training camp involving raw beef, and he felt that his arrival had altered certain plot lines. Yet he sensed that Yuan Gang would not easily forego the opportunity to torment them this time. He had an inkling that Yuan Gang harbored no benevolent intentions. However, at this moment, these were merely Lin Ze's speculations. Upon reaching the cafeteria, the culinary offerings confirmed Lin Ze's apprehensions. They truly intended for US to eat this. After a day of hunger, yet the others remained oblivious to Yuan Gang's intentions. Rather than misunderstanding, it was more reluctance to accept reality. What is this? Why are the ingredients laid out? Are we to cook for ourselves? Oh no, I cannot cook. I have a foreboding feeling. At this moment, Yuan Gang approached the group with a mischievous smile. Enjoy to your heart's content. This will be your dinner for today. Beef, a high-protein food, and steamed buns, rich in carbohydrates. The nutritional balance is quite commendable. With that, Yuan Gang and the instructors moved to a large round table. As he pulled away the red cloth draped over it, a feast of delicacies was revealed before everyone. Oh, how delectable! Come, try this. The meat is truly exquisite. Oh, it is simply divine. Though the green beans are a tad overcooked. Who says they are overcooked? They are fantastic. As they gazed at the sumptuous meal of the instructors and then at their own raw beef and buns, an overwhelming sense of disparity washed over them. However, there was no choice. If they didn't eat, they would go hungry. Lin Ze, Qiye, are we really expected to consume this? Pang looked at the culinary delights on the table, unsure where to begin. He had indulged in steak before, but this rare meat was a first for him. Reluctantly, he turned to Lin Ze and Lin Qiye for support. Hearing the commotion, Chao Yuan cast a pleading glance as well. Lin Qiye, with determination, took a deep breath and bit into the raw beef. However, he soon discovered it was nearly impossible to chew. The blood from the meat surged in his mouth, and he could no longer hold back, gagging violently and shedding a few tears. With nothing in his stomach, he could only retch. Witnessing Lin Qiye's distress, Lin Ze could no longer contain himself. He snatched the raw meat from Lin Qiye's hands and set it aside. Do you want to eat something delicious? Of course. Then, Lin Ze stood on the table, addressing his comrades who were equally struggling with their unpalatable meal. Can you manage to eat this? You can't, can you? Very well, leave it to me. He patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder and said, wait for me a moment. With that, Lin Ze made his way towards the instructor's table. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Ze. What on earth is he planning? Could he possibly be thinking of snatching food from the instructors? How audacious! In front of them, Lin Ze was indeed formidable. But against the instructors, he was merely insignificant. The disparity in their realms was no trifling matter. Not only did the recruits think this way, but the instructors shared the same sentiment. Yuan Gang set down his utensils, watching as Lin Ze approached. Is this kid a bit too confident? He dares to take our food. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. If a scuffle breaks out, there's no need to deliberately suppress our realms. But do be careful not to injure him. Understood. The group responded in unison. To leverage the sheer number of individuals to intimidate the divine agent seems to be a rather favorable endeavor. At this moment, Lin Qiye and the others recognized Lin Ze's impulsive actions. Yet, they understood that there was no way to amend the situation. All they could do was stand resolutely behind Lin Ze. In the next moment, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, Fatty, Shun Qingzhu, and his companions positioned themselves firmly behind Lin Ze. The collective gaze of the group converged upon him. Approaching Yuan Gang, Lin Ze spoke in a grave tone. We desire a sumptuous feast without any restrictions. This is my request. A request? Upon hearing these words, Yuan Gang instantly recalled the conditions Lin Ze had imposed when he had captured Wang. One of those conditions was to fulfill a single request from Lin Ze. He never anticipated it would be invoked in this manner. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Turning to his companion, Yuan Gang instructed, inform the kitchen. Prepare all of our finest ingredients. Boss, this. Hurry. Understood. Consequently, an increasing array of precious ingredients was brought forth. A subtle smile graced Lin Ze's lips as he turned to address the crowd, proclaiming, tonight's expenses will be covered by young Master Lin. Chapter 74. The Feast. Following Lin Ze's request, Yuan Gang endeavored to accommodate him as best as he could. They arranged for the new recruits to sit 8 to a table. Within half an hour, an extravagant array of delicacies adorned each table. Lin Ze was somewhat astonished by the swiftness of the service. Was it truly possible to prepare such a feast so quickly? He had anticipated that preparing meals for so many would require at least an hour. Lin Ze could not help but reminisce about his past experiences at banquets, where an eternity would pass before even a single cold dish was served. With a soft sigh, Yuan Gang remarked that this was, in fact, the slower pace. The primary reason was that the recruits had not undergone proper training. Otherwise, the process could have been expedited even further. What do you mean by that? Lin Ze inquired. Yuan Gang fell silent, merely gesturing for Lin Ze to venture into the kitchen. Upon entering, Lin Ze was taken aback by the scene before him. Goodness, they were utilizing the forbidden abyss for cooking. Standing at the kitchen entrance, he observed utensils flying about chaotically above him. Instead of gas, a fire attribute of the forbidden abyss was being harnessed by one of the instructors for cooking. At that moment, Lin Ze comprehended the reason for their speed. Is this part of the training? He queried. Certainly not. This is in direct response to your request, and I must fulfill it promptly, Yuan Gang replied, genuinely eager to assist Lin Ze. Having committed to Lin Ze's initial conditions, he was determined to uphold his word. A man of honor keeps his promises. Thus, no matter what Lin Ze requested, Yuan Gang would strive to satisfy him as much as possible. Need forbidden items? Granted. Require personnel? Granted. Desire weapons? Granted. The only principle was that it should not jeopardize the interests of the great Xia, and that it was within his capability to provide. In comparison, requesting sustenance was quite a frugal demand. How much could one consume, after all? At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly spoke up, by the way. How much do you have in your storeroom? Surely it's sufficient for our needs? Yuan Gang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. What a joke. The provisions in our storeroom can sustain you lot for an entire year. How could it possibly be inadequate? Very well, then take me to see it. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. As they prepared to leave, Lin Ze abruptly halted. Wait for me a moment. I need to call a few more people. Turning around, he summoned Lin Qiye, the chubby one, Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and several of his younger brothers. Yuan Gang gazed at the assembled group, a sense of trepidation creeping in. I don't know why, but I have an ominous feeling, Yuan Gang confessed. Oh well, how much could we possibly consume? Steeling himself, he led the group to the storeroom. Upon opening the door, a chilling gust of air rushed towards them, revealing a mountain of ingredients before their eyes. Were they not astounded? This storeroom was, in fact, a small-scale domain. The temperature here has plummeted to an extreme, effectively ensuring the freshness of the food. In order to facilitate a fully enclosed training environment, we have prepared a year's worth of ingredients for you. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Yuan Gang explained to the crowd. Indeed, such a scene was truly shocking to them. They had never encountered so many ingredients in their lives, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to them. Yuan Gang was not surprised by the astonishment of the others. However, he was taken aback by the sheer amazement of the young master from the Bai family. Bai Tu Ming, surely your household possesses specialized means for preserving food? It must be far superior to our method. Why are you so curious? The plump and naive one remarked, preserve food? Why bother? We consume everything fresh from the slaughterhouse. With several hundred acres of vegetable gardens and artificial lakes, we simply send someone to catch whatever we desire. The crowd was left speechless. Yuan Gong sighed. I suppose I needn't have asked. Subsequently, Lin Ze conducted a sweeping glance and began directing everyone to gather ingredients. Feel free to take. Select the rarest. King crabs, black truffles, mysterious deep-sea meats. Under Lin Ze's guidance, the crowd soon found themselves laden with an array of diverse ingredients. They then followed Lin Ze to the kitchen, handing over the bounty for preparation. The instructor responsible for cooking cast a sympathetic glance at Yuan Gang. Chief, isn't this what we typically eat during festivals? Why are we bringing it out now? Sighing, he added, just proceed. In the process of preserving food, they had also considered the humane aspect. During festivals, they allowed everyone to enjoy something special. Over the course of the year, there were certainly numerous holidays, and thus the storeroom was stocked with quite a few precious ingredients. Most of these consisted of mysterious meats, which, when prepared using special techniques, could enhance one's physique and increase mental acuity. Truly nourishing. Although it pained him to do so, Yuan Gang had no choice but to comply, having already promised Lin Ze. Brothers, let us feast. Lin Ze and a few others sat at a table, and as he began, everyone eagerly started to showcase their culinary delights. After a day of intense training, they were ravenous. Once sufficiently satiated, Shunqing Zhu curiously inquired, Lin Ze, what exactly did you discuss with Instructor Yuan? How come your words hold such power? The others gazed at him with intrigue. Without Lin Ze, they would still be gnawing on undercooked beef. However, now, they feasted upon a banquet of delectable dishes, a stark contrast from one realm to another. This is our agreement, Lin Ze replied casually. An agreement? With Instructor Yuan? Could they possibly be relatives? At that moment, Lin Qiye slightly tilted his head and remarked, was this benefit you were given at that time? Or did you propose it yourself? I proposed it myself. Just for one meal? Not so. You must fulfill my request. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was taken aback. Is your request merely for us to enjoy a sumptuous meal? You could have asked for something far more significant. What a loss, an utter loss. Lin Ze chuckled softly. Observing Lin Qiye's relentless chewing and the gluttonous expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Ze remarked quietly, it's not a loss at all. Not in the slightest. Amidst the surrounding clamor, his words went unheard. All that registered was that Lin Ze was treating them to this meal. Moreover, Shunqing Zhu had caught on to a crucial piece of information. Lin Ze and Lin Qiye seemed to share some undisclosed matters with those instructors. Lin Ze, Shunqing Zhu inquired, may I know how they were able to fulfill your request? At that moment, the plump one suddenly placed a beef leg in front of Shunqing Zhu. Hurry and eat. Why concern yourself with such details? Focus on the meal first. Lin Ze chuckled at this. Since he wishes to know, let's enlighten him. After all, there are no outsiders at this table. Plump, it's fine. Just share it with him. Once given the green light, the plump one explained. There is not much to it. We simply captured Wang Mian. They agreed to Lin Ze's conditions to ensure the special training could continue. Additionally, I should mention that during the match between Qiye and Wang Mian, Qiye emerged victorious. At these words, Shunqing Zhu's breath caught in his throat. Wang Mian? That Wang Mian? Is it truly him, the captain of the masked squad? Upon receiving confirmation, Shunqing Zhu was left utterly stunned. Initially skeptical, he now found it impossible to doubt. Capturing Wang Mian, such a niche term. Reflecting on it now, losing to Lin Ze seemed quite acceptable. Furthermore, Lin Qiye had managed to surpass Wang Mian. While not as impressive as Lin Ze's capture, it was still quite extraordinary. Is this the caliber of a divine agent? Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. In that instant, Shen Xingzhu felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the two. Just then, two familiar voices echoed through the air. Don't snatch. I saw it first. You saw it first. I would argue that I saw it first. Qiye, this meat strip is for you. This is shredded ginger. You fool. Lindog, are you even alive? Watching the two squabbling over the dishes across from him, Shen Xingzhu's perception of them shifted dramatically. Perhaps they did not exude such an oppressive presence after all. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Lin Ze approached the crowd, holding a large megaphone that he had acquired from the instructors. I apologize for any previous offenses. Enjoy your meal. Remember this. Eliminate the bad habit of thinking that only staple foods can fill you up. You can be just as satisfied with king crab. With that proclamation, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Lin Ze, you are incredible. Behold, I have always asserted the peculiar nature of Zege. If heaven had not bestowed upon this world the likes of Lin Ze, the great Xia would remain ensconced in eternal darkness. Lin Ze, the embodiment of valor. He possesses a heart of gold. Indeed, even if I were not to partake of his hospitality, my words would remain unchanged. The collective admiration for Lin Ze resonates fervently, as if past events had never transpired. This moment stands as a pinnacle of joy amidst the training camp. Yet, in such a dichotomous atmosphere, there exists both elation and despair. Take, for instance, the instructors in the kitchen, whose spoons are nearly ablaze from overexertion. Amidst this polarized ambience, the assembly indulged in their joyful moments, gradually dispersing. Just as Lin Ze and his companions intended to depart, Yuan Gang unexpectedly called out to them. Lin Ze, Lin Qiye, you two remain. The others may take their leave. Chapter 75. Is this the gap between people? Inside the chief instructor's office, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye sat side by side. Yuan Gang pushed two exquisite boxes in front of them. Open them to see. These are the forbidden items you both requested. Lin Ze, yours enhances mental strength. Lin Qiye, yours provides mental protection. Additionally, each of these cards contains 500,000, a reward from above. The two remained silent, merely grasping the forbidden items before them. Lin Ze glanced at Lin Qiye's object, identical to one from his previous life. This would effectively compensate for Lin Qiye's shortcomings. As for himself, he stood immune to mental assaults due to his presence on the stage. Thus, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance, Lin Ze mused. He held his forbidden item tightly. It bore a striking resemblance to Lin Qiye's, both radiant in azure. Yet Lin Ze's was a sharply defined cube. Merely grasping it, he could sense an extraordinary vitality coursing through him, akin to a gentle spring breeze. He vaguely felt that the release of his forbidden essence had grown remarkably smoother. At that moment, Yuan Gang remarked, "You can feel it, can't you? This is merely an additional benefit it grants you. Its true purpose is to store mental energy. When necessary, you can absorb the energy within, resulting in a temporary surge in power. After usage, its reserves will deplete, requiring gradual replenishment. Beyond that, I cannot say. You'll have to explore its capabilities on your own. You're quite fortunate. Such a level of forbidden item is unattainable even for the Bai family." Turning to Lin Qiye, Yuan Gang continued, "As for yours, it lacks complexity. Simply carrying it will shield you from most mental attacks." Lin Qiye responded, "Is the disparity truly this vast? Others receive a plethora of benefits, while mine is succinctly explained. Were it anyone else, Lin Qiye might have contested, but this was Lin Ze, not just anyone. The saying remained, the divine twin stars. Strength holds no preference. Instructor Yuan, I shall forego the money. After the feast you provided, though it was our prior request, I cannot in good conscience accept it. Please keep the money." Lin Ze tucked away his forbidden item and returned the card atop the box, in alignment with Lin Qiye's thoughts. He had no intention of accepting the military's funds. "Very well," Yuan Gang replied without hesitation, swiftly pocketing the card before Lin Ze could withdraw his hand. "Ah, so natural, isn't it?" Yuan Gang remarked with a touch of reluctance. "Since you insist, I cannot refuse. You both just consumed a meal worth several tens of thousands. Ordinary ingredients do not carry such a price. It is primarily the exotic meats that inflate the cost. Those provisions were specially allocated for this particular group." Instructor Yuan, I shall forego this money. I do not wish to accept the earnings of a soldier." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang regarded Lin Qiye with a look of profound satisfaction. He then gave a hearty pat on his shoulder, exclaiming, "What a fine lad! I truly did not misjudge you." Suddenly, Lin Ze interjected, "Instructor Yuan, I too have no desire for that money. Should you also say to me, 'What a fine lad! I truly did not misjudge you'? Ah, you rascal! Now you're trying to engage me in conversation." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three parted ways. On their way back to the dormitory, they encountered numerous individuals, all grappling with the same predicament: nosebleeds. The cause was simple. Overindulgence in rich food had led to excessive internal heat. "Ze, you're back? You should hurry to bed. It's getting late. Good night." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh no, another nosebleed. Ze, I must take my leave." The sentence barely escaped his lips before he tilted his head back and walked away. The most astonishing part was that there were many such individuals. After witnessing so many, it no longer seemed unusual. Once the two returned to their dormitory, they each fell asleep. In reality, one was heading to a mental institution while the other returned to the stage. Upon entering the stage, the Ghost-Faced King and the Nandu, Snake Demon, approached Lin Ze, each wielding a machete, and inquired, "Brother, who shall we strike down this time?" Lin Ze responded with a nonplussed expression. Chapter 76. Decoding Black King Annihilation. "Old Zhao, what have you shown them in my absence? Why does it always involve violence?" Lin Ze exclaimed, gazing at the fearsome duo before him. Each time he returned, these two enigmatic beings appeared transformed. Previously they were regal, and now they assumed the guise of brothers. What might they become next? "Ah, you're calling for me?" I haven't shown them anything extraordinary. They merely follow my lead. Zhao Kongqing's voice emerged from a corner of the stage. Lin Ze turned to find Zhao Kongqing lounging comfortably on a sofa, sipping a soda, with a film playing in front of him. Judging by the clips, it seemed to be a classic gangster film from their era, a revelation that clarified much. They were learning from this. "Just be content," Zhao Kongqing added. "If I hadn't intervened, they would have gone so far as to get tattoos." Tattoos? Those two. Lin Ze looked at the mysterious pair. While he was pleased they could integrate into human society, it appeared they were veering off course. What do they wish to ink? Well, they want to get a tattoo of by Suzhan. Zhao Kongqing pointed at the snake demon. Goodness, that is akin to tattooing an ancestor on oneself. What is the next step? A romantic drama? Next, they want to ink Yama, Zhao Kongqing replied, glancing at the ghostly figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze exclaimed, "Goodness, this one is even more formidable. I didn't expect you to have such aspirations. However, let's put an end to this discussion. It shall not be mentioned again." He turned to admonish the duo. If they truly adopted such a societal demeanor, what would newcomers think upon arriving here? Lin Ze firmly believed they were a respectable organization. Indeed, very respectable. Then, Lin Ze inquired further, "And what about you? Why have you become so lax? I heard from the captain that you were quite diligent before. What has caused this shift?" Lin Ze regarded the unfamiliar Zhao Kongqing with curiosity. "After a lifetime of battle, can I indulge a little?" Zhao Kongqing retorted. "Moreover, I feel there is nothing left for me to improve upon. My annihilating life, shimmering moon, has reached its zenith." With that, Zhao Kongqing turned his attention back to the television screen, engrossed. Lin Ze pondered this revelation. It appeared to be true. Zhao Kongqing had indeed reached a plateau in his development. To be precise, he had no further avenues for advancement. With just the single technique of annihilating life, he had mastered it to its ultimate degree. Lin Ze estimated that Zhao Kongqing's proficiency in the Forbidden Abyss must exceed 90. The only assistance he can offer Lin Ze at present is to serve as his mentor, aiding him in enhancing his performance of Mingxing Shanyu. "Very well. You may take a rest for now. I shall summon you when needed." Subsequently, Lin Ze called upon the Ghost-Faced King and the Nandu Serpent Demon. With a congenial gaze, he addressed the two, saying, "Did you not inquire about whom I would strike down earlier? I am here to provide you with my answer." Upon hearing this, their spirits were instantly invigorated. In unison, they exclaimed, "Brother, speak your mind. We shall assuredly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you." Lin Ze chuckled mischievously, "Of course. It is you that I intend to fell." At this declaration, Their expressions abruptly stiffened, as they recalled the terror they had experienced under Lin Ze's dominion the previous night. For Lin Ze, the path to expeditiously augmenting his prowess lay not only in enhancing his mental fortitude, but also in mastering the intricacies of the Forbidden Ruins. Among these, the one that promised the greatest returns was Black King Annihilation. Should he elevate his proficiency within this realm, thereby acquiring the means to wield such power, it would significantly bolster his capabilities. Moreover, he could apply this newfound method to Chao Yuan, substantially enhancing the combat effectiveness of their team, thus adequately preparing them for the perils that lurked beyond the training camp. However, Lin Ze was not in a rush to act. Instead, he resolved to first ascertain the events of the previous day. After utilizing Black King Annihilation, he had lost consciousness, awakening only to find it was the following morning. Lao Zhao, come here for a moment. What state was I in yesterday? I have no recollection at all. Did you document it? All right, just a moment, Zhao Kongsheng replied. Before long, he appeared before Lin Ze with a small notebook, meticulously flipping through its contents. Please hold on a moment. I have recorded everything for you. During your transformation, you eliminated the Ghost Face King 4 times and the Nandu Serpent Demon 7 times, along with countless ordinary serpent demons. You managed to maintain the highest difficulty against the Nandu Serpent Demon at the peak of the Chuan realm, and the Ghost Face King at the early stage of the Chuan realm. Your final state was one of bewilderment, frozen on stage without any apparent reason. It did not seem to stem from exhaustion or a lack of mental energy. Subsequently, you vanished entirely. Zhao Kongsheng slowly closed the notebook. This encapsulates your entire ordeal from yesterday. There is also a video recording. Would you like to view it? Lin Ze waved his hand. Wait a moment. Allow me to process this. Why do I have a persistent feeling that something is amiss? Why did the Ghost Face King have a notably lower number of defeats? Furthermore, my final state seems rather peculiar. At that moment, the Nandu Serpent Demon interjected, Brother, he was slacking off yesterday. You must punish him. Otherwise, let's only train him today. Seeing this, the Ghost Face King hastily defended himself. Brother, I did not. How could I possibly do such a thing? I have faithfully adhered to your instructions. Lin Ze slowly approached the King of Ghostly Faces and, with a somber tone, inquired, Could you elaborate on the events of last night? The more detailed, the better. Lin Ze possessed unwavering trust in the words of the King of Ghostly Faces. For within the realm of the stage, they were bound by absolute loyalty to one another. He had previously communicated to the king his intent to unleash a full frontal assault upon himself, thus ensuring that the king would indeed exert his utmost effort in that endeavor. There must have been elements at play that Lin Ze had yet to consider. Consequently, the King of Ghostly Faces recounted the sequence of events with meticulous detail, including his own psychological turmoil. With each death I faced, I was gripped by fear. Thus, I exerted all my effort using ghostly countenance to influence you, imploring you not to kill me. Remarkably, you ceased your attacks and instead focused your wrath upon him. As I witnessed your eyes turn red with fury and your realm ascend to the river realm, dread overtook me, compelling me to once again influence you with ghostly countenance. At this juncture, Lin Ze experienced a sudden epiphany. Ghostly countenance had indeed influenced him. More precisely, it had affected him under the auspices of Black King Annihilation. An idea struck Lin Ze. Could he harness this insight to fully control the power of Black King Annihilation? It was indeed feasible. Elevating his performance to over 50% could even deceive his own level. How much more so with this? It was achievable. Chapter 77. Chao Yuan. I elaborate? Come, ascend the stage and practice with me alone, Lin Ze commanded, leaping onto the platform and pointing at the Ghost Face King. Upon witnessing the Ghost Face King being summoned, the Nandu Snake Demon couldn't help but grin, its forked tongue flickering. Silence, Lin Ze ordered, causing the Nandu Snake Demon to seemingly succumb to an unseen force, immediately falling mute. The Ghost Face King, realizing Lin Ze was earnest, adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, Brother, what is required of me? To lift the constraints on your mental power. Shortly, I shall enter the Black King annihilation state once more. Your sole task is to obstruct me as best as you can. Remember, progress gradually, enhancing your mental prowess bit by bit. Understood. After imparting these brief instructions, Lin Ze commenced the Black King annihilation. In an instant, his aura underwent a profound transformation, exuding the presence of a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Even from the audience, the Nandu, snake demon, felt a twinge of trepidation. As before, Lin Ze completely disregarded the protective mechanisms of the stage. Consequently, upon entering the Black King state, he lost consciousness. Time passed. Though Lin Ze was unaware of its passage until he awakened once more, the Black King state now lifted. At what level were you able to restrain me? Lin Ze queried. Peak of the Pool Realm. The Ghost-Face King replied candidly. Peak of the Pool Realm. Good, if you can maintain control. It indicates that my plan is feasible. Proceed. This time, your task is no longer to restrain me, but rather to restore my sanity. With that, Lin Ze once again embraced the Black King mode. Fortunately, within the confines of the stage, their mental powers faced no limitations. Otherwise, after the initial usage, Lin Ze would have likely been left utterly depleted. This could also be a condition designed by the stage to facilitate Lin Ze's learning. To say it was effective would be an understatement. In the next moment, Lin Ze's consciousness was once again enveloped in the void. Unlike before, this time Lin Ze did not feel as desolate. However, remaining in this emptiness was still far from pleasant. He lingered in this void, where his senses had completely vanished. Lin Ze had even lost all sense of time, unaware of how long he had been adrift. Suddenly, amidst this nothingness, he perceived a glimmer of light. Though minuscule, the light stood out remarkably in such an environment. Lin Ze yearned to move towards it, yet despite his efforts, he found himself going nowhere, the light remaining tantalizingly distant. However, as time progressed, the glow grew larger to the extent that Lin Ze no longer needed to move. It began to approach him. Concurrently, he discerned a faint sound. What realm? Peak of the Stream realm? Continue. Ascend to the Sea realm. A familiar voice echoed, yet its origin eluded Lin Ze's memory. As he pondered, a brilliant light suddenly expanded, enveloping him entirely. When Lin Ze opened his eyes, he found himself in a realm of brightness, a stage adorned with a crimson curtain, accompanied by a figure and two monstrous entities. Where am I? He instinctively inquired. A response followed. Remarkable. Lin Ze, I am Zhanshen. We are currently testing your utmost potential. Now that you have regained consciousness, correct? As the words fell, a torrent of memories surged into Lin Ze's mind, strange yet familiar, as if they were not entirely his own. However, he quickly affirmed that these indeed were his memories, for he had always harbored the conviction to enhance his strength and protect those he cherished. I remember now. It seems I have indeed unraveled the Black King state. Lin Ze gazed down at his clawed hands, which occasionally exuded a wisp of ghostly energy. In that moment, he was imbued with an overwhelming sense of power, akin to the sensation he felt upon receiving the legacy of the drama god. Old Zhao, join forces with the serpent demon. This time, your mental energy is unrestricted. Let's unleash our full potential. Witnessing Lin Ze's state ignited a fervor within Zhanshen. He leaped onto the stage with his blade raised, exclaiming, "Excellent! Allow me to take the lead." As the words echoed, their figures collided with remarkable swiftness. The Black King annihilation appeared to Lin Ze as an extraordinary enhancement buff. It could elevate one's strength across all dimensions, yet its drawback was equally apparent. It rendered the user devoid of reason. Forget about employing combat techniques. In a frenzy, one might even misidentify allies. However, Lin Ze had now circumvented this flaw. Empowered by Black King annihilation, he resembled a war deity, his physical prowess reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level, surpassing even that of the Nantua serpent demon. Goodness, it's ineffective. Then let us try this. The Moonlight of Oblivion. Lin Ze scoffed. Ah, the Moonlight of Oblivion? I possess that as well. With that, Lin Ze unleashed a crescent-shaped strike, contrasting Zhao Kongcheng's pristine assault with his own dark, enigmatic attack. This exemplified Lin Ze's relentless pursuit to enhance Black King annihilation. In the hands of others, even in those of Chao Yuan, this formidable power could not be truly realized. Only in Lin Ze's grasp could it flourish, for he had discovered that in this state, all his forbidden abilities, excluding those of the divine ruins, would be amplified. Thus, they engaged in a night of friendly sparring, the cries of the stage echoing without pause throughout the evening. After this incident, Lin Ze's understanding of the Black King annihilation has significantly deepened. The next step is to experiment whether he can the state of Black King annihilation from outside the arena. He certainly cannot attempt this himself, for any misstep would pose a considerable problem for everyone in the training camp. Thus, it seems the choice has been made. Gao Juan, Chao the White Mouse. Chapter 78. The first attempt as consciousness detached from the stage and returned to the dormitory. Lin Ze reclined on his bed, meticulously reflecting on the events that transpired on stage. Overall, the gains from his experience were quite substantial. He had acquired a method to control the Black King annihilation. Although he had yet to practice it, possessing a methodology is always advantageous. The remaining factor is merely a matter of time. Then there was the enhancement of his capabilities. Through sparring with Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Ze gained a general understanding of his own strength. In the Black King state, he could contend with Zhao Kongsheng, who stood at the pinnacle of the river realm. However, since this occurred on stage, Lin Ze's mental energy was continuously replenished. Thus, the strength he exhibited on stage might differ from that in reality. That said, Zhao Kongsheng's mental energy also received replenishment during the performance. Furthermore, his proficiency with the Forbidden Ruins exceeded 90, while adversaries outside would not possess such mastery. Another critical factor was the Phantom Mask King. In the Black King state, Lin Ze regained his lucidity under the influence of the Phantom Mask King. At that moment, it could be said that Lin Ze was at his zenith. The Black King annihilation did not impede him, but rather endowed him with formidable power. Achieving this required the Phantom Mask King to utilize mental energy from the ocean realm. If Lin Ze were to attempt to deceive himself using Phantom Mask Land, he certainly would not attain such an effect. In summary, there were myriad factors influencing strength. Even if Lin Ze were to articulate it himself, he could hardly delineate his prowess at any particular stage. However, it is certain that once the training camp concluded, his realm would elevate to the pool realm, enabling him to contend against foes from the ocean realm. Finally, he possessed a means to fight for his life. It is always prudent to retain an ace up one's sleeve. In the training camp, mental energy was suppressed, making it unrealistic to elevate levels in a short span. Without leveling up, one could not acquire more Forbidden Ruins. Thus, what remained for Lin Ze was to enhance the performance level of these Forbidden Ruins. That was the plan. Tomorrow, he would seek out Chao Yuan to test whether he could maintain control. Later, Lin Ze reviewed the performance levels of his Forbidden Ruins. He had scarcely utilized them that day, resulting in little to no change. Only Gravitational Balance and Night Dancer, the two Forbidden Ruins he had engaged with, showed slight variations. Yet, these changes were not particularly pronounced. Gravitational Balance increased by a mere 2, while Night Dancer saw an even lesser augmentation of only 1. It seemed that to enhance the performance levels of Forbidden Ruins, learning from a teacher was the most efficient method. But what to do in the absence of a mentor? Never mind. He would ponder it later. For now, he would reflect on it himself. The following morning, the familiar bugle sounded. After several days of acclimatization, everyone had grown accustomed to it. They hurriedly donned their attire and gathered on the playground. Lin Ze lent a hand. Fatty still couldn't get up. As per usual, you handle it yourself. All right. With that, Lin Qiye rolled up his sleeves and approached Fatty. The moment he reached Fatty, Fatty sprang up as if resurrected from the dead. Don't hit me. I'm awake. It's quite frightening to be jolted like this every day. Without waiting for the two to urge him, Fatty dressed quickly and stood at the door, awaiting his companions. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Ah, how they've grown. Shortly thereafter, they were all gathered. Instructor Hong began to introduce the day's training agenda to the recruits. They had discussed it previously. The focus of the training for the first half of the year was primarily on physical endurance. Thus, today's session revolved around physical training. Lin Ze listened attentively for a while, understanding the situation. This was akin to the training program before heading to Jinan Mountain, as depicted in the original text. Perhaps due to his presence, some adjustments had been made to the training regimen. In simple terms, it meant the instructor was going to drill the recruits hard. All right, that's enough. Let us commence training. As Instructor Hong's words echoed, the crowd instinctively recoiled. Competing with the instructor? That would simply be inviting a beating. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual was eager to participate. Instructor Hong was pleased. He relished such enthusiasm in new recruits. However, upon recognizing the individual, he was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ze. Perhaps it would be better to skip this one. Turning to the others, Instructor Hong added, by the way, Lin Ze is exempt from this round of competition. Huh? Why am I excluded? You can't treat me differently. Lin Ze had hoped to glean some insights from their experience. Yet, they had outright excluded him from the activity. Well, you don't need to train. If necessary, you can consult Instructor Yuan. He might impart some wisdom. As these words left his lips, Yuan Gang's voice resonated from behind the crowd. I can't teach him anything. The group turned to see Yuan Gang hastening forward. Upon reaching Instructor Hong, he quietly admonished, "Why are you pushing him onto me?" Then, he turned to Lin Ze with a different demeanor. Lin Ze, listen to me. You have essentially exhausted your potential in combat skills. What you can enhance now is your physical fitness. So, focus on your training from here on out. You need not participate in other training sessions. Furthermore, if you wish, you may assist the instructor in training. Without waiting for Lin Ze's response, Yuan Gang turned to the recruits, who is in agreement and who opposes. The crowd pondered for a moment. The instructor's arrangement did seem quite reasonable. They all recognized Lin Ze's strength. He truly did not require further training. Thus, it appeared that the instructor's decision was indeed wise, possibly even beneficial for them. Moreover, was Instructor Yuan truly seeking your opinion? It was merely a notification. Moreover, they had just finished a meal with Lin Ze yesterday. The adage to receive favors is to be indebted resonates with them, and on this point, they would not object. Very well, I concur. I too feel the same. It cannot be more fitting. Observing the unanimous approval from the crowd, Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. Thus, Lin Ze ascended to the role of Instructor Lin. A seemingly joyeuse occasion. Yet, amidst the throng, a few dissenters emerged, namely Lin Qiye, Peng Peng, and Shun Qingzhu. While Lin Ze's promotion might be advantageous for others, it posed a significant concern for those in closer relation to him. It is well known that brothers are often seen as conduits for mischief. They could scarcely fathom what Lin Ze might turn them into during training. However, the die had been cast. It was too late to voice any objections. Too late. Finished. All right, let us commence. Instructors, we will separate to guide them. Lin Ze, do you wish to acclimatize first? No need, he replied, directing his gaze towards Lin Qiye and the others. Upon locking eyes with Lin Ze, a chill ran down their spines. It was indeed as they had feared. The events of today caught Lin Ze by surprise. He had never anticipated becoming an instructor. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, as it would allow him to seek out Chao Yuan for experimentation under the guise of authority. Standing before the assembly, Lin Ze assumed a commanding presence, exuding the air of an instructor. The others held their breath, afraid to even exhale lest they be summoned by him. Chao Yuan, you come forth, he commanded, tossing a wooden sword to him. With Lin Ze selecting Chao Yuan, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. I fear I may lose control. Even the wooden sword could lead me astray. Chao Yuan expressed his concerns. At this moment, Lin Ze approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. I am here. Besides, with so many instructors present, nothing will go awry." Despite Lin Ze's insistence, Chao Yuan hesitated to protest further. What if this was indeed a means to aid his recovery? He bent down to retrieve the wooden sword. In the next instant, a dark aura enveloped him, and his eyes transformed into a terrifying shade of crimson. Lin Ze, do you require our assistance? Lin Qiye rushed to Lin Ze's side, alarmed. No need. I will handle this myself. If I require help, I shall call for you. Lin Qiye cast a worried glance at him, then resolutely replied, very well. With that, he stepped back to afford the two ample space, yet the distance was calculated. Should an emergency arise, he would be ready to assist immediately. At that moment, in his darkened state, Chao Yuan lunged at Lin Ze without hesitation. Seeing him charge, Lin Ze quickly repositioned himself. Was it truly ineffective? Could it be that the scope is too vast? Let us try again. When Chao Yuan entered his Black King state, Lin Ze had already silently employed the technique known as ghostly visage of the earth. However, it did not yield the desired effect. Lin Ze quickly devised a countermeasure. The influence of ghostly visage of the earth diminishes as the area of effect increases. Therefore, Lin Ze resolved to reduce the scope. By doing so, the efficacy of the technique would significantly enhance. At that moment, Chao Yuan, like a rabid dog, launched a second assault. Caught off guard, Lin Ze decided to confront him head-on. He drew the long blade he had prepared in advance to withstand Chao Yuan's onslaught. Subsequently, Lin Ze swung the blade towards Chao Yuan's face. Almost instinctively, Chao Yuan raised his hand to deflect the blow with his wooden sword. Enveloped in dark energy, the wooden sword did not shatter. Instead, it produced a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Now was the moment. Lin Ze confined the area of ghostly visage of the earth to a space barely large enough for two individuals. Atsin Gaojuan, Heplim Gaojuan. Cease this at once. Chapter 79. The clarity in his gaze had notably improved. Upon hearing the words, a flicker of light flashed through Chao Yuan's crimson eyes. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Lin Ze keenly perceived it. Has it succeeded? So effortlessly? Lin Ze mused silently to himself. However, after barely a second of hesitation, Chao Yuan reverted to his previous frenzied state, recklessly swinging at Lin Ze. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Then let us engage for a while. Subsequently, Lin Ze leaped backward, casually discarding his coat. He altered his strategy, choosing not to rush in to help Chao Yuan regain his senses. It was unrealistic to expect to assist him in such a short time. Thus, Lin Ze resolved to learn the techniques of Black King annihilation from this teacher. Those chosen by the Forbidden Domain naturally resonate profoundly with it. Hence, learning from them would significantly enhance Lin Ze's performance level. This also elucidates why the performance levels of Ghost Face Territory and Vanished Moonlight surpass those of other Forbidden Domains. Lin Ze, do you need our assistance? After all, you are currently merely a shadow, making it difficult to control Chao Yuan. At that moment, the other instructors also took notice of Lin Ze's situation. Given Chao Yuan's imposing aura, not only Lin Ze, but even they could not guarantee they could subdue him. Truly deserving of the designation number 031's Black King Annihilation. No need. I can suppress him with the divine might of the Seraphim. Do not concern yourselves with me. Just look after the others. With that, Lin Ze engaged in a fierce struggle with Chao Yuan without holding back. The two appeared akin to street ruffians brawling. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Lin Ze's blows landed with precision, while all of Chao Yuan's attacks were deftly parried by him. Perhaps sensing that he could not gain an advantage in this regard, Lin Ze swiftly secured one of Chao Yuan's arms. Under normal circumstances, one would surely concede in such a scenario. After all, continuing to fight could result in losing an arm. However, the issue lay in the fact that the current Chao Yuan was far from normal. Chao Yuan seemed impervious to pain, desperately attempting to break free, utterly disregarding his nearly fractured arm. While he could afford to neglect it, Lin Ze could not. Damn, is he really this insane? I have truly underestimated you. Reluctantly, Lin Ze released his grip to seek another opportunity. Fortunately, amidst Chao Yuan's erratic assaults, it was relatively easy to find openings. After several exchanges, Lin Ze managed to restrain Chao Yuan once more. This time, he secured not just his limbs, but his torso. Now, even if Chao Yuan wished to escape, he would find it impossible. This technique was one Lin Ze had learned from an assassin-themed anime. Originally, this move had a significant flaw. Once executed, it required 7 days to be undone. Lin Ze has made improvements to this technique, eliminating the need for prolonged waiting. If he wishes to discontinue its use, he can simply release it. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly sensed that Chao Yuan's aura seemed to have weakened slightly. An opportunity. This time, It might just work. Turning around, Lin Ze shouted, "Fatty, find me an item that can seal Chao Yuan." As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty handed Lin Ze a seemingly ordinary roll of tape. "I have prepared this for you. Quickly, don't let him harm you." If this attempt fails to awaken Chao Yuan, Lin Ze intended to resort to conventional means to seal him. After all, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Nevertheless, Lin Ze harbored great confidence in this attempt. It was akin to capturing a spirit. The probability of success when fully healthy is rather low. One must first weaken the target before attempting to capture it, thereby significantly increasing the chances of success. Having already reduced Chao Yuan to a state of critical health, Lin Ze felt particularly optimistic this time. Demon Mask activate. This time, Lin Ze poured 80 of his mental energy into the endeavor. Chao Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Ze's call, Chao Yuan truly reacted. Although he had been struggling incessantly, he became considerably calmer after hearing that phrase. His gaze gradually cleared up as well. In the next moment, a hollow, hoarse voice emerged from Chao Yuan. Lin Qiye. Chapter 80. The Chubby One. Chao, Thief. I shall not share the heavens with you. Upon hearing Chao Yuan vaguely call his name, Lin Ze felt a surge of quiet joy within. There's hope. He then continued to inquire, "Do you know who I am?" "Why, yes. You're Lin Ze." Chao Yuan responded, still somewhat slurred in his speech. Yet this time, his clarity had improved significantly. Lin Ze pressed further, "If you know who I am, then why did you seek to harm me? Have you mistaken me for your enemy?" As these words left his lips, Lin Ze discerned a flicker of panic upon Chao Yuan's face. "And no, I haven't. I'm sorry." With that, Chao Yuan gradually lowered the wooden sword he had been wielding, his menacing aura dissipating somewhat. Noticing that Chao Yuan had regained a semblance of rationality, Lin Ze relaxed his hold. Meanwhile, the onlookers were astonished by the unfolding scene. They had witnessed Chao Yuan's previous state during the confrontation with the masked squad, a condition that had caused much consternation among the instructors. Why was he behaving differently with Lin Ze? He appeared rather docile. At that moment, Lin Qiye approached the pair, whispering, "Lin Ze, what is happening here? What kind of enchantment have you cast upon Chao Yuan? Why has he ceased his assault?" Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words. "What? Is it that my safety disappoints you?" However, he recognized that Lin Qiye did not intend any negativity. The phrasing simply sounded peculiar. Choosing not to respond, Lin Ze turned to Chao Yuan and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Chao Yuan's crimson gaze fixated on Lin Qiye for several seconds. "Lin Qiye? Indeed, he is Lin Qiye." Recognizing just one individual is trivial, but identifying two signifies the success of Lin Ze's experiment. Although Lin Ze's current prowess did not suffice to fully restore Chao Yuan's clarity, akin to his own state upon the stage, at the very least, Chao Yuan could now distinguish his allies. Achieving this was commendable. Triumph surged within Lin Ze. "Why, you can recognize me?" Chao Yuan stammered, still astonished. Lin Qiye, upon hearing his name once more, found it hard to fathom. He had come here in apprehension that Chao Yuan, in his delirium, might harm Lin Ze. However, it now seemed that his fears were unfounded. Chao Yuan could differentiate between friends and foes. Yet what had transpired previously? Lin Qiye recalled Chao Yuan's earlier condition, which could only be described as rabid. He had attacked indiscriminately. Yet within just a few days, had Chao Yuan truly matured? Was such rapid development possible? Or was it a result of Lin Ze's influence? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lin Qiye's gaze fell upon Lin Ze. It appeared there was no other explanation. "Wow, Chao Yuan, it seems you're no longer mad. Pray tell, who might I be?" At this moment, the rotund figure arrived. Given that Chao Yuan could recognize Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, having been in their company, it was illogical for him to fail to identify his own acquaintance. Even Lin Ze and Lin Qiye shared this sentiment. Chao Yuan stared blankly at the plump figure for several seconds. "You are." Just as everyone anticipated Chao Yuan to utter that name, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang! The plump figure's protective aura activated. As the crowd regained their senses, they were astonished to see him brandishing a wooden sword and lunging at the rotund figure once more. "Chao, scoundrel, what are you doing? You only recognize those two, do you? Chao Yuan did not respond, raising his hand to strike at the plump figure again. Bang! The protective aura once more thwarted the assault. Chao scoundrel, I shall not share the same sky with you. With that, the plump figure took to his heels, and Chao Yuan pursued him relentlessly. Strangely, Chao Yuan refrained from attacking anyone else, fixating solely on the rotund figure. One could only wonder what events transpired between them that fueled such animosity. Thus, the scene that followed unfolded. On the playground, a golden orb darted ahead, while a shadow emitting dark energy relentlessly pursued it, resembling a vengeful spirit. Should we intervene to assist the plump figure? Lin Qiye inquired. No need. I've already drained most of Chao Yuan's energy. Besides, with the protective aura, the rotund figure is not in peril. This is a perfect opportunity for him to strengthen his physique and shed some weight. That makes sense. The two reached a consensus. They then produced small stools from an unknown source, sitting side by side as they observed the chase. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The plump figure could no longer run and collapsed onto the ground, allowing Chao Yuan to continue his relentless strikes against the protective aura. Huff, huff, huff. Strike away. You have the prowess to strike me down. I will not forget those two who let me suffer. The next moment, the sounds of wooden sword clashing with the protective aura ceased abruptly. The plump figure suddenly lifted his head to find a hand extended towards him. It was Lin Qiye. Plump figure, what were you saying just now? Air. I said, I shall never forget the bond we share as brothers. At this juncture, Lin Ze, grasping Chao Yuan's wrist, interjected indeed. Plump figure, do you have any idea how many laps you just ran? No. I was too busy fleeing for my life to keep track. You ran over 60 laps. Just think, you could hardly manage such a number before. So, you see, we were merely unlocking your potential. In simpler terms, this is ultimately for your benefit. Damn it. Such a stimulation awakens my potential. You say it's for my own good. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from such intentions. I merely wish to languish in peace. Pang Pang's heart roared in protest. However, his response remained candid, for otherwise, Lin Ze might devise yet another method to unleash his potential. So, should I then express my gratitude? Alas, how overly formal. Is there even a need for gratitude between us? Pang Pang. My mother tongue is silence. Lin Qiye, quite cheeky. Subsequently, Lin Ze turned to Chao Yuan and said, I shall assist you in returning to your original state shortly. Do be compliant, all right? Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. With Chao Yuan's eager cooperation, Lin Ze effortlessly restrained him with tape. Chao Yuan's mind was now entirely lucid. Wasn't this quite simple? Why did Qiye and the others struggle so much in the original narrative? It perplexes me, truly perplexes me. Upon witnessing Chao Yuan's restoration to normalcy, Lin Ze released the tape. In his restored state, Chao Yuan bore numerous bruises on his arms, face, and various parts of his body, displaying a mosaic of purples and blues. There were even some knife wounds in other areas. However, they were nearing recovery. While Chao Yuan had been in a daze, Lin Ze remained acutely aware. Thus, whether it be the knife wounds or the bruises, they were merely superficial injuries. A visit to the medical room for professional treatment would suffice. How do you feel? Any peculiar sensations? Chao Yuan did not respond, merely staring blankly at Lin Ze. He was deeply reflecting on his past experiences. Each time he utilized Black King Annihilation, he would enter a void, a realm devoid of substance and sensation. In that emptiness, he felt abandoned by the entire world, believing his life would perpetually unfold in such a manner, whether in that void or in reality. Yet, upon arriving here, he encountered his friends, fellow outcasts like himself. Indeed, there was one among them, a true anomaly. Their presence transformed his life. This transformation was not confined to the realm of reality. Even within that void, he could sense their presence. Just moments ago, after plunging into the void, Chao Yuan instinctively curled up, embracing his own body, for it was the only sensation he could grasp. Just as he presumed this experience would mirror the past, suddenly a radiant light appeared. A large hand grasped his collar, attempting to pull him out. Such a familiar gesture. In Chao Yuan's memory, that hand seemed to extend a middle finger towards the void. Although it ultimately failed to extricate him, it imparted a profound realization. He was not alone in his struggle. Perhaps he once was, but that was no longer the case. Thank you all. Upon hearing this, they were momentarily taken aback. Typically, expressions of thanks are rare among brothers. When Chao Yuan uttered these words, Lin Ze and the others remained silent, merely placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Everything was conveyed in the unspoken. It was as if they had said nothing at all, yet simultaneously everything was expressed. At that moment, the chubby one suddenly interjected, I didn't mean to disrupt the atmosphere. Chao Yuan, let me ask you a question. Do you have feelings for someone? After being beaten by Lin Ze, you still thank him. Zhan Shen, I also express my gratitude for the countless times you've chased me with your axe. His words shattered the previous mood, causing a ripple of laughter among the group, and thus the matter was laid to rest. Once Chao Yuan's situation was resolved, Lin Ze draped an arm over both Lin Qiye and the chubby one. The training session concerning Chao Yuan had concluded. Now, it seems it's your turn, he remarked. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance at Chao Yuan's battered visage and involuntarily swallowed hard. The chubby one, quick to react, immediately reclined on the ground. Oh dear, it seems I've been injured by Chao Yuan. I can't train now. With the chubby one down, only Lin Qiye remained. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse, Lin Ze swiftly covered his mouth. No more words. I know you're eager to grow stronger. Let us go. MMM. Woo woo woo. Chapter 81. Lin Ze. I do this all for your benefit, although Lin Qiye understood that Lin Ze's actions were intended for his welfare. The grim fate of Chao Yuan and his previous experiences instilled a deep-seated aversion within him. Are you ready? Ready. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Ze had already made his move. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's swift reflexes, he would have fallen victim to Lin Ze's deceitful tactics. You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Weren't we supposed to wait until we were ready? In the realm of life-and-death confrontations, adversaries do not grant you the luxury of preparation. The contest between the two soon attracted the attention of onlookers, for this was a battle between divine agents. Once outside the training camp, where else could one witness such a spectacle? Just as the spectators settled in with their snacks to witness this monumental clash, the contest concluded. The outcome was that Lin Qiye had succumbed to defeat. This result did not necessarily imply that Lin Ze was superior or that Lin Qiye was inferior. Perhaps a slight disparity existed, but it was not of such magnitude. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Ze's treachery. He had somehow managed to throw sand directly into Lin Qiye's face as he approached. You wretched cur, so underhanded. Lin Qiye protested. I refuse to accept this. Let's go again. Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. There are no rules against such tactics. Regardless, I emerged victorious. Should you wish to challenge me once more, you may do so tomorrow. Lin Qiye was incensed by Lin Ze's words, yet upon reflection, he recognized the underlying truth. This world was not the utopia they had envisioned. Adversaries would not wait for one to be prepared before striking. Therefore, one must utilize every available resource. As long as victory and survival were assured, that was all that mattered. While Lin Qiye comprehended this, he could not help but feel that Lin Ze's methods were excessively duplicitous. Come, you need not merely spectate. Step up. Lin Ze gestured toward the bystander. The flamboyant brother Zhuang. Me? Shingo, perhaps we should refrain. I fear you may not withstand Lin Ze's prowess. It's not that I cannot compete. It's just that his tactics are too varied. We shall avoid his sharp edge for now. Initially, Shun Qingzhu declined, yet persuaded by Li Liang and others. His rebellious spirit was ignited. You think I want to go? I shall prove you all wrong. Are you ready? Ready. True to form. Without allowing his opponent a moment's respite, Lin Ze launched his assault once again. However, this time, Lin Ze did not succeed. Armed with the experience gained from Lin Qiye's previous encounter, Shun Qingzhu had entered the arena with his guard firmly up. Did you underestimate me? I was prepared. This trick will not work on me. Oh, is that so? In the next instant, Lin Ze lunged forward, forcefully stepping down on Shun Qingzhu's instep. A jolt of pain surged through Shun Qingzhu, who let out a cry akin to that of a blue cat clutching its paw. It was utterly unforeseen. Observing the dismal state of Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu, Pang Pang was instantly engulfed by a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. In that fleeting moment, he felt immense gratitude towards Chao Yuan for his previous relentless efforts to strike him. It turned out this was an act of salvation. Chao Yuan, your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. I hope you will continue to strike me tomorrow. Chao Yuan, who among us is truly infatuated? Subsequently, Lin Ze's life transformed into a remarkably simple routine. Eating, sleeping, exercising, and of course, pranking his friends. If one cannot prank their comrades, what purpose does it serve? During this period, everyone came to a profound realization. In times of peril, as long as Lin Ze was present, they faced no danger. Yet, in the absence of threats, Lin Ze himself became the greatest peril. Although the focus of the day was entirely on them, Lin Ze remained unwavering in his pursuit of strength. Through his diligent efforts, he achieved a new breakthrough on the stage. Preview. The climax is imminent, a humble request for a small gift. Chapter 82. Must one always sacrifice something? It has been mentioned previously that Lin Ze currently has two primary means of enhancing his strength. One is to physically train and bolster his physical prowess. The other is to elevate his proficiency in the Forbidden Ruins. An increase in mastery over the Forbidden Ruins represents a significant advancement for Lin Ze. The progress in physical training is rather slow. After all, no matter how talented one may be, they remain human and cannot transcend the constraints of genetic limitations. However, Lin Ze's advancements on stage have been comparatively swift. Notably, the 3 Forbidden Ruins under the guidance of his teacher have surpassed 75. Remarkably, one has even broken through to 85. The pinnacle of this achievement is the Ghostly Visage, boasting an impressive 85 proficiency. As for the other techniques, without the teacher, Lin Ze has been practicing them, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Indeed, self-exploration cannot compare to having a mentor. Apart from Black King Annihilation, which has reached 51, the others remain below 50. It is worth noting that Lin Ze can now exert control over Black King Annihilation through his own strength. While he cannot achieve complete lucidity, he can at least distinguish friend from foe. At this stage, that suffices. From the outset, Lin Ze regarded this technique as a desperate measure for survival. On the stage of the drama God, Ghostly Visage, I must prioritize the study of Ghostly Visage in the coming period. Please make every effort to achieve a breakthrough of 90. Fear not, brother, it is all on me. To speak plainly, since they began to converse normally, every time Lin Ze returns to the stage, they would perform some whimsical antics. Thankfully, it has improved. Now they only engage in such antics every few visits. In the past, every return was marked by something entirely different, whether as a master, an emperor, a king, a teacher, or a doctor. One could say Lin Ze has nearly experienced every identity imaginable in this world. Consequently, he is hardly surprised by the Ghostly Visage King's antics now. Rest assured, my brother, I shall handle it. Subsequently, Lin Ze entered into an intense battle with the Ghostly Visage King. Their contest primarily revolved around clashing with Ghostly Visage. Lin Ze discovered that exercising his Forbidden Ruins through confrontation is the fastest method for growth. It is through this approach that he has elevated these techniques to over 75 in a short span. I wonder what has gotten into my brother lately. He has ceased seeking me for practice and is fixated on that wretched Ghostly Visage King instead. What makes him superior? With this, the Nanda snake demon pouted, arms crossed defiantly, resembling a quintessential tsundere heroine of a school romance. Yet the problem is, he is neither the heroine nor even a human. Observing this, old Zhao could no longer contain himself, admonishing, "You better act normal. Did I not tell you recently to refrain from incessantly reading romantic novels?" Zhao Kongcheng pointed at the forked tongue of the Nantua serpent demon and remarked, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Moreover, it seems my elder brother has not given much thought to seeking me out. I truly..." Before the Nantua serpent demon could finish his sentence, Zhao Kongcheng drew his blade and pressed it against the demon's vital point. Instantly, the Nantua serpent demon returned to a state of normalcy. All right. I was merely jesting. Do you not find it peculiar? Recently, my elder brother has scarcely sought me out, and neither have you. Perhaps it is due to the necessity of this ability? I am uncertain. The Nantawa serpent demon's words caused Zhao Kongsheng to enter a deep contemplation. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Strange, yet not entirely so. No. There must be some underlying reason. Consider this. In the past, even when my brother wished to specialize in a particular ability, he would still involve us to some extent. Yet if you think about it, it has been quite some time since he has paid us any mind. Zhao Kongsheng pondered further, and it appeared that the situation was indeed as he suspected. What do you believe could be the cause of this? He asked. I believe it is because my brother no longer wishes to be associated with me. He thinks our abilities are of no use. Tell me, is my ability truly so inadequate? It is the power to have countless offspring. More children bring more blessings. Is that not a good thing? Initially, Zhao Kongsheng thought the serpent-headed demon might have some insightful thoughts, but it seemed he had overestimated him. Well, how shall I put it? It cannot be said to be entirely useless. One could only argue that its utility is rather limited. The Nantawa serpent demon hastily clarified. Even without offspring, parasitism is a viable option. It allows for shared vision. Moreover, with my brother's current abilities, he could achieve even more. Well then, setting aside my abilities, yours must be commendable, right? So what about my brother? Before he could finish, Zhao Kongsheng waved his hand to silence him. He did not wish to hear any more of this. How Lin Ze chooses to act is his own affair. Zhao Kongsheng firmly believed that Lin Ze had his own reasons for his actions. On the stage, Lin Ze listened intently to the dialogue between the two. In this arena, there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Indeed, Lin Ze's motivations for his actions aligned with Zhao Kongsheng's assumptions. He currently harbored certain unspoken burdens. As the performance proficiency surpassed 80%, Lin Ze had become quite adept at this forbidden ability. Once the proficiency of Ming Sheng Shanyu reached 81%, Lin Ze discovered he could wield this forbidden power without a sword, significantly enhancing its potency. Furthermore, after Gui Mianxiangdi reached 85%, the array of techniques expanded. The first notable change was the enlargement of Gui Mianxiangdi. His range, disregarding any impact on effectiveness, Lin Ze could extend this range to a full kilometer. It is important to note that this is still under the influence of Lin Ze's formidable strength. Should his mental prowess ascend, the extent of its reach is truly beyond imagination. Furthermore, the dexterous application of Ghostface, Earth has evolved significantly. Under Lin Ze's manipulation, Ghostface, Earth is no longer confined to a static range. It can now move in tandem with Lin Ze. Moreover, he can utilize it as a detached technique, applying it singularly to an individual or structure. This should indeed be a source of great joy. How could one not be elated by the enhancement of their abilities? Yet, Lin Ze found no joy in this advancement. For as his mastery of the forbidden techniques improved, he discerned a subtle phenomenon. He realized that once his performance level surpassed 80%, the connection with the individual in question would diminish considerably. This phenomenon intensified in tandem with the increase in performance level. Currently, both Ghostface, Earth, and Life-Devouring Flash have exceeded 80%. Consequently, Lin Ze's connection with the Ghostface King and Zhao Kongsheng has also been waning. Lin Ze has a premonition that reaching a performance level of 90% is a critical threshold. Perhaps, once he attains that level, the connection with them will sever entirely. He cannot fathom what might transpire should that connection be lost. It is crucial to note that both have experienced death once before. Although Lin Ze is reluctant to accept this reality, it is an undeniable truth he must confront. However, these remain merely Lin Ze's speculations. The definitive outcomes require verification. This urgency to elevate Ghostface, Earth to a performance level of 90% is what drives him. Brother, your strength has indeed sharpened. If we were to stand on equal ground, I fear I would be no match for you. Performance level of Ghostface, Earth has increased by 2. Current performance level, 87. As the Ghostface King finished speaking, a notification appeared before Lin Ze, indicating the stage. He observed the Ghostface King, who now regarded him with utmost reverence. Yet the connection seemed to weaken further. almost imperceptibly. It appears my assumptions were correct. 90% is indeed a threshold, and surpassing it may lead to a complete severance of ties. What might transpire after such a disconnection? Lin Qiye murmured, feeling a pang of anguish within his heart, a pain of separation. Brother, what are you saying? The ghost-faced king inquired softly, stepping closer. Nothing. Just carry on, Lin Ze replied. At this, the ghost-faced king hesitated slightly. Although they had recently observed Lin Ze's relentless efforts, this seemed excessive. Just as he prepared to voice his concerns, he noticed Lin Ze was already set to continue, and he refrained from further comment. In that moment, a message altered Lin Ze's thoughts. Performance level of life-devouring flash has increased by 1. Current performance level, 82. It has increased as well. Since Lin Ze became aware of this change, he had ceased his studies of life-devouring flash. Yet, even if one were to pause, the intensity of its performance would incessantly escalate. Although the increase may be gradual, Lin Ze perceives its growth and senses a diminishing connection with Zhao Kongqing. He has contemplated intervening, but such an endeavor resembles a futile tug-of-war against time. No matter how fervently one exerts oneself, the other side remains unaffected. Let it drift with the wind. I am weary. Let today's training conclude here. Chapter 83. The audience departing? As the heavy snow approached, it had been nearly 6 months since these recruits arrived at the training camp. Fluffy snowflakes danced around them, yet they could not extinguish their fervor. They had grown accustomed to everything here. Have you not noticed something? The plump recruit, who had been running laps, suddenly approached Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, stating that after such a long period of training, even his physical fitness had seen a marked improvement. Is there anything strange? Lin Qiye pondered. Isn't it the same as before? Or are you merely suggesting that it's snowing today? No, the plump one replied. Have you not observed that Lin Ze has not trained with us for several days? To be precise, he has not instructed us in quite some time. Sometimes, an excess of normalcy can render things rather abnormal. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan exchanged glances. It does seem that way, they thought. No wonder they felt an unusual ease during this period. It turned out they had been spared Lin Ze's rigorous training. Right? Do you think Lin Ze might be scheming something? Perhaps. This is the calm before the storm for us. Lin Ze is contemplating even more daunting training. We must put a stop to it. Just as the plump recruit prepared to leave, Lin Qiye grabbed his arm. You should take a breather. Perhaps it's due to our exhaustion lately. Let him rest. It would be beneficial for all of us. I must say, if you provoke Lin Ze, we might not be able to protect you. You know the extent of his methods. Hearing this, the plump one involuntarily swallowed hard. Fine. It doesn't matter. We've endured this long. What if a little longer? Subsequently, the group resumed their previous routines, running laps and exercising. Only Lin Qiye gazed anxiously towards the dormitory. He had long sensed that Lin Ze's mood was askew, but he could also see Lin Ze making a concerted effort to conceal it in their presence. Thus, Lin Qiye refrained from saying too much. If Lin Ze chose not to share, there must be a reason behind it. All Lin Qiye could do was remain by his side. Hey, do you think we're nearing a break? When the time comes, how about I take you all to my home for some fun? The plump recruit remarked, gazing at the snowflakes cascading from the sky. He adored snowy days, for they signified that a holiday was not far off. A holiday? You might be overthinking it. We signed up for this training camp. Do you really think they will grant you a break? Don't you recall what the instructor said? A year-long special training. If there were to be a holiday, it would surely be at least until next year. Lin Qiye's words fell like a bucket of cold water over the plump recruit's head. Everyone has generally accepted this fact. In the absence of exceptional circumstances, this holds true. However, today, there are indeed exceptional circumstances. The training camp has been graced by the presence of 2 dual deity agents. Is that not extraordinary? On the theatrical stage, the Ghost-Face King meticulously elucidated the techniques of utilizing Ghost-Face territory to Lin Ze. Upon hearing the Ghost-Face King's explanations, Lin Ze couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, the Abyss finds the most suitable candidates for its powers. Some techniques eluded Lin Ze's comprehension, yet the Ghost-Face King instinctively wielded this ability with precision. Nevertheless, under Lin Ze's remarkable capacity for learning. His progress was equally swift. At this moment, the proficiency level of Ghost Face territory had reached 89, just a step away from breaking through to 90%. Once more, with those words, the two began to clash their domains anew. Presently, their Ghost Face territory nearly enveloped the entire stage, at least from the perspective of others. As the confrontation intensified, Lin Ze discovered that his understanding of Ghost Face territory deepened significantly. Upon breaching a critical threshold, Lin Ze suddenly subdued the Ghost Face King. Behind him, a colossal phantom emerged. Ghost Face King. Ghost Face territory proficiency increased. 1. Ghost Face territory proficiency, 90. Ghost Face territory has attained perfection. As the stage announced this achievement, a familiar voice resonated. Big brother, I must take my leave. Farewell. Following the sound, Lin Ze turned to see the silhouette of the Ghost Face King gradually fading away. Once the Ghost Face King vanished completely, Lin Ze's connection with him was severed. Chapter 84. Chumai arrives at the training camp. Is the training ending early? Disappeared, truly vanished. Lin Ze could no longer sense any trace of the Phantom King. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The expansive audience seats seemed to herald the arrival of more souls in the future, none of whom would miss his absence. Yet, was this the same for Lin Ze? No. Although their initial encounter had cast them as adversaries, a natural opposition born of their respective standings, the stage transformed everything. Not only Lin Ze, but even Zhao Kongcheng maintained a cordial relationship with him, often practicing together. During moments of leisure, Zhao Kongcheng would impart bits of knowledge about human society, albeit rarely the most serious of topics. Big brother, where has he gone? The Nanda serpent demon inquired cautiously. I do not know either. Perhaps he has ventured elsewhere, Lin Ze replied, his expression clouded with uncertainty. He was at a loss for how to respond, for according to the current pattern, they too were destined to vanish. Observing Lin Ze's demeanor, the Nanda serpent demon refrained from pressing further, treating the matter as if it had never occurred. He understood Lin Ze's mood was markedly poor. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng approached and placed a reassuring hand on Lin Ze's shoulder. Kid, do not dwell on it. Some things are beyond our control. Even the mightiest cannot withstand the ravages of time. Focus on what you must do. Show me if you have truly grown stronger. Zhao Kongcheng urged Lin Ze to demonstrate his progress, appearing to be unconcerned about the earlier matter. Reluctantly, Lin Ze complied, deciding to showcase the fruits of his training. With a mere thought, Lin Ze unleashed his Phantom Face domain with all his might. In the next instant, the specter of the Phantom King manifested behind him, enveloping the entire stage in a shroud of ghostly visage. Even Zhao Kongcheng, endowed with limitless mental energy, felt a momentary pang of pressure. What the hell? This is absurd. With my current mental prowess at the peak of the Chuan realm and an infinite supply of energy, how can your domain affect me? Although fleeting, the experience was overwhelming. Yet you are merely at the light realm. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This was Lin Ze's first time employing an advanced domain with a proficiency exceeding 90%. As he felt the intensity born of his enhanced mastery, he finally grasped the significance of the phrase, the Phantom Face domain has reached perfection. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is not solely determined by the rank of their domains or their mental strength. The mastery of the domain plays a substantial role as well. I can only wonder what my Annihilation Moonlight will be like upon reaching over 90%. It will undoubtedly surpass this, for it is the domain awakened by my genius. Lin Ze, quickly, do not let me down. Show me the true limits of Annihilation Moonlight. With those words, Zhao Kongcheng hurled a long knife towards Lin Ze. This was a customary practice for them, honing their swordsmanship to enhance the performance of Mingxing Shanyu. Occasionally, they would casually grab a stick, but at their level, the presence of a weapon became trivial. However, irrespective of Lin Ze's progress, Zhao Kongcheng always had the same remark. Your strike is less handsome than mine. This time, Lin Ze did not catch the knife. Noticing this, Zhao Kongcheng urged, Hey, what are you dawdling for? Come on, let me see if you've regressed after all this time. I'd rather not. I'm feeling a bit weary and would like to rest, Lin Ze replied. turning away from the stage without a backward glance. As he returned to his dormitory, Lin Ze stood by the window, gazing at the snow-laden landscape, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He finally comprehended a question from his literature textbook, described the role of snow in the text. The answer: it accentuates the author's sorrow. Lin Ze had always been sensitive to fluctuations in strength, and this instance was no different. The moment he experienced the perfection of Gumian Shandi, he sensed its transformative impact on him. In terms of skill efficacy, he could now wield more powerful techniques with significantly less mental energy. Regarding characteristics, he had attained absolute control over Guimian Shandi. What was once a mere influence on others' consciousness had now become a plethora of variations for him to explore. Yet, the elevation of his prowess came at a cost. With a deep exhale, Lin Ze approached the window and opened it, allowing the biting wind to assail his face like a blade, hoping it would sharpen his senses. Has winter truly arrived? By the timeline, ISNT Captain Shun due to arrive soon? He recalled it was during winter, though the exact date eluded him. Well, he would wait patiently. Eventually, he would come. This was one of the advantages of being a transmigrator, knowledge of subsequent plot developments. He just wondered how long this advantage would endure. Lin Ze understood that the mysterious encounters they had previously faced were merely trifles. The training camp was but their novice village. Exiting the camp would mark their true emergence as night watchmen, confronting genuine threats. Their foremost adversaries would be the ancient god church. In the original narrative, they sought to recruit Lin Qiye, and upon failure, resorted to assassination. Now that he had crossed over, he had altered certain plot trajectories. Lin Ze was uncertain whether the events that would unfold would mirror his memories. However, he was certain of one thing. The ancient god church would undoubtedly consider him one of their targets. His significance even surpassed that of Lin Qiye. This was precisely why Lin Ze relentlessly pursued strength. Without adequate power, he would struggle to protect himself, let alone those he wished to safeguard. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Lin Ze's reverie. At this hour, they should all be training. Could it be the instructor? What do they want from me? Could it be that the captain has come to recruit me? Lin Ze mused to himself, his heart racing with excitement as he opened the door. To his surprise, he was greeted by a few familiar faces: Lin Qiye, Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu. What brings you here? Before he could finish his thought, Pang Pang suddenly sprang into action, hurling a large snowball straight at Lin Ze's head. Lin Ze, you're dead meat. Thud. Lin Ze's head was transformed into that of a snowman. During this commotion, he distinctly felt several more snowballs flying towards him. After a moment, Lin Ze slowly brushed the snow away from his eyes, regaining his vision. In a calm tone, he said, "All right, whose idea was this?" Pang Pang and the others exchanged glances, and they instantly understood one another. We knew you would ask that. They chimed in unison. It was Pang Pang's idea. Among them, only Pang Pang responded differently, stating it was a unanimous decision among us. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pang Pang turned in shock to see his friends nearly fleeing down the stairs. "Hey, you guys are betraying me. Didn't we agree to share the responsibility?" he exclaimed, attempting to chase after them. However, at that moment, a hand as firm as a vice pinned him down. "Pang Pang, where do you think you're going?" Seeing Lin Ze's expression, Pang Pang's heart sank to the depths of despair. "Oh no, this is it." Subsequently, Lin Ze dragged Pang Pang back to the dormitory. What transpired between them remained a mystery to others. All they knew was that ever since Pang Pang entered the dorm, the commotion had not ceased. "Shih, I'm reporting them. They threw snowballs at you too." "Don't worry, they won T escape," Lin Ze replied before vanishing from Pang Pang's sight. When he returned, he had another companion. "Oh, Qiye, you're here too." After locking Lin Qiye in the dorm, Lin Ze disappeared once more. Upon his next appearance, they had yet another companion. This time, it was Chao Yuan. The procedure repeated itself, and soon all of them were neatly secured in the dormitory. The last to arrive was Shen Qingzhu. "What the heck? This is unfair." "Qiye, isn't your divine agent supposed to play fair?" "Teleportation, man." Lin Qiye calmly sipped his hot drink and remarked, "Haha, I'm not surprised at all. I've long accepted this truth. Lin Ze is simply invincible. This was not a new ability for Lin Ze. Rather, it is a variation of his ghostly countenance. Lin Ze initially expanded the scope of the ghostly countenance to encompass the entire dormitory building. Subsequently, he employed the mortal realm to locate their positions, marking their anchor points and narrowing the domain of the ghostly countenance to each individual. This enabled Lin Ze to perform the remarkable feat of instantly teleporting behind anyone, regardless of their location. Without elaborating further, he vanished from their sight. As they speculated about his whereabouts, he reappeared before them. Unlike before, this time he was not accompanied by anyone, but instead brought a multitude of snowballs. The sight of the snowball pile, towering half the height of Lin Ze, sent a chill through the onlookers. Fear not, it will soon be delightful. The next moment, Lin Ze harnessed the gravitational balance to launch all the snowballs into the air. In that instant, they experienced what it truly meant to be caught in a hail of projectiles. Chubby, move in a bit, clear some space for me. Don't crowd. Yawang barely has room. Chubby, how about you step outside for a moment and leave Yawang to us? Are you speaking coherently, Chow Thief? Faced with the onslaught of snowballs raining down like bullets, they had no choice but to seek refuge behind the portly Yaoguang. After a brief while, Lin Ze launched the last of the snowballs, thus avenging their earlier ambush. The snow continued to fall heavily outside. Shall we go out for a snowball fight? Lin Ze remarked, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. The group immediately expressed enthusiasm, for their intention was to lift Lin Ze's spirits and alleviate his melancholy. They quickly agreed. Seeing their consensus, Lin Ze led them to the window. Let us go down, he declared, choosing neither the stairs nor the elevator. What do you mean? Before they could fully comprehend, they found themselves on a playground. This was one of the benefits of mastering the forbidden realm to perfection. There was no need to worry about mental energy consumption, as it could be utilized like a simple attack. Wow, this is incredibly cool. Zeke, you're not conjuring forbidden objects there, are you? How impressive. Biley Chubby gazed at Lin Ze with envy. However, he received only a snowball in response. But we haven't even called start yet. Without Lin Ze needing to reply, Chow Yuan and the others chimed in. Real foes 1T grant you the luxury of preparation. Then let the battle commence. Brothers, capture the leader first. Let's target Lin Ze. With Lin Qiye leading the charge, they all directed their efforts toward Lin Ze. After all, who could deny his unmatched prowess? As several snowballs soared towards him, Lin Ze stood there, calm and composed. When the snowballs were but a centimeter away, they abruptly halted before him. In the realm of forbidden ruins known as gravity of the celestial balance, Lin Ze adeptly manipulated the environment to return the snowballs in kind. We can still utilize the forbidden ruins? Well then, I shall partake as well. Upon receiving this revelation, their snowball fight took on an increasingly peculiar dimension. Shen Qingzhu employed Qi Min to create explosive vacuums that obscured Lin Ze's vision, thus enhancing the accuracy of the snowballs. The rotund individual had even more tricks up his sleeve. Yaoguang utilized protective barriers while a swarm of diminutive companions diligently formed snowballs, which he then launched with a slingshot-like device in a direct trajectory. In contrast to these antics, Lin Qiye exhibited a far more graceful demeanor. The combination of Starry Night Dancer and Mortal Realm of Deities rendered the snowballs in his perception akin to slow motion. He evaded them with the finesse of a dancer gliding through the snow, exceedingly elegant. Gao Tai, what are you doing here? Hurry and lend a hand. No need to rush. I'll be finished shortly. When the plump one hurried toward Xiao Yuan, he discovered the young man silently crafting something significant. Xiao Yuan had fashioned a rudimentary long sword from snow. Before the rotund individual could react, Xiao Yuan had already grasped the sword and assumed the form of the Black King. One can play like this? Observing this, Lin Ze cast a diminutive version of demonic countenance upon Xiao Yuan, effectively controlling him. This mastery was a testament to the proficiency attained, allowing Lin Ze to exert complete dominion over Xiao Yuan. Thus, with Lin Ze present, Xiao Yuan felt no trepidation about causing harm. The frequency of Black King annihilation escalated. The sounds of explosions, crackling flames, and the eerie cackles of hee-hee-hee reverberated throughout the training camp. Amidst these noises were also pure peals of laughter. Friendship serves as a balm for wounds, and Lin Ze found himself in the midst of such healing. Huh? Are they so fervently engaged? Did the instructor not say anything and simply left for training? Their zeal was indeed remarkable. No, wait, I've heard they seem to be engaged in a snowball fight. Observe them closely and tell me again. They're having a snowball fight? The other new recruits in the training camp remarked upon the battlefield-like scene on the playground, struggling to reconcile the concepts of war and a snowball fight. At that moment, a familiar figure arrived at the training camp, Chun Mai. Is this the place where Lin Ze and Qiye reside? Wow, they're still training over there. It's quite lively. However, I suppose I should first attend to the matter at hand. P.S. This is a lengthy chapter of 4,000 words, with 2 segments combined. Chapter 85, A Holiday? In the chief instructor's office. Instructor Yuan, you must heed my words. Chun Mai, you rascal, your arrival is quite fortuitous. I was just contemplating the day I would seek you out for retribution. I never anticipated you would come to me. Upon seeing Chun Mai, Yuan Gang appeared particularly animated. He still vividly recalled the words Chun Mai had once spoken, expressing doubts about Lin Ze's capabilities and suggesting he would help Lin practice. Initially, Yuan Gang was deceived by such fabrications, genuinely believing Lin Ze would prove to be as inadequate as Chun Mai claimed. However, everything changed when Lin Ze, in front of everyone, captured the leader of the masked team and subsequently subdued the Moon Demon in hand-to-hand combat. It was then that Yuan Gang grasped the truth. Chun Mai was leading him into a trap. Fortunately, the masked team had intervened, or it would have been exceedingly difficult to contain Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. Consequently, Yuan Gang swiftly formulated a strategy to win Lin Ze over and recruit him as an instructor. This approach initially yielded favorable results, but soon Lin Ze's ambitions grew. He began to target the instructors for his relentless sparring sessions. While it is indeed a duty for instructors to mentor their students, Lin Ze's intensity was simply overwhelming. At first, one could manage to suppress him, but soon he would match their prowess, and within a few encounters, he would surpass them. Some instructors even found it unnecessary to engage more than twice. Eventually, the instructors wised up. You summon me? I shall not comply. They believed this would deter Lin Ze, yet he demonstrated, through sheer determination, the truth of the adage. One may evade the first day of the month, but cannot escape the 15th. As a result, during this period, most instructors, both physically and mentally, endured varying degrees of torment, all because of Chun Mai. Please, allow me to continue. I believe what I am about to say holds significant weight. Given Chun Mai's resolute demeanor, Yuan Gang refrained from further protest. No matter. Since Chun Mai has arrived at the training camp, there is no chance he will escape. I intend to transfer Lin Ze and Lin Qiye to Team 136. I'm aware you will not agree, but Very well. Huh? What did you just say? I said it's fine. You wish to take Lin Ze and Lin Qiye, correct? I have consented. When do you plan to transfer them? Upon witnessing Yuan Gang's earnest expression, Chun Mai felt bewildered. Do I appear to be jesting? Not all. Yet, Yuan Gang did not seem to be joking either. Was he not going to intervene? This felt amiss. Was this how the script was meant to unfold? What I mean is, if Lin Ze and Lin Qiye remain here, they may face peril. Thus, I intend to bring them to Team 136. I comprehend clearly. No need for further explanation. I have agreed. I concur with your perspective. Perhaps within Team 136, they would receive superior protection. Upon confirming that he had not misheard, Chun Mai accepted this reality. Initially, he had prepared an array of arguments, but now it seemed they were unnecessary. How refreshing. Since you have acquiesced, we shall proceed to escort the 2 of them. With that said, Chun Mai turned to leave. Just then, Yuan Gang called out to him unexpectedly. There is no need for you to personally return them. I will notify them shortly and grant them a brief respite. You simply need to ensure their safe escort. In truth, Yuan Gang had already recognized this necessity without Chun Mai's prompting. He sensed the lurking danger that lay concealed in the shadows. At this moment, identifying the hidden threat and safeguarding these 2 divine proxies was of paramount importance. This approach is indeed wise, Otherwise, escorting them alone would render them conspicuous targets. Then I shall make my preparations, Chenmai replied. Yet, before he could take a single step, Yuan Gang's hand firmly gripped his shoulder. In a grave tone, Yuan Gang said, Brother Mai, our discussion regarding Lin Ze has concluded. Should we not also address our own matters? Meanwhile, on the training ground, the individuals who had been engaged in their respective drills were abruptly summoned to this location. They exchanged hushed whispers among themselves. What is this about? Could it be that Lin Ze has devised yet another scheme? That seems unlikely. Look, Lin Ze is over there. If it's not Lin Ze, then what could it possibly be? On Lin Ze's side, he expressed a premonition to his companions. I have a feeling we might be getting a break. The chubby one spoke quietly to the group. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze felt a twinge of surprise. It must be said, the chubby one's intuition was quite astute. They say that a woman's sixth sense is remarkably accurate. Could it be that the chubby one possesses some ability to foresee the future? Lin Qiye mused silently. Setting aside the notion of the chubby one being a woman, Lin Ze still believed that the possibility of possessing such a gift was indeed greater. A break? You're dreaming of peaches. Given the disposition of those instructors, how could they possibly grant us a respite? And do you recall our trip to the storeroom with Lin Ze? The provisions there would suffice for us for an entire year. It's simply not feasible. Before he could finish his sentence, Instructor Hong appeared before them. The moment he emerged, the crowd obediently fell silent. I have summoned you all today to share some exhilarating news. You are on break. At this announcement, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. After enduring such a long period of restraint, they could finally enjoy some well-deserved relaxation. However, Instructor Hong quickly added, there is, however, a condition. You may only operate within Songnan City. This stipulation ensures that you can return promptly if needed. Although the imposed limitations may dampen the spirits of many, the mere opportunity to venture outside is quite commendable. What more could one desire? Furthermore, the rationale provided by the instructor is undeniably sound. From the moment they arrived at the training camp, they had assumed the mantle of guardians, bearing the weighty responsibility of protecting the populace. However, only Lin Ze was privy to the underlying truth. The reason they could not depart from Songnan City was not as Instructor Hong had stated. Rather, it was Lin Qiye who could not leave, lest the mortal realm vanish. Goodness, are you some kind of prophet, Pang Pang? How could you possibly discern this? Amidst the chorus of disbelief, Pang Pang proudly thumped his chest. What do you mean by confused? This has all been calculated by me. You wouldn't understand. Regardless, I deem you a prophet. Tonight, we shall deal with you. Wait a moment. Soon after, the group arrived at the dormitory to gather their belongings. Given that this brief vacation lasted only a few days, they hastily packed a few changes of clothes before setting off. The moment they stepped beyond the gates of the training camp, an invigorating sensation washed over them. Wait, my realm. It seems to have improved. At this prompt, the others became aware of their heightened mental faculties. Most among them experienced an elevation in their spiritual strength, with some even managing to break through to the pool realm in a single leap. The oppressive artifact had restrained them for so long. Upon exiting the camp, their long-suppressed mental energy surged forth. Thus, experiencing an elevation in realm was a perfectly natural occurrence. It was even possible that some would ascend to the mid-level of the pool realm. While the others remained astonished, Yuan Gang stepped forward to elucidate this phenomenon, casting a glance towards Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. Lin Ze, what realm have you attained? Mid-pool realm. And you, Qiye? The same as you. Who would have thought we would break through so swiftly? Indeed, we are now both in the pool realm. At this juncture, Pang Pang approached, elated by their progress. However, Lin Ze merely sighed softly, inwardly contemplating that the pool realm still felt too feeble. He pondered what level of strength he would achieve after revealing all his trump cards. The dangers that lay ahead remained uncertain. For now, it was prudent to focus on the present. Consequently, Lin Ze activated the mortal realm to search for nearby adversaries. With the enhancement of both his mental acuity and the satisfaction from the seraphim, the range of Lin Ze's mortal realm had expanded from 20 meters to an impressive 40 meters. This was indeed a considerable distance. Yet, despite this expansion, Lin Ze was unable to uncover the enemies concealed in the shadows. Their concealment was rather adept, though perhaps not unexpected. If the hiding is not executed well, the captain and the instructor will surely uncover him, rendering our intervention unnecessary. Just as Lin Ze was deep in thought, Lin Qiye's voice suddenly broke through the silence. Lin Ze, why are you standing there in a daze? Come on, I've saved you a seat. Lin Qiye called out from beside the bus. Coming. No matter the circumstances, it was best to board the vehicle first. With gravitational equilibrium and lunar void at his disposal, Lin Ze felt fully confident in safeguarding himself while also protecting others. The vehicle proceeded smoothly. Lin Ze kept his mortal realm active, unwilling to deactivate it even for a moment. The others engaged in light-hearted conversation, planning how to enjoy their brief holiday with friends. Meanwhile, Lin Ze closed his eyes, conserving his energy as he awaited the impending danger. After an indeterminate period, Lin Ze abruptly opened his eyes. It has arrived. There will be another chapter shortly. Please hold on a moment. Chapter 86. A Reciprocal Rush? Upon sensing Lin Ze's unusual demeanor, Lin Qiye instantly became alert. Before he could voice his inquiry, he felt the rapid approach of a missile hurtling towards them. Something felt amiss, and it became clear to him why. The moment the instructor announced the impending vacation, Lin Qiye detected a subtle disturbance. In that fleeting instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Should their adversary succeed, the younger generation of the Night Watchers in Xia would face utter decimation. If that were to transpire, chaos would reign in every city. It was imperative to avert such a catastrophe. This thought consumed Lin Qiye's mind. Yet, a pressing question lingered. How could they stop it? Simultaneously, Lin Ze was acutely aware of the missile's increasing proximity. However, he remained unperturbed as he slowly rose to his feet, knowing that someone would handle the crisis. In the next heartbeat, just as the missile was about to strike the bus, a flying knife soared through the air. It struck the missile's warhead with precision, causing it to explode mid-air and significantly diminishing its impact. Nonetheless, the ordeal was far from over. The shockwave and shrapnel from the explosion still posed a threat to the safety of everyone inside the bus. At this critical juncture, Lin Ze unleashed gravitational balance with all his might to shield against the majority of the shrapnel. Lin Qiye also employed Eclipse of Darkness, enveloping the entire bus in darkness to ward off the incoming debris. Is it over? Lin Qiye inquired, hoping that the ordeal had concluded. The two engaged in discussion within the mortal realm. Just one missile had already proven to be overwhelming for them. The consequences of a second missile were too dire to contemplate. The notion of a single missile overpowering two divine agents seemed implausible, yet it was contingent upon the circumstances. If the missile were solely targeting them, they possessed at least 100 methods to counter it. However, the complication arose from the presence of a group of recruits behind them. Meanwhile, in the central command room of the base, concern loomed. Was the missile intercepted? And no, that was our own missile, so our air defense system was ineffective against it. What is the status of the recruits? Current data indicates everything is normal. Hearing that the recruits were safe, Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief. As long as the recruits were unharmed, all would be well. However, in the next moment, another red dot appeared on the radar, targeting the bus housing the recruits. Chief, there's a second missile. What should we do? Yuan Gang fell silent, staring pensively in the direction the others had departed. In his mind, Lin Ze's figure materialized. Lin Ze, since your arrival at the training camp, you have consistently brought me surprises. This time, I hope you can do so once more. At that moment, aboard the bus, everyone had become acutely aware of the recent crisis that had threatened their very lives. The crisis had been intercepted by Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. Despite the magnitude of the situation, order was remarkably maintained on site, thanks to the training everyone had undergone. Lin Ze, is there anything we could do to assist you? Please, do not hesitate to ask. The crowd implored, eager to lend a hand to Lin Ze. Yet, their willingness was not solely for his benefit. It was also for their own. Not at the moment. I'll let you know if the need arises. Before Lin Ze could finish his sentence, he once again sensed the presence of missiles. This time, they were not coming from a single direction, but from all sides. Shun Qingzhu, Create a vacuum around us. Center on the bus. Extend it as far as you can. Understood. Without delay, Shun Qingzhu efficiently transformed the surrounding environment into a vacuum. The sheer number of missiles was overwhelming, leaving Lin Ze no choice but to rely on Shun Qingzhu to create a vacuum, thus granting him a fleeting moment to react. Soon, the missiles came into view. Lin Ze manipulated the fragments from earlier to detonate the missiles mid-air. This detonation was merely the initial step. Next, they had to withstand the impact of the explosions and the ensuing rain of shrapnel. Lin Ze contemplated using ghostly facade to relocate everyone, but the sheer number of individuals made it unfeasible as his mental capacity was insufficient. Thus, he resorted to employing gravitational balance to endure the onslaught. Subsequently, Lin Ze channeled 90% of his mental energy into gravitational balance. While this shielded the majority of the group from harm, some attacks inevitably slipped through. Injuries began to surface within the vehicle, but with Lin Qiye present. They were mostly superficial wounds, as he managed to mitigate the fatal strikes. Within the realm of their mortal domain, everyone seemed relatively safe. However, in the next instant, Lin Qiye's eyes widened in alarm. He sensed a shard hurtling towards Lin Ze's throat. This was perilous. Lin Ze was in danger. As Lin Qiye diverted his attention to safeguard Lin Ze, he could no longer oversee his own situation. At that moment, Lin Ze also became aware of the impending threat. No, Qiye is in danger. Chapter 87. Return to Team 136 at first glance. It seemed rather absurd that the two divine agents were threatened by mere shrapnel. However, this was contingent upon certain conditions. They were not only tasked with safeguarding themselves, but also the more than 100 individuals behind them. The sheer volume of projectiles made controlling them an immense drain on their mental fortitude. Yet, this was merely a secondary concern. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that both had allocated a portion of their consciousness to monitor each other. Though both were seemingly operating independently within the realm of mortal realm, they were, in truth, constantly attuned to one another's circumstances. Lin Ze, having directed some of his focus towards Lin Qiye, failed to notice the incoming shrapnel headed in his direction. Conversely, Lin Qiye, intent on assisting Lin Ze, inadvertently lowered his own defenses. Thus, the two inadvertently found themselves in a precarious predicament. Had they focused solely on their own safety, perhaps no incident would have occurred. Yet, that was beyond their capability. Dark encroachment, Lin Qiye shouted. He beheld as the shrapnel aimed at Lin Ze was gradually consumed by shadows. With this, Lin Qiye exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon regaining his composure, he suddenly realized that a shard was hurtling towards him. The proximity and speed of the projectile left him no room to react. At that moment, a familiar figure interposed himself before Lin Qiye. Lin Ze, was he attempting to shield me with his own body? If so, would he not be injured? Instinctively, Lin Qiye sought to push Lin Ze aside. Yet, in the next breath, he recollected that Lin Ze possessed the ability to partially phase his body. This attack should not pose a threat to him. But, what should I do? A fleeting moment passed swiftly. When Lin Qiye finally grasped the situation, a bloodied shard materialized before him. The shard had pierced Lin Ze's shoulder, halting just in front of Lin Qiye. Lin Ze had intercepted the projectile meant for Lin Qiye with his own body. It was a decision born of necessity. Lin Ze's mental energy had been fully consumed, leaving him unable to wield gravitational balance to control the shard. He had no choice but to absorb the impact with his own flesh. Nevertheless, Lin Ze's action was far from reckless. For him, such superficial wounds were trivial. With the manifestation of Serpent Seed, approaching 80, he had gained complete mastery over this ability and had also acquired the serpentine creature's formidable healing prowess. It could be said that, physically, as long as he was not struck down in a single blow, Lin Ze could nonchalantly dismiss any so-called fatal injury as inconsequential. At this moment, the superficial wound felt akin to the mild discomfort of accidentally clipping one's nails too short, perhaps even less painful. Before anyone could react, the bus, having endured a violent impact, began to roll uncontrollably. It only came to a halt upon colliding with a large boulder. Fortunately, the bus used for the training camp was specially manufactured. Even after enduring such intense impacts, the vehicle remained largely unscathed, with merely a layer of paint chipped away. This ensured that the occupants did not suffer any secondary injuries. The violent shock rendered everyone on board unconscious, including Lin Ze and Lin Qiye. However, Lin Ze's condition was relatively better. Just before losing consciousness, he was transported back to the stage. Once returned, Lin Ze surveyed the scene within the bus and murmured, "Indeed, due to my presence, their targeting power has intensified. To encounter such challenges straight out of the novice village is quite daunting. I can only wonder what awaits us in Songnan City. Nevertheless, we shall confront whatever comes our way. I have done all that I can. The rest is in your capable hands." With that, Lin Ze fixated on the screen, observing the unfolding changes within the bus. Shortly after, the instructors and the members of Team 136 arrived to rescue them, subsequently arranging accommodations for everyone. Naturally, Lin Ze and Lin Qiye were taken away by the members of Team 136 in a villa on the outskirts of Songnan City. The members of Team 136 quietly stood vigil by Lin Qiye's bedside. Have the test results come in? No issues detected. It is merely a standard coma, with no other injuries present. He should awaken shortly, when Mo replied, glancing at the results in his hand. Hearing this, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. It appears our enemies are formidable indeed. They even managed to breach the missile systems of the Night Watcher's base. Wu Xiangnan remarked in astonishment. At this moment, Chen Muyi shook his head. No, they did not breach it. They stormed in. We just received word that one of the bases has been overrun, with all guards perishing in the assault. The revelation sent a chill through the group. The guards at the base were typically at the level of the Chuan realm. To eliminate them swiftly and silently speaks volumes about the strength of their adversaries. Regardless, we must do everything in our power to protect the two of them. On the territory of Songnan, no one shall harm them. Moreover, it has been indicated that several powerful figures from the Sea Realm will be sent to assist us. The mention of Sea Realm experts instilled confidence within the group. With their arrival, they need not worry excessively about the enemy.